Sword God Chapter 303 to Chapter 354. Two pseudo-spiritual weapons. Chenzong was stunned. He was surprised to see the compensation Xia Taichao brought back from the Grizzly Gang and the Red Wolves. Chenzong did not believe that pseudo-spiritual weapons were worthless in a place like the Three Ferocious City. Because of the lack of resources, the value of pseudo-spiritual weapons must be higher than in the dynasty. No wonder he said he would make the two gangs bleed. Two pseudo-spiritual weapons. One of the pseudo-spiritual tools was an inner armor. It was unknown what material it was made of, but it was soft to the touch and very comfortable to the touch. The other pseudo-spiritual tool was a pair of combat shoes, which gave people a domineering feeling. Brother, these two pseudo-spiritual weapons will be of great help to you. Although Xia Taichao was a little tempted, he still pushed the two pseudo-spiritual weapons to Chenzong. Brother Xia, I want this inner armor. It can improve my ability to protect myself. As for this pair of combat shoes, they are yours. Chenzong pushed the combat shoes to Xia Taichao. Brother, you should know the value of pseudo-spiritual weapons. They are compensation from the Grizzly Gang and the Red Wolves. Xia Taichao was stunned and stared at Chenzong with his eyes wide open. If it weren't for Brother Xia, I would have lost my life, not to mention compensation. Chenzong laughed. Xia Taichao stared deeply at Chenzong and found that there was only sincerity in Chenzong's eyes. There was no reluctance at all. Xia Taichao suddenly smiled. Okay, I also like this pair of combat shoes. They are useful to me, so I will shamelessly accept them. Xia Taichao laughed and said happily. Pseudo-spiritual weapons were very useful for both the training force realm and the genuine martial realm. Especially for the genuine martial realm warriors, they could better use the power of the pseudo-spiritual weapons with genuine power. Xia Taichao was a genuine martial realm warrior with 4-star combat strength. If he could get such a pseudo-spiritual weapon, his combat strength would be improved. Strength was one of the pursuits of all martial artists. No one would turn their backs on becoming more powerful. Chenzong also quickly put on the inner armor. It was close to his body, light as if it was weightless and very comfortable. The first function of this inner armor was very simple but very practical. It was warm in winter and cool in summer. Moreover, it could absorb sweat and dispel the impurities excreted from the body, allowing the body covered by the inner armor to always be in a clean state. The second effect was that the inner armor was soft and comfortable on the inside. It was very tough on the outside and had astonishing defensive power. Even the sharpness of a divine iron sword would not be damaged at all. It could better protect the body. The third effect was to form a layer of invisible protective power on the surface of the body after the power of the pseudo-spiritual tool was stimulated. It could resist the attacks of swords, sabers, water, fire, and so on. It could better protect the body. As long as that layer of protective power was not broken, the body would not be harmed. However, this inner armor was only a rank 1 pseudo-spirit tool. After all, it had 3 functions. The first and second functions were due to the materials used to make it, so they couldn't be considered as abilities. Only the third function was the true ability of this pseudo-spirit tool. Although Chenzong's combat power did not increase, his life-saving ability had increased a lot. Chenzong and Xia Taichao were very happy that they got 2 pseudo-spiritual tools. However, the people of the Red Wolves and the Grizzly Gang were very angry. Not only did they lose dozens of elite warriors in the gang, but they also had to compensate with a pseudo-spiritual tool. This kind of loss was not enough to be described by the word disastrous. In the Grizzly Gang, the deputy leader of the gang, Tai Xiong, knelt in the hall to accept his punishment. In the Red Wolves, Tai Lang also knelt in the hall to accept his punishment. Both of them had been stripped of their positions as deputy leaders. They also had to give up their pseudo-spiritual tools and the spiritual shells they had saved up. The loss was very disastrous. Their hearts were bleeding. They hated Chenzong so much that they could not wait to skin him, pull out his tendons, and break his bones. This person must be eliminated to restore our lost reputation. Yes, he must be killed. But the warriors of the real martial arts can't do it. Otherwise, they will anger Xia Taichao and the others, which will be very disadvantageous to our gang. However, none of the warriors of the Qi refining realm in our gang is a match for him. I have an idea, but it will cost a lot. Say it. Ask Serene Thorn to do it. Serene Thorn. Serene Thorn. They all exclaimed. Ask Serene Thorn to do it. The price is too high. Haha, besides us, the Red Wolves probably have the same idea. Why don't we join forces with the Red Wolves and pay half the price? That's feasible. It's decided then. Assassinate Xianxia. Seems to be a 5-star warrior, it's very interesting. I'll take it. The faint voice seemed to come from the depths of the night. It was erratic and unpredictable. 10,000 spiritual shells. Pay a deposit of 3,000. 10,000 spiritual shells to kill a warrior of the Qi refining realm. This price was too high. It was enough to buy the life of a warrior of the real martial arts realm. But there was no other way. Currently, in the entire Three Ferocious City, other than the geniuses of the first-rate forces, the only one who had the ability to kill Xianxia was Serene Thorn. Ask the geniuses of the first-rate forces to do it, it was very difficult. It was better to pay Serene Thorn directly. So far, Serene Thorn's assassination success rate was 100%. As long as he targeted, no one could survive. Of course, Serene Thorn didn't accept missions to assassinate warriors of the real martial arts realm. After all, his cultivation was in the Qi refining realm. For 3 days, Xianxia stayed in the Cloud Dragon Mansion. Most of the time, he was comprehending. There was great terror in the face of death. Behind the terror, there were great mysteries. Mediocre people would only be intimidated by the terror and be left with a shadow. Geniuses, on the other hand, could resist the terror and see the mysteries behind it. From there, they could comprehend it. After 3 days of comprehension, Xianxia vaguely grasped the opportunity to break through to the completion of the Qi refining realm. However, it was like the clouds in the sky. It could be seen but could not be touched. It was erratic. I'm still lacking something. Xianxia opened his eyes. They were as sharp as swords, illuminating the room. The feeling of not being able to break through when he was about to grasp the key point was very uncomfortable. He had to get it out, but he couldn't get it out. Do I have to fall into a situation of death again to truly grasp the opportunity? Xianxia couldn't help but ask. He started to think. In such a situation of death, the slightest carelessness could lead to death. If he died, then any comprehension or breakthrough would be useless. Thinking back, if Xiao Taichao hadn't intervened, he would have been dead. There was no need to talk about comprehension. Xianxia wasn't afraid of death. He was only afraid of dying in vain. If he wanted to put himself in a situation of death and use the pressure of death to comprehend and break through, he still needed a chance to survive. After thinking for a while, Xianxia still couldn't think of a better way. He decided to leave Triple Ferocity City and take a look outside. Outside of the Three Ferocious City, it was surrounded by the wilderness. However, there were still some dangerous places in the wilderness. Xianxia planned to go to those dangerous places and find a chance to survive. After informing Xiao Taichao, Xianxia walked out of the Yunlong mansion. The moment he stepped out of the Yunlong mansion, Xianxia's eyes flashed. However, he didn't stop at all. He quickly merged into the crowd like a fish swimming against the current, quickly heading towards the city gate. You're finally out. Enjoy the last of your life. A faint voice filled the air. However, no one could hear it. Soon, Xianxia walked out of Triple Ferocity City and headed west. At the western end of Triple Ferocity City, there was a valley shrouded in grayish-green fog all year round. A sour smell could be smelled from afar. The grayish-green fog was a type of miasma that was poisonous. If a blood qi realm martial artist were to enter it, they would be corroded until their blood qi deteriorated and rot. If a weaker force refinement realm martial artist were to enter it, only death awaited them. Even powerful qi and blood realm martial artists couldn't stay in it for long periods of time. Only those who had reached the true martial realm could use their true force to resist the miasma's corrosion without being affected at all. The rolling grayish-green fog seemed to hide countless poisonous insects and ferocious beasts. It made one's hair stand on end just by looking at it from afar. Xianxia didn't stop. Instead, he quickened his pace and headed towards the poisonous fog valley. As he approached, his pure yang qi and blood surged like flowing water. The chaotic heaven energy circulated throughout his body. Chenzong entered the grayish-green miasma and headed towards the valley. There was no doubt that such a valley was dangerous. Perhaps Chenzong could find an opportunity to break through here. Or maybe not, but he had to try his best. The path of martial arts was about exploration, constantly moving forward and trying. As Chenzong entered, the grayish-green miasma was like a venomous snake that had been awakened. It surged from all directions and wrapped Chenzong's body, trying to drill into Chenzong's body like a swarm of bees. His pure yang qi and blood were burning hot. Under the surging qi and blood, they resisted the invasion of the miasma. As his inner force circulated throughout his body, a second layer of protection was formed, preventing the grayish-green miasma from entering his body. His five senses were heightened to the extreme. Everything around him, no matter how subtle, could escape Chenzong's senses. Suddenly, Chenzong raised his hand and pointed to the right. The chaotic heaven energy covered his fingertip. It was as sharp as a sword and seemed to be able to cut through everything. At the same time, a grayish-green figure, like an arrow leaving the bowstring, shuttled through the grayish-green miasma. It was extremely fast and silently shot towards Chenzong. It seemed to automatically collide with Chenzong's finger. At the moment of contact with Chenzong's finger, the grayish-green figure, like an arrow leaving the bowstring, suddenly trembled. In an instant, it straightened up and fell to the ground like a soft noodle. Chenzong's hand gestures changed. His palm was covered with a layer of chaotic heaven energy. With a gentle grab, he caught the thing in his hand and held it in front of him to have a look. It was a snake that was as thick as a finger and less than half a meter long. Its whole body was grayish-green, which was almost the same as the grayish-green miasma. It could better hide in the miasma and launch an attack silently. It was simply a natural assassin. The triangular head indicated that the snake was highly venomous. If he was bitten, the venom would be injected into his body. Chenzong did not know whether he could withstand it. After a quick examination, he did not find anything useful on the snake, so he casually threw it away. Not long after, there seemed to be a shadow passing through the miasma. It reached out and picked up the snake's body. After careful observation, it threw it away. The poisonous fog valley was shrouded in gray-green miasma all year round. It hadn't dissipated for hundreds of years. Normal beasts couldn't survive in this miasma. Only poisonous beasts could live in it and become stronger by breathing in the miasma. As Chenzong walked into the valley, he encountered a lot of poisonous beasts, most of which were snakes. Because these snakes had been in the miasma for a long time, their skin had turned gray-green, which was the same color as the miasma. It was harder to see them and they moved silently, which made them even more deadly. Other than the poisonous beasts, there were also spiders. The spiders with the same gray-green skin were as big as millstones and as small as fingernails. They couldn't be ignored. However, Chenzong hadn't drawn his sword yet. He just used his finger as a sword to kill the poisonous beasts and the spiders. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't resist Chenzong's finger. The deeper they went, the thicker and purer the miasma was, and the more corrosive it was. Uci, who was following in the dark, saw the dead bodies of the poisonous beasts and spiders again and again. He felt more and more that Chenzong was powerful, so he didn't dare to act recklessly. I have to find the best time to kill him in one strike, Uci said to himself. If he couldn't kill him in one strike, it would be even harder to find a second chance. Uci's success rate was 100% because he was careful, cautious, and patient. He observed carefully, made a judgment, and waited patiently for the best time. If the best time didn't come, he wouldn't act. Especially when the target was a genius who was suspected to be a 5-star warrior. It wasn't that he hadn't assassinated a 5-star warrior before. It was because he was careful and patient enough that he was able to assassinate a 5-star warrior. It was also that assassination that made him famous. However, Chenzong didn't give him the feeling that he was just a 5-star warrior. He had to be more careful. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to complete the mission and might even lose his life. As long as I can complete this assassination and get the remaining 7,000 spirit shells, I can buy that pellet to strengthen my foundation and break through to the genuine force realm. Uci thought to himself. The poisonous fog valley was very strange. There were no poisonous beasts of the genuine force realm, as if there were some restrictions. However, after years of accumulation, some of the poisonous beasts had reached a horrifying level. They could reach 5-star or even 6-star warriors. Once they formed a group, even 7-star warriors couldn't fight against them. The red sword light was like a flash of lightning, which flashed through the thick gray-green miasma. Under the power of the Enlightenment realm, the power in the air was covered, which made the sword light even more powerful. Like a red lightning. Qianzong held his breath and quickly retreated. After Qianzong left, Xianxia approached. His pupils shrank rapidly. The sword light that flashed by just now made him shiver all over. It was very powerful. Could it be a 6-star warrior? A thought that made Xianxia shiver uncontrollably appeared in his mind. 6-star warrior. Like a demon, he couldn't get rid of it. The more he thought about it, the more excited he was. His body trembled slightly. 6-star warrior. Yuxi's heart trembled as well. Should I give up on this mission? Let's continue. Assassinate a 6-star warrior. If I succeed, I might be able to break through my limit. Give up, or continue, Yuxi was struggling. He was having a fierce battle in his mind. No matter what, I have to try. After a fierce battle in his mind, Yuxi made a decision. He was confident that even if the assassination failed, he could escape with the help of the unique environment of the poisonous fog valley and his ability to hide. The pressure is still not enough. Qianzong shook his sword slightly. The blood on the red thunder sword was shaken off. A 6-star spider and a few 5-star spiders were not enough to give him the pressure of death. He had to get more. A light flashed through Qianzong's eyes. He decided to make a bigger move. Is he crazy? Yuxi, who was hiding in the dark and waiting for the best time to attack, stared at Qianzong's every move. Seeing that Qianzong was attracting powerful snakes and spiders from everywhere, he couldn't help but shudder. Although the color of the snakes and spiders was very similar to the miasma, Yuxi's eyesight was great. He could tell that those snakes and spiders were very powerful. They were at least 3-star warriors or even higher. A 3-star warrior was nothing. Yuxi could kill them easily. However, a large group of 3-star warriors was different. Not to mention that there were 4-star warriors. If Yuxi was not wrong, there might even be 5-star warriors. The aura of demonic beasts was different from that of human warriors. It was easier to tell the difference. Yuxi was born with a sharper sense of aura. Plus, with the martial arts he cultivated, his senses were further enhanced. Of course, Qianzong's Anisrava mixed yuan body made it hard for Yuxi to sense. More and more snakes and spiders came from all directions, surrounding Qianzong. With 2 swords in hand, Qianzong was not afraid. These snakes and spiders were naturally attracted by Qianzong on purpose. Each and every one of them was very powerful. Their venom was very scary. Only by doing so could they bring the pressure of life and death to Qianzong. For now, facing a warrior of the real martial arts realm, there was no chance of survival. He could only use this method. This method was naturally safer than confronting a warrior of the real martial arts realm directly. However, Qianzong was very clear that if he was not careful, he would also die here. However, there was a slim chance of survival. Seeking life and death and seeking a breakthrough. Fighting to survive in the face of death, the strange sound came from all directions, making one's scalp tingle and body shiver just by listening to it. Qianzong seemed to be unaware of it. He was waiting for the crisis to come, waiting for the pressure of life and death in the midst of the crisis. Yuxi, who was hiding in the dark, had completely restrained his aura. He would not be sensed by the poisonous insects here, so he would not be attacked. However, the scene in front of him still gave him goosebumps. No matter what this person's purpose was, the scene in front of him shocked him. He admired this person from the bottom of his heart. However, he still had to fight when it was necessary. This was a task, and it was also related to whether he could break through the limit. Perhaps, with so many poisonous snakes and spiders surrounding this person, he could find the best time to attack and kill this person in one strike. Just the thought of assassinating a 6-star prodigy was enough to make his blood boil. Kill! Qianzong shouted in a low voice as he drew his sword. The cross-shaped sword light cut through the grayish-green miasma and cut forward. Wherever it passed, blood and flesh flew. Qianzong's figure also moved. As he moved, his steps were nimble and unpredictable. Not only did he avoid the attacks from the poisonous snakes and spiders, but he also kept fighting back with his sword. Every time he drew his sword, a poisonous snake or spider would be killed, and broken limbs would fly in the air. What an exquisite sword technique! Xianxia, who was hiding in the dark, felt that he had suffered a great blow. For a long time, he had been pursuing a one-hit kill. He had been honing his martial arts skills and simplifying them. However, if he wanted to simplify his martial arts skills, he had to have enough mastery and understanding of them. In the end, he could transcend them and make them completely suitable for himself. He would be able to exert the full power of his martial arts skills, or exert the power beyond the limit. In order to achieve this, he had put in a lot of effort. Xianxia was confident that among the young warriors in the Qi refining realm in the entire Three Ferocious City, no one could compare with him in terms of the exquisiteness of their moves. Even the geniuses cultivated by the first-class forces could not compare with him. Even many warriors in the genuine martial arts realm could not compare with him. However, now, he had encountered a person who not only had terrifying combat strength, but also had exquisite moves that made him feel desperate. However, killing such a person would give him a greater sense of achievement. That feeling would definitely allow him to break through his limits and reach a higher level. There were several times when Xianxia wanted to attack directly, but he forced himself to hold back because it was not the best time. He was not sure if he could kill with one strike. Wait, continue to wait. More and more poisonous snakes and spiders were attracted over, and they surrounded Qianzong without fear of death. However, Qianzong's expression was cold and solemn, like the cold iron of the deep sea. His eyes were sharp, like sword lights, and with two swords in his hands, he continued to kill. Not enough. The pressure of facing a life-and-death crisis was not enough. If it was not enough, then he would kill to his heart's content. Green blood splashed in all directions. Qianzong shuttled through it as nimbly as a fish swimming through rocks under the water. However, he had the agility of a cheetah and the sharpness of an eagle hunting. Suddenly, he turned back and the sword light flew past like a swallow's wing. Unparalleled combat strength, Xianxia watched from afar. His admiration for Qianzong grew stronger. If people knew his current state of mind, they would probably laugh. This cold-blooded assassin who had assassinated a 5-star genius in the past was actually admiring others. The stinky smell of blood drifted further and further away. The hissing sound came from afar. Xianxia could not see what it was, but the sound alone made his scalp tingle and his hair stand on end. He felt as if he was soaked in ice. Then, from another direction, a rustling sound came, which also brought a strong sense of horror. Judging from the sound, it should be a poisonous snake and a poisonous spider that were rapidly approaching. Moreover, they were very powerful. How powerful were they, Xianxia did not know. It was beyond his ability to distinguish. Qianzong's face was as cold as iron in the deep sea. However, a smile bloomed on his face. He was a little excited from the bottom of his heart. The thick grayish-green miasma severely affected their vision. They couldn't see more than 100 meters away. The hissing sound became more obvious, and the rustling sound on the other side became more intense. A giant python with a waist as thick as a water bucket was wriggling on the rough and uneven ground towards Qianzong's direction. Wherever it passed, all the sand and stones were crushed into powder, leaving a winding and twisted gully on the ground. On the other side, there was a huge poisonous spider that was rapidly waving its 8 long and sharp claws, charging over like a gust of wind and lightning. Serene Thorn was stunned. A giant python with a body as thick as a bucket, a poisonous spider the size of a house, and an extremely strong aura fluctuation emitted from them. It was like a roaring hurricane. What kind of monsters were they? The combat power of the giant python and the poisonous spider was probably beyond the 5-star level. Could it be beyond the 6-star level? What was beyond the 6-star level? It was the 7-star level, an unimaginable level. He's done for. Looks like I don't have to do it myself. Serene Thorn thought to himself. He felt sorry that he was going to miss an opportunity. However, Serene Thorn could only give up helplessly. He dared to assassinate 5-star or 6-star level martial artists, but he didn't dare to deal with these two monsters. They were too strong. Just the aura they emitted was enough to make him feel suffocated. 7-star combat power. Chen Zong's voice was very low. It was so low that only he could hear it. However, his tone was burning like the sun. It was excitement from the bottom of his heart. 7-star combat power. There were two monsters with 7-star combat power. The environment here was very suitable for these two monsters. They should be able to give him enough pressure. If others knew what Chen Zong was thinking, they would definitely call him crazy. The giant venomous python flicked its forked tongue, and the sound it emitted was like thunder. An extremely tyrannical aura was like a hurricane that could destroy everything. It rushed towards Chen Zong, wanting to completely destroy him. On the other side, the giant spider's terrifying aura was like a flash flood. In an instant, it carried the power of 10,000 hectares and fiercely bombarded Chen Zong. Two completely different yet extremely terrifying auras collided fiercely with Chen Zong at the center. It was like a real storm, and its momentum was vast and mighty. Being within, Chen Zong felt as if he had been ruthlessly struck by two incomparably huge hammers. However, compared to the aura of a true martial realm martial artist, there was still an extremely large gap. For Chen Zong, it was completely unable to bring about any suppression effect. The wild wind whistled and swept in all directions, causing the dense grayish-green miasma to surge endlessly like a tide, emitting enormous crashing sounds. The surrounding poisonous snakes and spiders were unable to withstand it. Under this terrifying storm, they were blown back repeatedly in all directions. The weaker ones were directly torn apart and died miserably. Chen Zong's body seemed to be torn apart by the collision of the two forces, but that was just an illusion. In reality, he seemed to have taken root, like a pine tree that had stood on the edge of a cliff for thousands of years. No matter how strong the storm was, it could not break him away. The giant poisonous python attacked first. It sprayed a mouthful of dark green poisonous fog at Chen Zong. The poisonous fog was so thick that it poured down like a flood. Then, the giant spider behind him waved its sharp claws and stabbed at Chen Zong like a peerless blade. The attack of the giant poisonous python and the giant spider, which had the combat strength of 7 stars, immediately brought great pressure to Chen Zong. He was facing death. Chen Zong gripped his two swords tightly and immediately moved away. His body was like a gentle breeze as he dodged the large poisonous python's poisonous mist. It was unknown when he turned around, but the cross-shaped sword light seemed to be able to split the sky as it ruthlessly attacked the large spider's sharp claws. The collision. The terrible momentum surged. It could pierce through gold and crack stone. I felt like his eardrums were about to be torn apart even though he was far away. Chen Zong immediately felt that the giant spider's sharp claws had an amazing power. The impact was like a landslide. It made the two swords tremble. Then, through the two swords, it quickly spread to his arms and spread to every part of his body. His qi and blood were surging. His internal force was surging. He flew back directly. At this moment, the giant poisonous python and the giant spider seemed to have formed an alliance. They attacked again. The giant spider waved its thick tail and slammed it at Chen Zong like a falling pillar. The whistling sound was like a storm. Chen Zong waved his sword again to resist. With a loud bang, the shockwave cleared away the miasma in the surroundings. The ground shattered, and cracks appeared. With Chen Zong as the center, the cracks spread out like a spider web. After being attacked by such a powerful attack for the second time, Chen Zong felt that his pure yang qi and blood were about to collapse. His powerful internal force was also surging. It was difficult for him to gather it again. His strong bones and muscles were aching as if they were about to be torn apart. Strong. Both the giant spider's attack and the giant poisonous python's attack were at the early stage of 7 stars. In terms of strength, they were even stronger than Chen Zong. Even so, Chen Zong was not afraid at all. Instead, an indescribable excitement was surging in his heart. It was lonely at the top. He pursued a strong opponent, whether it was a human or a monster. The direction that Chen Zong flew back was the direction where Serene Thorn was hiding. My chance is coming. Serene Thorn thought. He was getting calmer and calmer. He caught a glimpse of Chen Zong's figure from the corner of his eye. The reason why he didn't dare to look at him directly was that he was afraid of being discovered by Chen Zong. After all, he thought that Chen Zong's combat strength had reached 6 stars. He might be very sensitive to auras. If he was discovered, it might lead to failure. Calmness was the most important factor for an assassin. The more excited he was, the calmer he was. He was terrifyingly calm, like ice. Closer. Chen Zong was getting closer and closer to him. Suddenly, Chen Zong landed on the ground. He couldn't help but take a few steps back before he could stand firm. From every subtle movement, Serene Thorn could tell that Chen Zong's strength was scattered and hadn't fully gathered yet. This was the best time for him to assassinate. If he waited until Chen Zong gathered his strength, he would lose the chance. He moved. Serene Thorn, who had been hiding in the same position until now, finally moved. It was fine if he did not move, but once he moved, he was like a silent bolt of lightning, instantly traversing a distance of more than 10 meters. The cold inner strength in his body also completely exploded in that instant, pouring into the ghost thorn in his hand through his arm. The ghost thorn was a strange weapon. It looked like a slender thorn, with 3 edges like a sword. The end was terrifyingly sharp. It was a pure killing weapon, and it was smeared with poison. For this attack, Serene Thorn also performed the martial arts that he was proud of. It was as fast as lightning, silent and impossible to guard against. It seemed to ignore the distance of 1 meter and crossed it in an instant. Even if people sensed it, it would create an illusion and slow down their reaction. This was Serene Thorn's most powerful attack. It contained his strength and belief. It was beyond the past. It had a feeling of breaking through the limit and peeping into a higher level. This was also a sure kill attack. You see, I firmly believed that as long as his attack hit Chen Zong, he would be able to kill him. As long as he could kill Chen Zong, he would be able to grasp that feeling and break through his own limits to reach a higher level. He was going to stab him. At that moment, Chen Zong suddenly looked over. His eyes emitted a shocking cold light, like cold lightning that streaked across the sky, causing Yu Xi's heart to involuntarily beat wildly. An ominous feeling erupted like a mountain torrent bursting through a dam. Was he discovered? At this point, there was no turning back. He had to kill him. At that moment, this attack seemed to become more powerful. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The deep voice was sonorous, like the sound of a sword. It came into Serene Thorn's ears. At the same time, the 2 swords pierced through the air. Under the enlightenment state, the power of heaven and earth was mobilized, making the 2 swords extremely fast. The power they contained was even more extraordinarily powerful. This was a sword attack with the fighting strength of an early 7-star. Oh no! Serene Thorn was terrified. Strong, too strong. He was so strong that he couldn't dodge or resist at all. How could he be so strong? This was definitely not a 6-star fighting strength. Could it be a 7-star fighting strength? As soon as this thought appeared, Serene Thorn, who was facing death, also broke his own limit under the pressure of death and reached a higher level. Even so, his fighting strength couldn't reach the 7-star level. The gap between a 6-star and a 7-star was huge. Without reaching the 7-star level, one wouldn't be a match for a 7-star. To be able to die under the sword of such a genius, I have no regrets. This was Serene Thorn's last thought. He broke through his own limit. This was something to be happy about, but unfortunately, he was going to die. However, it was a good thing to be able to break through, and it was also an honor to be able to die under the sword of such a powerful warrior. Since he stepped on the path of an assassin, he had been constantly assassinating others. He was destined to die in the hands of others one day. When Chen Zong stepped out of the Cloud Dragon mansion, his sharp senses knew that he was being watched. At first, he thought it was the Grizzly Gang or the Red Wolves. After all, the 2 gangs had suffered great losses. They definitely wouldn't give up. Gradually, the feeling of being followed became intermittent. Even in the Poison Fog Valley, it still existed. The stalker was very skilled in concealing himself. Chen Zong was afraid that he would scare the stalker away, so he pretended that he didn't know anything. In fact, he was setting up a trap to lure the stalker into it bit by bit. Before, he attracted those poisonous insects to surround him. Other than wanting to put himself in a desperate situation, he also had a plan. Until the appearance of the giant poisonous python and the giant spider, this plan was truly completed. The attack of the giant spider and the giant poisonous python repelled Xianxia, which was also part of Xianxia's plan. He had to let the stalker seize the opportunity to attack. Otherwise, the stalker was too good at hiding himself. Xianxia didn't have the confidence to completely lock onto him. If the stalker escaped, all his efforts would be in vain. The spies have been eliminated. Let's fight with all our might. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia's lips curled into a smile. His fighting spirit was as sharp as a sword, peerless. The 6th level of the chaotic heaven energy breaking force was operated to the extreme. His pure yang qi and blood were like tsunamis. His strength was like the sound of a drum, dominating heaven and earth. It formed a terrible roaring wind that blew away the grayish-green miasma around, revealing a clear sky. The two swords trembled. The clanging sound was like the sound of heaven echoing. The sword light flashed and tore the air under the swords, leaving traces. The giant poisonous python and the giant spider attacked from the left and right respectively. The terrible strength swept over and destroyed everything. Xianxia was not afraid at all. The reason why Xianxia was forced to retreat was not only because the two of them were very strong, but also because Xianxia had deliberately acted weak. His goal was to let Xi, who was hiding in the dark, think that he had the best opportunity to attack and eliminate him. Otherwise, he would not be able to fight to his heart's content if he was being watched by someone who was difficult to lock onto. Now, he could fight to his heart's content without holding back. He would let these two monsters, whose combat strength was as high as the early stage of the 7th star, become his whetstone and his opportunity to break through. His qi and blood were surging, and his internal strength was swirling. It was as if there was a roar echoing through the sky. The two swords created a blurry shadow, which was caused by the fast speed of the swords. In an instant, Xianxia had slashed hundreds of times. Every slash contained terrible power. Every slash carried the power of heaven and earth, which had reached the early stage of the 7-star level. It turned into a storm of sword light, raging wildly, and slashed at the giant poisonous python and the giant spider. The giant poisonous python and the giant spider were too big. Although they were very agile, they could not avoid Xianxia's slashes. However, the python's scales were incomparably tough. As sparks flew, Xianxia's sword only managed to leave a white mark on its scales. The spider's skin was not as tough as the snake's scales, but it was very thick and had a kind of flexibility. When the sword slashed on its skin, it made a slight dent, but the sword bounced back instantly without causing the slightest bit of damage. At most, it cut off some of the fur on its skin. This level surprised Xianxia. Immediately, his fighting spirit became stronger. Above Xianxia's head, the strong fighting intent and momentum mixed together, as if they were about to condense into a sword, an illusory sword. Ha 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 ha. Accompanied by a burst of carefree laughter, Xianxia's two swords were not only swift, they became even more ferocious and shocking. The sword light was like thunder and lightning, tearing through the sky. It was also like the suppression of a mountain, extremely terrifying. Chop chop chop, kill, kill, kill. Xianxia's superhuman 5 senses allowed him to accurately grasp all the movements around him. The Lingwu realm of body sword unification allowed Xianxia to integrate his strength and martial arts to the highest degree, and to connect them with the two swords in his hands. Everything about him was under his control. The two swords seemed to come alive, and they were all pervasive and unstoppable. The realm of enlightenment allowed Xianxia to borrow the free force between heaven and earth to add to himself, making himself lighter and more agile, and also making the power of the two swords more powerful. Apart from the power of the secret method and the pseudo-spiritual weapon, he used all of his combat strength. This was the combat strength of an early 7-star warrior. However, the big poisonous python and the big spider were not weak at all. They both had the combat strength of an early 7-star warrior. In a 2-on-1 situation, they brought great pressure to Xianxia. Infinite sword cut. Xianxia nimbly dodged the attacks of the big poisonous python and the big spider, and then he appeared on the side of the big poisonous python. He used the big poisonous python's huge body to block the attack of the big spider, and the two swords were brandished. Infinite sword cut. The speed of the first sword was as fast as he could reach, and then the power of each sword kept increasing while maintaining the original speed. The current infinite sword cut was completely different from before, because Qianzong had not reached the body sword unification realm before, and he had not reached the realm of enlightenment. Now, the power of each sword was very terrifying. Even the weakest first sword could easily kill most of the 6-star warriors. One sword followed by another, and the two swords were brandished at the same time. It was as if thousands of thunders were descending from the sky, and each sword slashed at the same spot on the big poisonous python's body. No matter how strong the defense of the snake scales is, it can't withstand so many sword slashes. However, the moment the big poisonous python's scales were cut, it reacted very quickly. Its huge body rolled over like an earth dragon, and the earth rumbled and shook. Dust and smoke were billowing, and the wind roared, blowing the surrounding miasma even more chaotic. The big poisonous python rolled over, and its snake scales opened and closed at a rapid speed. It became slippery, and Qianzong's two swords could not accurately hit the same spot. Moreover, between the rolling and the snake scales opening and closing, it further blocked Qianzong's two sword slashes, making it difficult for the power to burst out, and unable to cause any damage. The big thick tail suddenly rose, and then it slammed down hard at Qianzong. It was like a falling pillar that could collapse a mountain. Qianzong only felt a shadow appear, and then an extremely terrifying pressure fell from the sky. Under normal circumstances, Qianzong would use his agile body to dodge, but he did not. Instead, he brandished his two swords and wanted to meet force with force. Like an explosion of thunder, sound waves spread out from the center of the collision between the two swords and the snake's tail. A layer of the ground was forcefully scraped up and turned into powder. Rumbling sounds could be heard. The big poisonous python exerted force, and its thick tail suddenly bounced up and slammed down fiercely. Qianzong's feet crushed the ground, and inch by inch cracks appeared. His qi and blood force mixed with his physical strength and inner force pushed his body upward. At the same time, the big spider went to the other side, and its sharp claws were like knives. It slashed at Qianzong's body fiercely, and wanted to cut him in half. Although this kind of monster did not have high intelligence, it had amazing instincts, and knew the best way to fight. In an instant, Qianzong was facing the double attack of the poisonous python and the big spider. In the face of danger, Qianzong's body twisted strangely, completely defying common sense. The big spider's claws almost slashed through his body, leaving a cold light behind. Then, Qianzong's body suddenly straightened, and in an instant, an even more powerful force burst out from his arms and swords. The sword light seemed to be able to pierce through the sky. The environment of the poisonous fog valley was very unfavorable for Qianzong, but for the poisonous python and the big spider, it was like fish in water. Here, they did not have to worry about exhausting their strength, because they could quickly replenish it. On the other hand, Qianzong could not. Although his strength recovered very quickly, when facing such a powerful monster, every sword strike would consume a lot of strength. If he continuously attacked, his recovery speed would not be able to keep up with the speed of consumption. Gradually, Qianzong's strength and mental strength were consumed by more than half. However, the battle had just entered the most intense moment. Qianzong was completely in the air, and his feet did not touch the ground. He was constantly attacked by the poisonous python and the big spider. The poisonous python's attack methods were to spit venom, collide with its head, bite with its bloody mouth, swing with its tail, and use its body to strangle its target. Its body could roll rapidly, and as it rolled, it could generate an extremely terrifying force. If one was touched by it, even if they did not die, they would lose a layer of skin. As for the big spider's attack method, it could also spit venom. In addition, it could also attack with its 8 claws, which could stab and slash. It was very flexible and sharp, and its power was amazing. In terms of attack methods, the big spider was not as rich as the poisonous python, but it was also difficult to deal with, because the 8 claws were very terrifying together. It was like dancing on the tip of a knife, and below the tip of the knife was a bottomless abyss. If one fell, there would be no corpse left. The excitement brought about by this kind of danger caused Qianzong to be in a state of nervous tension. His heartbeat was several times faster than usual, and his pure yang blood and qi surged like a torrent. His skin turned red, and his body temperature rapidly rose. His entire body seemed to be filled with an even greater power, and his fighting spirit was astonishing. However, the more it was like this, the calmer Chenzong's mind was, and the better he was in control of everything. In the sky, a saber claw slashed down fiercely, as if it was going to split the sky. Chenzong's body was also split, but it was only a residual shadow. Suddenly, the big spider bounced up from the ground and stretched out its 8 claws. It was like 8 peerless sabersmen were attacking Chenzong. 8 violent saber lights came like a storm, and also like 10,000 thunders. In the blink of an eye, there were thousands of attacks, densely filling the surroundings. There was nowhere for Chenzong to dodge. He could only wave his 2 swords to resist. Each saber attack contained an extremely violent power. Hundreds of violent attacks made Chenzong's hands numb. The tyrannical power shook his body, and his bones and muscles were almost torn apart. However, Chenzong still tried his best to resist the thousands of attacks of the big spider. He felt that his hands were almost numb. The big spider fell to the ground. Behind him, the big poisonous python's tail was about to hit him fiercely. Chenzong, who had not recovered his strength, could not dodge. He made a prompt decision to activate the power of the pseudo-spiritual armor. The invisible power immediately covered Chenzong's whole body. At the same time, the python's tail hit him fiercely. There was a roar with the force of a landslide. Accompanied by a cracking sound, the defensive power of the pseudo-spiritual armor was shattered in an instant. The tail accurately bombarded Chenzong's back. Chenzong was sent flying hundreds of meters away like a meteor. The tyrannical power went through the armor and into Chenzong's body. If it were not for Chenzong's strong physique, he would have been smashed into pieces by this terrible blow. Even so, Chenzong did not feel good. He felt that the violent power was rampaging in his body, and it was about to break his bones and internal organs. Fortunately, Chenzong's physique was very strong. In addition, he activated the pseudo-spiritual armor's protective power in time. The power of the python's tail was weakened by more than half. After that, the inner armor's toughness also resisted most of the power. Chenzong mobilized his strength and focused his mind. He gathered the power that was violently colliding within his body as much as possible. Then, he gathered it together with a mouthful of blood and spat it out from his mouth. Chenzong felt his entire body relax. The Anusrava immemorial body quickly worked. The pure yang qi and blood gathered and circulated. Not only did it quickly restore Chenzong's strength, but it also healed his internal injuries. What made Chenzong happy was that as the python's violent energy entered his body, Chenzong seemed to have unlocked something, even though it caused considerable damage to his bones, muscles, and internal organs. It allowed him to comprehend something. The characteristic of the great completion of strength refining was that the energy flowed through the entire body. As the name implied, every part of the body, every pore, and even every strand of hair could be reached by the internal energy. The energy flowed through the entire body without leaving any gaps. It could reach the sky and the abyss. Chenzong also seemed to understand that the so-called zenith referred to the top of the head, which was also the weak point of the human body, where the brain was located. It was very fragile, and some external forces could cause it to be damaged, such as internal strength. As for the abyss, it referred to the center of the feet, which was the soles of the feet. The top of the head and the soles of the feet were connected to form a line, and the internal energy spread to every part of the body. This was the true great completion of strength refining. Understanding was one thing, but it was as if he knew, but he did not know how to do it. But now, Chenzong found a way, and that was to rely on external forces. However, this method was very dangerous. Again. Chenzong smiled. After reorganizing his energy, he charged toward the python and spider that were charging at him again. Fight, 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 Chenzong did not try to dodge anymore. Instead, he simply met force with force. Again and again, he guided the violent energy into his body and wreaked havoc in his body. Not only did he not restrain it, but he also guided it to continuously impact his bones and muscles, even if it caused some damage. The pain in his body became more and more intense, but Chenzong did not care. It was as if the person who was suffering was not himself. Instead, under this kind of pain, his internal energy became more agile and vigorous. Some parts that were usually unable to be used were also taken care of. Qianzong did not know how Ding Xian broke through to the great completion of strength refining, but the process was definitely not enjoyable. Just like when he broke through to the great completion of qi and blood realm, the feeling of being torn apart was still fresh in his memory. In order to reap great rewards, one had to endure the corresponding test. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The battle prowess of the giant venomous python and the giant spider was abnormally terrifying. Every time they unleashed their power, they would not consume much of it. Or rather, once they consumed any of it, they would be able to quickly recover by absorbing the thick miasma all around them. Qianzong was consuming more and more. Whether it was his internal force or mental strength, he had consumed more than 70% of it. However, Qianzong did not seem to notice it. He continued to burst out again and again, colliding head-on with the big poisonous python and the big spider. Qianzong couldn't fully control the raging power inside his body. Part of the power had caused great damage to his body. His skin seemed to have cracked, and blood was oozing out. The blood was as hot as the sun, emitting a scorching aura. It flowed all over Qianzong's body, making him look like a bloody man. The raging power was either guided or raging on its own. It kept attacking the corners of Qianzong's body, breaking open one place after another. The places where the internal force could not normally be controlled were all opened up. The human body was very mysterious. When a martial artist cultivated, his internal force would often have a fixed route. It was precisely these routes that allowed the power of each cultivation method and martial arts to be truly unleashed. The mysteries of various cultivation methods and martial arts were also contained in these routes. The more advanced a cultivation method was, the more routes it involved. To put it bluntly, the more parts it could develop, the more powerful it would be. However, regardless of whether it was an inferior cultivation method or a supreme cultivation method, there was a limit. It could not cover the whole body. Even a supreme cultivation method could only develop 30% of the body. The remaining 70% could not be touched. The completion of the force training realm was to fully develop and apply the 70%. At this moment, Qianzong was going through this step. All the pain he was going through was for this step of metamorphosis. Madness. Madness for martial arts, madness for swords. If the giant poisonous python and the giant spider were intelligent enough, they would be frightened by Qianzong's madness. Unfortunately, they were not. The poisonous insects in the poisonous fog valley were different from the monsters outside. For other monsters, the stronger they were, the more intelligent they were. However, the poisonous insects in the poisonous fog valley had been contaminated by the miasma for many years. They had become very poisonous, but their intelligence had not improved much. The giant poisonous python and the giant spider only had one goal, which was to kill Qianzong and eat him. This was a delicious meal. For this, they exploded with all their strength. However, with their simple intelligence, they could not understand why this human was so difficult to deal with. They could not kill him after so many attacks. Since the first attack was not enough, they would attack him twice. If that was not enough, they would attack him 3 times until he was killed. 90% of his mental strength and inner force had been consumed. There was only 10% left. However, Qianzong was extremely excited. His fighting spirit was soaring, and the sound of swords seemed to be overflowing from his body. Finally, his mental strength was completely exhausted. A strong sense of dizziness suddenly appeared. It swept over him like a flash flood. Qianzong's vision darkened and his head became heavy. He felt as if he was walking on clouds. It was also as if he had drunk a lot of wine. He could not tell the direction, and it was accompanied by a strong sense of vomiting. At the same time, his inner force was almost exhausted. He only had time to activate the power of the pseudo-spiritual armor to protect himself. At the end of the line, the giant pythons had hit Qianzong's chest fiercely. The terrifying power seemed to be able to collapse a mountain. With a cracking sound, the defensive power of the pseudo-spiritual weapon inner armor was smashed into pieces in an instant. Qianzong, who was in a daze, was completely unable to resist this attack. He was like a meteor that streaked across the sky as he flew into the distance. Extremely tyrannical and savage energy wreaked havoc within Qianzong's body, destroying his bones and muscles. Even his internal organs were being ravaged. Large amounts of blood seeped out from his cracked skin, dripping blood. It was a terrifying sight. With a boom, Qianzong flew thousands of meters away and fell to the ground. He smashed a deep pit. His bones and muscles were almost broken. He looked like he was lying in a pool of blood. He was exhaling more than he was inhaling. However, the ferocious power of that final attack had also unraveled everything in Qianzong's body in a wild and violent manner. At the moment when it was broken through, the chaotic heaven energy breaking force naturally circulated. Traces of inner force condensed on their own and then quickly circulated in his body to recover. With the circulation of inner force, he recovered at an amazing speed. At the same time, his heavy injuries were also healed little by little under the rapid recovery of inner force. Pure yang qi and blood flowed through his body, further enhancing the recovery of his injuries. His mental strength also recovered little by little. Qianzong gradually got rid of the strong sense of dizziness and unconsciousness. With his strong will, he quickly recovered his consciousness. As soon as he regained consciousness, Qianzong immediately took the initiative to control the circulation of his inner force. First, he circulated it according to the trajectory of the chaotic heaven energy breaking force. Then, he slowly left it and moved it to other places that he had never circulated before. There was no obstruction. His inner force continued to recover and became more vigorous. It filled every part of his body. Even the most subtle part of his body was infused with inner force. The inner force passed through his body and spread to the ends. Qianzong was intoxicated by the unprecedented feeling. Although he was seriously injured, Qianzong regained his ability to move. Moreover, his inner force recovered at an amazing speed. Perfection of the force training realm. No, I haven't truly reached the perfection of the force training realm. The true perfection of the force training realm should have the inner force pass through the entire body and spread to the ends. Now, I've only achieved the inner force pass through the entire body and spread to the ends. As for reaching the ends, I'm afraid that will take some time. I can only be considered as half a step into the perfection of the force training realm. A distance of a few thousand meters was nothing to the giant venomous python and the giant spider. Qianzong's transformation was also completed in a short period of time. When the giant spider's sharp claws pierced through the earth and pierced through Qianzong's figure disappeared in an instant. At the moment when he was about to be stabbed, he dodged. Half a step into the perfection of the force training realm increased Qianzong's combat strength by a lot in an instant. He surpassed the two monsters and reached the level of a mid-stage 7-star. A strong feeling filled his body, as if he could cut a mountain in half with one sword. Qianzong's figure flashed and increased his speed. He appeared beside the giant venomous python and slashed down with both swords. The sword light was extremely violent. It even stimulated the power of the mountain beheading sword, causing the sword's power to increase exponentially. It was close to the combat strength of a late-stage 7-star. This sword seemed to be able to cut a mountain in half. It was unstoppable. The giant venomous python felt a chill run down its spine. Its body trembled as it instinctively felt that this sword was fatal. It immediately opened its snake scales and rolled its body rapidly. The air around it was pushed out, forming layers of waves that constantly rushed in all directions. The air pressure was shocking, as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on it. As the giant venomous python's body rolled, a thick trench was created on the ground. The trench quickly spread out. However, all of this was nothing to Qianzong at this moment. His sword was like a hot knife cutting through butter. It was unstoppable. The mountain beheading sword directly cut open the giant venomous python's scales and slashed into its body. His internal force was turbulent, and his blood was boiling. He performed the infinite sword slash. The extremely powerful force accompanied every sword slash. As the giant venomous python's body rolled, it was cut in half. The giant venomous python's vitality was extremely tenacious. Even if it was cut in half, it did not die. The upper half of its body fiercely bit at Qianzong, while the lower half of its tail attacked again. However, it all missed. Chen Zong, who used the power of the mountain beheading sword, had a combat strength close to that of a late-stage 7-star. It was even more terrifying. He completely crushed the giant venomous python's neck and cut it in half. Then, Chen Zong slashed with both swords, shaking off all 8 of the giant spider's claws. The 2 swords went straight for the center of its body. It was as if he was going straight for the heart. His body floated to the ground. Behind him, the giant spider, which was as big as a house, suddenly collapsed. There seemed to be a flash of sword light, and the spider was cut into 4 pieces. Please go here to read this book, accessed. With a twist of his wrists, the 2 swords brought out sword flowers, like a blooming flower. The dark green blood splashed out, not staining the slightest bit. The clanging sound was melodious and pleasing to the ear. Chen Zong put the 2 swords back into their sheaths. Although his face was a little pale, there was a smile on his face. He was happy from the bottom of his heart. Previously, when the giant poisonous python and the giant spider worked together, they put him under great pressure and put him in a difficult situation. He was almost killed, but he seized the opportunity to make a breakthrough and successfully used external force to open up the inside of his body, allowing his internal force to reach every part of his body. The force spread throughout his body and spread to the ends of his body. This was a great breakthrough and a qualitative change. Chen Zong did not need to control it. His powerful and sharp internal force flowed naturally in his body at a uniform speed like a river. It circled around his body, flowed to his limbs and bones, and flowed to every corner of his body. Chen Zong's internal force recovered at an amazing speed. It did not take long for it to reach its peak, but the recovery of his mental strength was much slower. However, he did not feel a headache and could move normally. He was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he stood where he was, allowing his mental strength to recover further. At the same time, he carefully felt the difference after the force spread throughout his body. It was not until his mental strength had completely recovered that Chen Zong moved. He cut off the 8 claws of the giant spider and peeled off the skin of the giant poisonous python. After that, he took away the things on Yuxi's body. These were all trophies. Chen Zong did not bring a fierce bout to the poisonous fog valley. Therefore, he already knew that the environment of the poisonous fog valley made it difficult for bows and arrows to exert much power. Whether it was the 8 claws of the giant spider or the skin of the giant poisonous python, their combined weight was amazing. However, Chen Zong carried them on his back as if they were weightless. His body was amazingly light. He quickly moved forward and was about to leave the poisonous fog valley. The purpose of coming to the poison fog valley was to find an opportunity to break through. Now that he had broken through, there was no point in continuing to stay here. He might as well return to the Cloud Dragon Mansion in the 3 Ferocious City. The energy coursing through the entire body is only half a step away from attaining the great perfection of the force training realm. I still need to go up to the heavens and down to the depths of the earth before I can truly attain the great perfection of the force training realm. Chen Zong displayed his body movement and flew through the air like a big bird. He did not enter the realm of enlightenment to borrow the power of heaven and earth. He did not need to land on the ground to borrow the power of heaven and earth. Instead, he kept flying forward and did not land until he was 600 meters away. Ding Xian was 500 meters, while Chen Zong could reach 600 meters. In this aspect, Chen Zong was much better than Ding Xian. Moreover, Chen Zong had a feeling that this was not his limit. He had just broken through to the great perfection of the force training realm, and there was still potential to be unlocked. Chen Zong estimated that when he unlocked the potential of the great perfection of the force training realm, his combat strength would increase to the late 7-star level, and not the mid 7-star level he was currently at. The difference between each small level of the 7-star level was much greater than that of the 6-star level. If it was Ding Xian, he would not be able to improve so much. This was because Chen Zong had also reached the great perfection of the force training realm when he was in the Qi and Blood realm. Now, he had also reached the great perfection of the force training realm. There was a connection between the two. As he left the Poison Fog Valley and headed towards the 3 Ferocious City, he thought about the various changes and improvements in his body. I must become stronger. The peak of the 6-star level is not enough. It is far from enough. Deep in the mountains, Ding Xian was very long. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. With the saber in his hand, scarlet blood dripped down. There were many corpses of monsters lying around. Each of the corpses still had a strong and violent aura. Chenzong. Nanshan. Ding Xian's eyes were as sharp as a saber. It was as if he could see through the void and saw the figures of Chenzong and Nanshan. There seemed to be a flash of saber light in his eyes. He was fierce and ruthless. I, Ding Xian, will repay the humiliation of that day by double. However, both of them have the combat strength of the peak of the 6-star level. If I want to defeat them, I must at least have the combat strength of the peak of the 6-star level. No, I must be stronger. I must reach the 7-star level to be able to crush them. Ding Xian's voice was like a deep roar of a beast. His face was full of unwillingness. He then laughed loudly. You don't know, do you? You all think that I have really reached the great perfection of the force training realm. Ha 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 ha. Actually, I have not. I have not completely reached the great perfection of the force training realm. I only have one foot in it. In the past, I did not dare to take the next step. But now, I have no other choice. I must truly reach the great perfection of the force training realm and have the combat strength of the 7-star level. Chenzong, Nanshan, you two just wait. Wait for me, Ding Xian, to crush you too. Mingli, you will know when the time comes that I am your best choice. After Ding Xian was defeated by Nanshan and saw Nanshan being defeated by Chenzong, he left the capital city. He wanted to become stronger and wash away his humiliation. Of course, Chenzong did not think that it was a humiliation. It was just Ding Xian's wishful thinking. Chenzong did not know any of this. Carrying the spoils of war, Chenzong stepped into the gate of Xianxia city. He immediately became the center of attention. It's him. Chenzong. He actually came back alive. Did Serene Thorn not make a move? As it turned out, as soon as Chenzong left Xianxia city, the Red Wolves and the Grizzly Gang spread the news. They let everyone in Xianxia city know that they had paid a high price for Serene Thorn to assassinate Chenzong. Serene Thorn, in the eyes of a true martial realm martial artist, might be a good junior. But in the eyes of a force training realm martial artist, he was like the Grim Reaper. As long as one's strength had not reached the true martial realm, death was the only way out for them if they were targeted by Serene Thorn. This was something that even the 5-star geniuses of the top forces could not refute. This was because there was once a genius who was killed by Serene Thorn. Therefore, many martial artists in Xianxia city agreed that any force training realm martial artist targeted by Serene Thorn would die in the end. This was true even for martial artists who were stronger than Serene Thorn. After all, Serene Thorn never fought head-on. Instead, he used his terrifying stealth and assassination techniques, coupled with his amazing patience, to find the best opportunity to kill with one strike. But now, Chenzong had appeared. He had stepped into Xianxia city and appeared in front of everyone. Did this mean that Serene Thorn did not make a move, or did Serene Thorn's assassination attempt fail? If it was the former, then it was nothing. After all, Chenzong was also very strong. Perhaps Serene Thorn had not found the best opportunity to strike. If it was the latter, then it was too shocking. However, those who knew Serene Thorn's way of doing things had a heavy expression. The news has been released, which means that Serene Thorn has made a move. In the past, Serene Thorn has successfully assassinated his target. But now, the target has appeared unharmed. I have a bad feeling. Could it be that the target is too strong this time and Serene Thorn could not find a chance to strike, so he gave up temporarily? It's possible. This has already broken Serene Thorn's rules. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Moment. The Red Wolves and the Grizzly Gang have released the news too early. Now that Chenzong has returned, he will soon know about this. At that time, he will be more careful and the assassination will be more difficult. Maybe Serene Thorn's 100% success rate will be broken in his hands. The Red Wolves and the Grizzly Gang have suffered heavy losses. They can't wait to take revenge. Some people also stared at the 8 huge claws and a large bundle of python skin on Chenzong's back. The aura left on them terrified many people. That's the snake skin. The other one is the claw of an 8-clawed spider. Could it be that Chenzong entered the poison fog valley before? The python skin and claws are so big. I can imagine its owner's body must be very big. I heard that there is a snake king and a spider king in the poison fog valley. Could it be that the python's skin is the snake king's skin and those claws are the spider king's claws? Impossible. It seems possible. If it's true, then Chenzong's combat power is higher than we expected. Under the gaze of many people, Chenzong walked to the Yunlong restaurant and stepped in. Brother, you're back. Seeing Chenzong, Xiao Taichao seemed to be relieved. He smiled and said, the Red Wolves and the Grizzly Gang paid a high price for Serene Thorn to assassinate you. It's better for you to stay in the Yunlong restaurant for a while. Serene Thorn. Chenzong's heart skipped a beat. Could it be the person who followed him all the way to the Poison Fog Valley and found a chance to kill him but was killed by him? Brother Xia, I was assassinated in the Poison Fog Valley. This is the weapon used by the assassin. Chenzong took out Serene Thorn's ghost thorn. It was only about 30 centimeters long and as thick as a thumb. It was shaped like a triangular blade and had an extremely sharp tip. A cold light flashed, and it felt like it was piercing through one's eyes. One could vaguely see a faint green light flashing. It was highly toxic. Ghost thorn! Xiao Taichao exclaimed. Serene Thorn was very famous in Triple Ferocious City. His weapon, Ghost Thorn, was also famous. Although there were many imitations, Xiao Taichao's intuition told him that this was the real Ghost Thorn. In other words, Serene Thorn had made his move but failed. Instead, he died under Chenzong's sword. Ha 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 ha, good, good. Xiao Taichao laughed loudly. This time, the Red Wolves and the Grizzly Gang really went for wool and came home shorn. Their losses are even worse. Chenzong also smiled. He immediately took off the things on his back and let them fall to the ground, making a loud noise. Brother, what are these? Xiao Taichao stopped laughing. He pointed at those things and asked while looking at them carefully. I killed a big poisonous python and a big spider in the poisonous fog valley and took them, Chenzong said with a smile. I thought that they might be able to be sold for a good price, so I brought them back. Xiao Taichao touched them with his hand. After feeling them carefully, he smiled and said, valuable, of course they are valuable. This big poisonous python and big spider are probably the Snake King and Spider King in the poisonous fog valley. The snake skin is very tough and can be made into soft armor, robes, and other things to better protect oneself. As for the spider claws, they are not only hard but also very sharp. They can be made into swords. Brother, if you trust me, I can help you deal with these things. I promise that I will make something useful for you, Xiao Taichao said with a smile. Then I will have to trouble you, Brother Xia, Chenzong also said with a smile. End of chapter. CT, was Serene Thorn really defeated? He was really defeated. The updates are so fast. The ghost thorn that Xiao Taichao took out was not one of those imitations. The ghost thorn made a move, but died at the hands of Chenzong. In a short time, all the tea houses and restaurants in Sanxiong City were discussing the same topic, which was Serene Thorn's failure to assassinate Chenzong. However, Serene Thorn would never let a third person see him kill Chenzong. Therefore, no one knew how Serene Thorn killed Chenzong. They could only guess. If Chenzong could kill Serene Thorn, then his combat ability is too terrifying. After all, assassination was different from a head-on battle. However, it was really terrifying to be able to resist the assassination and kill the opponent. Serene Thorn might not have been killed by Chenzong. However, someone had a different opinion. Seeing that many people were looking at him, he proudly explained, you guys didn't notice, right? When Chenzong returned to the Three Ferocious City, he was carrying the python skin and spider claws. Those could have been from the Snake King and Spider King in the Poison Fog Valley. Even if they weren't, they must have been from a very powerful poisonous snake or spider. He paused for a moment, took a sip of wine as if he was trying to sell himself, and spoke again. Therefore, Serene Thorn was definitely not killed by Chenzong. He was discovered by a powerful poisonous snake or spider and had to fight with them. In the end, he killed the snake and the spider, but he was also injured. Chen Zong took advantage of the situation. After a round of analysis, everyone felt that it made some sense. In comparison, no one had seen the battle. Serene Thorn had left a deep impression in everyone's mind, while Chen Zong was a newcomer. Soon, the rumor that Chen Zong had taken advantage of the situation spread. With some people's help, it swept through the city. Chen Zong also knew about this rumor. He didn't refute it. He knew the truth. Besides, it wasn't a big deal. Staying in the Cloud Dragon Mansion, Chen Zong carefully meditated and tried his best to fully utilize the power he had gained after his breakthrough. Half a step into the great perfection of the Force Training realm. His inner strength had broken through the limits of the Heaven Chaos Origin breaching force, allowing his inner strength to reach every part of his body. While comprehending it, one would also have to make a move in order to sense it and make adjustments accordingly. The Cloud Dragon Mansion wasn't small, and it also had a practice room. Inside the spacious training room, there was not a speck of dust. The floor was polished from hard gray steel rock and was as smooth as a mirror. It was extremely hard, and even a Blood Chi realm martial artist would find it difficult to damage it. The surrounding walls were also made from gray steel rock, but they were smeared with a layer of molten iron to further increase their hardness. Please go here to read a book. The attacks of a normal Force Training realm martial artist would at most leave some marks on the surface. It would be difficult to cause any obvious damage. In the center, there was a fine steel pile that was as tall as a person. It was shaped like a human, making it easier to practice. Chen Zong stood in front of the fine steel pile. He did not draw his sword, nor did he use any martial arts techniques. He simply channeled his inner strength and threw a punch. The punch seemed slow and light, but it suddenly produced the momentum of a dragon emerging from the water. With a bang, Chen Zong's fist landed on the fine steel pile. However, it only made a slight contact before retracting it instantly. It was as if he had withdrawn his fist immediately. However, there was still a clear imprint of his fist left on the fine steel pile. Chen Zong did not use the strength of his physique for this punch. He only used a small amount of his inner strength to push it out. His goal was to dig out the potential of his inner strength so that he could unleash the most tyrannical power possible. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Every time he attacked, he would use his fist, his palm, or his fingers. There were different ways of attacking and different ways of channeling his inner strength. There were many martial arts techniques for martial artists. There were palm techniques, fist techniques, finger techniques, and so on. Each of them had a different way of channeling their inner strength. The trajectories were special, so some martial arts techniques were contradictory. For example, if you practiced one martial art technique, you would not be able to practice another martial art technique. This was because the trajectories of the inner strength would affect each other and cause harm to yourself. However, Chen Zong did not. His body had been completely opened up, and his inner strength had filled every part of his body. Even the tiniest part of his body could be channeled. In this case, Chen Zong could channel his inner strength however he wanted. Even if he channeled all of his inner strength directly, he could still unleash a tyrannical power. However, this could not be done. Although channeling all of his inner strength was very powerful, it was a barbaric method. This was different from the sword theory that Chen Zong had always followed. For a long time, whether it was cultivation or fighting, Chen Zong had always paid attention to the best way of channeling his inner strength to unleash the most powerful power in the most effortless way. Today, he had to do the same. He had to precisely and accurately control every bit of his inner strength. After stopping, Chen Zong pondered quietly. His breathing became extremely long, but between each breath, there seemed to be the sound of wind blowing in the enclosed training room. After a while, Chen Zong opened his eyes. There was no light in his eyes. His clear eyes were like the surface of a still lake, reflecting the fine steel pile in front of him. Then, his body disappeared, but he suddenly moved. His entire body seemed to have been stirred up by a storm, or as if he had transformed into a gust of wind, attacking around the fine steel pile. Like a storm, his fists, feet, and even every part of his body had become a fierce weapon. This fine steel pile was refined with a special method. Its hardness was at the level of magical iron. However, under Chen Zong's bombardment, it was constantly dented and deformed. Moreover, each of Chen Zong's attacks contained a strong inner strength. The inner strength did not leak out, but highly condensed in every part of Chen Zong's body. In the last attack, Chen Zong's body was like a meteorite falling from the sky, fiercely bombarding the fine steel pile. The fine steel pile could no longer support itself. With a cracking sound, it broke into two parts. One part was still fixed on the ground and bent to the side, while the other part flew out like a meteorite. It fiercely hit the wall and directly blasted into it. With a boom, the entire training room was shaking. This is the feeling. Chen Zong paused, as if he was not stained with a trace of smoke and fire. He stood there and said to himself. His eyes were bright and wise. This is the feeling. Chen Zong fully utilized his inner strength, circulating it to every part of his body. Not a bit of it leaked out. It was highly condensed around Chen Zong's body, and then it vibrated. Under Chen Zong's control, it exploded with the strongest power. However, it's not enough. I haven't fully released my potential. With that, Chen Zong continued to cultivate diligently. 3 people came to the Cloud Dragon restaurant. They looked quite young, no more than 20 years old. There were 2 men and 1 woman. One of them was strong and looked like a wild bear. He was incomparably strong and exuded a shocking aura. It was as if he could break a city wall with one punch. The other one, on the other hand, was skinny and looked extremely vigorous. The last one was a woman, cold and beautiful. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Her face and graceful figure were enchanting. What are you 3 doing here? Xiao Taichao obviously recognized the 3 people. He sat on a chair and asked casually. We're here to find Chen Zong, the strong young man said with a strong voice. I heard that Chen Zong killed you CI. Not bad. He's worthy of my challenge. The thin young man's voice was sharp. The woman just smiled and did not say anything. Oh, you 3 are here to challenge Chen Zong. Xiao Taichao suddenly understood, but he still said calmly, 5-star battle strength is still too weak to challenge Chen Zong. Go back. Senior Xia, Chen Zong's battle strength is also 5-star battle strength, right? The strong young man looked calm. It's Chen Zong's honor that I can challenge him. The thin young man showed a hint of anger, and his voice became sharper. Senior Xia, we're looking forward to fighting the geniuses of the Cloud Dragon dynasty. The enchanting woman smiled and said. Okay, then I'll give you a chance to challenge Chen Zong. Xiao Taichao smiled. The 3 young men in front of him were the geniuses cultivated by the 3 top forces in Triple Ferocity City. Each of them had 5-star battle strength. The strong-looking young man came from the Gate of Giant Axe, the skinny young man came from the Gate of Black Light, and the seductive woman came from the Gate of Shadow Mist. Chen Zong is now in seclusion. I'll tell him that you 3 want to challenge him. Xiao Taichao was still sitting on the chair. 3 5-star battle strength was not worthy of his attention. After all, it was still a long way to go from 5-star battle strength to 4-star battle strength of the true martial realm. No matter how fast they were, it would take more than 10 years, and they could be killed along the way. As for you 3, go back and prepare. In 7 days, you'll fight Chen Zong in the center of Triple Ferocity City, Xiao Taichao said with a smile. The 3 young men's faces suddenly changed. Originally, it was their own idea to challenge Chen Zong. Of course, it was also tacitly approved by the higher-ups. However, this kind of challenge was considered a small-scale challenge. Xiao Taichao, on the other hand, wanted to expand this challenge so that everyone in 3 Ferocious City could see it. The meaning was different. However, Xiao Taichao's decision was not something they could refute. They could only take Xiao Taichao's words back and make a decision. Even if the 3 young men were dissatisfied, they did not dare to be rude to Xiao Taichao. They all saluted and turned to leave. Looking at the backs of the 3 young men, Xiao Taichao could not help but smile. It was not easy to challenge Chen Zong. He had to expand this matter to further strengthen Chen Zong's reputation and at the same time expand the influence of the Cloud Dragon dynasty. The reason why he did not ask Chen Zong was that Xiao Taichao knew that Chen Zong would not refuse. In the practice room, Chen Zong was still practicing. He was doing his best to perfect his body. He was using every bit of internal strength in his body to the extreme to release the most tyrannical power. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Chenzong had also finished his cultivation. When he exhaled, it was as if a gust of wind had blown past him. His entire body trembled slightly, and his sweat shot out like bullets, hitting the surrounding walls with a splattering sound. Stepping out of the practice room and past Chenzong's back, one could vaguely see that the walls of the practice room were all dented and broken, and the hard ground was also covered with countless cracks. It looked as if there was an extremely horrifying and violent beast wreaking havoc in it. It was a ghastly sight. End of chapter. Dominator of the Six Realms went back to his hometown to move bricks. Xia Taichao really has a good idea. He wants to use this opportunity to increase Chenzong's reputation and expand the influence of the Cloud Dragon dynasty in Triple Ferocious City. An elder of the Giant Axe sect laughed. There was no lack of wise people among the various forces who could clearly see Xia Taichao's purpose. There are two sides to everything. Xia Taichao wants to expand his reputation, but so do we. The sect master of the Giant Axe sect was very strong. He carried a giant axe on his back as he sat on the main seat. The aura he exuded was as heavy as a mountain and contained a trace of violence, making it difficult for people to breathe. He gave people the impression that the sect master of the Giant Axe sect was a person with muscles in his head. He was a person who would solve everything with brute force. However, that was not the case. He looked very strong and was actually very strong. However, he was also very wise. Sect master, you mean? The elders under him looked at him one after another. Do it. Not only do we have to do it, we have to do it on a grand scale and let more geniuses participate. The sect master of the Giant Axe sect's voice was as loud as a bell and contained amazing power. His battle strength was much higher than Xia Taichao's. Either we don't do it, or we do it on a grand scale. The sect master of the Black Light sect laughed. The three sect masters had the same understanding and had a faint tacit understanding. This tacit understanding came from years of being opponents. There are more than just 5-star geniuses in our sect. The sect master of the Shadow Mist sect secretly laughed. Since they had decided to do it on a grand scale, the news naturally spread that the 3 first-rate forces would be in charge. It was originally Xia Taichao's idea, but now it was reversed. Xia Taichao did not care about this. If the 3 first-rate forces wanted to make the decision, then so be it. When the time came, they would know how wrong their actions were. In 7 days, there will be a genius competition. Is this for real? This kind of competition has never been held before. Why would the 3 first-rate forces suddenly hold such a genius competition? When the news spread, the martial artists in Triple Ferocious City were shocked. It was too sudden. After the shock, they became excited because the 3 first-rate forces had announced the prize for the genius competition. It was very attractive, especially the first place, which was a pseudo-spiritual weapon. Countless people were excited. Martial artists existed in the world for fame and fortune. It was everyone's nature to seek fame and fortune. If he won, he would be rewarded handsomely. That was profit. He wanted his name to spread throughout 3 Ferocious City and even the 3 dynasties. He wanted the history of 3 Ferocious City to remember his name and let future generations hear of his legend. That was to become famous. The genius competition. This is prepared for me. I want to participate. I will participate and get a good ranking. In Ferocious 3 City, the Qi refining realm warriors who considered themselves to be geniuses were rubbing their fists and rubbing their palms as they waited for the genius competition to begin. However, before that, they still needed to further hone themselves and increase their strength as much as possible in a short period of time. At the very least, they needed to be in their peak condition to accept the challenge. No one would be arrogant enough to think that they could sweep through everything. Changfeng, you've come at the right time. Defeat all the geniuses in the 3 Ferocious City, defeat Chenzong, and take first place. Spread the name of our Silver Light dynasty. The Silver Light envoy said to a young man sitting in front of him. The ends of this young man's hair gradually turned from black to light silver. He looked very strange. His face was cold and his eyes were cold. His face was cold and his face was cold. Uncle Zheng, don't worry. No matter who it is, they will be defeated by my spear. Qi Chongfeng's voice was as cold as the north wind. He was the #1 Qi refining realm warrior in the Silver Light dynasty, Qi Chongfeng. That day, he had also been defeated by Nanshan Tian Blade. He felt ashamed and came to the Three Ferocious City to gain experience and seek a breakthrough. In the Nine Eagle Hall, coincidentally, the #1 Qi refining realm warrior in the Nine Eagle dynasty was Xiao Mingjin. Xiao Mingjin was dressed in tight clothes and his slightly chubby face had a trace of a smile. He gave people the feeling that he was born with a smiling face. It was easy for people to have a good impression of him. The genius competition? I didn't expect to encounter such a fun thing the moment I arrived. Xiao Mingjin chuckled when he heard the news. Since it's like this, then let me become famous in Three Ferocious City. Hearing Xiao Mingjin's words, the Nine Eagle messenger smiled. A genius without confidence would eventually become mediocre. A true genius would not think that he was inferior to anyone. Even if he couldn't defeat his opponent, he would strive to catch up and surpass them. Brother, this is for you. Xia Taichao handed an invitation to Chen Zong, who had just walked out of the training room. An invitation to the genius competition? Chen Zong was confused. Xia Taichao explained the situation to Chen Zong, and Chen Zong was enlightened. Brother, I acted on my own accord. You won't blame me, right? Xia Taichao said apologetically. No, Brother Xia just happened to send a group of people for me to practice. I couldn't ask for more. Chen Zong smiled. This was the truth. Recently, he had been studying the strength of a half step to the peak of the Qi refining realm. He strived to unleash 100% of his strength. His progress was obvious, but there was still a gap to 100%. The control of strength was usually fast in the early stages, but it became more difficult in the later stages. Back then, Ding Xian's combat strength had increased slightly, from the late stage of the 6-star realm to the peak of the 6-star realm. It was only after a long period of consolidation that he was able to grasp 100% of the strength of a half step to the peak of the Qi refining realm. It was also because of this that Ding Xian dared to take the risk and try to break through to the peak of the Qi refining realm. Otherwise, if he tried to break through without 100% control of his strength, it would be no different from seeking death. The final stage of the training would be more difficult. If he had an opponent, he might be able to break through faster. However, for someone with Chen Zong's combat strength, it was very difficult to find a suitable opponent. After all, among the Qi refining realm, Chen Zong was the only one who had reached the 7-star realm. As for the True Force realm, they were too strong and were not suitable. The genius competition this time came at the right time. Chen Zong did not have to deliberately look for an opponent. After learning about the genius competition, Chen Zong committed it to memory and immersed himself in cultivation again. He did not let go of a single moment. He tried his best to use every minute and every second to improve himself. Only by accumulating strength could he achieve great results. Every day, the topic of the genius competition could be heard everywhere. It did not die down with the passage of time. Instead, it became more and more popular. On the 7th day, the genius competition began. When the sun rose, the Three Ferocious City had already woken up from its deep sleep. Under the morning light, it revealed a fierce and barbaric aura. Humph, Chen Zong, this time, not only will I defeat you, but I will also take first place in the genius competition. The 5-star strong young man of the giant axe sect changed into a set of martial attire and carried the small earth-splitting axe on his back. He pushed open the door and faced the golden-red sunlight that was full of vitality. His face was full of fighting spirit, and he walked out with a majestic gait. At the same time, in the Black Light sect and the Shadow Mist sect, the thin young man and the enchanting woman with 5-star battle strength also set out. Today was the genius competition. It was also a competition between many geniuses. The winner and the loser would be determined. The winner would naturally reach the top and be remembered by countless people. The loser would be eliminated in the long river of history. The genius competition? Interesting. I hope I can meet an opponent who can satisfy me. The genius competition? Haha, it's good to watch. Different people had different thoughts, but many people set out as early as possible and hurried to where the genius competition was held. In the center of the Three Ferocious City was a huge circular square. The ground of the square was paved with brown stone slabs, each of which was a few meters in size. They were arranged in a neat pattern. When Chenzong, Xiao Taichao, and a group of Yunlong guards arrived, there were already many people gathered there. There were at least thousands of them. Every one of them was at least a warrior in the qi refining realm. Naturally, the aura they emitted was very strong. It mixed together and filled the area, chaotic and vast. However, this did not affect Chenzong and the others. In 7 days, the 3 first-rate forces had already mobilized their manpower and resources to build a battle platform in the center of the square. The name of this stage was very simple as well. It was called the Three Ferocious Battle Stage. A huge silver stone tablet was erected beside it. There were 4 blood-red words written on it. It was the Three Ferocious Battle Stage. As for the back of the platform, it was empty and smooth. The Three Ferocious Battle platform was very strange. It was triangular. There were 3 huge blood-red pillars with carvings of hundreds of beasts on them. It's a bit simple, Xiao Taichao said. His voice was neither loud nor soft. But this is only the first genius competition. It's a bit rushed, but it's understandable. That was the truth. The 3 5-star geniuses cultivated by the 3 first-rate forces wanted to challenge Chenzong. They wanted to step on Chenzong and become famous in the 3 Ferocious City and the 3 dynasties. However, Xiao Taichao turned the tables and the 3 forces turned the tables again. 7 days was a short time. It was already very good to be able to do this. If this year's event was held well, the next one would be even more well-prepared and perfect. Then, the Silver Light Messenger and the 9 Eagle Messenger arrived with the Silver Light Messenger and the 9 Eagle Messenger. There were 2 young men accompanying them. One of them looked very cold. He carried 2 weapons on his back that could be combined into a long spear. The tip of his hair was light silver. It was very strange and left a deep impression on people. The young man accompanying the 9 Eagle Messenger had a chubby face. He had a big smile on his face as if he was greeting everyone. However, it seemed that he didn't carry any weapons. The cold young man and the chubby young man looked at Chenzong's face at the same time. Light shot out from their eyes as if they wanted to see through Chenzong. You're Chenzong. I'll defeat you with my own hands. Qi Chongfeng's voice was as cold as the north wind and as sharp as the tip of a spear. Hello, Brother Chen. I'm Xiao Mingjing. Xiao Mingjing greeted him with a smile. I heard that you defeated Nan Shuntian. You're really strong. I'm looking forward to fighting with you. Okay. Chenzong nodded. He wasn't afraid at all. These 2 people's auras weren't weak. Maybe they could give him some training. The sun was rising and the light was like a sword, covering the entire Sanxiong city. I'm Hui Ziyue. I'm quite famous in Sanxiong City, said an old man with a goatee. His eyes were twinkling as he smiled. His voice wasn't loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. His precise control of power was astonishing. Hui Ziyue doesn't belong to any group. He's a lone wolf. He had a fortuitous encounter in his early years. He's at the peak of the 9th true martial realm, but he's at the peak of the 4-star level. He's even able to survive against a 5-star cultivator. He's quite famous in Sanxiong City, said Xiao Taichao to Chenzong. I'm very honored to be invited to host the first genius competition. Hui Ziyu stroked his goatee and smiled. There are many geniuses participating in this year's competition. I believe that we can leave a mark in the history of the 3 Ferocious City and make a precedent for the following competitions. Our names will go down in history. Hui Ziyue wasn't young anymore. He had already used up all his potential. Even if he had some fortuitous encounters, he couldn't advance any further. He only wanted fame. He didn't care about ordinary fame anymore. He just wanted to leave a mark in the history of Sanxiong City. As the host of the first genius competition, if he performed well enough, his name as the host would be remembered as well. Everyone, please look. Hui Ziyue pointed at the huge stone tablet next to the battle platform. That's the Sanxiong battle tablet. There's nothing on the back. It's reserved. Everyone was curious about what reserved. Hui Ziyue explained again. The names of the 5 finalists of this year's competition will be engraved on the 3 Perils battle tablet according to their ranking, so that future generations can see and remember them. The name of the first place is the biggest, and so on. The name of the 5th place is the smallest. Many people's eyes lit up when they heard Hui Ziyue's explanation. Their breathing became rapid. This was something they had never thought of. Fame meant fame. It wasn't just fame, it was fame that would leave a mark in the history of Sanxiong City. The 3 ferocious city belonged to the 3 dynasties, but every year, many geniuses from the 3 dynasties would come here to train. If they saw the names on the monument, they would definitely remember them. When they returned to their respective dynasties, it was very likely that they would spread the news of what they had seen here. Imperceptibly, the names on the monument would be remembered by more people. It would even attract more people to visit Triple Ferocious City and personally participate in the competition, making it better and better. I believe everyone can understand the meaning of this, so this old man won't say too much. Hui Ziyue smiled and said, "Now, this old man will explain the method of the first genius competition to everyone." Everyone listened attentively. In this year's genius competition, 5 seats will be given to 5 geniuses. Hui Ziyue pointed to 5 tall and wide seats on one side. Each seat was carefully cast, with slightly different colors and styles. From left to right, the first seat on the left gave people a feeling of grandeur, like the seat of a king. The second seat was very similar to the first one, but if one looked closely, one could still distinguish some differences. It was these differences that made the second seat seem to be second only to a king. The third, fourth and fifth seats were all different. The 5 seats this year are Qing Chen, Zhong, Wu Zisu, Lin Kuei and Leng Ning. Please take your seats. Hui Ziyue said. Qing Chen was the young man in green who had looked at Zhong. Wu Zisu was the muscular young man from the Giant Axe sect. Lin Kuei was the skinny young man from the Black Light sect. Leng Ning was the enchanting woman from the Shadow Mist sect. Qing Chen sat in the first seat. Many people were secretly surprised because almost no one had heard of his name before. Very few people knew about his cultivation and battle prowess. However, to be able to sit in the first seat, his battle prowess was definitely not weak. As for Zhong, the people of the 3 ferocious city were quite familiar with him. He had been in the limelight recently. The last 3 were the geniuses who were carefully nurtured by the 3 first-rate forces. Their battle prowess was also extraordinary. Most people were convinced, but there were also some who were not. I, Qi Changfeng, am not convinced by this arrangement. The genius of the Silver Light Dynasty, Qi Changfeng, took a step forward. His cold voice swept across the area like a spear wind. Little friend, why are you not convinced? Hui Ziyue asked with a smile. He looked very gentle without any arrogance. Those 3 are not qualified to sit in the first seat. Qi Changfeng pointed at Wu Zisu and the other 2 with a cold smile on his face, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Immediately, Wu Zisu and the other 2's expressions changed drastically, especially the bad-tempered Lin Kuang. Killing intent filled his eyes. Since Changfeng is not convinced, why don't we have a battle to determine the 5 seats? The Silver Light Envoy said with a smile. Hui Ziyue looked at the 3 first-rate forces, where the 3 patriarchs were. The 3 patriarchs nodded in unison. Fine. Since you are not convinced, you can choose one to challenge. If you defeat him, you will be ranked in the first 5 seats. Hui Ziyue said. I'll teach him a lesson. Lin Kuei stood up and hooked his finger at Qi Changfeng. His face was full of contempt. Come, I'll let you know what it means to be powerful. With just you? Qi Changfeng smiled contemptuously. He was a very arrogant person. Not only was he arrogant in his bones, but he was also arrogant on the surface. His contemptuous expression and tone made Lin Kuei furious. Lin Kuei's figure flashed and he turned into a shadow. He was extremely fast and rushed towards Qi Changfeng. His hands touched his waist and he pulled out a pair of black daggers. He cut through the air and brought out 2 faint white streaks. He stabbed towards Qi Changfeng in a strange way from his blind spot. This attack was merciless and he fully displayed his 5-star battle prowess. However, Qi Changfeng did not move, nor did he pull out the weapon on his back. He only had a faint smile on his face. The contempt in his smile was very clear. Lin Kuei became more and more furious. Just as Lin Kuei's daggers were about to pierce Qi Changfeng's body, Qi Changfeng moved. He flicked his finger and a dazzling silver light burst out. It was like a silver spear piercing through the sky. It was extremely sharp and indomitable, as if nothing could stop it. It seemed to be slow, but it was actually fast. The finger pierced through the void like a spear and touched the tip of the two daggers almost at the same time. There seemed to be a sound of metal clashing. Lin Kuei's face suddenly changed. He only felt two irresistible forces rushing towards him through the daggers. In an instant, his qi and blood dissipated. Then, the internal force in his body was also destroyed. His body trembled unconsciously as if he had lost all resistance. With a boom, Lin Kuei was sent flying. He flew over the seats at an even faster speed and landed in the distance. On the side of the black light sect, an elder gently waved his sleeve and a gentle force spread out. He supported Lin Kuei's body and landed safely. Lin Kuei's face was pale. On one hand, it was because his body had been damaged by a powerful force. On the other hand, it was because he was shocked. He never thought that this person's battle strength would be so terrifying. Without using a weapon, he defeated him with just a finger and injured him. This kind of battle strength was definitely not at the level of a 5-star. 6-star battle strength. Among the crowd, several people's eyes flashed. Qing Chen, who was in the first seat, also looked at Qi Changfeng. Since little friend has defeated Lin Kuei, you can take his seat. Hui Ziyue said, but his heart was filled with shock. Qi Changfeng didn't say a word. He leaped into the air like a long spear and landed on the seat. Wu Zixu and Ling Ning had extremely heavy expressions on their faces. Initially, they'd thought that with their 5-star battle prowess, they'd be able to defend their seats without any problems. Who would have thought that before the competition had even begun, such a terrifying character would appear? Alright, is there anyone else who has any objections? If there are no objections, the competition will start now. Hui Ziyue's gaze swept across the crowd and said slowly. Yes. Xiao Mingjin suddenly spoke up. I also want a seat. Then you can challenge him. Hui Ziyue said after a slight pause. Okay. Xiao Mingjin laughed and glanced at him. Under normal circumstances, I don't fight with women. So I choose you. As he spoke, Xiao Mingjin pointed at Wu Zixu. Wu Zixu stood up with a gloomy expression, and his body was suffused with a dense and heavy fluctuation of aura. The incident with Lin Kuang from before allowed Wu Zixu and the others to realize that the genius competition this year would probably not be as simple as they'd thought. There would be many variables that would appear, so they had to prepare with all their might. Wu Zixu unsheathed the earth-splitting axe on his back. A tyrannical aura spread out. Take my axe. With a shout, Wu Zixu's legs exerted force. With a boom, his entire body soared into the sky, drawing an arc in the air. It was like a thunderbolt, ruthlessly chopping down. The light from this axe was so strong that people couldn't look at it directly. It was as if it could split the earth. Xiao Mingjin was right under the huge axe. He raised his head and narrowed his eyes. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. The moment the huge axe chopped down, Xiao Mingjin moved. He also didn't use a weapon. He poured his powerful internal strength into his palm and slapped towards the sky. The wind from his palm whistled and turned into a roaring sound. His palm seemed to expand in the wind. It quickly became the size of a millstone. As it rotated slightly, it emitted a horrifying aura. Another 6-star warrior. The genuine martial realm experts from the 3 top forces were all surprised. Under Xiao Mingjin's palm, the light of the giant axe that was chopping down was directly shattered. Wu Zixu could clearly feel an extremely tyrannical power that was unstoppable as it bombarded him. It passed through the small earth-splitting axe and directly bombarded his body. Crack, crack. His bones seemed to have broken under the horrifying power of that palm. His internal strength collapsed and his qi and blood surged. Wu Zixu was thrown into the air. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He had already suffered internal injuries. He fell into the distance and was caught by the elders of the huge axe sect. His injuries didn't worsen, but his whole body was sore and uncomfortable. He was extremely shocked. Originally, there were 24 participants in the first round of the competition. But suddenly, 3 more people joined the ranks. These 3 people seemed to be from the 3 major powers, and didn't attract much attention. But if one were to observe carefully, they would discover that the eyes of Wu Zixu, Lin Gong and Ling Ning flashed with a hint of fear. It was as though they knew who these 3 people were. Ling Ning was still seated in the top 5. As for Wu Zixu and Lin Gong, because they were defeated, they replaced Qi Changfeng and Xiao Mingjin, becoming one of the 27 participants. This was only the first round of the competition, and it was a sudden idea. The preparation time was too short, and the competition was too hasty. Hence, there were still many imperfections. The competition format was a free-for-all. The 27 participants fought in a free-for-all, and the remaining 5 would become the top 5 of the competition. Each of these 5 would have a chance to challenge one of the 5 participants. If they won, they would be one of the 5 participants. If they lost, they would have no chance to be one of the 5 participants. One by one, the participants stepped onto the platform, a total of 27 participants. Begin. Hui Ziyue commanded. The 27 participants reacted quickly, and began to move. Wu Zixu and Lin Gong were in the crowd. Many people intentionally avoided them, choosing to attack the others instead. Regardless of Wu Zixu or Lin Gong, both of them had a 5-star battle prowess. Under normal circumstances, they would be able to become one of the top 5 participants. Kill. Scram. Get down from here. I'm one of the top 5. Following the attacks, all sorts of cheers rang out. But there were also some who remained silent, not uttering a single word. The 5 participants in the top 5 stared at the battles taking place on the platform, as though they were looking down on them from a higher position. Among the 20-plus people, the final 5 would emerge. These 5 would be the people who would challenge them. Naturally, they had to take a good look to see if there were any hidden experts among them. As for Wu Zixu and Lin Gong, other than Ling Ning, they didn't place anyone else in their eyes. After observing for a while, Chen Zong's gaze locked onto 3 of the participants. Although the 3 of them tried their best to conceal their strength, the minute details couldn't escape Chen Zong's eyes. The first one was a young man in white robes. He had a calm look on his face. When he attacked, it was as if there was no smoke or fire. He easily sent his opponent flying without attracting any attention. The second one was a black-clothed young man. His face was cold, and his body was surrounded by a cold aura. His attacks were very ruthless, and his legs were as sharp as blades. Under the bombardment, anyone who was hit would be sent flying and would definitely vomit blood. The third person was a woman. She wore a robe made of 100 flowers, and the fragrance of illusions danced in the air. She was as graceful as a butterfly, and her figure was extremely beautiful. She was the most eye-catching among the 3, and also the most eye-catching among the crowd. When she attacked, people would usually lose before they even realized it. The combat strength of these 3 people might not be lower than 6-star, Chen Zong said to himself. Looks like this genius competition won't be a waste of time. Whether it was Qi Changfeng, Xiao Mingjin, the 3 people he had observed earlier, or the mysterious Qing Chen sitting in the first seat, they could all become his whetstone. The battle strength of the 3 of them is not bad. A voice suddenly sounded. Chen Zong saw a trace of a smile on the corner of Qing Chen's mouth. He had also noticed the 3 people. Indeed. Chen Zong nodded. However, I'm looking forward to fighting with you the most. Qing Chen changed the topic and said. Same to you. Chen Zong smiled. The 3 people seemed to be deliberately avoiding each other. They did not attack Wu Zixu and Lin Kuang. As for the others, they were all sent flying and fell off the stage. Not long after, there were only 5 people left on the stage. They were the top 5. It's too fast. It can't be helped. After all, it's the first time. It's not perfect. Congratulations to the 5 of you for becoming the top 5. You're qualified to challenge the 5 seats. Hui Ziyue smiled. So, who will challenge first? I'll go first. Lin Kuang was humiliated after being defeated by Qi Changfeng. He was eager to take back his seat. As soon as he opened his mouth, Wu Zixu closed his mouth and did not compete with him. The other 3 people did not have the slightest intention of snatching. May I ask which seat you want to challenge? Hui Ziyue asked. Lin Kuang's gaze swept over the 5 people in the 5 seats. Leng Ning? No, Leng Ning's combat prowess was also at the 5-star level, not any weaker than him. Speaking of which, he didn't have 100% confidence that he could defeat her. Not only that, his relationship with Leng Ning could be considered good. There was no need for him to benefit others. But of course, if Leng Ning was defeated by someone else, it would have nothing to do with him. As for Qi Changfeng, his combat prowess was extremely tyrannical. He wasn't a match for him. That Xiao Mingjin could defeat Wu Zixu with a single palm strike, so he wasn't a match for him either. The only ones left were Chenzong and Qing Chen. He didn't know where Qing Chen came from, but he should be quite strong as well. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Kuang made his decision. He pointed at Chenzong. His initial goal was to challenge Chenzong. Now, the opportunity was right in front of him. Your seat is mine. The pitch-black dagger in Lin Kuang's hand spun nimbly between his fingers. Lin Kuang had a cold smile on his face. One must know their own limits. Chenzong unhurriedly replied as he slowly stood up. 5-star combat prowess, in his opinion, was simply too weak. Even if he hadn't entered the Enlightenment realm and was able to utilize the energy of heaven and earth, he still wouldn't be a match for Lin Kuang. Lin Kuang seemed to be enraged. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. His silhouette flickered, and like a gust of wind, he rushed towards Chenzong. A pitch-black long dagger and a pitch-black thin dagger danced in the air, like a butterfly fluttering through flowers. Up and down, left and right, their trajectories were difficult to discern, causing one's eyes to be dazzled. If one looked at them for too long, they would feel dizzy. The moment he approached Chenzong, Lin Kuang's silhouette suddenly trembled. He turned into 3 shadows and silently attacked from 3 directions. His 6 daggers stabbed towards Chenzong from 3 different angles, showing no mercy. When he attacked Qi Changfeng earlier, Lin Kuang did not use his full strength. Of course, he used at least 80% of his strength. Now that he attacked Chenzong, he directly exploded with 100% of his strength, wanting to defeat Chenzong in one fell swoop. Everyone widened their eyes. Lin Kuang's move wasn't easy to deal with, unless there was a clear gap between their combat prowess. Chenzong stood still as if he had been standing there since ancient times. He let the 3 shadows that Lin Kuang turned into surround him, as if he couldn't react in time. Xia Taichao, on the other hand, was unperturbed. Is he scared out of his wits? It seems that he really didn't kill you, Ci. Just as Lin Kuang's 6 daggers were about to stab Chenzong, Chenzong moved. He didn't draw his sword. He just used his finger as a sword and casually swiped it. It was like a child scribbling with a brush, but there was an indescribable mystery to it. Qing Chen, who had been staring at Chenzong, suddenly brightened his eyes. The warriors in the real martial arts realm were also surprised. That finger technique, no, that sword technique, was so mysterious. With one finger, Lin Kuang's 6 daggers were all repelled. Immediately, Chenzong used the second finger and pointed at one of the shadows. Lin Kuang was shocked. He turned into 3 shadows, 1 real and 2 fake, but they looked exactly the same. Even the fluctuation of their breath was exactly the same. It was difficult to distinguish the real one from the fake. His opponent actually found the real one and attacked him. Was it a fluke? There was no time to think. Chenzong's finger had already reached him. In Lin Kuang's eyes, it seemed to have turned into a peerless sword light that could not be avoided. The 2 daggers danced wildly and intersected in front of him to form a black light ball. Inside the light ball, the daggers were constantly cutting, as if they could crush everything. Lin Kuang felt that if Chenzong's finger came into contact with it, he would at least be injured, if not crushed. The chaotic heaven energy seemed to be everywhere. It completely covered the whole finger like an armor. No matter how hard the 2 daggers tried to strangle it, it did not move at all. Chenzong touched Lin Kuang's chest gently. the chaotic heaven energy changed in an instant. It changed from a sharp sword to a huge hammer and directly bombarded. With a bang, Lin Kuei trembled violently as if she had been struck by lightning. She was sent flying several dozen meters away without being able to put up any resistance at all. In an instant, Lin Kuang felt as if his chest had been smashed and his heart was about to stop beating. The shadow of death covered his whole body. He vaguely saw the messenger of death throwing chains at him. Fortunately, it was only an illusion. After flying back dozens of meters, Lin Kuang landed on the ground. He retreated 7 steps before stabilizing himself. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. Defeated. He was actually defeated so easily. Qing Chen was stunned for a moment. Soon after, a smile appeared on his face. Qi Changfeng and Xiao Mingjin seemed to have expected this. Their expressions did not change, but their gazes landed on Chen Zong at the same time. Their eyes were filled with a terrifying battle intent. Leng Ning and Wu Zixu were dumbfounded. They felt as if they were dreaming. Then, they felt ashamed. Before this, they actually wanted to challenge Chen Zong and defeat Chen Zong. Who would have thought that Lin Kuang, who was about the same level as them, would be defeated so easily even after using 100% of his strength? What kind of battle prowess was this? And how could they have overestimated themselves? On the ferocious battle platform, the eyes of the 3 extraordinary cultivators lit up. It was as if they could see through Chen Zong. In the surroundings, those who originally thought that Chen Zong was scared silly were all dumbfounded. How powerful! At least a 6-star battle prowess. It seems that UCI was really killed by him. The true martial realm cultivators from the 3 first-class forces and other forces said one after another. Chen Zong is a swordsman. He defeated Lin Kuang without even drawing his sword. His strength is too strong. Now that you mention it, I also noticed that he did not draw his sword. He only used a finger. We all misjudged him. This Chen Zong is very, very strong. It seems that he is one of the 5 seats. The people from the Black Light sect did not look good. Lin Kuang was a member of the Black Light sect and a genius who had been carefully cultivated. First, he was defeated by Qi Changfeng with a single finger. Now, he was defeated by Chen Zong with a single finger. They felt as if they had been slapped in the face. Chen Zong returned to the 2nd seat and sat down. Everyone's eyes fell on him, as if they were trying to see through him. My brother is really powerful. Xia Taichao smiled. Although he knew that Chen Zong's combat strength had reached the peak of the 6-star level, he had never seen Chen Zong fight with his own eyes. The shock still lingered in everyone's hearts. As the first person to be eliminated, Lin Kuei could only stand in the Black Light sect's camp and become a spectator. However, he was very unwilling to accept this and was gnashing his teeth in hatred. My second challenge. Wu Zixu said with a dignified expression. He glanced at Chen Zong's face and gave up challenging Chen Zong directly. Lin Kuei could not withstand one finger, so he estimated that he would not be far behind. Needless to say, Xiao Mingjin was defeated just now and he was no match for him. As for Qi Changfeng, he was also very strong and he was no match for him. In the end, Wu Zixu's eyes fell on Qing Chen who was in the 1st seat. You want to challenge me? Qing Chen asked with a smile. His tone was neither high nor low and seemed indifferent. That's right. Wu Zixu said seriously. In fact, he was not clear about Qing Chen's background. He did not know whether Qing Chen was strong or weak, but he could only choose this way. Perhaps, he could win. You are no match for me, but since you chose me, I'll give you a chance. Qing Chen said as he slowly got up and walked to the 3 fierce battle rings. His steps were calm as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in his back garden. Not necessarily. Wu Zixu let out a loud roar as all of his inner strength erupted. Immediately after, he used a secret technique and an even more tyrannical aura rushed out from his body. In the air above his head, it was as if the shadow of a giant axe had condensed out of thin air. This was the unique secret technique of the Giant Axe sect. Once performed, it could increase one's attack power by 30%, directly increasing Wu Zixu's combat strength by a small level. Holding the small earth-shattering axe with both hands, he suddenly jumped and slashed at Qing Chen. Earth-shattering 3 slashes. With a roar, Wu Zixu waved 3 times in a row, turning into 3 tyrannical axe shadows. Each of the axe shadows seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth, and then converged into one, turning into a giant axe light that was overpowering the heavens and earth. This axe seemed to be able to split the earth. It was incomparably powerful. Far away, many cultivators' complexions changed drastically as they retreated in horror. This kind of imposing aura was too strong, making them feel as if their bodies were about to be split apart and turned into dust. It was unbearable. Qing Chen's expression did not change at all in the face of Wu Zixu's full-powered attack. He was so calm, as if nothing in this world could move him. When the axe landed, Qing Chen's body was directly split in half. The tough ferocious battle platform was unable to withstand this attack, and a crack several meters long appeared on it. Qing Chen, who had been split in half, dissipated like smoke. That was not his real body, but an afterimage. Where did his real body go? While everyone was looking around, Wu Zixu suddenly flew backwards. Like a meteor, he flew across the sky and landed a few dozen meters away. His whole body fell to the ground. His whole body was limp and powerless. He couldn't move. The small earth-splitting axe fell to the side. The sharp edge of the axe was stuck in the ground, shining coldly. What happened? I don't know. Why did Wu Zixu suddenly fly out of the battle platform? The people of the giant axe sect immediately ran over and helped Wu Zixu up. Wu Zixu's body was limp, but his face was full of horror. How strange. Chen Zong slightly narrowed his eyes and said secretly. In that instant, Qing Chen dodged Wu Zixu's giant axe, leaving behind only an afterimage. The moment the afterimage was destroyed, Qing Chen appeared in front of Wu Zixu. His palm struck Wu Zixu's abdomen, sending him flying. At the same time, all the strength in Wu Zixu's body dissipated. His limbs felt weak and powerless, as if all the bones in his body had been sucked out. Fast, Qing Chen's speed was extremely fast, and his body movement was very mysterious. His attacking method was also very strange, which made Chen Zong very surprised and curious. This guy's fighting method is very strange. The true martial realm experts were all able to see Qing Chen's movements, and it was precisely because they could see it that they felt it was inconceivable. After easily defeating Wu Zixu, Qing Chen's face didn't reveal any trace of happiness or complacency. He was still as calm as ever, as if everything was as it should be. To him, Wu Zixu was nothing, he didn't even have the qualifications to be his opponent. Returning to the first seat, Qing Chen's eyes stared straight ahead, as though he was staring into the distance. Who is the third challenger? Hui Ziyue coughed twice before asking. The remaining 3 challengers were all extremely secretive and low profile. Not many people knew about them. Senior Sister Misty, my seat isn't stable. Why don't I hand it over to you? Leng Ning abruptly stood up, as she spoke to the beautiful woman in the 100 flower robes. Hee, many thanks, Junior Sister. The beautiful woman in the 100 flower robes laughed, not bothering to be polite at all. Leng Ning voluntarily left the 5th seat because she finally understood that the other 4 challengers all had extraordinary combat prowess. At the very least, they were all at the 6-star level. As for herself, she was only at the 5-star level. The disparity was too obvious. Not only that, as for the remaining 3 challengers, the 100 flower robes Misty was also from the Shadaoist sect, but her combat prowess was many times higher than hers. As for the other 2 challengers, they were from the Great Axe sect and Black Light sect respectively. Their combat prowess was also much higher compared to Wu Zixu and Lin Gong. Under such circumstances, no matter who Leng Ning fought against, she would definitely be defeated. Not only that, she would be utterly defeated, with no way to resist. Since this was the case, she might as well admit defeat herself. That way, she wouldn't be defeated too badly, just like Wu Zixu and Lin Gong. After Leng Ning admitted defeat, the 100 flower robes Misty sat down in the 5th seat. Right now, the rankings of the 5 contenders had yet to be determined. This was only temporary. Only after the battles between the top 5 had concluded would it be the next round. Do you want to go first, or should I? The white-robed young man asked the black-robed young man. Of course it's me. The black-clothed young man sneered. His long and narrow eyes flashed with a sharp glint that was as sharp as a blade. His expression was cold as he looked directly at Qi Changfeng's face. "Do you want me to invite you down? You will soon know how wrong it was to challenge me." Qi Changfeng coldly laughed, his tone as cold as the northern wind. Then, like a gust of wind, Qi Changfeng leaped into the air and kicked out fiercely. His tyrannical inner strength surged and the air beneath his leg was directly repelled. This kick gave people the feeling that it was like a thick spear piercing through the air and bombarding towards them. The wind and clouds were vast and mighty. The black-robed young man's countenance drastically changed. The power of this kick had exceeded his expectations. But shortly after, a cold smile appeared on his face. Only now would things be interesting. He hadn't wasted his time participating in the tournament. His palms were like sabers, slashing upwards. A black-colored saber light lacerated the air, bringing with it a terrifying sharpness that seemed capable of slicing the heavens apart. Like a long spear and like a black saber, when they collided in an instant, there was a faint sound of metal clashing, and an extremely sharp qi burst forth. The black-robed young man took 3 steps back, while Qi Changfeng's body turned in midair and landed on the ground. "You have some skills. You deserve my true strength." As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Changfeng quickly pulled out the spear shaft from his back. With a sharp clang, they combined into a silver spear that was almost 2 meters long. The tip of the spear was as bright as a mirror, reflecting everything. With the spear in hand, Qi Changfeng's aura instantly changed, becoming sharp and fierce. "You deserve my true strength," the black-robed young man said with a cold smile. He touched his waist with his right hand, and a black light shot out. A long black saber appeared in his hand. The long saber swayed endlessly. It was a soft saber. There weren't many warriors who practiced soft swords. After all, soft swords were difficult to master. There were even fewer warriors who practiced soft sabers. Compared to soft swords, soft sabers were even harder to master. However, if this kind of strange weapon was successfully cultivated, it would often be able to exert a terrifying power. It was very difficult to deal with. Therefore, when the black-robed young man pulled out his soft saber, whether it was Qin Chen, Chen Zong, or Qi Changfeng, who was the enemy of the black-robed young man, they were all slightly startled. With a light flick of his wrist, the black soft saber rippled out circles of black ripples. The ripples were formed by the saber light, and they filled the surroundings, making it impossible to see where the saber was. "Break!" With a low shout, Qi Changfeng's words contained the sharpness of the spear. He held the spear with both hands and directly thrust it forward. This thrust seemed to be able to destroy thousands of soldiers and horses, as if it could pierce through a mountain. It completely displayed Qi Changfeng's amazing attainments in spear techniques. What an amazing foundation, Chen Zong couldn't help but think to himself. Any martial artist who practiced martial arts would start from the basics. However, most martial artists, after mastering the basics and having a certain level of cultivation, would practice more advanced martial arts. They would not pay much attention to the basics. After all, under normal circumstances, the power of basic martial arts could not be compared with that of ranked martial arts. However, those true geniuses would often pay attention to the basics and take care of the basics well. A solid foundation could provide convenience for subsequent practice, and it could also strengthen one's combat power. No matter how the saber light filled the air, it was difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. There was no need for me to distinguish between the real and the fake. This was Qi Changfeng's spear technique, and it was also his fighting style. The black-robed young man's expression changed slightly. The black saber light burned even more fiercely and filled the surroundings, directly wrapping around his body. The densely packed sound of metal clashing continued, and countless sparks flew. This was caused by the black soft saber striking the silver long spear again and again. However, the silver long spear was incomparably firm, and the black soft saber's frantic strikes were like an ant trying to shake a tree. It could not be shaken. With one thrust of the spear, the black soft saber's attacks were all blocked and then broken. Immediately after, the black-robed young man was pierced by the spear and quickly dissipated. It was just an afterimage. It was the 7 kills of the chilly wind. 7 cold saber lights swept up the saber wind, which seemed to fill all directions. There was nowhere to hide. Do I need to hide? Qi Changfeng, who noticed this, smiled coldly. Do I need to hide from this level of attack? Too weak. As the voice filled with disdain faded, the silver spear pierced through the air and swept out horizontally. The whistling sound of the spear was like thunder, like a hurricane, destroying everything in its path. The powerful 7 kills of the chilly wind was one of the unique skills of the young man in black. Few people with the same battle strength could face it head-on. But now, this move was actually broken by the opponent's spear. That kind of destructive force that swept in all directions was terrifying to the extreme, and it made him feel as if he had been completely defeated. Retreat. In an instant, the young man in black knew that he could not win. He hurriedly used his body movement to turn into a shadow, as if to escape into the air. In terms of body movement attainment, he was much better than Lin Ran. You can't escape. Qi Changfeng's words were full of judgment. His spear pierced through the air and turned into a silver flowing light. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The black-clothed young man exerted his body movement to the extreme, turning into shadows that wandered on the fighting ring. However, the silver flowing light that was transformed from Qi Changfeng's long spear pierced through and tore apart the shadows one after another, making the black-clothed young man run for his life. The gap is so big. The people of the Black Light sect frowned. It seemed that Qi Changfeng could not hit the young man in black, but in fact, the young man in black was fleeing in embarrassment under Qi Changfeng's spear. As if he had lost his playfulness, Qi Changfeng's eyes flashed. The silver flowing light paused slightly, and the surrounding air seemed to be frozen. In less than a blink of an eye, the silver flowing light broke out again, making an amazing tsunami-like sound. Its speed increased by more than 50%. The spear, which seemed to be able to break a mountain, pierced toward the young man in black. The young man in black was about to turn into a shadow, but he was still a little slower. The difference between victory and defeat was the difference between victory and defeat. Wielding the saber. The black soft saber was like a python around his body, firmly protecting every part of his body. As long as he could block the spear for an instant, he would be able to successfully use his movement technique to dodge it again. The idea was good, but the reality was terrible. This spear was Qi Changfeng's true strength. He had not used much battle strength before. As soon as they came into contact, the black-clothed young man's expression changed greatly. It was unstoppable. The power contained in this spear was too strong. It was so strong that it had already exceeded the limits of what he could bear. The unstoppable tyrannical force passed through the black soft blade and fiercely bombarded him. The black-clothed young man only felt as if the bones in his arms were about to break. His entire body felt as if it had been hit by an invisible giant hammer. The power in his body dissipated and he was sent flying. Although he didn't fall off the stage, the black-clothed young man felt extremely uncomfortable. His entire body was aching, as if an elephant had ruthlessly trampled on his body. He almost couldn't hold his saber. In front of his eyes, a cold silver light bloomed and pierced through the air with astonishing sharpness. The black-clothed young man's pale face changed dramatically. His scalp was numb, and a cold current rushed in his spine. He reluctantly summoned the last bit of his strength to step back. His whole body rapidly fell off the stage. The silver light broke through the air above his head. The cold air stuck to his head, causing the black-clothed young man to involuntarily tremble. He actually lost. What is the background of that Qi Changfeng? He is too strong. They were all shocked, but the people of the Black Light sect were gloomy. Whether it was Lin Kuei or the black-clothed young man, they were all geniuses carefully cultivated by the Black Light sect. However, Lin Kuei was a genius who was pushed to the public. He had the battle strength of a late 5-star warrior. In a place like the Three Ferocious City, it was enough to dominate the warriors of the Qi refining stage. As for the black-clothed young man, he was a hidden genius. His talent and training were much better than Lin Kuei's, resulting in a powerful battle strength of a mid-6-star warrior. Originally, the black-clothed young man was supposed to fight for a seat. Unexpectedly, he was defeated. Qi Changfeng, the name of this genius from the Silver Light dynasty, was remembered by the people of the Three Ferocious City for the first time. In the end, only the white-clothed young man from the Giant Axe sect was left. Just like the Black Light sect, Wu Zixu was a genius on the surface of the giant axe sect, while the white-clothed young man was a hidden genius. He also had the battle strength of a mid-6-star warrior. Even in the Cloud Dragon dynasty, he was qualified to be ranked in the top 5 of the Jiao Dragon list. It was not impossible for him to compete for the second place. I challenge you. The white-clothed young man smiled and his eyes fell directly on Xiaomingjin's face. Until now, the woman in the 100-flower robe had taken the seat without a challenge because Leng Ning had taken the initiative to admit defeat. As for Qing Chen, Chen Zong, and Qi Chongfeng, they had all been challenged. Only Xiaomingjin had not been challenged. Then you have to be careful. Xiaomingjin smiled. He stood up and strode to the platform. Take the axe. A voice rang out. Immediately, someone threw out a giant axe from the giant axe gate. The giant axe seemed to create a whirlwind as it drew a beautiful arc in the air. It whistled as it fell towards the white-robed young man. The white-clothed young man grabbed the axe with his right hand and accurately grasped the handle of the huge axe. The huge axe had a double-sided blade like a millstone. The blade was bright and seemed to have a wavy pattern on it. It glowed with a faint red light. The front of the double-sided blade protruded like the tip of a spear, looking very sharp. The handle of the axe was 1 meter long. At the end of the axe, there was also a sharp protrusion like an awl with a blood groove. This was a very terrifying weapon, as if it was made for slaughter. This axe was called the giant axe. It was a first-level pseudo-spiritual weapon, weighing 888 pounds. Seeing the black-clothed young man from the Black Light sect being defeated by Qi Chongfeng in an overwhelming manner and the white-robed young man challenging Xiaomingjin, the giant axe sect took out their giant axe in order to let the white-robed young man win. The giant axe sect focused on body cultivation. Although they could not break through the limits of the human body, they could increase the limit of a person's strength to 3,000 pounds or even 4,000 pounds or even higher. This white-clothed young man did not look strong, but his strength was much stronger than Wu Zixu's. He had no problem using the giant axe with one hand. Take the axe first. The white-clothed young man shouted in a low voice. His momentum was shocking, turning into layers of sound waves. Then, he waved one hand and the axe cut the air apart. With a shocking momentum, he attacked Xiaomingjin fiercely, as if he could split a mountain. This axe did not use the power of a pseudo-spiritual weapon, but it fully displayed the fighting strength of a mid-stage 6-star. As the axe fell, a white trace was left in the air. Under the terrifying axe blade, the air was compressed to the extreme, turning into an axe chi. With a shocking axe pressure, the battle platform was split open. Not bad. Xiaomingjin laughed in a low voice. He raised his palm, and there seemed to be a whirlpool spinning in the center of his palm. He then threw it out. With a booming sound, it sounded like a hurricane. With the help of his inner strength, the palm print grew bigger and bigger, shooting out like a millstone. Cut! The white-clothed young man suddenly shouted. The speed of the axe increased, and it became even more ferocious. The power of the giant axe had increased to the late-stage 6-star in an instant. The millstone-like palm print was split in half and fell down, as if the axe was going to cut Xiaomingjin in half. In the blink of an eye, Xiaomingjin's hands touched his waist. They flashed past his waist like a shadow, and he had already put on a pair of black gloves. These gloves were so dark that they seemed to be able to absorb all the light in the surroundings. Both of his hands clamped upwards, and immediately clamped down on the falling axe blade. It did not move an inch. Ha! The white-clothed young man clenched his teeth, and the veins on his forehead bulged. His physical strength and inner strength exploded at the same time. Xiaomingjin's smile disappeared, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The muscles on his arms expanded slightly, and he caught the axe blade, preventing it from escaping. Different from the battle between the black-clothed young man and Qi Chongfeng, the battle between the white-clothed young man and Xiaomingjin turned into a contest of strength right from the start. The two of them seemed to be competing to see who was stronger. Exploding again and again, the ground beneath Xiaomingjin's feet cracked, and his feet sank. Cracks also appeared on the ground beneath Xiaomingjin's feet, and they quickly spread out. The white-clothed young man was not as calm and elegant as before. His face was red, and his eyes were filled with ferocity. The red light on the giant axe became brighter. However, Xiao Mingjin stood there like a 100-year-old pine tree. No matter how the white-clothed young man attacked, he did not move at all. Although this kind of fighting style did not seem to be pleasing to the eye, people who understood it could feel the thrill. If Xiao Mingjin could not hold on, he would probably be split in half by the axe. It would be very bloody. Below the fighting ring, everyone stared with wide eyes and held their breaths, afraid to disturb the two. Can he win? Someone whispered nervously at the giant axe gate. The black-clothed young man suddenly regretted. If he had known, he would not have challenged Qi Chongfeng, but Xiao Mingjin. It seemed that he would have a chance of winning, but it was too late now. After many explosions, his strength was rapidly consumed, and he could no longer support a few more explosions. The white-clothed young man made a prompt decision to use his secret method. As if he had sensed his opponent's intention, Xiao Mingjin fully unleashed his combat strength. The power that erupted in an instant was extremely tyrannical, like the flow of the sea. With a sudden shake, he directly shook the giant axe up, and then rushed forward like a big bear hitting a tree. His broad shoulder directly hit the white-clothed young man's chest. With a bang, like the roar of a drum, the white-clothed young man was sent flying backward under the impact of the tyrannical force. He flew out of the fighting ring like a meteorite and landed on the ground. His chest was stuffy, and his qi and blood were surging. Waves of pain came from his internal organs. He had suffered internal injuries. Xiao Mingjin had held back a lot in that collision. Otherwise, if he had used his full strength, the white-clothed young man would not have been simply injured, but would have been smashed to death. He lost. The people of the giant axe gate were silent. Chinese medicine is so bitter. This year's genius competition was held by the Great Axe Sect, Black Light Sect, and Shadow Mist Sect. Naturally, the prizes would be provided by the 3 first-rate sections. According to the 3 first-rate sects' thoughts, they should each take one of the 5 seats. That way, they wouldn't lose out. Only the Shadow Mist Sect had achieved that. The Great Axe Sect and Black Light Sect had really lost out. They felt like they had worked for someone else. With the defeat of the white-robed youth from the Great Axe Sect, the 5 seats were confirmed. The mysterious youth, Qing Chen, Zhong from the Cloud Dragon Dynasty, Qi Chongfeng from the Silver Light Dynasty, Xiao Mingjin from the Nine Eagle Dynasty, and Wu Ying from the Shadow Mist Sect from the 3 Ferocious City. Congratulations to the 5 of you for entering the 5 seats. Your names will be engraved on the 3 ferocious battle steel. Hui Ziyue smiled. The 5 seats would receive rewards, and their names would be engraved on the battle steel. Next, it was time to determine the ranking of the 5 seats. The higher the ranking, the better. In the battle of the 5 seats, everyone has one chance to challenge. You can also give up. The challenges will start from the 5th seat. As soon as Hui Ziyue finished speaking, Wu Ying from the Shadow Mist Sect stood up with a smile. Her eyes were as soft as water as she glanced over the crowd. The battle just now made Wu Ying realize that none of the 4 were easy to deal with. As her eyes moved, Wu Ying pondered. The white-robed youth and the black-robed youth's battle strength was similar to hers, but they weren't a match for Qi Chongfeng and Xiao Mingjin. Wu Ying was most likely not a match for them. As for Qing Chen and Zhong, their battle strength wasn't bad, but they had only defeated 5-star cultivators. Therefore, she didn't know how strong they were. I challenge. Her seductive red lips slightly opened. The 2nd seat. Please come to the battle stage. Hui Ziyue smiled. Wu Ying's eyes were like water, as if she wanted to see through Zhong. Big brother Zhong, please go easy on me later. Her red lips slightly parted as she softly spat out a few words. Her voice was as soft as water, and it was indescribably seductive. Zhong didn't answer. He just smiled. He was so determined that a little temptation couldn't shake his heart. The misty shadow seemed to be slightly annoyed, but all of this was just to confuse the opponent. In an instant, the misty shadow moved like a wisp of smoke. Zhong suddenly moved to the left, and a cold light pierced through his body. It was as if he was walking among the shadows of swords and sabers. The cold light was like a storm, but it could not hit Zhong at all. Being able to advance and retreat freely within a small space. Qing Chen's eyes flashed, but the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. This required absolute control of one's own strength, as well as a precise grasp of one's surroundings. After attacking continuously, the misty shadow was unable to hit Qinzong at all. He realized that there was a clear gap between him and Qinzong, so he immediately unleashed an even stronger attack. Layers of fog covered the entire area. Within the fog, there seemed to be an illusory figure moving about. A cold light flickered within the fog, and this was where the name Misty Shadow came from. He was surrounded from all directions, as if there was no way out. Qinzong did not panic at all. He had not entered the Enlightenment realm, so he had to hold back a little. He unsheathed the red thunder sword and turned into a red lightning bolt, flashing through the fog. Vaguely, there seemed to be the sound of metal clashing. The Misty Shadow's body movement was very strange. When he used it, he could bring up fog and illusions, making it difficult for people to distinguish between directions and find out where the real body was. People could only passively dodge and block the attacks. However, Qinzong's senses were very sharp. Even if he closed his eyes, he could still sense the movements around him. As long as the other party moved, it would naturally cause the air to flow. Qinzong would be able to sense the slight flow of air and react accordingly. The Misty Shadow's fighting strength was at the middle stage of the 6-star realm, while Qinzong's fighting strength was at the late stage of the 7-star realm when he did not use his secret technique. However, Qinzong was hiding his strength. He did not use the power of the Enlightenment realm, nor did he use his 2 swords. His fighting strength was not even at the 7-star realm, but at the late stage of the 6-star realm. It was enough to deal with the Misty Shadow. Qinzong shook his wrist, and the sword light poured out like a rainstorm. It was sharp and powerful, like a ray of light breaking through the clouds, tearing the fog apart. The Misty Shadow could only see the sword light in front of him. Every sword light was so powerful that it could tear him apart. He had to use all of his strength to deal with it. The weapon used by the Misty Shadow was a dagger. The dagger was as bright as snow, shining with a dazzling cold light. In just a few moves, the Misty Shadow was at a disadvantage. He was directly suppressed by Qinzong, and could not find any chance to fight back. With a sword in his hand, Qinzong did not move an inch. That sword seemed to be able to spread to every corner of the fighting ring. There was nowhere to hide. The Misty Shadow had to use all of his strength to barely block every sword attack. Every sword attack made the Misty Shadow exhausted. Strong, he was too strong. Everyone could see that the gap between the Misty Shadow and Qinzong was huge. One was using all of her strength, while the other was taking it easy. Qinzong had already seen through the Misty Shadow's movements and attacks. Therefore, how could she compete with Qinzong? The last sword attack was as fast as lightning. The Misty Shadow only saw a flash of red light in front of his eyes. It was faster than his reaction speed. With a burst of power, the Misty Shadow flew out and fell out of the fighting ring uncontrollably. The rules for losing a battle were that one had to either be beaten to the point of being unable to get up, or be kicked out of the fighting ring, or admit defeat. The Misty Shadow was knocked out of the fighting ring by Qinzong, so she lost. This year's competition was not perfect yet. Therefore, everyone only had one chance to challenge. Perhaps it would not be able to fully display one's strength, and it would not be exciting enough. But that was the current rule. One chance. If you won, you won. If you lost, you lost. The Misty Shadow lost to Qinzong, which meant that she could only be ranked 5th, unless someone challenged her and was defeated by her. However, judging from the current situation, the other 4 were all stronger than the Misty Shadow. It was impossible for her to defeat them. Congratulations to Qinzong for keeping his seat. Hui Ziyue smiled. He then looked at Xiao Mingjin. Now, it's the 4th place's turn to challenge. I will challenge you. Xiao Mingjin was thinking while watching the battle. He had already made his decision. He looked past Qi Chongfeng and Qinzong and landed on Qingchen's face. Okay. Qingchen smiled, looking calm and elegant. This Xiao Mingjin's strength is at least at the late stage of 6-star, or even higher. Maybe he is at the peak of 6-star. Otherwise, he would not be able to defeat Bai Fu so easily. This Qingchen is even more mysterious. I can't see through him at all. He must be at the 6-star level as well. I wonder what level he is at. While everyone was guessing, Xiao Mingjin and Qingchen landed on the stage one after another. I can't see through your strength. So, I will use my full power from the start. Xiao Mingjin said seriously. His hand swept past his waist and put on a pair of black gloves. His 5 fingers spread open as if he could hug a mountain, but also as if he could resist the impact of a mountain. That's a wise decision. Qingchen smiled. His calm tone contained a shocking amount of confidence. Take this. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Mingjin's entire body shot out like a meteorite. The sound of wind breaking was extremely loud. It was as if a 100-meter-tall wave was crashing down. Amidst the roar, Xiao Mingjin's inner strength surged like waves. Light blue waves surged on the surface of his body and rushed towards his arms. It was as if the sound of the waves was getting louder and louder. Under the guidance of his arms, it turned into the most violent waves, crashing against the shore. The waves were thousands of times heavier. Before the 2 palms arrived, the horrifying palm pressure had already squeezed the air in front of him. It was as if steel was pressing down on him. The tough stage started to crack, and the cracks started to move forward rapidly. Under Xiao Mingjin's palms, even breathing became difficult for Qingchen. He couldn't even inhale air. However, Qingchen's expression remained calm, without the slightest trace of panic. The moment Xiao Mingjin's palms were about to hit Qingchen's body, Qingchen moved. He raised his right hand. It seemed very slow, but the trajectory was clear. He put his 5 fingers together and straightened his arm. He was facing Xiao Mingjin, who was rushing towards him with a violent momentum. Then, when Xiao Mingjin's horrifying palm pressure was about to hit him, Qingchen's right palm trembled slightly. An irresistible force burst out in an instant. With a booming sound, the entire fighting stage seemed to be shaking. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Under the pressure of Qingchen's palm, the steel-like palm pressure could not resist at all. It was directly smashed into pieces like porcelain, making cracking sounds. The invisible palm print collided with Xiao Mingjin's palms. Xiao Mingjin's face suddenly changed. With a roar, his body seemed to expand and his strength became even more powerful. The booming sound was like thunder. It was earth-shattering. The hard bricks below were instantly shattered and turned into powder by the impact of the force. Qingchen's body leaned back slightly, like a bamboo bent backward in a storm. He suddenly bounced back and struck out again. There was a misty green light on his palm. The edges of the green light were like serrated needles that could pierce through anything. It was unstoppable. Under the collision, Xiao Mingjin found it difficult to resist. He had to take 2 steps back to reduce the force. The moment he reorganized his strength and was about to launch a second attack, Qingchen's palm had already arrived. The sharp sound was like a demon's voice. It almost tore his scalp and twisted his brain into a ball of chaos. Xiao Mingjin's face changed greatly. He frowned and felt very uncomfortable. His spiritual will was disturbed and his highly condensed strength was somewhat unstable. In a battle between masters, Xiao Mingjin's attack was obviously affected by the slight fluctuation of strength. When Qingchen's palm came, Xiao Mingjin could only hastily resist. His resistance was destroyed in an instant by Qingchen's palm. After shaking off Xiao Mingjin's palms, Qingchen's palm hit Xiao Mingjin's chest directly. The moment Qingchen's palm hit Xiao Mingjin's chest, all the green light disappeared. Below the stage, there was complete silence. Everyone's eyes were wide open, and they were dumbfounded. Shocking, it was too shocking. Originally, they had expected an intense battle between the 2 parties, which would bring an exciting scene to the audience. In the end, one party would emerge victorious. However, the reality was the opposite of what they had imagined. From the beginning to the end of the battle, less than 20 breaths had passed. Both parties' attacks were simple, and the outcome was clear. He lost so thoroughly. The envoys and guards of the 9 Eagle dynasty were all dumbfounded. They could not accept this fact. One had to know that Xiao Mingjin was the #1 martial artist of the younger generation in the 9 Eagle dynasty. Previously, he had the strength of a late-stage 6-star martial artist. However, it was said that after he was defeated, he became even stronger and reached the peak of 6-star. His combat strength was at the peak of the 6-star level, yet he was defeated so thoroughly. What level was this person's combat strength? Where did this person come from? This was the question on many people's minds. Unlike Qinzong, at least the origin of Qinzong's appearance could be traced. He came from the Cloud Dragon dynasty. However, no one had heard of Qin Chen before. Suddenly, he appeared in the genius competition. Perhaps only the higher-ups of the three first-rate forces knew about him. After all, they had discussed and decided on the first 5 seats in the genius competition. However, the truth was that the 3 first-rate forces were not very clear about Qin Chen's background. They only knew that his strength and background were extraordinary. That was all. There were other reasons why Qin Chen was one of the 5 seats and even the first seat. You're so strong. Xiao Mingjin stood up and slowly recovered his strength. He looked at Qin Chen and smiled bitterly. Not bad. Qin Chen smiled. Can you tell me what level your combat strength is at? Xiao Mingjin asked curiously. Everyone's gaze landed on Qin Chen's face, waiting for his answer. What level was his combat strength? This was also what everyone wanted to know. If there is an opponent, you will know. Qin Chen smiled and glanced at Qinzong. First, Hayes lost his challenge. Then, Xiao Mingjin lost his challenge. The 4th and 5th seats were basically confirmed. What was left was the final ranking of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd seats. It was Qi Chongfeng's turn to issue a challenge. Naturally, Qi Chongfeng couldn't challenge Shadaomist because Shadaomist wasn't his opponent at all. He also wouldn't challenge Xiao Mingjin. Defeating Xiao Mingjin was just to keep his seat. If he lost, his seat would be taken by Xiao Mingjin. One had to know that there was only one chance to challenge, and it was very precious. As for challenging Qin Chen, Xiao Mingjin was completely defeated. Although Qi Chongfeng was confident, he did not think that he was much stronger than Xiao Mingjin because the two of them had already fought before. Then, the person Qi Chongfeng could choose was Qinzong. Speaking of which, when Qi Chongfeng found out that Nan Shuntian, who had defeated him, had been defeated by Qinzong of the Cloud Dragon dynasty, he had wanted to fight with Qinzong. After training hard and improving his combat strength, he had the idea of defeating Qinzong. Give it your all. Qi Chongfeng's silver spear was full of sharpness, as if it could destroy 1,000 soldiers with one spear. His momentum was shocking, and his battle-intent soared. He locked onto Qinzong from more than 10 meters away. That will depend on your ability. Qinzong smiled slightly, but he pulled out 2 swords. Qinzong didn't have the slightest intention of underestimating Qi Chongfeng. Qi Chongfeng and Xiao Mingjin, whether it was combat strength or personal martial arts attainment, had reached a very high level. If they used their full strength, with the combat strength of a late 7-star, they could easily defeat each other. However, Qinzong's purpose was not so. He wanted to find a suitable opponent to train himself, and strive to completely master the power of a half-step to the peak of Qi refining realm. He wanted to go up to the sky and down to the abyss, and completely master the peak of Qi refining realm. In this case, Qinzong didn't plan to use the Wuzhen ability. Seeing Qinzong pull out 2 swords, the Misty Shadow's expression changed slightly. Because when they fought just now, Qinzong only used 1 sword, which meant that he didn't use his full strength. Is the gap really that big? The Misty Shadow's red lips opened slightly, as if she was asking. Take this spear. As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Chongfeng's silver spear turned into a silver meteor and streaked across the sky. It instantly crossed more than 10 meters and pierced towards Qinzong. A cold silver light bloomed in front of Qinzong's eyes. It quickly enlarged, blazing like a meteor breaking the moon. Its sharpness was shocking and unparalleled. In the air, a silver trace remained, which was shocking. Just as the cold silver light pierced through the air and was less than 2 meters away from Qinzong, it suddenly trembled and split into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8, and 8 into 16. 16 silver streamers were like 16 silver meteors, attacking from the front like a small meteor shower. Qinzong could keenly feel that every silver streamer contained amazing power, which could tear the wind and emit bursts of sharp aura, as if it could pierce through everything and nothing could stop it. Break, 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 break. This spear was integrated with Qi Chongfeng's essence, Qi, and spirit. Every 5-star genius had mastered the integration of essence, Qi, and spirit. Integrating it could often make the power of martial arts more complete. The two swords trembled and slashed out in an instant. In an instant, Qianzong's right hand slashed out 88 times, and his left hand stabbed out 66 times. The 16 silver streamers were shattered in an instant. The sky was filled with sword light like a rainstorm, covering every part of Qi Changfeng's body. Every ray of light was extremely sharp, tearing the sky apart. Qi Changfeng's expression suddenly changed. Qianzong's counterattack was somewhat unexpected. Holding the silver spear with both hands, he spun it like a dragon. Qi whistled and overflowed, spreading in all directions. Then, the spear swept away thousands of troops, sweeping the wilderness and flattening the mountains. The terrifying spear wind blew up a layer of the fighting platform and then twisted it into powder. Under the sweep of the spear, the sword light was shattered. The two swords inevitably came into contact with the spear, but there was no sound of metal clashing. Instead, they stuck close to the body of the spear with amazing skill, slashing and stabbing at Qi Changfeng. The silver spear was nearly 2 meters long, but in Qi Changfeng's hands, it was extremely flexible. The use of flicking, shaking, collapsing, shaking, and flicking was ingenious. This amazing attainment in spear techniques was surprising, but Qianzong's attainment in sword techniques was even more profound. After a few moves, he suppressed Qi Changfeng. With a clang, Qi Changfeng split the spear into two parts. One part had a short sword-like tip, and the other part was a short stick. Holding the silver spear, Qi Changfeng's fighting style was mainly sharp and domineering. Every spear attack was aimed at the target, trying to penetrate it. Like a shooting star breaking the moon, he did not hold back. Every spear attack was the extreme performance of his own combat strength. But when the spear was split into two parts, Qi Changfeng's fighting style immediately changed. Flexible and light, it was as if he was a different person. When using the silver spear, he focused on sharpness. He integrated skills into it and pushed its power to the extreme. But when it was split into two parts, he focused on skills. It was very important to focus on the fighting style. It represented a completely different fighting style, and also required a different way to deal with it. Two people with similar combat strength but different fighting styles would often be the key to determining the outcome of a battle. However, it seemed that he had chosen the wrong direction to compete with. Qianzong in terms of skills. With high-end skills, the two sides fought with speed. They were so fast that the warriors in the training force realm could not see their figures clearly. They could only see a mass of dazzling light and shadow intertwining all around, converging into a huge light ball that wrapped the two in it. There was constantly an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing, accompanied by splashes of sparks. Only the warriors of the true martial realm, with their powerful eyesight, could see the two people wrapped in light and shadow. They were attacking at high speed, displaying exquisite skills, trying to break the opponent's defense and hit the opponent's body. "Is this your strength?" Qin Chen muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear. He seemed to be disappointed. Originally, he had hoped to fight with Qianzong because his intuition told him that Qianzong would be a good opponent. But now, it seemed that his intuition was wrong. But it was not the end yet, so he could not make a conclusion. Fight, 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 light and shadow filled the air, and sparks flowed like streams. Qi Changfeng exerted his skills to the extreme, but found that he could not do anything to Qianzong. Not only could he not break through Qianzong's defense line, but he also felt that he was gradually being suppressed. It was a technical suppression. It must be known that in the entire Silver Light dynasty, among the Qi refining stage martial artists of the same generation, there was no one who could match him in terms of skill. Even Nan Shuntian, who had defeated him before, was inferior to him in terms of skill. But now, he was showing signs of being suppressed. It was unbelievable. Qi Changfeng seemed to realize that he would be truly suppressed if he continued to fight with skills. He decided to change. Silver light explosion. With a low shout, Qi Changfeng's body suddenly burst out with a dazzling silver light. The light was like the tip of a spear, releasing an amazing sharpness. It exploded in an instant, as if countless spears were stabbing out of his body. Qianzong, who did not exert any more strength, waved his two swords to shatter the silver spear light. Then, he retreated in a crisscross manner, avoiding more silver spears. With a sharp sound, Qi Changfeng combined the two spears into a long spear again. His whole body exuded an amazing sharpness. This was a kind of sharpness that could pierce through heaven and earth. A silver light moved around the long spear, approaching the tip as if it was about to be released and pierced through the void. Most of the warriors in the training force realm felt a stinging pain in their eyes when they saw this and unconsciously shed tears. At this moment, Qi Changfeng seemed to have transformed into a long spear and resonated with the silver spear in his hand. This was an application of the body and spear as one realm. He had also used a secret technique to strengthen this application. Yes, in order to defeat Qinzong, Qi Changfeng not only unleashed his full strength, but also used a secret technique to increase his strength. Even the power of the pseudo-spiritual weapon was stimulated. In an instant, Qi Changfeng's combat strength approached the peak of the 6-star level and even reached the peak of the 6-star level. However, there were differences in the peak of the 6-star level. The powerful peak of the 6-star level was the kind that was infinitely close to the 7-star level. Qi Changfeng had not reached that level yet. He had just reached the peak of the 6-star level. In the battle between Xiao Mingjin and Qing Chen, Xiao Mingjin had only used 100% of his strength. He hadn't used his secret method or the power of his pseudo-spiritual weapon. It would take some time for him to use his secret method or the power of his pseudo-spiritual weapon. In the battle with Qing Chen, Xiao Mingjin couldn't find that time and was defeated immediately. Now, the battle between Qi Changfeng and Qinzong was different. It seemed that the gap between them wasn't that big. He's at his peak. Silver Light Envoy squinted his eyes. He didn't know how powerful a peak 6-star battle strength would be. Silver Light Guide. With a low roar, Qi Changfeng, who had unleashed his full battle strength, thrust out his spear. It turned into a silver ray of light that curved in the void. The arc was violent and beautiful, as if it had divided the 3 fierce battle stages into 2 levels. Its sharpness seemed to be able to penetrate all hard things, and nothing could stop it. This spear attack was a unique skill. It fully utilized the advantage of the long spear, increasing the combat power of the peak 6-star level even further. That silver ray of light was extremely sharp. After drawing a stunning arc, it stabbed towards Qinzong's back. Before it even arrived, Qinzong could already feel an astonishing sharpness piercing through the air, as if his body was about to be pierced through. Good. The vigorous, domineering, and sharp chaotic heaven origin shattering energy was like the water of the Milky Way flowing backwards, instantly erupting violently. The sword was like the thunder of the 9th heaven, ferocious, swift, and violent, and the sword was like the heavy mountains of the 5 great mountains, steady and unparalleled. At the same time, the 2 swords slashed at the silver light. The power surged and the 2 swords were blown away. The remaining 1/3 of the silver light continued to attack Qinzong and then dissipated. In the sky, a dazzling cross-shaped sword light slashed down, as if it had divided the fighting ring into 4 parts. Break! Qi Changfeng thrust his spear upward and pierced the sky. Under the peak 6-star battle strength, Qinzong was gradually at a disadvantage. It's the other way around. Qi Changfeng is really powerful. Qinzong is also very powerful. It's just that his opponent is stronger. Silver Light Guide, Silver Light Explosion, 3 folds of silver light, Qi Changfeng displayed one powerful spear technique after another. The whole fighting ring was filled with silver flowing lights, which were either straight or curved. But regardless of whether they were straight or curved, there was only one target, Qinzong. Every spear strike was executed with the goal of piercing and defeating Qinzong. Every spear strike was extremely sharp, containing Qi Changfeng's own strength, the power of the secret technique, and the power of the pseudo-spiritual artifact after being activated. Under Qi Changfeng's control, the 3 forces merged into one, becoming even more tyrannical. His long sword trembled and his arm trembled. Wave after wave of tyrannical and sharp power surged into his body in an attempt to cause damage. However, the power continued to clash with the origin chaotic heaven-breaking force. The 2 of them fought against each other. It was during this confrontation that Qinzong had further mastered the origin chaotic heaven-breaching energy. Qi Changfeng's battle strength was fully unleashed. His silhouette filled the entire fighting platform. Countless spear shadows surrounded him, and silver light spread everywhere. It was as if the Milky Way was flowing backward and pouring down in torrents. It was exceptionally magnificent, yet extremely dangerous. The silver light spear technique is indeed extraordinary. A silver light guard sighed. Yes, it's a complete earth-level peerless spear technique. It's extremely difficult to cultivate, but as long as it's mastered, it can display amazing power, another silver light guard said. Changfeng is going to win. The silver light guard smiled. In the current situation, Chenzong stood in the fighting ring and could only passively resist the attacks of the silver light spear technique. It seemed that he was suppressed and could not move his feet. Again and again, Chenzong's body was like a tsunami. Fortunately, he had reached the completion of the half-step energy training realm and could circulate his internal strength anywhere in his body at will. Otherwise, his body would have been damaged by the confrontation of different internal strengths. Only to this extent? Qing Chen could not help but feel disappointed. This kind of battle strength was actually very good. Even in the place where he came from, he could be ranked at the top. But compared to him, there was still a gap. His intuition was wrong this time. Brother. Xiao Taichao was also a little worried. At the same time, the silver light guard glanced at him with a slightly provocative and proud look. He knew that Chenzong's battle strength was at the peak of the 6-star realm. He had no idea that Chenzong's battle strength had reached the 7-star realm and was even at the late stage of the 7-star realm. Except for Chenzong himself, no one knew that Chenzong had not used his full strength yet. He did not even use half of his strength. He was just using Qi Changfeng as a whetstone. Qi Changfeng was surprised that he could only suppress Chenzong and could not defeat him after using the silver light spear technique to the extreme. Chenzong, show me your full strength. Qi Changfeng shouted. He expected Chenzong to be able to defeat Nan Shuntian, so his battle strength should be more than this. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that Chenzong was still holding back? The battle had already reached this level, but he was still holding back? Chenzong hasn't used his secret technique yet. Someone suddenly said. Everyone suddenly understood. Indeed, up until now, Chenzong still hadn't used any secret techniques. It was impossible that Chenzong hadn't grasped any secret techniques. Ignoring Qi Changfeng's words, Chenzong continued to resist his opponent's attacks and train himself. I've reached my limit. Chenzong thought to himself. However, there was still a gap between his strength and 100% control. However, Qi Changfeng could only bring him so much pressure. Perhaps only the mysterious Qing Chen would be able to give him more pressure. Thinking of this, Chenzong began to counterattack. In the royal armory of the Cloud Dragon dynasty, Chenzong chose a secret technique called the Mixed Energy Impact. The Mixed Energy Impact was an explosive secret technique. In an instant, one's internal strength was compressed in a strange way and then exploded, forming a stronger impact force. The explosive force of this secret technique was very shocking, but at the same time, it would bring an obvious burden to the user. The internal strength was compressed and expanded 3 times in an instant in another way. When it reached the limit, it would explode instantly and turn into an extremely powerful force that was injected into the 2 swords. There seemed to be thunder roaring in his body like a tide. The extremely powerful force poured down like the Milky Way, making Chenzong's 2 swords faster and more powerful. When the sword and the spear collided, Qi Changfeng's expression suddenly changed. He could clearly feel the change in the power contained in Chenzong's sword. It was not inferior to his at all. The Mixed Energy Impact, Chenzong compressed and exploded his internal strength again and again. Every sword attack was fiercer and faster. It was different from Ding Xian. Ding Xian could not bear using the Mixed Energy Impact continuously. If he used it for the 4th time, the burden would be so heavy that he would suffer a backlash. If he used it for the 5th time, he would definitely suffer internal injuries from the backlash. If he used it for the 6th time, needless to say, he would be seriously injured. Chenzong's qi and blood were pure yang, and he had achieved the perfect realm of qi and blood. This was an advantage that Ding Xian could not match. Just this point alone allowed Chenzong's body to have a greater endurance. Moreover, Chenzong had broken the limits of the human body and cultivated the mixed energy body. His physique was constantly strengthened. His strength alone had reached an astonishing 10,000 jin, which was many times more than Ding Xian's. With the combination of these two, Chen Zong did not feel any discomfort after using the mixed energy impact 10 times in a row. After using the mixed energy impact 10 times in a row, the power of Chen Zong's two swords was amazing. He turned the situation around and repelled Qi Changfeng. The silver flowing light that covered the fighting ring was also shattered. Navagraha Flashing Dragon Sword, an earth-level peerless rank sword technique was used. 9 illusory figures wielding swords attacked Qi Changfeng from different angles. Each illusory figure had Chen Zong's full combat power. Under 9 attacks, Qi Changfeng was immediately in a difficult situation and was exhausted. I knew it. How could my brother lose? Xia Taichao finally let out a sigh of relief and smiled. Brother Chao, that's our dynasty's Navagraha Flashing Dragon Sword, right? A Yunlong guard said with a smile. That's right. It's the Navagraha Flashing Dragon Sword. I heard that it's very difficult to cultivate the 9th glory. My brother is indeed extraordinary. Xia Taichao smiled proudly. Under the mixed energy impact, the Navagraha Flashing Dragon Sword's power was even more shocking. It directly pushed Chen Zong's combat power to the peak of the 6-star level. Qi Changfeng waved his long spear and turned it into streaks of silver flowing light. He kept defending against the Navagraha Flashing Dragon Sword's attacks. After 9 consecutive strikes, his long spear shook and his arms went numb. His qi, blood, and inner force were also surging. Shocking dust steps, in an instant, Chen Zong crossed a dozen meters and appeared in front of Qi Changfeng at an astonishing speed. He crossed his swords and slashed. The shocking dust steps grade was not high, but it was very practical. Especially when Chen Zong's physique was stronger, his speed would increase even more when he used the mixed energy impact. It was too fast. Qi Changfeng could not react in time. He could only wave his long spear instinctively and turn it into a silver light shield to defend. The light shield shattered under Chen Zong's two swords. Qi Changfeng could not withstand the force and retreated. Chen Zong followed closely behind. His two swords attacked like a storm, continuously slashing at the long spear. It almost flew out of his hands. The spear was still there. Qi Changfeng clenched his teeth and held the long spear with all his might. He felt his arms tremble and his breathing quicken. His strength was constantly being crushed. He was completely resisting with his shocking willpower. Another slash and Qi Changfeng flew out. He fell off the platform and staggered back. He sat on the ground and all his strength was gone. He could not get up for a moment. The surroundings were silent. This change was very sudden. First, Chen Zong suppressed Qi Changfeng. Then, Qi Changfeng erupted and suppressed Chen Zong. Finally, Chen Zong erupted and turned the situation around. He suppressed Qi Changfeng and defeated him. He really won. Xia Taichao laughed. At the same time, he looked at the Silver Light Envoy. His expression was not good. This combat strength is indeed not bad. He should be able to fight with me, but... Qing Chen thought to himself and shook his head slightly. After a while, Qi Changfeng struggled to get up with his long spear. He looked at Chen Zong with a complicated expression. Chen Zong, is this your full combat strength? Qi Changfeng hesitated and asked. Guess. Chen Zong smiled slightly and gave an answer that made people want to press him to the ground and beat him up. The veins on Qi Changfeng's forehead popped. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't beat Chen Zong, he would definitely rush up and beat him up. Chen Zong's answer gave rise to other thoughts in many people's minds. Mr. Chen Zong, would you like to rest for a while and recover your strength before challenging again? Looking at Chen Zong, who was still standing in the ring, Hui Ziyue asked. Among the 5 seats, 3 of them had already been defeated, but the order of their seats had not changed. No need. Chen Zong replied as he looked at Qing Chen's face. Only you and I are left. I'm looking forward to it. Qing Chen smiled. He stood up and stepped forward. His body turned into a green shadow and landed on the ring, facing Chen Zong from a distance of more than 10 meters. Although the battle with Qi Changfeng was very fierce and Chen Zong had consumed a lot of his internal strength, he could recover it quickly under the peak of half-step Qi training realm. Therefore, after defeating Qi Changfeng, he had recovered most of his internal strength. Now, he had fully recovered as he spoke. As for his physical strength, he had already recovered completely. As for his mental strength, Chenzong had just defeated Qi Changfeng and was in the stage of fighting. He was most suitable for battle. Qing Chen put his right hand in front of his chest, facing Chenzong, and said calmly, "Please." Chenzong immediately felt that he was locked on by a breath. No matter how he moved, he could not avoid that breath. He did not try to avoid it either. "Take this." As soon as he finished speaking, the red sword light was like lightning. It shot through the sky and instantly crossed more than 10 meters to attack Qing Chen. This sword was very fast. Qing Chen's reaction was also very fast. He raised his palm and slapped forward. There seemed to be a whistling sound. His entire palm emitted a green light that could penetrate everything. Suddenly, the red sword light was like a butterfly flying through flowers. It went around the green palm and stuck to his arm. It zigzagged like lightning and pierced towards Qing Chen's chest. Qing Chen's palm rotated and pushed out from the inside. In the previous battles, Qing Chen had defeated his opponents casually with his palm and did not show any changes. Now, people's eyes lit up. This kind of palm technique was indeed extraordinary. The green light covered his palm, making Qing Chen's palm extremely tough. Even the sword could not harm it at all. In the blink of an eye, Chenzong wielded his sword 18 times, while Qing Chen also wielded his palm 18 times. Chenzong's sword would go around his opponent every time, but Qing Chen's palm blocked Chenzong's sword time and time again. This was a pure competition of skills. Qi Changfeng was stunned. He realized that not only was Chenzong better than him in terms of skills, but Qing Chen also seemed to be better than him in terms of skills. However, I will not sink because of this. Qi Changfeng's eyes flashed as he thought to himself, faced with pressure, I'll only strive to catch up and become stronger. Qi Changfeng's body faintly emitted a trace of astonishing sharpness, but it was very subtle. In addition, the battle between Chenzong and Qing Chen had attracted the attention of others. For a moment, no one noticed the subtle changes in Qi Changfeng. As if they had a tacit understanding, Chenzong's other sword pierced through the air and Qing Chen's other palm struck out at the same time. 2 swords against 2 palms, whether it was Chenzong or Qing Chen, they both regarded each other as their true opponents in this year's genius competition, as well as their final opponents. Naturally, they would not end the battle so easily. Martial artists came out in order to gain experience, in order to temper themselves in all kinds of situations. A suitable opponent in itself was a kind of tempering. Chenzong only used a very ordinary sword technique, a basic sword technique, while Qing Chen also used a basic palm technique. But no matter if it was a basic sword technique or a basic palm technique, when used by both of them, they both possessed terrifying power. Tyrannical power, high realms, and superhuman attainments. Although neither side had displayed any tyrannical martial arts, and it didn't look that flashy, this kind of close combat was even more soul-stirring. Especially for some of the martial artists with higher attainments in martial arts, they could feel the profoundness of this battle, and their eyes shone brightly. Why did so many warriors like to watch other warriors fight? Apart from joining in the fun, they also liked to observe and learn from other people's battles to improve themselves or even break through their own limits. Qing Chen's palms shook and a green light burst out. It was like a green sun that emitted a shocking power. The mighty impact caused Chenzong's swords to shake and he was forced to take a few steps back. Your swordsmanship is beyond my expectations. However, if this is your full strength, then the battle between you and me will end here. Qing Chen's tone was indifferent, but his eyes were shining with a terrifying light. A wisp of green light deep in his eyes was like a sword, piercing through the void and pressing towards Chenzong. There was a faint roar in the void, like a thunderclap. Green light burst out from Qing Chen's body, making him look like a green sun, releasing an astonishing aura that was mighty and domineering. This was the first time Qing Chen had used such means and strength since the start of the battle. So powerful. Xiao Mingjin could not help but swallow his saliva. If Qing Chen had used such strength in his previous battle, he would not have been able to withstand even one blow and would have been defeated or even killed. Very powerful indeed. Chenzong squinted his eyes slightly. The green light on Qing Chen's body was swaying like a green flame. The fluctuation of aura brought a lot of pressure to Chen Zong. Qing Chen was at the limit of the 6-star realm, infinitely close to the 7-star realm. This kind of combat strength should be enough for me to master all of my internal force, Chen Zong thought to himself. His body flashed and his 2 swords tore through the void like lightning. Qing Chen did not move. He raised his palms and shook them across the void. Like a mighty wind, 2 green palm prints broke through the void and blasted out. Each of the palm prints exuded an astonishing aura, as if they could destroy a city wall. Chen Zong felt his hair stand on end. Normally, he would have dodged. However, Chen Zong did the opposite and slashed out with his 2 swords. When he broke the first palm print, Chen Zong felt a strong force rush into his arm through the sword and then into his body. Then, Chen Zong broke the second palm print and another strong force rushed into his body through the sword. When Chen Zong was fighting with Qing Chen, he felt that Qing Chen's force was very strange. It was different from ordinary force. Now that he felt it more clearly, he also understood why those who were hit by Qing Chen's palm had lost their strength. This kind of force was very strange. After it rushed into the body, it would quickly spread out and attack the body continuously. It would disintegrate the body's resistance and make the bones and muscles feel numb. The force contained in the force would be temporarily dispersed, and the body would lose its strength and be at the mercy of the enemy. Fortunately, Chen Zong's force was very strong and pure. It was even more domineering and sharp. It had an amazing resistance. It collided fiercely with Qing Chen's force in his body. Chen Zong had cultivated to the level of half-step to the completion of force training realm. His bones and muscles were full of internal force, so he could better resist Qing Chen's force. Seeing that his palms did not make Chen Zong lose his strength, Qing Chen was surprised and happy at the same time. He waved his palms again. 2 more green palm prints blasted out like dragons coming out of the sea. They were fast and fierce. 2 more palm prints, one after another. They would not stop until Chen Zong was defeated. Chen Zong stayed where he was and waved his sword, shattering 1 green palm print after another. More and more force poured into his body and kept attacking him. The collision of internal strength made Chen Zong's body feel like a tsunami, as if there was a thunderous roar. If it were anyone else, their bones, muscles, and even internal organs would have been damaged under this impact. However, Chen Zong was safe and sound. Everything was under his control. It was a burden for Qing Chen to continuously unleash 30 palm imprints. He was extremely shocked as he had already unleashed 32 palm imprints. However, he was still unable to defeat his opponent. This is a bit unexpected, Qing Chen said to himself. Suddenly, he pressed his left palm on the back of his right hand. His arms trembled slightly, and his extremely powerful internal force rushed out. Through his palms, it turned into a green streamer and blasted out like a meteor. Like a meteor falling from the sky, the green meteor destroyed the hard fighting ring once again. A 1 meter wide and half-meter deep trench appeared, and the crack spread toward Chen Zong inch by inch. Chen Zong looked serious. This attack had the combat strength of a half 7-star warrior. It was very powerful. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zong gathered his internal force, compressed it, and burst it out in an instant. Mixed elements impact, cut. To be honest, Chen Zong could not block this attack with his current combat strength. With a boom, Chen Zong's swords were knocked away. The remaining half of the green meteor hit Chen Zong's chest. The terrible power seemed to penetrate Chen Zong's body and smash it into pieces. Chen Zong's robe was torn apart with his chest as the center, revealing his inner armor. The green meteor hit the inner armor and broke it, but part of it went into Chen Zong's body through his internal force. The powerful force made Chen Zong fly backward and fall off the fighting ring. He lost. The result has been decided. What a pity. Voices rang out one after another. Indeed, there was nothing Qing Chen could do in this situation. After all, he had already flown out of the fighting ring and was falling to the ground. Qing Chen couldn't help but sigh softly as a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. You're right. You're right. Even though Chen Zong had forced him to bring out his true strength, he was unable to fight to his heart's content. There was something missing. As for winning the first place and having his name engraved in the most prominent position on the 3 ferocious battle tablet, Xianxia did not care about it at all. It was like a rich man in a rich district. Why would he care about the title of the richest man in a poor district? With this attack, an extremely powerful force surged into Qianzong's body, wanting to destroy all of his inner strength and make his body lose all ability to resist. However, Qianzong's inner strength was strong, gathering from all directions to resist and counterattack. Just as Qianzong flew backward a few meters and fell to the ground, there seemed to be a dragon's roar and a tiger's roar in his body. The green light was repelled from Qianzong's body. It was the force that Qianxia had injected into his body. "I've finally grasped it," Qianzong muttered under his breath as a smile flashed across his face. It was a wonderful feeling. With his internal force under 100% control, he had finally reached the peak of the half-step to the completion of the force training realm. He was qualified to break through to the completion of the force training realm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the wind blew, everyone stared at the same spot, dumbfounded. Like a small tornado, it swept out of the Colosseum, making an amazing whistling sound, and quickly swept toward the Colosseum. "My brother." Xiao Taichao was startled at first, but then he smiled and said, "He's really creative." "The world of geniuses is always so unpredictable," a Yunlong guard said with a smile. "That's right, that small tornado was Qianzong." After being hit by Qianxia's cyan meteor, his whole body was blown away. He was already a few meters away from the battle stage and was about to fall down. In this situation, there was no way to reverse the situation. Falling down from the battle stage was equivalent to losing the battle. However, Qianzong's entire body suddenly shook. His 4 limbs stretched out, and then, he started to spin in the air like a top. It must be known that even if a true martial realm martial artist did not cultivate any special martial arts, it would still be difficult for them to achieve this. After all, he was in the air and was sent flying. He did not prepare in advance and had no place to borrow strength. It was difficult to even move, let alone Qianzong, who turned into a whirlwind. What they did not know was that Qianzong had mastered the power of someone who was half a step away from the completion of the strength training realm. His control of his body was amazing. His internal strength filled every part of his body. When it contracted, it tilted like a flood. One side was light, and the other side was heavy. Naturally, his body started to spin. He spun faster and faster, turning into a whirlwind and floating toward the Colosseum. When he landed, the whistling sound weakened and the spinning speed slowed down. The whirlwind also disappeared. "Good." Qianxia was startled. Then, a smile appeared on his face. His body trembled slightly, and the cyan light gushed out again. It was like a burning flame. The strong aura once again filled the Colosseum. Qianzong shook his 2 swords. The sound of the swords was melodious, as if it came from the sky. The sword light swayed and shone in all directions. Around him, there seemed to be invisible sharpness gushing out. At this moment, Qianzong immediately gave people a different feeling. The cyan palm imprints broke through the air and bombarded Qianzong continuously. Qianzong's footsteps were extremely fast on the broken battle platform. His silhouette was erratic, sometimes he would rush out, sometimes he would suddenly stop. Only after being bombarded by the palm imprints did he realize that he was merely a shadow. Avoiding the dozen cyan palm prints, the red sword light tore through the air like lightning. With a sharp whistling sound, it pierced toward Qianxia. The mountain beheading sword from bottom to top aimed at Qianxia's waist. Qianxia suddenly felt that Qianzong was different from before. Before, he had been restrained, but now he was free. Once he was free, he could fight. The 2 swords were incomparably sharp. The sword light was like a flood dragon striking the water, overturning rivers and seas. The feeling of attacking without restraint was wonderful. And he had. Qianzong. Qianzong. He was. He. Like a tiger out of the cage, like a dragon rising from the abyss. Qianzong's 2 swords became incomparably agile. As they moved, their sharpness was threatening. That's the feeling. Qianxia was secretly happy. Is this his true strength? Qi Changfeng and the others were shocked, and they all thought to themselves. In the previous battle between Qi Changfeng and Chen Zong was not in this state. Now, he was obviously much stronger. This is the demeanor of a great national scholar, a Yunlong guard said in a low voice. Compared to before, it was like a bright pearl compared to a grain of sand. Chen Zong seemed to have broken free. He performed all the earth-level sword techniques he had learned. Under the performance of Chen Zong's two swords, every sword technique released the strongest power. Countless sword lights filled the surroundings. They were like countless dragons flying through the clouds and rain, drowning Qing Chen. In just an instant, Qing Chen was attacked by countless sword lights from all directions. He could clearly feel that each sword light contained a different force. The sword lights were either sharp, domineering, strong, flexible, cold, fast, or heavy. Qing Chen found it hard to imagine that there was someone who could cultivate so many different sword techniques. Moreover, he could cultivate all of them to the minute subtlety realm and unleash their full power. Different sword techniques contained different forces and attacking methods. Qing Chen used his palm to resist. He could break 1, 2, 3, or even 10 sword lights, but he gradually felt the pressure increase. There were too many sword techniques. The sword moves were different, and the changes of forces were also different. If there was no counter, he would have to use more force to break them. Qing Chen's internal force was very strong. It could deal with many changes of forces, but it was not omnipotent. It was as if he had fallen into a world of sword lights. Even when he breathed, he felt like he was breathing in sword lights. His lungs hurt. Qing Chen ignored that feeling and took a deep breath. Suddenly, the swaying green light around his body shrank and burst out crazily. The extremely strong force broke the limit in an instant. The roar was like a landslide, and the surrounding sword lights were instantly destroyed. Then, Qing Chen put his palms together and faced each other. The green light was like lightning, shining in all directions. Even Qing Chen's eyes seemed to have a trace of green light shining like stars. Cut. It was like a Sanskrit chant. The void shook. Qing Chen's palms suddenly separated. A green light was so strong that no one could look at it directly. It turned into a green blade and slashed through the air. What a strange attack. What kind of martial arts is this? All of them widened their eyes in shock. Chen Zong was also very surprised. Saber Qi and Sword Qi were not considered rare among martial artists in the force training realm, but this kind of attack was very strange. He could feel that it was not an attack similar to Saber Qi or Sword Qi, but an attack similar to a real saber or sword. The speed of the cyan blade was astonishing. With a sharp whistle that made one's scalp go numb and their hair stand on end, it brazenly slashed towards him. Chen Zong did not dodge. His two swords followed a mysterious trajectory. The green blade seemed to have a mind of its own. It avoided Chen Zong's first attack, but it could not avoid the second one. Metal clashed and sparks flew. The strong force went straight through the sword. But the green blade was also cut in half. Holding his sword, he drew two streaks in the air as he swiftly charged towards Qing Chen like a flying swan. Suddenly, Chen Zong felt a chill run down his spine. He didn't have time to turn around to look as he hurriedly executed the shocking dust steps, using his fastest speed to dash to the side, keeping his body low. Sharp whistles sounded in the air from both sides. The sharp breath felt like it could cut open one's scalp. Chen Zong also saw two green lights flashing through the corner of his eye. Wasn't that the green blade that he had just cut in half? Was it cut in half? As soon as the thought came to his mind, the two green blades turned back in two arcs in the air like swallows. They crossed from the left and the right and attacked Chen Zong. He did not move at all. When the two green blades were about to attack him, his sword came out like a dragon. Under the two swords, the two green blades were cut in half again. Chen Zong's eyes were fixed on it. He saw that the broken green blades had become 4 smaller blades. Although he did not know the secret, Chen Zong was sure that it was a very strange martial art. After being cut in half, the blades would become more numerous and more difficult to deal with. In this case, he would not cut them in half, but cut them into pieces. The sword moved according to his heart. The two swords were like dragons flying in the air. As they wriggled, they hit the 4 green blades almost at the same time. The swords trembled slightly. The domineering chaotic origin breaking force was like a flowing sea. The 4 green blades were instantly shattered into countless green light spots. In the green light all over the sky, Qianzong rushed toward Qingchen like a flash of lightning. He was light but fierce. Countless sword light swallowed Qingchen again. He was fighting to his heart's content. This kind of battle made Qianzong let out a long roar. His roar was like the roar of thunder. It contained a sonorous sound, like the sound of divine swords fighting. It made people's blood boil and their hearts surge. Qingchen broke out again. After destroying the sword lights, he pulled away like a green meteor. Qingchen, show me your full strength. Qianzong roared. Everyone was shocked. This was not Qingchen's full strength. Then what level has his combat strength reached? I thought your combat strength was only SOSO. I was a little disappointed. Qingchen smiled and said unhurriedly. In the fierce battle just now, his breathing was still steady and long. There was no sweat on his forehead. Apparently, the fierce battle just now did not consume much of his energy. But now I know I was wrong. You can make me use my full strength. Come on. Qianzong smiled. He was in high spirits and his fighting spirit was soaring. Then. Next. I will use the power of the bloodline, my combat strength will surpass the limit. Qingchen's words suddenly became erratic. The last 2 words were low and heavy like a drum. It made people's hearts beat uncontrollably. They were inexplicably filled with anticipation. At the same time, Qingchen's aura changed rapidly. It seemed to have become lighter and more profound. Vaguely, Qianzong felt that something in Qingchen's body seemed to be awakening. Qianzong was not in a hurry to attack. He gave Qingchen time to use his full strength and break through the limit. Only then could he fight to his heart's content. The power of the bloodline. What kind of power is that? Qianzong thought to himself as he observed Qingchen's changes. Demonic beasts had bloodlines. As for human martial artists, they did not, except for the Black Demon sect. Could Qingchen be similar to the Black Demon sect? The more he explored, the more he found that the world of martial arts was full of mysteries. It attracted people to go deeper and deeper into it. The feeling of uncovering mysteries was wonderful. There was an ordinary-looking old man in the crowd. He glanced at Qianzong and fixed his eyes on Qingchen. I thought young Master Chen was just going for a walk. I didn't expect that someone could make young Master Chen use the power of the bloodline. It was worth the trip. The old man muttered to himself. No one could hear his voice except for himself. However, with the power of the bloodline, young Master Chen's combat strength will surpass the limit and reach the 7-star level. I wonder how many moves his opponent can take. The wind whistled. White clouds drifted over from the blue sky like an army of thousands of men and horses. A strong gust of wind blew, causing Qianzong's tattered robe to flutter like a flag. Qingchen's green robe also fluttered as if he was about to fly with the wind. The strange light and profound aura became more and more obvious, and also seemed to become more majestic. Qingchen's robe fluttered from the inside as if it was filled with an invisible power. They were all dumbfounded, not knowing what was going on. Brother Chao. What is that? The smiling Yunlong guard was also surprised. Is it some kind of secret technique? Idiot, didn't Qingchen say it was the power of the bloodline? Another Yunlong guard frowned. The power of the bloodline? I vaguely heard of the power of the bloodline. Xiao Taichao frowned and fell into deep thought. He murmured, it is said that some people are very special. They are born extraordinary and have very strange bloodlines. If they can awaken the power of the bloodline, they will be able to control extraordinary power and become even stronger. And if those people with special bloodlines cultivate, it will be easier for them than ordinary people. There will be fewer obstacles. So magical. The Yunlong guards were all in a daze. They couldn't believe it. There were already so many geniuses. If one could control the power of the bloodline, they would be able to surpass ordinary people. It was another kind of genius. It was really a hopeless world. It was better not to know some things. The more they knew, the more unbelievable and hopeless they would feel. The aura became stronger and stronger, but also lighter and deeper. It was like a giant beast had awakened, bringing a horrifying feeling. The stronger the person, the more obvious the feeling. Where did this Xianxia come from? Many real martial realm warriors were guessing. They had never heard of such a miraculous thing, let alone seen it with their own eyes. Xianxia's eyes were tightly shut. However, Qianzong noticed that as the strange aura spread out, traces of green lines were rapidly spreading on Xianxia's skin outside of his green robe. It was as if an invisible brush was drawing on his skin. The green-veined pattern was like a mysterious pattern, but also like some kind of ancient and profound rune. It spread all the way to his neck and behind his ears before stopping. His fluttering robe fell, and the wind seemed to have stopped. The clouds in the sky seemed to have slowed down, as if all of this had something to do with Xianxia. When Xianxia opened his eyes, a misty green light shot out. Qianzong was sharp enough to notice that Xianxia's pupils had turned green. He couldn't tell what Xianxia was thinking, but when he was being stared at, Xianxia's body tensed up involuntarily, as if it was a natural reaction of his body. Those eyes didn't seem to belong to a human. They were like the eyes of a high and mighty emperor, looking down on all living things and ignoring life and death. The feeling was fleeting, like an illusion. However, Qianzong secretly memorized the characteristics of Xianxia's bloodline power. "Brother Qian, be careful." Xianxia's voice sounded different from before, as if there was an accent. When he spoke, Qianzong saw a flash of green light appear in front of him. It was too fast. It seemed to be faster than sound. Qianzong's battle instinct made him step back in time. He brandished his sword, and the sword light was like a thunderbolt. The sword light was shattered, and the green light was like a shooting star. Qianzong only had time to cross his two swords to defend himself. The extremely powerful force bombarded him like a tsunami, and also like mountains crashing into each other. It was invincible. Qianzong was sent flying again. The force was so strong that his two swords almost flew out of his hands. His palms were numb, and his arms were trembling from the impact. He felt stiff. The powerful force kept rushing into Qianzong's body, trying to crush his strength. Compared to before, this force was more than 50% stronger. The fighting strength of an early 7-star level. So fast. Am I seeing things? So powerful. Others might not know, but Qianzong knew very well that this kind of attack was at the early 7-star level. It could be said that Xianxia was the first genius Qianzong had ever met who had reached the 7-star level. However, the early 7-star level was not enough. While thinking, Xianxia attacked again. He grabbed the air with both hands, as if he was holding a ball of green light. He threw it casually, and it turned into 2 green shooting stars that flew across the sky and hit Qianzong. In the air, Qianzong, who should not have been able to dodge, suddenly moved sideways. The 2 shooting stars flew past him. Again. What kind of body movement is this? What they didn't know was that it was not a special body movement. It was a special ability that Qianzong had gained after he reached the peak of the half-step Qi training realm and mastered the internal force. He could activate the internal force in his body and move sideways in the air. Xianxia grabbed the air with both hands. After Qianzong dodged the 2 shooting stars, they suddenly turned around and hit Qianzong again. Qianzong turned his body and struck down with both swords. The shooting stars nimbly went around the swords and continued to hit Qianzong. After dodging the shooting stars, Qianzong swooped down with his swords like an eagle and attacked Xianxia. Xianxia was the leader of the shooting stars. Attacking him was the only way to stop the shooting stars. Xianxia waved his hands and the shooting stars followed closely behind Qianzong. They were extremely fast. Qianzong's 2 swords slashed towards Xianxia as well. Around Xianxia's body, a blue light flashed, blocking the attacks of the 2 swords. But at the same time, Xianxia also sent out a powerful force, forcing Qianzong to retreat. His body spun, avoiding the blue shooting star. "Qianzong, take my green beast attack." As the voice sounded, the shooting stars flew back to Xianxia's hands and rolled into a ball. Then, a large amount of green light gathered from all directions. Roar! The roar was earth-shattering. The green light condensed into a ferocious beast that looked like a deer and horse. It emitted a shocking aura. He charged madly, crossing the horizon. It was as if he could topple mountains and overturn seas as he charged towards Chenzong. It was very strange, and everyone felt like their horizons had been broadened. Battles between warriors of the Qi refining realm were usually close combat. Sword Qi and Blade Qi were also involved, but they were not as powerful as close combat. However, Qing Chen was very special. His moves were similar to the moves of warriors of the true martial realm. No, it was even more magical than most of the warriors of the true martial realm. Chenzong vaguely knew that this might be due to the mysterious bloodline in Qing Chen's body. It could not be imitated. Not only was the Azure Deerhorse shockingly powerful, but it was also extremely agile. It fought with Chenzong as if it was a living creature, firmly entangling Chenzong, preventing him from escaping and attacking Qing Chen. The Green Deerhorse's combat strength had reached the early stage of the 7-star realm. It brought great pressure to Chenzong. Chenzong's combat strength was only at the peak of the 6-star realm when he used the mixed elements strike. Even if he used the Navagraha Flash Dragon sword to the extreme, he could only barely reach the early stage of the 7-star realm. Therefore, he could only barely resist the attack of the Deerhorse. Even so, that ordinary-looking old man was extremely surprised. Originally, he had guessed that Chenzong would be defeated after a few moves. He did not expect that he would be able to hold on until now without any signs of defeat. Amazing tenacity. The old man was amazed. He is a rare genius. If tenacity was something that everyone had, it was just that some people were stronger than others. The stronger the tenacity, could hold on for longer. The strength of one's tenacity was directly related to many aspects, including one's will. Qing Chen was even more surprised to see that Chenzong could hold on for so long under his green beast attack. He grabbed at the air with his right hand. A large amount of green light gathered again and condensed into a green python that was a few meters long. The hissing sound made people's scalp numb. It wriggled in the air and swung its tail hard. The whistling sound was like a hurricane or a tsunami. The green python's combat strength had also reached the early stage of the 7-star realm. Terrifying, Chenzong was shocked. After activating his bloodline power, Qing Chen's battle power had reached the early stage of the 7-star level, which was nothing special. What really shocked Chenzong was Qing Chen's power. He had condensed 2 green beasts out of thin air, and both of them were at the early stage of the 7-star level. It was as if he had turned from 1 7-star to 2. The pressure on Chenzong doubled as the green python approached him. He was forced to retreat. His arms were numb. His qi and blood were shaken. He was so uncomfortable that he almost vomited blood. Looks like I have to show more of my strength, Chenzong thought. He was no match for Qing Chen with his current combat strength, let alone defeat him. The enlightening realm, heaven and earth are in my body. The old man was stunned. A light flashed in his eyes. Enlightening realm. He mumbled to himself, this guy has reached the enlightening realm. Even Qing Chen was only 1 step away from the enlightening realm. Qing Chen was much better than Chenzong in terms of cultivation environment, resources, and inheritance. What a terrifying talent. The more the old man thought about it, the more shocked he was. If Chenzong had been born in a place like theirs, he would have received better education, resources, and inheritance. What level could he have reached by now? It was unimaginable. In the enlightening realm, the force of heaven and earth was mobilized. The force of heaven and earth gathered on the 2 swords. The sword radiance was peerless. Combat strength, early stage of the 7-star realm. It was not that Chenzong could not exert more combat strength. He just did not want to defeat Qing Chen with the same combat strength. Or, he wanted to force Qing Chen to show more of his skills. Chenzong was very curious about the so-called bloodline power. He knew that as long as he continued on the path of cultivation, he would encounter more bloodline powers and mysterious forces in the future. The future was for those who were prepared. The 2 swords with the force of heaven and earth were more powerful. They split the Deerhorse into 2 and turned into a sharp cross-shaped sword radiance, slashing toward the green python. The exquisite sword art collided with the cyan python continuously. More than a dozen different sword skills were used, and the cyan python was knocked away. The cyan python became one with the sword and turned into a dragon. With a roar, it rushed towards Xianxia as if it was controlling the sky. This was the 9 Luminaries Flash Dragon Sword technique, but it was beyond the 9 Luminaries Flash Dragon Sword technique. The old man was shocked again. The 9 Luminaries Flash Dragon Sword technique was undoubtedly a peerless Earth-class martial technique. He was very confident in his eyesight. He could see that the sword technique Xianxia was using was derived from the 9 Luminaries Flash Dragon Sword technique. To cultivate a peerless Earth-class sword technique to the extreme and then transcend it to comprehend his own sword technique, what kind of comprehension was that? In the blink of an eye, the sword was like a white dragon flying out of the abyss, crossing the sky with unstoppable momentum. Cyan light surged around Xianxia and spread out like ripples. It swept past Xianxia and tried to stop his attack, but it was shattered by the dragon-like sword. The blue deer horse and the blue boa attacked from the left and right sides at the same time. Like falling meteorites, the atmosphere roared and many more cracks appeared on the already broken fighting ring. Xianxia's left palm condensed a cyan light, and then he pointed his finger forward, stirring up the air. Ripples spread out, and a beam of cyan light shot towards Xianxia like an aurora, unstoppable. Pincer attack from 3 sides. In a flash, Xianxia was facing the joint attack of 3 early-stage 7-star warriors. Ignoring the green deer horse and the green python behind him, Xianxia's sword speed increased by a bit. The white dragon roared, dominating the world. The moment it collided with the green finger light, the mysterious vibrating power shattered the green finger light. It was like a hot knife through butter. This sword was too fast and too fierce. Xianxia could only raise his hands. The cyan light condensed into a huge millstone. This was a defensive move. Under the white dragon sword light, the spinning millstone paused. Then, the millstone was shattered from the middle. The white dragon, which had shrunk to half its original size, rushed in and slashed Xianxia away. Xianxia's body flashed. The blue deer horse and the blue boa shattered his shadow. The sword light rushed toward Xianxia again like a waterfall. Retreat! Retreat! Countless cyan light rippled on the fighting ring like blue waves on a lake. Xianxia's 2 swords contained amazing power. Each of his attacks was at the peak of the early-stage 7-star level. He was as one with the swords. His speed was amazing. The blue deer horse and the blue boa were exhausted and Xianxia had a hard time dealing with them. Xianxia had never imagined that he would be forced to use his bloodline power. He had thought that he would be able to defeat Xianxia after using his full strength, but it was still not enough. Xianxia had actually brought out an even stronger battle prowess. Xianxia could tell that it wasn't the power of a secret technique, nor was it the power of a bloodline. It was Xianxia's original combat strength. In other words, Xianxia had been hiding most of his combat strength from the very beginning. While smiling bitterly, Xianxia also mustered all his strength to counterattack. Once the power of his bloodline was activated, it had a special characteristic, and that was an inexhaustible force that was vigorous and majestic like the sea. However, Xianxia's dual swords were still terrifying even though most of them were still preserved in the state of wuxin. With a loud boom, half of the ferocious 3-battle platform collapsed under the intense battle between the two. The remaining half was barely intact. However, with half of the battle steel destroyed, the area where the two of them could fight was greatly reduced. As the two continued to fight and collided again and again, the cyan light sputtered everywhere. The fighting stage continued to collapse until only a small area of a few meters was left. In close combat, every move was aimed at the opponent's weakness. It was extremely dangerous. Xianxia, the cyan deer horse, and the cyan python surrounded Xianxia while Xianxia defended himself with his dual swords. The onlookers were fascinated by the battle. The cyan light was shattered and Xianxia flew backward. As soon as he landed, the battle platform under his feet seemed to break apart. He didn't have time to react and could only fall down. How can this be? The onlookers who were enjoying the battle were all stunned and confused. Brother Chen, this battle is over. I lost. Xianxia said. The cyan light in his eyes dissipated, and so did the mysterious cyan patterns on his body. The mysterious aura also disappeared without a trace. He had stopped the power of his bloodline. With Qing Chen's current cultivation and state, he couldn't sustain the activation of his bloodline for too long. If he exceeded the time limit, it would put a burden on his body and cause some negative effects. Nodding, Chenzong's dual swords turned into flowing light and returned to their sheaths like swallows. He had gained a lot from this battle. Young Master Chen lost. The old man was surprised, but soon after, he shook his head, body and sword as one, spiritual martial realm, half a step into the Qi refining realm, enlightenment realm, exquisite and peerless swordsmanship. Any one of these, if placed on any warrior, would make that warrior a genius that surpasses ordinary people. However, all of these are concentrated on one person, so winning is within reason. It's a pity that I swore not to take any disciples in my early years. Otherwise. The old man shook his head again and looked very regretful. It would be great if he could take such a genius as his disciple. What a pity. For a moment, the old man felt bitter and resentful. He was very angry that he swore not to take any disciples. He had missed a genius for nothing. Congratulations to Chenzong for winning the challenge and becoming the champion of this year's genius competition, Huizius said with a smile as he touched his goatee. The people from the 3 first-rate forces looked strange and had mixed feelings. The Red Wolves and the Grizzly Gang looked gloomy. The stronger Chenzong was, the worse it would be for them. 5 seats. The champion will get a pseudo-spiritual weapon as a reward. There are a total of 3 pseudo-spiritual weapons to choose from. Huizius smiled and said, "Please carve your name on the battle preparation." Okay. Chenzong nodded. His body lightly floated toward the 3 ferocious battle tablet. Then, he leaped into the air and unsheathed his sword. The red sword light swept through the air like lightning. The sharp tip of the sword was like the tip of a brush stained with thick ink. It fell on the hard back of the battle tablet. With a flick of his wrist, it was as if he was holding a brush and writing paper. The rustling sound was uniform and rhythmic. Everyone's attention was drawn to the battle steel and the sword tip. The brush was like a sword. Chenzong's body seemed to stop a few meters in the air. Under the sword, the 2 words Chenzong were carved. Dust rustled. Chenzong also landed and sheathed his sword. Good words. Words like a sword, showing its sharpness. Indeed, good words. The 2 words Chenzong were carved into the top of the left side of the battle tablet. Each word was as big as a fist and emitted a sharp light. It was very eye-catching. In the blink of an eye, under the sunlight, it seemed to reflect a golden light. Everyone stared at the 2 words. That name was like a brand, engraved on the battle tablet, and also engraved in everyone's hearts. Qing Chen was ranked second. He didn't fly up, but waved his palm in the air. Within the green palm light, there was a force that outlined the 2 words Qing Chen. It was 3 inches into the battle tablet, below Chenzong's name. It was smaller than Chenzong's name and emitted a faint green light. Then, it was Qi Chongfeng's turn. Qi Chongfeng flew up, and his long spear pierced through the air. After the spear light, Qi Chongfeng's name was engraved on the battle tablet. Then, it was Xiao Mingjin's turn. His 2 palms continuously struck out, and Xiao Mingjin's name was engraved. Finally, it was Wu Ying from the Shadow Mist sect. She also left her name, but she was ranked 5th, and her name was the smallest. In any case, the first genius competition led by the 3 first-rate factions had come to an end. The Giant Axe sect and the Black Light sect hadn't gained anything. Instead, they had lost quite a bit. On the other hand, the Shadow Mist sect had at least placed 5th. It couldn't be helped. Everything was completely unexpected. The contestants were too strong, such as Xiao Mingjin, Qi Chongfeng, Qing Chen, and Chenzong. The prize for the first of the 5 was the best. It was a pseudo-spiritual weapon. The Giant Axe sect, the Black Light sect, and the Shadow Mist sect each took out a pseudo-spiritual weapon for Chenzong to choose from. The first pseudo-spiritual weapon was a pair of silver-gray gloves covered with barbs. It looked ferocious and had a strong visual impact. Unfortunately, Chenzong practiced swordsmanship, so such gloves were useless to him. When choosing a pseudo-spiritual weapon, one must first choose one that was useful to oneself. If it didn't work, one could consider other values. The second pseudo-spiritual weapon was a long sword. It was simple in style and dark in color. It was engraved with mountain patterns and had an extraordinary aura. The third pseudo-spiritual artifact was a folding fan, a very gorgeous folding fan. Without any hesitation, Xianxia chose the second pseudo-spiritual weapon, the long sword. As soon as the long sword entered his hand, it felt heavy. When he waved it, sword light overflowed and sword flowers bloomed in the air. Good sword. Xianxia was quite satisfied. The long sword came from the Black Light sect. Since Xianxia chose it, the Giant Axe sect and the Shadow Mist sect had to compensate the Black Light sect. As for the prizes for the 2nd to 5th place, although they were also good, they couldn't be compared with the pseudo-spiritual weapons. For Qing Chen, even a pseudo-spiritual weapon was nothing. After all, it was only a first-level pseudo-spiritual weapon. The first genius competition came to an end, but there were still many idle topics. People in the Three Ferocious City wouldn't get tired of talking about it for 10 days or even half a month. Of course, as time went by, people would gradually fade out of sight. However, the Three Ferocious battle steel was still there. Anyone who came here would see it and also see the 5 names engraved on it. With the pseudo-spiritual weapon in hand, Xianxia returned to the Cloud Dragon Mansion and carefully studied it. Mountain-splitting sword. Xianxia's eyes fell on the sword body connected to the sword guard. There were 2 words engraved on it. Mountain-splitting sword. Mountain beheading sword. Mountain-splitting sword. Mountain beheading sword. What a coincidence. Xianxia couldn't help but smile. Immediately, he pulled out the mountain beheading sword. With a flash of sword light and a melodious sword sound, Xianxia was surprised to find that the mountain-splitting sword and mountain beheading sword in his hands seemed to be exuding a strange aura. Xianxia suddenly had a very strange feeling. It was as if the mountain-splitting sword and mountain beheading sword were 2 friends who had been separated for many years. Xianxia carefully thought about this situation and remembered that he had once read about pseudo-spiritual weapons in ancient books. Generally speaking, the mountain-splitting sword and mountain beheading sword were forged in the same furnace by the same person. Because of the unique forging skills and so on, the 2 swords were like brothers and sisters. They were related to each other. This kind of pseudo-spiritual weapon was called a set of pseudo-spiritual weapons. It was relatively rare among pseudo-spiritual weapons. A set of pseudo-spiritual weapons could combine to unleash a greater power. If the mountain-splitting sword and mountain beheading sword are really a set of pseudo-spiritual weapons, the combination of the 2 swords should be able to unleash an even greater power. Xianxia thought to himself. Whether or not the mountain-splitting sword and mountain beheading sword were a set of pseudo-spiritual weapons only needed to be personally tested. The method of testing was very simple and direct, and that was to directly stimulate the power contained in the 2 swords. New volume. Little dumpling will break through to the true martial realm and roam the world. The sun hung high in the sky, shining its light on the surface of the river. The waves sparkled, as if there were thousands of glowing seaweed rippling in the water. The river was vast, and one couldn't see the end of it. Even with Xianxia's outstanding eyesight, he could only see a vast expanse of whiteness in the distance. In the sky, a bird flew past, and a feather fell from its wings. It circled in the wind and landed in a beautiful trajectory. The moment it came into contact with the water, it slowly sank into the water, as if there was an invisible hand in the water that pulled the feather into the river. As expected of the sinking feather river. Seeing it with his own eyes and hearing it from others was different. Xianxia was shocked. Everyone knew that feathers were very, very light. They would be lifted up by the wind and float on the surface of the water. However, the sinking feather river was different. Once a feather fell, it would sink to the bottom of the river as if the feather weighed millions of pounds. If a feather was like this, then a heavier person would sink to the bottom of the river and drown. Because of this, the sinking feather river was once a forbidden area. After all, unless one could really fly, no one could cross the sinking feather river. The sinking feather river separated the 2 sides, completely separating the 3 dynasties from the Longtu Empire. It was as if they were 2 different worlds. In the martial way, if one didn't experience any great calamity, they would only continue to develop. After many years, someone finally found a way to cross the sinking feather river, and that was the black sinking wood. The black sinking wood was completely black, and its texture was as fine as steel. It was very heavy, and if it was placed in ordinary water, it would sink immediately. However, what was interesting was that when the black sinking wood was placed in the sinking Feather River, not only would it not sink, it could even float well on the river's surface. This discovery made people excited, and they searched for and cut down the black sinking wood in large amounts to forge black sinking wood boats to cross the sinking Feather River. However, black sunken wood was rare, and there were many forces that needed it. After dividing it up, each force would not be able to obtain much. Within the Longtu dynasty, there was a trading company called the Great Feather Trading Company. It was very powerful and had a very high status within the Longtu dynasty. It had been collecting black sunken wood for many years and used it to build the bottom of a huge ship, allowing it to float on the sunken Feather River. It was specially used to cross the sunken Feather River and connect the Longtu dynasty and the other three dynasties. The rest of the black sunken wood was used as the bottom of other ships. The Dayu trading firm's initial goal in forging the sunken wooden ships was to develop trade, transporting goods from the Longtu dynasty to the three dynasties to sell at a high price. They would then purchase goods at a low price and transport them back to the Longtu dynasty to sell at a high price, earning the difference in price. The secondary purpose was to carry passengers. If someone wanted to travel from the Longtu dynasty to the three dynasties, or from the three dynasties to the Longtu dynasty, they only needed to pay the corresponding spiritual shell. In the past, Xianxia did not know about the Longtu dynasty. Firstly, the Dayu Trading Company had already established a foundation in the three dynasties, and they had a fixed trading partner. Secondly, different professions were like different mountains. Xianxia did not purposely inquire about it, and focused on cultivation. Naturally, he did not know about the existence of the Longtu dynasty. There was an ancient saying, the higher one climbs, the further one can see. The martial Tao was like that. The higher one's attainment in the martial Tao, the more secrets one would know. The Dayu Trading Company's sunken wooden ships would make a round trip every 3 months. If one wanted to travel from the three dynasties to the Longtu dynasty, they would only have 4 chances in a year. In the first genius competition of the Three Ferocious City, Xianxia defeated all his opponents and became the champion. He personally engraved his name at the top of the Three Ferocious battle stele. For Xianxia, the experience in the Three Ferocious City was already over. After all, the difference between the true martial realm and the energy training realm was huge, even if it was the pseudo-true martial realm. Xianxia's initial goal was to find an opportunity to break through to the great perfection of the energy training realm. Now that he had found it, and he even had 1 foot in the great perfection of the energy training realm, it was only a matter of time before he reached the great perfection of the energy training realm. Since that was the case, Xianxia was going to cross the sinking Feather River and head to the Longtu dynasty. Compared to the Cloud Dragon dynasty, the martial Tao there was more prosperous, and there were more geniuses, experts, and legacies there. Perhaps the owner of the Chaotic Heaven energy breaking force, Martial King Chaotic Heaven, came from the Longtu dynasty. The sunken wooden ship was completely black. It was 13 meters long, 6 meters wide, 7 meters tall, and 3 meters deep. It sailed steadily on the sinking Feather River at a rapid speed. The uniqueness of the sinking Feather River meant that there wouldn't be any huge waves. At most, there would be some small waves, which wouldn't bring any danger to the ship. The sunken wooden ship was heavy, and it would sink if placed in other water. Only in a special place like the sinking Feather River could it float. However, its weight didn't decrease at all. The shocking weight also made the sunken wooden ship unusually stable. It sailed quickly on the river, braving the wind and waves without any bumps. On the side of the sunken wooden ship, there was a silver feather, which was the symbol of the Dayu Trading Company. The sunken wooden ship mainly carried goods bought from the three dynasties at a low price. There weren't many passengers, only a dozen or so. It wasn't cheap to take such a trip. Every passenger had to pay 200 spirit shells, and only the accommodation was included. If they wanted to eat, they had to pay another spirit shell. Luckily, Xianxia had brought along a lot of spirit shells, or else it would be troublesome. His long black hair was tied up with a gold and silver thread, and it fell behind his head. It looked natural and casual, and it fluttered in the wind. His clear and deep eyes reflected the endless blue river water, which was like a deep pool that contained heaven and earth. His breath was steady and long, and there was a peaceful aura between his breaths. He was wearing a very tight silver sword robe with a light green tinge, which made his body look even more slender and strong, and extraordinary. Although this robe wasn't a pseudo-spiritual artifact, it couldn't be compared to a normal robe. This was because this robe was made from the snake skin of the 7-star early-stage venomous python that was killed in the poisonous Fog Valley. It was woven with precious materials such as sky silver thread. It was called the silver python robe. Xiao Taichao asked a master tailor to make the skin of the venomous python that Chenzong brought back. There were 2 sets in total. One was for Chenzong to wear, and the other was folded and put in a bag, which could be changed. In addition to the robe, the silver python robe also had a set of underwear and so on. It was very comfortable to wear, and it felt warm in winter and cool in summer. Not only that, but the silver python robe also had amazing defensive power. It could resist the sharpness of godly iron-level swords and sabers, and also resist the attack of godly iron-level blunt weapons. It could reduce part of the force and better protect the wearer. Although it couldn't be compared with a pseudo-spiritual artifact inner armor, it could improve Chenzong's life-saving ability. Moreover, in some bad environments, the silver python robe could also play a good role in protecting the wearer. It wouldn't be so easily damaged. Chenzong liked it very much. As for the 8 claws of the giant spider, they were suitable to be made into weapons. Chenzong already had weapons, so he didn't need them. He gave them to Xiao Taichao. Under the silver python robe, there was a long sword on each side of his waist, a 3rd long sword, a longbow, and a quiver of arrows on his back, and a bag on his shoulder. This attire was very strange and very eye-catching. Setting off from the Sinking Feather River outside Ferocious City and crossing the Sinking Feather River to arrive at a pier in the Longtu Empire would take a total of more than a month. During this period of more than a month, Chenzong had to stay on this black wooden ship. The black wooden ship wasn't big. After all, blackwood was rare and precious. It was already very good that the Dayu Trading Company could obtain it. It was unknown how much effort they had put in. Chenzong's room was also not big. Other than a single wooden bed, there was very little space left. It wasn't enough for him to practice swordsmanship. On the deck, it wasn't suitable for him to practice swordsmanship either. Fortunately, Chenzong's realm had reached a certain level. Even if he didn't directly use his sword to practice, he could still observe and comprehend. Previously, Chenzong had comprehended the flowing water sword on the ship in the Heavenly River state. Now that he was using it to observe the Sinking Feather River, it was a new experience. As he looked, Chenzong was slightly startled. A few thousand meters away, a jet-black wooden ship that was only a few meters long was passing by the Dayu Trading Company's black wooden ship at an astonishing speed, moving forward as fast as lightning. The reason why Chenzong paid attention to that small ship, other than out of curiosity, was because he saw a familiar figure. Qing Chen. Besides Qing Chen, there was another old man on the wooden boat. Qing Chen was standing at the front of the boat while the old man was standing at the back of the boat. As if he had noticed Chenzong's gaze, the old man turned around and looked at Chenzong. Even though they were a few thousand meters apart, Chenzong felt as if he was being illuminated by sunlight. His heart trembled, as if he had been seen through. Soon, the wooden ship turned into a small black dot in Chenzong's eyes. That speed was at least a few times faster than the Dayu Trading Company's wooden ship. This meant that Qing Chen and the old man would be able to cross the Sinking Feather River and reach the Longtu dynasty in an even shorter time. Qing Chen is indeed from the Longtu dynasty. Chenzong thought to himself. Powerful strength and mysterious bloodline power. These were not things that the 3 great dynasties could possess. But who was that old man? Since he couldn't figure it out, he decided not to dwell on it. After all, his goal was not to find out Qing Chen's identity, nor the old man's identity. His goal was to go to the Longtu dynasty and find a better opportunity. However, the old man's gaze left a deep impression on Chenzong. Master, perhaps a transcendent realm master. Chenzong thought to himself. This was a kind of intuition, and it was very likely to be true. It seemed that the old man might be here to protect Qing Chen. After all, when a genius came out to train, he would encounter all kinds of challenges and even dangers. If he encountered a danger that he couldn't resist, or if someone wanted to murder him, he might be killed. This was why he needed some protection. Otherwise, for any force, it wasn't easy to nurture a top genius. If he died, it would be a huge loss. Shaking his head, Chenzong removed all distracting thoughts and continued to stare at the flowing water of the sinking Feather River. The sparkling waves seemed to contain a unique rhythm and beauty, causing one to be unable to help but sink into it and carefully observe and savor it. Night fell and the bright moon hung in the sky, shining its light on the river. The scenery was different from the day. After observing for a while, Chenzong returned to his room and sat cross-legged on the small single bed, closing his eyes. The powerful chaotic heaven yuan shattering force filled every part of his body like a mighty river. Chenzong didn't need to do it deliberately, as he was doing it himself. The completion of the qi refining realm meant that the qi flowed through the whole body, reached the tip of the sky, and reached the abyss. Chenzong had already achieved the qi flowing through the whole body and reaching the tip of the body. He had perfect control of the qi. When he was in the Three Ferocious City, he began the next step of cultivation. The sky was the center of the head, and the abyss was the center of the feet. Whether it was the sky peak or the earth abyss, both were relatively fragile parts of the body. Even though Chenzong had cultivated the immemorial body and his physique far surpassed that of other martial artists, he still couldn't avoid this. It could only be said that he was tougher than other martial artists. Connecting the sky and the abyss was not a safe thing in itself. A little carelessness could bring serious harm to oneself. Chenzong was not in a hurry to connect them. Instead, he tried slowly. He started with the less dangerous abyss. He controlled the powerful chaotic energy and divided a trace of it. He compressed it into the shape of a needle and quickly spread it to the center of his right foot. In his consciousness, Chenzong saw a black dot. The black dot was round and seemed to be able to absorb all light. It was the center of his right foot, one of the abyss. He controlled the needle like qi and slowly approached the abyss of his right foot. As soon as he touched it, Chenzong felt a suction force that directly absorbed the trace of qi and swallowed it. Chenzong did not panic. When he encountered this situation for the first time, he was very surprised. But now, he had completely accepted it. He condensed a second trace of qi and approached it again. Once again, it was swallowed. Chenzong tried again and again. Without the guidance and experience of predecessors, Chenzong was not very clear about how to connect the sky and the abyss. He could only explore slowly and try again. In the end, Chenzong came to two conclusions. The first was to let the abyss continue to absorb qi until it was saturated, and then it would open automatically. The second was to force it open with violence. The first method was safer, but it took time. The second method was faster, but it was more dangerous. Chenzong was now trying the first method. Each time, he would only condense a trace of his inner strength and let it be absorbed. He was worried that too much inner strength would destroy the earth abyss because he felt that the earth abyss was relatively weak. In the middle of the night, Chenzong had consumed most of his internal force, but the earth abyss still showed no signs of being saturated. He stopped transferring his internal force into the earth abyss. After recovering his internal force, he rested until dawn. Chenzong was already on the deck when the sky began to brighten. He looked into the distance. It was still a vast expanse of whiteness, with no end in sight. The morning river trickled, reflecting a layer of red light from the rising sun, flourishing and glowing, full of life. Taking a deep breath, Chenzong felt his body becoming lighter and lighter as he circulated his force. It was as if he could fly with a gust of wind. He stretched his muscles and bones, producing a sound that sounded like frying beans. It had a different rhythm under the morning light. The deck was not large, but Chenzong still drew his sword and practiced a round of basic swordsmanship. Reflecting the morning light, it flowed endlessly like a stream. Under the guidance of the sword, the vigorous, domineering, and sharp force spread to every part of Chenzong's body like flowing water. This kind of softness surprised Chenzong. The power that came from any cultivation method had its own distinct characteristics. For example, some fire force would be as hot as fire, while the force cultivated by ice force would be as cold as ice. These were all fixed. For example, the origin shattering force was characterized by its vigorous, domineering, and sharpness. It was a kind of destructive force. This kind of internal force could not be as gentle as flowing water. It felt like a giant born with great strength. Not only could he wield a giant hammer, but he could also use an embroidery needle to make delicate embroidery drawings. The force that flowed like flowing water naturally spread to the earth abyss. This kind of gentle force directly poured into the earth abyss, causing no damage to the earth abyss. Qianzong was surprised and pleasantly surprised. Previously, he condensed the force like a needle because he was worried that it would cause damage to the fragile earth abyss. But now, the force had become as gentle as flowing water, as if it did not have the slightest destructive force. Thus, it would not cause any damage to the earth abyss. Of course, Qianzong could feel that it was not that the origin-shattering force had lost its destructive force, but that it had become restrained. The people on this black wooden ship were mainly from the Dayu trading firm. A small number of them were martial artists who were returning or heading to the Longtu dynasty. Everyone had nothing to do with each other. At night, Qianzong tried to make his inner force flow like flowing water. It was not easy, but Qianzong's amazing perception and perfect control of his inner force allowed him to achieve it after 3 days. Qianzong sat on the single bed in the dark night with no moon or stars. His domineering inner strength became very gentle, like a trickle of water flowing around his body. It flowed into the abyss on his left and right feet, and then into the abyss. This efficiency was at least 10 times faster than his previous attempts. Although Qianzong wanted to fill the earth abyss at his feet with inner force, he knew that he could not rush it. "Little brother, I see that your sword skills are very solid. Your attainments in sword skills should be pretty good, right?" After traveling for half a month on the black wooden ship, a middle-aged man stood a few meters away from Qianzong and smiled. "I'm just diligent in my studies and training." Qianzong smiled. "Little brother, you are from the 3 dynasties, right?" The middle-aged man laughed heartily and seemed to be very talkative. "The aura on your body does not seem like you are from the Longtu dynasty." "Senior, you are from the Longtu dynasty, right?" Qianzong smiled. The aura on this person's body was different from the people from the 3 dynasties that Qianzong had seen before. It was more similar to the people from the Dayu trading company. Aura, this was a very mysterious thing, and also very complex. Between heaven and earth, everything had an aura that belonged to them. There were countless types of auras, and the auras would also affect each other. Every region had its own history and culture. As time passed, the people who were born and raised in that region would naturally leave behind an aura that belonged to that region. This was also why when people from one place went to another place, their words or actions would be different. Of course, not everyone had that kind of eyesight. Only those who were sharper than others or those who had rich experience could do it. Qianzong was from the Cloud Dragon dynasty, while the middle-aged man was from the Longtu dynasty. The middle-aged man often traveled outside and was very talkative. He felt that Qianzong was very congenial and started to chat with him. Qianzong wanted to know more about the Longtu dynasty, so he naturally chatted happily with the middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was called Wang Yarong. He was a true martial realm cultivator. As for what level of true martial realm he was, Qianzong could not tell. However, he could vaguely confirm that the middle-aged man's cultivation was not low. He was at least at the late stage of the true martial realm. Qianzong was interested in the Longtu dynasty, and it was not a secret. As long as he entered the Longtu dynasty, he would slowly understand. Therefore, Wang Yarong did not deliberately hide anything and told Qianzong everything he could. The journey on the sinking Feather River took more than a month. Only half a month had passed, and there were still at least 20 days before they reached the other side. As he chatted with Wang Yarong, Qianzong understood more about the Longtu dynasty. It seemed to be different from what he had imagined. On the other hand, Qianzong's cultivation had also made good progress. Late at night, the black wooden boat was still riding the wind and breaking the waves at the speed of a galloping horse. It quickly reached the other side of the sinking Feather River. On the boat, other than the crew members who were steering the boat and patrolling the area, most of the others had already fallen asleep. Qianzong sat cross-legged on a single wooden bed. His eyes were closed, and his vigorous inner chi seemed to have lost its domineering sharpness. It became as soft and gentle as a stream. After circulating around his body, the inner chi flowed to his legs, reaching the center of his feet and being absorbed into the earth abyss. After many days, Chenzong gradually felt that the earth abyss under his feet had turned from weak to strong. It was able to withstand the impact of a stronger force. Chenzong could also feel that the earth abyss under his feet seemed to be filled to the brim. Soon, very soon. In the blink of an eye, another few days had passed. Every day during the day, Chenzong would go to the deck to look at the river. Speaking of the sinking Feather River, the water was indeed beautiful, but one would get tired of looking at it for a long time. However, Chenzong had been looking at it for 20 consecutive days, which was very surprising. But no one knew that Chenzong was actually not looking at the scenery, but observing and comprehending Tao. Late at night, a large amount of inner qi, like the water of a long river, kept flowing into the earth abyss under his feet. Then, the center of his feet trembled slightly and gradually became hot. The temperature was getting higher and higher, as if a red-hot soldering iron had been stuffed into his feet. Chenzong's expression suddenly changed, and his feet could not help but tremble. It was too hot. It was really too hot. He felt that the soles of his feet were going to be burned through. He resisted the burning heat with all his might for half an hour before it gradually weakened. When the heat completely disappeared, it was replaced by an extremely comfortable feeling. It was as if the center of his feet had been penetrated. When it came into contact with the air, a trace of coolness spread from the air to the center of his feet. That trace of coolness also entered his feet and legs from the center of his feet, and then spread throughout his body. The vigorous, domineering, and sharp inner qi flowed directly into the earth abyss without Chenzong's deliberate control. When it flowed out of the earth abyss, Chenzong felt that the inner qi seemed to be mixed with a trace of coolness from the outside world. As it flowed, it seemed to become purer. Could it be that after breaking through the zenith and the earth abyss, the inner qi can be further purified? Chenzong could not help but think to himself. Without guidance and enough ancient books, Chenzong was not clear about the ability of the completion of the force training realm. He could only rely on himself to explore slowly. Chenzong had always been curious about what changes would happen after he reached the zenith and the earth abyss. Now he vaguely knew. The purity of his inner qi had reached an extremely high level, which was completely his own limit. Now, there was hope for further purification, which meant that his combat strength could continue to improve. The river calmed down. Chenzong stared in front of him in surprise. He could vaguely see the silhouettes of people. "Brother, isn't it interesting?" Wang Yarong laughed. He had seen this scene countless times and had long lost interest in it. However, it was Chenzong's first time seeing it. It was busy and bustling. Everyone seemed to have something important to do as they hurried along. It was a pier called the Dayu Pier. This name symbolized the ownership of the pier. It was the exclusive pier of the Dayu Trading Company. Owning a pier also showed the shocking wealth of the Dayu Trading Company and the hidden power behind it. The Dayu Trading Company built such a pier not only for cross-river trade, but also for trade along the sinking Feather River. The boats used were naturally made of black wood. However, they couldn't be compared to the boats that crossed the sinking Feather River. The boats gradually slowed down as they neared the shore. "Everyone, you can disembark now," a deacon of the Dayu Trading Company said loudly. "Brother Chenzong, I still have something to do. We'll part ways here. See you again if fate allows." Wang Yarong laughed out loud. Then, he leaped up and soared like a big bird. After flying out of the wooden boat, he landed firmly on the dock. Then, he quickly shuttled through the crowd and disappeared into the crowd. "See you again," Chenzong said indifferently. His body flashed and landed on the pier as light as a feather. The dock was made of wood, but it was very stable. Chenzong took a step forward and was surprised to find that the people coming and going around were either emitting strong blood and qi fluctuations or strong inner strength fluctuations, but these people were just porters carrying goods. Chenzong was surprised when he first arrived at the Cloud Dragon Dynasty from the Eastern continent. The Cloud Dragon Dynasty's martial Dao level was much higher than the Eastern continent's. When the three dynasties first set foot on the Longtu Dynasty's territory, he was surprised again when he saw just a small pier. Martial artists with powerful vitality and force refinement realm martial artists who were not weak were actually just porters carrying goods. It was too unbelievable. However, Chenzong was not too surprised. Perhaps he had been prepared for this. The more martial arts flourished in a place, the more popular martial arts techniques would be, and the more people would practice martial arts. Even if one's talent was average, they would still be able to cultivate some skills to strengthen their body and make a better living. All kinds of shouts came from all directions, and the crowd was bustling. Qianzong was as agile as a fish, shuttling through the crowd. At this moment, a thin and small figure mixed in the crowd, seemingly inadvertently approaching Qianzong. The moment the skinny figure passed by Qianzong, his slender fingers reached for the bag on Qianzong's shoulder at lightning speed. His fingers reached into the bag as if there was nothing there. Just as he was about to take out the item inside, he realized that he had missed. This person was very experienced, and his reaction was fast. The moment his fingers missed, he did not hesitate and immediately staggered his footsteps. His body swayed, leaving behind a few afterimages as he quickly made his way to the densest part of the crowd. From missing to retreating, it only took a blink of an eye. This reaction speed was incomparable to many inner Qi realm martial artists. However, Qianzong's reaction speed was even faster. He used his finger as a sword and stabbed out. Under the sword finger, the air was pierced, leaving a white scar. The skinny figure was shocked. He used the movement technique that he was proud of to the extreme, but he found that the sword finger was still in front of him, and he could not dodge. It was as if a divine sword had come from the heavens. It was so sharp that he felt as if it had pierced through his forehead from a distance. Stop. The skinny figure tried his best to retreat as he screamed. He did not want to die. However, that finger didn't hesitate in the slightest, and it descended onto the center of his brows before suddenly stopping. The icy cold and sharp feeling caused the thin figure to be unable to help but twitch, and for a time, he thought that the center of his brows had been pierced through and he'd died. I'm still alive. Realizing this, the skinny figure was terrified. His face was pale, and large amounts of sweat seeped out from his forehead. The sweat on his back drenched his clothes. This feeling of walking on the edge of death was too exhilarating. His legs felt weak and powerless. Stop, or you're dead. The skinny figure quickly retreated. He regained his senses and threatened Qianzong. Qianzong did not have the intention to kill him. After all, he was a thief and did not deserve to die. Secondly, Qianzong was not a bloodthirsty person. Thirdly, it was better to keep a low profile since he had just arrived. At the end of the day, even if his fighting strength had reached 7-star, he was still in the energy refining realm. The difference between him and a true martial realm was obvious. However, in a place like Longtu Dynasty, true martial realm experts might not be everywhere, but they were not a minority. Any one of them had the ability to defeat and kill him. Retracting his finger, Qianzong memorized his opponent's appearance and characteristics. This was a middle-aged man with a pointy mouth and ape-like cheeks. He was about to leave. Stop. The middle-aged man screamed. His figure flashed and blocked Qianzong's path. You almost killed me just now. You have to compensate me. Otherwise, I won't let this matter rest. Do you want to die? Qianzong's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light. It was as if a sharp sword had been unsheathed. In an instant, the middle-aged man with a pointy mouth and ape-like cheeks felt suffocated. Terrifying, this was too terrifying. One had to know that he was at the peak of the 9th cycle of energy refining realm, and his fighting strength had reached 2-star. Other than a true martial realm expert, who else could give him such a feeling? Could it be that this person was a true martial realm expert? If he was really a true martial realm expert, he looked so young. He must have an extraordinary background. What if he was not someone to be trifled with? In an instant, many thoughts flashed through the middle-aged man's mind. No, this person gives me the feeling that he is not a local. Could it be that he came from the other side of the sinking Feather River? If he came from the other side, it doesn't matter how powerful his background is. I am from the venomous snake gang. If you kill me, you won't be able to escape death. As if he had understood something, the middle-aged man with a pointy mouth and ape-like cheeks spoke in a more confident and threatening tone. Venomous snake gang. Qianzong muttered to himself. When he was talking to Wang Yarong, he had mentioned that there were some small gangs at the pier. They were specialized in finding targets and robbing them of their wealth. Such small gangs were nothing to the Dayu trading firm. They were like ants to the Dayu trading firm. As long as the Dayu trading firm wanted to, they could easily destroy them. However, the survival of these small gangs was inextricably linked to the Dayu trading firm. In other words, they were inextricably linked to the manager of the Dayu trading firm's peer. To the Dayu trading firm, it was just a small gang. However, it had more than one true martial realm expert. To the current Xianxia, such a gang was undoubtedly an existence that he could not contend with. He was still too weak before reaching the true martial realm. Sometimes, Xianxia could not help but be impulsive. He wanted to break through to the true martial realm and become a true martial realm expert. With his current accumulation and foundation, if he broke through to the true martial realm, he would definitely be able to advance by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. Furthermore, it would not be an extravagant hope for him to fight those of a higher level. However, his rationality restrained his impulsiveness. His foundation was not perfect enough. He had not reached the real peak. Now, he was hibernating like a dragon in the abyss. He was waiting for the right time to soar. Give me 1,000 spiritual shells and I will let this matter go. Otherwise, you will know what it means to live a life worse than death. The middle-aged man with a pointy mouth and ape-like cheeks was getting more confident. He sneered and threatened Xianxia. People around saw this and stayed far away for fear of being implicated. They looked at Xianxia with pity in their eyes. Every day, some people would be blackmailed. They would be blackmailed more than once. They would be blackmailed a second time until they were drained dry. If they dared to resist, they would often end up badly. However, these things were not something they could interfere with. Xianxia's eyes were as cold as the edge of a sword. Would he accept the blackmail and give him 1,000 spiritual shells? Impossible. Perhaps some people would be willing to do so, but Xianxia was not willing to do so. Only when one's heart desired something and did not go against one's heart, one's sword would be invincible. The sword flashed and the coldness attacked people. The sword edge was placed on the neck of the middle-aged man. Say it again. Xianxia's voice sounded at the same time. His tone was as cold as a sword. The cold touch on his neck was filled with the breath of death. The middle-aged man with a pointy mouth and ape-like cheeks trembled unconsciously and sweat came out again. I will say. He stuttered and could not finish a complete sentence because he was afraid. He was sure that this person's strength was not something he could fight against. If he really wanted to kill him, one sword move would be enough. However, the man's eyes were full of coldness. It was a kind of fierce killing intent. The middle-aged man dared to swear with his well-tempered fingers that the man really dared to kill him. As for whether the man would die or not, it was not something he could know for sure. Staying alive was the most important thing. Only then could he enjoy everything. All of a sudden, Xianxia's pupils shrank. He hurriedly pulled back his sword and backed away. A strand of powerful finger wind pierced through the air. When it brushed past his face, Xianxia raised his head in time. He felt a slight pain on his cheek. A thin wound had been cut open. A drop of bright red blood flew out and brushed past the corner of his eye. You are just in the chi refining state. You can avoid my attack. You are quite capable. A bewildered voice rang out as a brawny man in a short gown with steel-like muscles appeared beside the middle-aged man with a sharp mouth and monkey-like chin. Third Guardian. The middle-aged man saw him and quickly bowed. Trash, get out of my way. The strong man glanced at the middle-aged man with disdain. He waved his hand and pushed the middle-aged man a dozen meters away. The middle-aged man rolled on the ground. He immediately looked at Xianxia with a bit of scrutiny. Then he grinned, showing his white teeth. Young man, you are quite capable. You must have been a genius for a long time. The man looked at Xianxia up and down as if he was looking at goods. He focused on the two swords at his waist and the silver python robe, as if he wanted to see something. Hand over your swords and robe, and I will spare your life. The strong man laughed. Xianxia's pupil shrank. The man was a warrior in the real martial arts realm. Judging from his aura, the man's cultivation was not very high. He was only in the early stage of the real martial arts realm. Taking a deep breath, Qianzong did not plan to hand over the two swords and the silver python robe. Maybe he was not a match for the man. However, if he used all his strength, he should be able to hold on for a while and then find a chance to escape. In the worst case, he still had the red thunder sword. The wind howled and the air was compressed like a steel wall. Qianzong couldn't breathe. He felt like his body was being squeezed and was about to be squashed into a meat patty. The silver python robe seemed to be pressed into his body and mixed with his flesh and blood. Qianzong felt like he couldn't even open his eyes. He used his strong spiritual will to mobilize his internal and external strength. He unsheathed his swords and cut the invisible wall of air apart. The brawny man was surprised again. This was the first time he saw a warrior in the Qi refining realm fight back against a warrior in the real martial arts realm. The giant hand grabbed out, and in front of Qianzong's eyes, it seemed to expand with the wind, becoming like a millstone. It also seemed to cover the sky, and a black mass came down like a mountain. Break! In an instant, Qianzong activated all his strength. His blood and qi were like waves, his internal strength was like a landslide, and the power of heaven and earth surrounded him. The power of the mountain-splitting sword and the mountain-beheading sword were activated at the same time. In an instant, the two swords buzzed, further increasing their strength. Mixed energy strike, cut, the two swords crossed and slashed out. It wasn't the light of a cross, but a white dragon that slithered through the air. This was the dragon breaking the sky that Qianzong had comprehended after practicing the Navagraha flash dragon sword to the extreme. The power of this sword was beyond the late stage of the 7-star level, beyond the peak of the 7-star level. It was also the most powerful sword attack that Qianzong could unleash in an instant. It was so sharp that even from a distance, one would feel like their eyes were being slashed by a sword. It was painful. Qianzong grabbed the white dragon with one hand. The strong force stopped the palm. Then, a muffled sound like a drumbeat was heard. It made people's blood and qi boil and their hearts beat wildly. The white flood dragon twisted its body, releasing a shocking amount of power and sharpness, tearing apart the true power that was covering the palm. Then, the white flood dragon was also crushed. With a boom, qi spread out in all directions, and sword qi shot out in all directions, crazily cutting apart the hard wooden planks below, leaving behind shocking cracks. The air blast was like a surging tide. Qianzong kept retreating, his feet leaving deep imprints on the hard wooden board. The burly man's figure swayed, and with a wave of his large hand, he shattered all the sword qi that shot towards him. Although he was not injured at all, the burly man's heart was like raging waves. And he was extremely shocked. One had to know that he was a martial artist at the second level of the true martial realm. Although he had only used 30% of his strength, the power of his true force was far superior to his inner force. In addition to the disparity in other aspects, he had not only failed to take down his opponent, he had even been counterattacked. Unbelievable, Qianzong was not surprised at all. He sheathed his swords in an instant, then pulled out the red thunder sword and pointed it at his opponent. "Oh, I've changed my sword. Is it useful?" The brawny man couldn't help but smile. Perhaps the other party was a rare genius, but through all the judgment, it could be deduced that the other party did not belong here, but came from somewhere else. Although this brawny man was somewhat apprehensive, if he wasn't mistaken, the other party's two swords were a set of pseudo-spiritual weapons. Their value was several times higher than normal pseudo-spiritual weapons. "Be a good boy and let yourself be captured." The brawny man spoke again, and reached out his hand again. This time, he used 50% of his strength, and the pressure on Qianzong suddenly increased several times. Suddenly, the burly man's hand stopped midway, as if there was an invisible iron wall in front of him. His face was full of bewilderment, and there was a hint of fear in the depths of his eyes. The red thunder sword trembled slightly, and made a buzzing sound, which was so dense that it made one's hair stand on end. On it, a wisp of white sword light flickered. This white sword light was formed by highly condensed sword qi in an incomprehensible way, and it contained amazing power. It was the sword qi carried by the red thunder sword. In the face of a martial artist at the real martial realm, Qianzong was no match for him even if he used all his strength. He could only rely on the red thunder sword. One sword strike was enough to intimidate. The brawny man couldn't restrain himself, and he couldn't help but feel frightened, scared, and creeped out. The white sword light was like a messenger of death, and it made him feel like he was being torn apart and penetrated from a distance. It was very uncomfortable. The brawny man was sure that the power contained in that sword was enough to kill him more than 10 times. Little brother, if you have something to say, let's talk nicely. Don't use your sword. It's better to put it away first, so as to avoid accidental injury. The brawny man's cheeks twitched, and he forced a smile. He operated his cultivation method to the extreme, and his true power spread all over his body. This sounded ridiculous, but the brawny man couldn't laugh. Get lost. Shenzong's voice was as cold as a sword. His wrist trembled slightly, and the white sword light seemed to be shooting out. The brawny man was shocked, and he quickly retreated more than 10 meters. Okay, little brother, don't be agitated. I'll go now. As the brawny man finished speaking, he used his body movement to quickly retreat. Shenzong also took the opportunity to quickly retreat, drilling into the dense crowd and leaving as fast as he could. The sword chi contained in the Red Thunder Sword was indeed amazing, but controlling it was also a big burden for Shenzong. He almost lost control and shot it out. If the sword chi shot out, it would certainly kill the brawny man, but it would also kill the others, causing great damage. Whether it would cause more serious consequences, Shenzong wasn't sure. Moreover, using a transcendent sword chi to deal with a true martial realm cultivator was like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. In addition, Shenzong didn't want to expose the Red Thunder Sword, but he was forced to do so. He had to leave as soon as possible. Light and fast like the wind, Shenzong disappeared in the blink of an eye. The brawny man's face was extremely gloomy, staring in the direction Shenzong left. His anger was like a boiling volcano, on the verge of erupting. He was actually intimidated by a chi refining realm cultivator and was even forced to retreat. If word got out, he would be the biggest joke in the world. However, he is definitely not an ordinary chi refining realm cultivator. To be able to resist 30% of my strength, his combat strength is definitely above 6 stars. For many people, a 7-star combat strength was like a legend. At this level, even the brawny man couldn't touch it. In addition, his 2 swords are a set of pseudo-spirit artifacts. The 3rd sword contains amazing power and is extremely valuable. What happened here will soon spread. I have to act as soon as possible and catch him. While talking to himself, the brawny man immediately asked the middle-aged man to return to the gang and report this matter to the gang leader. Then, he quickly chased in the direction Shenzong left. Superb talent, outstanding swordsmanship, brave and resourceful. I didn't expect to meet such a talent on a whim. In the crowd, an ordinary-looking middle-aged man in a gray robe with his hands behind his back watched the confrontation with a smile on his face. With a turn of his body, he disappeared like a ghost. Who are you? The brawny man was vigilant. He covered his body with true force and gathered it in his palms as he chased after Shenzong. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in a gray robe appeared in front of him. He looked as ordinary as a teacher, but the brawny man didn't dare to think so because his appearance was too sudden. There was no one in front of him just now, but he suddenly appeared as if he had been waiting for him for a long time. Xianxia, the middle-aged man said with a smile. Xianxia. The brawny man repeated. Immediately, his pupils shrank and he couldn't help but tremble as he retreated. Master of the Green Leaf Sword Mansion, that's me, the middle-aged man said with a smile. Master Li, what can I do for you? The brawny man forced himself to calm down and lowered his head respectfully. He couldn't help it. The strength of the man in front of him was too terrifying. Even if all the martial artists in the Viper gang attacked together, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. Go back to where you came from, Xianxia said calmly. Master Li means. While the brawny man was secretly guessing, he suddenly felt a chill and an astonishing sharpness that threatened to tear his body apart. Even his soul couldn't escape. His whole body shivered and he felt as if a stream of ice water had penetrated his spine from the top of his head to the soles of his feet, freezing him in an instant. If you do something you shouldn't do, there is no need for the Viper gang to exist. Xianxia's last words reached the brawny man's ears and he was shocked to find that the man in front of him had disappeared. Could it be that man just now has some kind of relationship with Xianxia? After a long time, the brawny man recovered and muttered to himself. His expression changed several times before he finally gave up, filled with unwillingness. There was no other way. Xianxia was a famous pseudo-transcendent realm master. A single finger from him could kill him 10 times over. He couldn't afford to provoke him. Rushing out of the dock, Chenzong quickly moved forward. "Little brother, please wait a moment." The gentle voice carried a soothing rhythm. As it entered Chenzong's ears, he felt a chill run down his spine. Without any hesitation, he unsheathed the red thunder sword once more. A white sword light flickered as he pointed towards the source of the voice. "Little brother, don't worry, I have no malicious intent." Xianxia stood a dozen meters away from Chenzong, his hands clasped behind his back and a kind smile on his face. Although he was surprised by the astonishing power of the red thunder sword, he didn't show the slightest fear. "Your Excellency is?" Chenzong was extremely vigilant, and the white sword light around him became even more intense. "My name is Xianxia, the sect master of River Feather City's Green Leaf Sword School." Xianxia calmly said, "Although I haven't reached the transcendent realm, I'm still a pseudo-transcendent. If I wanted to harm you, I'm afraid the sword in your hand wouldn't have any effect." Hearing this, Chenzong's expression changed. Pseudo-transcendent realm, perhaps the sword chi contained in the red thunder sword had reached the transcendent realm, but Chenzong himself was too weak. As the other party had said, before he could release the sword chi, the other party would be able to dodge and kill him. Or perhaps, the pressure from the other party's aura alone would be enough to seriously affect him. "What advice does Senior have for me?" Chenzong still didn't relax his vigilance. "Little brother, did you come from the other side of the river?" Xianxia asked with a smile. "I'm new here, so little brother isn't familiar with this place. Why don't you come with me to the sword school first?" "Don't worry, I really don't have any malicious intent. It's just that little brother's swordsmanship is quite good and his combat strength has reached the 7-star rank. Your talent is outstanding, and you have both courage and wisdom. You are truly a rare gem, so I invited you to come with me." Xianxia saw the vigilance in Chenzong's eyes and explained with a smile. "I appreciate Senior's kindness." Chenzong thought for a moment and didn't agree rashly. Under the Longtu dynasty, there were mountains, rivers, forests, and swamps. The land was vast, and resources were plentiful. It was a prosperous place. Many cities stood on the land of the dynasty, bearing witness to the vicissitudes of time. River Feather City was one of the many cities. It was located on the banks of the sinking Feather River and was a city that focused on trade. Of course, the prosperity of trade did not mean that the military power was weak. On the contrary, it required a strong military power to guard and protect. River Feather City had a population of over 10 million. The various clans, sects, and factions were tangled and complicated. The conflicts of interest were enough to make an ordinary person rack their brains. If they were careless and fell into it, without any means or backing, they would not even know what had happened. Fortunately, although the factions were tangled and complicated, the interactions between them maintained a balance. At least on the surface, it looked peaceful and friendly. Although Wang Yarong had traveled extensively and was knowledgeable, allowing Chenzong to have a deeper understanding of the Longtu dynasty, he did not know much about the situation within each city. After asking and conversing, Chenzong finally decided to go to the Green Leaf Sword School. As a newcomer, he needed a suitable place to stay. An inn or a restaurant was one choice, but it was not the best choice. After all, he needed to blend in and understand more about this place. Moreover, the cultivation of the force-refining realm was still too weak. For example, if Nan Shuntian or Qingchen went out to train, they still needed a strong enough force to protect them. Otherwise, they would be easily killed. The Green Leaf Sword School was located in the middle of the North Street of River Feather City. The bluestone paved ground was flat and wide. In the ancient courtyard wall was a simple and unadorned door. On the plaque, there were 4 large words in red, Green Leaf Sword School. Chenzong squinted his eyes as he stared at the words. He could vaguely feel the sharpness of the sword from the 4 large words. It seemed to contain a profound sword theory. After knocking on the door, someone quickly opened it. "Who are you?" With a tender voice and curious eyes, it was a young child. Chenzong estimated that he was around 10 years old. "Are you here to learn swordsmanship?" I'm looking for the owner of the Green Leaf Sword School. Chenzong smiled. Please come in. The child let Chenzong in first. There were more than a dozen people practicing swordsmanship in the front yard. They all seemed to be in their teens. Although their swordsmanship was ordinary in Chenzong's eyes, they had a good foundation and were quite stable. It was obvious that they had been taught by a famous teacher. Chenzong's arrival did not attract their attention. They did not even look at him. They were all immersed in their own swordsmanship. Why are you looking for the dojo master? The child brought a middle-aged man with him. The middle-aged man looked serious and spoke in a low voice. However, the light in his eyes seemed to penetrate Chenzong. Senior, please inform the owner of the Green Leaf Club that the person who was invited yesterday has come to visit. Chenzong cupped his fists and bowed. His tone was neither servile nor overbearing. Go sit in the hall for a while, I'll go ask for the attention. The middle-aged man stared at Chenzong for a while. The latter's aura was completely restrained. It was difficult to sense his cultivation level. After hearing his words, the middle-aged man pondered. He asked the child to bring Chenzong into the hall while he walked to the back of the sword school. Big brother, do you know the dojo master? The child wearing a loose sword robe asked in a tender voice. We've met once. Chenzong smiled. Really? The child expressed his doubts. The dojo master is a pseudo-transcendent realm master. It is said that he is one of the top 3 masters in River Feather City. Big brother, you actually met the dojo master. It was a coincidence. Chenzong smiled. Then take a seat. I'll bring you some tea. The child said. Little brother, welcome to the Green Leaf Sword School. A gentle voice sounded. Xianxia walked into the hall with his hands behind his back and a gentle smile on his face. Senior, I've offended you yesterday. Please forgive me. Chenzong stood up and cupped his fists. You and I didn't know each other before. How could I offend you? Xianxia smiled and gestured for Chenzong to sit down. After the child bowed to Xianxia, he glanced at Chenzong curiously and left. Little brother, what's your name? Where are you from? Xianxia asked. My name is Chenzong. I'm from the Cloud Dragon Dynasty. Greetings, senior. Chenzong cupped his fists again. The Cloud Dragon Dynasty is one of the 3 dynasties across the sinking Feather River. Xianxia said, a small dynasty can produce a genius like little brother Chenzong. It is indeed extraordinary. Senior, you flatter me. Chenzong said and sat down again. Little brother, you must be curious about why I invited you to the sword school. Xianxia did not beat around the bush. Little brother, you are new here. Perhaps you don't have a direct understanding of the Longtu dynasty. Senior, please enlighten me. Chenzong said. Wang Yarong had said a lot, but Wang Yarong was a true martial realm cultivator, while Xianxia was a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator. Chenzong felt that Xianxia was stronger than his master. Different levels meant different levels of contact. Naturally, their views and understanding of some things would be different. The land under our feet has a common name, the Longtu region. The Longtu region is one of the regions in the Kanglan continent. It is under the jurisdiction of the Longtu dynasty. Kanglan continent. Longtu region. Chenzong repeated in a low voice. It was as if a door had opened in front of him. This was what Wang Yarong did not say. A few hundred years ago, the Longtu region was not called Longtu region. It was called something else. The Longtu dynasty had a strong military force and many strong masters. They swept the entire region and made all the forces bow down to them. Under the heavens, all the land belonged to the dynasty. Therefore, this region was renamed Longtu region. Chenzong could not help but nod. This was the result of strength. If the Longtu dynasty did not have the strength to make all the forces bow down to them, how could they change the name of a region? The Longtu dynasty worked hard and divided the Longtu region into 8 provinces. River Feather City belongs to one of the 8 provinces, the Tianjiang Prefecture. In the Tianjiang Prefecture, there are 4 great forces. They are the Tianshui Pavilion, the True Yang Sect, the Unhindered Sword Sect, and the Aomei Villa. These four great forces can be considered as a low-rank sect in the vast Kanglan continent. Low-rank sect? Chen Zong was puzzled. May I ask, Senior, how is the sect categorized? In the Kanglan continent, the sects are divided into several grades. The low grade is the lowest, followed by the middle grade, and then the high grade. Above the high grade, there are even higher grades, but those are still too far away. Xianxia smiled and didn't continue. The Tianjiang prefecture only has these four low-rank sect forces. As for the Longtu dynasty, in essence, it is also a sect, but its grade is high rank. Low rank. High rank. Chen Zong was shocked. Although Xianxia did not say how to define the sect's grade, the difference between them was obvious. The division of a sect's grade is related to the level of the transcendent realm. This is still too far away for us to talk about. I can only be sure that if a high-rank sect wants to destroy a low-rank sect, it can do so in the blink of an eye. Xianxia's words shocked Chen Zong. In the blink of an eye, it was too shocking. Immediately after, an indescribable excitement filled his heart. In the Longtu dynasty, the only high-rank sect force is the Longtu imperial family. As for mid-rank forces, there are as many as 4. You will know in the future. In addition to being the pavilion master of the Green Leaf Sword Mansion, I am also an outer elder of the Unhindered Sword sect. Xianxia said. Chen Zong's eyes suddenly lit up. The mystery in his mind seemed to have been solved in an instant. Why would Xianxia take the initiative to invite him? It seems that little brother has already guessed it. Xianxia smiled. That's right. My purpose is to invite little brother to become a disciple of the Unhindered Sword sect. Chen Zong was still thinking and was not in a hurry to agree. There was no doubt that coming to the Longtu dynasty was a very good choice because the martial Dao level of the Longtu dynasty was indeed much higher than the 3 great dynasties. There was also a sect-level force in the entire continent. Of course, if one were to count, the Cloud Dragon dynasty could also be considered a low-rank sect. In this place, not only were there many low-rank sect forces, there were also 4 mid-rank sect forces and even 1 high-rank sect force. Under normal circumstances, naturally, the higher the rank of the force, the deeper the foundation and strength. If one became a disciple of such a force, they might be able to enjoy better resources and inheritances. Of course, the competition would also be greater. Little brother, I saw that your performance yesterday was outstanding. Your battle strength should have broken through the limit of the energy refining realm and reached 7-star. With such talent, you have the qualifications to become a disciple of a mid-rank sect force. As for a high-rank sect force, there is also a high chance. Xianxia sincerely said. However, in the Longtu dynasty, only the Longtu imperial clan is a high-rank sect force. In order to ensure the legitimacy of the imperial clan, the Longtu imperial clan will not accept disciples with a different surname. Even if there are some extremely talented people who want to join the Longtu imperial clan, they have to change their surname and swear eternal loyalty to the Longtu imperial clan. Hearing Xianxia's words, Chen Zong's expression slightly changed. He put an end to the idea of becoming a disciple of the Longtu imperial clan. Changing surname was unacceptable. Swearing eternal loyalty, this kind of restriction was also hard to accept. As for the 4 mid-rank sect forces, the Tianjiang prefecture does not have one. With little brother's speed, it will take at least half a year to reach the nearest mid-rank sect force. The journey will be filled with dangers and dangers. It is still unknown whether you will be able to reach it smoothly. Chen Zong couldn't help but nod. Xianxia didn't need to lie to him because he would know these things in the future. Although my Unhindered Sword sect is only a low-rank sect force, our foundation is very deep. A few hundred years ago, the Unhindered Sword sect was a mid-rank sect force. However, due to some unforeseen circumstances, the sect's battle strength was greatly reduced. It has not recovered to this day. Xianxia sighed. There was a hint of regret in his words. Little brother, I am only inviting you. I have no intention of forcing you. You can choose on your own. No matter what you choose, I will not interfere. Xianxia said. However, if you choose Unhindered Sword sect, I will recommend you the identity of the sword son of the sect. You will receive the best training. Outside the Green Leaf Sword School, more and more people were practicing their swords. The whistling of the wind created a beautiful melody. The living room was silent. Even the sound of breathing was difficult to be heard. Xianxia sat quietly on the chair, waiting for Chenzong to make a decision. His face was peaceful and his eyes were like an ancient well. There was no impatience in them. Chenzong was thinking. This was not a small matter. He could not be reckless. Without a doubt, becoming a disciple of an upper-class sect was the best option. However, the only upper-class sect in the Longtu dynasty was the Longtu imperial family. There was no other choice. There were indeed other upper-class sects outside of the Longtu region, but that was just wishful thinking. With the strength of the qi refining realm, he was destined to not be able to travel far. The conditions and restrictions of the Longtu imperial family also determined that Chenzong could not join them. He ruled it out. None of the four middle-class sects were in Tianjiang prefecture. They needed to leave the prefecture first before going to the other prefectures. The journey was extremely dangerous. Even the strength of the qi refining realm was not enough to deal with it. Under normal circumstances, only those who reached the true martial realm would have the qualifications to travel far. All kinds of thoughts appeared in Chenzong's mind, and he analyzed them one by one. There were pros and cons to joining a sect. The pros were the environment, resources, and inheritances. These were all related to one's cultivation. After all, it would be difficult to compete with others in the Longtu region with just his two swords. The cons were the restrictions. There was not the freedom of being a rogue cultivator. However, the degree of restrictions varied depending on the sect. There were two sides to everything. The choice depended on what one needed the most, and whether one could accept it or not. Aside from the Longtu imperial family and the four middle-class sects, the best choice in Tianjiang prefecture was the four low-class sects. Among them, the unhindered sword sect might be the best choice. Sword sect, as the name suggested, was a sect that focused on swordsmanship. After thinking for a while, Chenzong opened his eyes. His gaze was resolute. "Senior, I've made up my mind. Let's go to the unhindered sword sect," Chenzong said. All right. Xianxia had always been indifferent, but at this moment, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. Then, he calmed down and said, "Little brother, before you go, there are some things that I want to make clear." "Senior, please go ahead." Chenzong was not surprised. The unhindered sword sect is, after all, a ranked sect. It is not something an ordinary sect can compare to. With your talent, it would be easy for you to become an ordinary disciple. However, the sword son of the sect is extremely important. In my entire life, I only have one chance to recommend you. Xianxia said with a serious expression, "If you can become the sect's sword son, you will receive the best training, but you will also face the greatest challenges. As the one who recommended you, I will naturally be rewarded by the sect. On the other hand, if I fail, I will not receive any rewards. As for you, you will either become an ordinary disciple or leave." Xianxia continued, "If you fail and are unwilling to become an ordinary disciple, I will personally escort you out of Tianjiang prefecture to the nearest middle-ranked sect." Xianxia's sincerity was apparent. "Thank you, senior." Chenzong stood up and thanked him. "You don't have to thank me. I have a disciple who has reached the peak of 6-star. I originally planned to give this recommendation to him, but I happened to meet you. I feel that you might be a better candidate." Xianxia said, "But a feeling is just a feeling. Therefore, I will arrange for you to compete with my disciple, Xianxia. If you win, I will truly give the recommendation to you. If you lose, I can only say that you are not destined to be my disciple. What do you think? If you want to gain something, you have to pay a price." Chenzong smiled. His father had taught him this since he was young. He remembered it in his heart. Good. Xianxia was very happy. It was rare to see such a reasonable genius. It should be known that the more talented one was, the easier it was for them to be arrogant and develop all kinds of strange temperaments or problems. They were all arrogant and always thought that they were the best. They could not tolerate other people's arrangements. There were very few people who were as easy to talk to as Chenzong. This meant that his temperament was better than others. Xianxia thought highly of him. The Greenleaf Sword School had a front yard and a backyard. The backyard was paved with huge and flat bluestone. It was 20 meters long and wide. Chenzong stood in the backyard, facing a young man from afar. This young man wore a feathered crown and a gold and silver robe. With a sword in his hand, he looked extraordinary. He was Li Qingye's disciple, Yang Xianying. He was also from the Yang family, one of the many forces in River Feather City. His talent was extraordinary. He had practiced the sword with Li Qingye for a few years, and his sword skills were superb. He was famous among the younger generation of Qi refining realm martial artists in River Feather City. Yang Xianying already knew about the sword son of the Unhindered Sword sect. He thought that his master would use the recommendation to give him a chance to compete for the position of the sword son of the sect. If he could become the sword son of the sect, he would be able to receive the best training from the sect. At that time, he would be able to build a stronger foundation and compete with stronger geniuses. In the future, he would be able to reach the peak and become a famous expert in the Longtu Empire. He might even be able to take charge of the Unhindered Sword sect and become the sect master. His future was infinitely bright, but it was affected by Chenzong's appearance. His master actually wanted him to compete with him. This clearly meant that he wanted to use this to decide who would be the sword son of the sect. Thinking of this, Yang Xianying's eyes became colder and colder. It was as if the tip of a sword was going to pierce through Chenzong and tear him apart. Li Qingye stood not far away and watched. Chenzong had both swords at his waist and the Red Thunder sword on his back. As for the Raging Dragon bow and arrow, he put it aside for the time being. Yang Xianying's eyes grew colder and colder as his anger flared. Suddenly, sword light flashed and fell like a meteor from outer space, tearing through the wind and shattering mountains. It carried an astonishing power as it pierced through the air. In the blink of an eye, the sword light crossed a dozen meters and arrived in front of Chenzong. Both swords were unsheathed. The cross-shaped sword light cut the air in front of Chenzong into 4 pieces. According to Li Qingye, his disciple Yang Xianying's combat strength was at the peak of 6 star. Chenzong didn't need to use the Enlightenment realm. The sword poured down like a rainstorm and flashed across the sky like lightning. Yang Xianying was using a peerless earth-tier sword art, the azure sword art that Li Qingye had imparted to him. His sword was like an azure meteor piercing through the sky, drawing a straight or curved trajectory. It was as if there were dozens or hundreds of swords slashing at him at the same time. The storm-like aura was suffocating. Any martial artist with extraordinary talent who had cultivated a complete peerless earth-class cultivation method to the highest level and cultivated a peerless earth-class martial art to the imperceptible realm, together with other auxiliary cultivation methods, would usually have the combat strength of 6 star. However, it was not so easy to reach the peak of 6 star. Chenzong could feel that Yang Xianying's cultivation was at the peak of the 9th transformation of the force training realm. He was not at the completion of the force training realm. This also showed that he was quite talented. If he could break through to the completion of the force training realm, his combat strength would definitely reach 7 star. Countless green meteors with shocking coldness and sharpness pierced through the void and mercilessly attacked Chenzong with all his strength. Li Qingye frowned. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that his disciple did not hold back at all except for not using any secret method. He directly activated the green sword art to the extreme. Every move was filled with fierce killing intent, as if he had a grudge against his opponent. However, Li Qingye was not worried about Chenzong. After all, he had seen Chenzong fight with a LV2 genuine martial realm martial artist. Even if it was only one move, he could see some clues. Sure enough, Chenzong seemed to be calm and at ease when facing Yang Xianying's sword technique that was executed with his full strength. His swords weaved through it, shattering green meteor after green meteor, and he was even able to counterattack. Li Qingye could see that Chenzong did not use any peerless earth-class sword art. His sword art was changeable and varied. Obviously, he had cultivated many sword arts and derived his own understanding of them, making them his own. Just this level of attainment in sword art had already surpassed his disciple Yang Xianying. Li Qingye could also see that Chenzong's counterattack was not fatal. Perhaps it was because Yang Xianying was his disciple. In fact, if Yang Xianying was not Li Qingye's disciple and tried to kill him, he would have been killed by Chenzong. The higher the combat strength, the lower the enhancement of the Wuzhen realm. For example, when Qin Zong's combat strength was at 5-star, the Wuzhen realm could increase his combat strength by at least 1 star. However, when he was at 6-star, the Wuzhen realm could not increase his combat strength by 1 star. Without using the Wuzhen realm, Qin Zong's combat strength could surpass the peak of 6-star and reach the limit of 6-star. As he moved his 2 swords, he destroyed all of Yang Xianing's sword art. Sword pupil technique. With a low shout, Yang Xianing's eyes suddenly emitted a shocking cold light. It was as sharp as the edge of a sword. It turned into 2 streaks of silver light that could not be seen by the naked eye and shot out like 2 streaks of sword qi. It was too fast and too close. Chen Zong could not react in time. The 2 streaks of silver light shot into Chen Zong's eyes. He felt as if he had been pierced by a sword and was in excruciating pain. Immediately, he felt as if his spirit was about to be torn apart by the 2 streaks of sword qi. This was a secret technique that attacked the spirit. After using the sword pupil technique, Yang Xianing immediately used another secret technique, which increased his internal force in an instant. He attacked with his sword. This sword was like a green comet that broke through the sky and destroyed everything. Its power reached the limit of 6-star. Xianxia frowned and gathered power in his hand. He was ready to save Chen Zong at any time. Slash. The 2 swords seemed to have turned into thunderbolts. After tearing the sky apart, they turned into a lightning dragon. It shattered the green comet and rushed toward Yang Xianing with terrifying power. No. Yang Xianing was stunned. He was hit in the chest before he could react. The fierce power seemed to have destroyed his body and sent him flying backward. The sword light disappeared, and so did the dragon. Chen Zong put his swords back into the sheaths. A trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. Yang Xianing wanted to kill him, but at the last moment, Chen Zong withdrew most of his power and only injured and killed Yang Xianing. This was all for Xianxia. Xianxia frowned slightly. He was quite disappointed with his disciple's performance. But after all, Yang Xianing was his disciple. After a quick check, he found that Yang Xianing only had minor internal injuries. He would recover after taking some elixirs and resting for a few days. There would be no sequelae. Ranking in July. Ranking in July. Ranking in July. I need everyone's monthly votes. Important things need to be emphasized repeatedly. Tianheng Mountain had 7 peaks and 3 valleys. It was known as a mountain with 18 twists and turns. The terrain was dangerous and the strange peaks rose one after another. It was the largest mountain range in Tianjiang Prefecture. One of the 4 inferior sects, the Zongjing Sword Sect, was located here. Other than the Zongjing Sword Sect, there were many other unranked sections. The mountain path was rugged and winding upwards. A white jade arch door stood on the ground. It was 10 meters tall and had a sharp aura that pointed to the sky within its majestic aura. The words Zongjing Sword Sect were written on it. It was written in silver and iron and looked mysterious. With Chen Zong's current attainments in swordsmanship, he could vaguely sense that there was something extraordinary about it. However, he was unable to comprehend anything because the person who had personally carved these 4 words had an extremely high attainment in swordsmanship. This was the mountain gate of the Zongjing Sword Sect. The mountain gate represented the face of a sect. If it was simple, it would damage the dignity of the sect. If it was too extravagant, it would appear exaggerated. If it was too well done, it might attract the hostility of other sects. The level of the sect corresponded to the level of the sect. This was a hidden principle that no one would overstep. The mountain gate made of white jade was not extravagant, but it was not simple either. It looked simple and elegant, and its shape was like a giant hollow sword. It was perfect for the mountain gate of the Zongjing Sword Sect. On the left and right sides of the mountain gate stood 2 young men with straight backs. Their white sword robes made their bodies look even straighter. They were like unsheathed swords, releasing invisible sharpness. Their sharp eyes swept across the air and swept over Chen Zong, then fell on Xianxia's face. "Are you elderly?" one of them asked. "That's me." Xianxia carried a long sword on his back and a smile appeared on his plain face. "Greetings, elderly," the 2 disciples guarding the mountain gate hurriedly bowed. You may rise. Li Qingye smiled. After that, he led Qianzong through the mountain gate and walked up the white jade stairs. The stairs meandered like a white python. Raising his head, he could vaguely see a white trail leading upwards, as if there was no end to it. Senior, are the two people just now in the real martial realm? Qianzong asked casually as he followed Li Qingye up the white jade stairs. LV4 genuine martial realm, Li Qingye said. They are all inner disciples of the Unhindered Sword sect. They all look very young, Qianzong said with a smile. He should be in his late 20s, Li Qingye said with a smile. A true martial realm martial artist at the age of 27 or 28 wasn't rare in the Longtu dynasty. They could only be considered as a group of people with decent talent. However, if they were compared to the other three dynasties, they could already be considered as geniuses. If they were in the Eastern continent, they would probably be crowned as geniuses. For example, the tyrant martial prodigy had broken through to the genuine martial realm when he was in his 20s. However, there was still a big gap between the first and fourth levels of the genuine martial realm. But now that he thought about it, he wasn't young anymore. He was gradually approaching the age of 24. Of course, it was also because he was pursuing a more solid and perfect foundation that he didn't break through to the genuine martial realm. Otherwise, he would have reached the genuine martial realm long ago. Thinking about it, the two LV4 genuine martial realm inner disciples guarding the mountain gate couldn't have been very strong when they were in the training realm. They were probably at the 3-star or 4-star level. Before he came, Li Qingye had already explained the general situation of the Unhindered Sword sect. The entire Unhindered Sword sect was composed of elders, sect master, inner sect elders, outer sect elders, deacons, core disciples, inner sect disciples, and outer sect disciples. Among them, the inner sect elders, sect master, and senior elders were all transcendent realm masters, while the outer sect elders were all pseudo-transcendent realm masters. If they broke through to the transcendent realm, they would become inner sect elders, enjoying higher status and better treatment. As for the deacons, they were all in the genuine martial realm. They were usually in the mid-stage or late stage of the genuine martial realm. Core disciples were in the late stage of the genuine martial realm under the age of 30. Inner sect disciples were in the early stage or mid-stage of the genuine martial realm under the age of 30. Outer sect disciples were in the training realm. Among them, the deacons had a higher status than the inner sect disciples and outer sect disciples. There was a slight difference between them and the core disciples. The core disciples had a higher status and were even comparable to some outer sect elders. The sword son of a sect was a very special existence. It referred to a special honor and a special treatment that one could enjoy. The more he finished, the more Qianzong looked forward to the Unhindered Sword sect. The white jade steps were long and winding, but Qianzong and Li Qingye were not slow. After a while, Qianzong followed Li Qingye and stepped onto a white jade square. The square was very wide, at least tens of thousands of square meters. In the center of the square stood an 8-legged ancient bronze cauldron. It was extremely thick and had sword patterns carved on it. If one looked closely, they would see that the countless sword patterns formed a crisscrossing formation. In the center of the cauldron was an ancient bronze sword that was several meters long and about the size of 2 palms. The sword chi was awe-inspiring. This is the ancient sword cauldron, Li Qingye said with a solemn expression, as if he was on a pilgrimage. It was personally created by the founder of the Unhindered Sword sect. It is one of the symbols of the Unhindered Sword sect. Looking at the ancient sword cauldron, Qianzong did not know why, but he felt that his mood was affected and became solemn. Rumor has it that the founder left a mid-rank linguo in the ancient sword cauldron, but no one has been able to comprehend it. Li Qingye said. Linguo? Qianzong did not understand. Linguo is a martial art cultivated by transcendence. Li Qingye explained and changed the topic. Come with me, I will take you to see the sect master. Recommending the sect's sword son was a big deal, so meeting the sect master was a must. They walked forward and passed through many doors before stopping in front of a magnificent hall. As an outer sect elder, it was not difficult for Li Qingye to meet the sect master. This hall was called the Unhindered Sword Hall, and it was the main hall of the Unhindered Sword sect. It was also the place where the sect master met with the elders and disciples and received important guests. The unhindered sword hall was 100 meters high, and its pillars supported the sky. Each pillar was engraved with sword images, crisscrossing each other, giving off an extraordinary aura. Behind the sect master's seat was a thick wall of swords, seemingly indestructible. What surprised Qianzong was that the sect master of the unhindered sword sect was a burly man with a broad face and a square mouth. He was different from what he had imagined. Well, one could not judge a book by its cover. In addition to the sect master, there were 4 inner sect elders gathered in the unhindered sword hall, each of them sitting in their own seats. Their gazes passed by Xianxia and fell on Qianzong. Immediately, they were slightly surprised. Qianzong cultivated the immemorial body, so he could conceal his aura, making it difficult for others to detect. Even transcendents could not easily detect him. Under the gaze of these 5 people, Qianzong felt the pressure from their gazes. This was the pressure of a transcendent realm master, and it was not deliberate but simply caused by their gazes. Qianzong's expression remained unchanged, and he remained calm, causing everyone to secretly praise him. For a mere force-refining cultivator to be able to remain unfazed under the gazes of 5 transcendent realm masters was truly a rare sight. Elder Qingyi, are you sure you want to use your one-chance recommendation on this boy? The great elder asked, his voice echoing in the hall, echoing endlessly in the ears of the 2 men. Reporting to great elder, yes. Xianxia responded respectfully. There were a total of 4 inner sect elders. According to order, they were the great elder, second elder, third elder, and fourth elder. Among them, the great elder's cultivation was the highest and strongest. This boy looks good, and indeed has the qualifications to compete for the sect's sword son. But what is his background? Do you know? The second elder also spoke, his voice slightly sharp. The sect's sword son would receive the best resources from the sect. This was a major event and must be treated with caution. If the person being trained was a spy from another great force, not only would it bring losses to the sect, but it would also cause the sect to lose its dignity. And if the person being trained had a bad temperament or was ungrateful, it would also be a loss to the sect. Reporting to second elder, this boy's name is Qianzong. He comes from the Cloud Dragon dynasty, one of the 3 great dynasties on the other side of the sinking Feather River. Xianxia immediately replied. Oh, he comes from the other side of the sinking Feather River. Several elders nodded and immediately looked at the sect master, waiting for his final decision. The sect's sword son is related to the rise and fall of the sect. This is a major event and cannot be lost. The bearded sect master spoke, his voice like a great bell. His eyes swept over Qianzong and fell on Xianxia's face. Let Qianzong live here for the time being and temporarily register him as an outer sect disciple. After this sect confirms that Qianzong's background is not suspicious, we will arrange for the sect's sword son assessment. Qianzong, what do you think? A transcendent realm master, and a sect master at that, actually asking for his opinion, Qianzong was a little surprised. I will follow sect master's arrangements, Qianzong said. As for the other party's request to investigate his background, Qianzong wasn't displeased in the slightest. Putting himself in the other party's shoes, if he were the leader of a sect, it would be impossible for him to nurture talents for his enemy. Of course, this was also because Qianzong did not deceive Xianxia, otherwise, he would definitely be anxious. In that case, Elder Qingyi, take Qianzong to the outer sect disciple area and stay there for the time being. Sect Master Lin Zhonghan said. Yes, Sect Master. Xianxia led Qianzong out of the horizontal sword hall. As soon as they walked out of the horizontal sword hall, the oppressive atmosphere suddenly disappeared. Qianzong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, being stared at by 5 transcendent realm masters was impossible not to feel pressured. The sect's sword son assessment is of great importance, so investigating his background is necessary. I hope you won't hold any grudges, Xianxia said to Qianzong. Senior, please rest assured, I understand, Qianzong said. That would be great. Xianxia smiled, becoming more and more satisfied with Qianzong. Speaking of which, he originally thought that his disciple was very good, but compared to Qianzong, he was overshadowed. Whether it was talent, combat strength, or temperament, there was a clear gap. Thinking of his disciple Yang Xianying, Xianxia frowned again. After losing to Chenzong that day, Yang Xianying left the sword hall and disappeared without a trace. Xianxia originally planned to bring him to the horizontal sword sect. Even if he could not become the sect's sword son, with his talent, he could be ranked among the top outer sect disciples and strive for better resources. Unfortunately, Yang Xianying returned to the Yang family after leaving the sword hall that day, and then left again. No one knew where he went. Third Elder, you are the fastest. Take the black boat across the river and go to the Cloud Dragon Dynasty to investigate Chenzong's background. Sect Master Luo Zhonghan said. Sky Rainbow Mountain had 7 peaks and 3 valleys, and the Unhindered Sword Sect was located on the largest and highest Sky Rainbow Peak. At the top of the peak were the cave residences of the Unhindered Sword Hall and the inner sect elders. Further down were the cave residences of the core disciples. Further down were the cave residences of the deacons and inner sect disciples. At the bottom were the cave residences of the outer sect disciples. As a low-rank sect, the Unhindered Sword Sect had more than 3,000 outer sect disciples and more than 600 inner sect disciples, but very few core disciples. A simple stone room with only a stone bed and a stone table was Chenzong's temporary residence in the outer sect disciple area. Chenzong, the sect's investigation will take about a month. During this time, you will live here and cultivate well. I will also stay in the sect for the time being. If you need anything, you can come to the Green Leaf Hall to find me. Li Qingyi said and left. Chen Zong walked out of the simple stone room and looked ahead. As far as his eyes could see, there were mountains and lush trees. Taking a deep breath, the fresh air entered Chenzong's lungs through his nose. He felt a wave of coolness, and it seemed to contain something indescribable that was beneficial to his body. Chenzong was sure that living in such a place for a long time, even an ordinary person who did not practice martial arts would be able to strengthen their body and prolong their life. Ah Lu, go find out the background of the person brought by Elder Qingyi. A handsome young man's eyes flashed as he spoke to a shrewd-looking young man with small eyes. Okay, I'll go now. The small-eyed young man said and immediately walked out of the stone room to inquire about Chenzong's identity. There were more than 3,000 outer sect disciples, and there was a competitive relationship between them. No one was willing to submit to another, and in order to compete for more resources, and also to be able to cultivate better, these disciples would form groups of 3 to 5. Of course, some of them were relatively strong and had gathered a group of subordinates. Whenever a new disciple became an outer sect disciple, if they were ordinary, they would naturally not attract attention, but Chenzong, who was brought in by an outer sect elder, would often become the focus of attention. After all, outer sect elders were pseudo-transcendent realm masters and would not casually bring in new disciples. The arrival of Chenzong and his visit to the Zongjin Hall was not a secret, nor was the news deliberately blocked. Among the outer disciples, there were many people who had a good relationship with the elders. With careful inquiry, Chenzong's origin and purpose were dug out. He actually wants to become the sword son of the sect. After hearing the news, many outer sect disciples were stunned. Moreover, he's someone from a small dynasty, yet he wants to become the sword son of the sect. Does he really think he's above everyone just because he's a genius from a small dynasty? Too arrogant. For a moment, many outer sect disciples felt as if they were being looked down upon and were annoyed. In fact, Chenzong had not even said a word to them yet he was already being treated with hostility. If Chenzong knew about it, he would probably be very helpless. Whether he's arrogant or not has nothing to do with us, but if he wants to become the sect's sword son, he has to ask those two first. After the handsome young man finished speaking, a smile appeared on his face. Let's go. We'll meet this genius from a small dynasty and see what kind of person he is. Is it necessary? The small-eyed young man muttered, but he still followed the handsome young man's footsteps. What can I do for you too? Chenzong looked at the two people in front of him and asked casually. Newcomer, you're too rude. This is senior brother Song Jingxiao, and you should call me senior brother Lin Changel. The small-eyed young man frowned and reprimanded him. Chenzong ignored him. He could see that the leader of these two was Song Jingxiao, not Lin Changel. That's enough, Lu. It's just a formality. There's no need to fuss over it. Song Jingxiao smiled, but his eyes were sizing up Chenzong. A sharpness flashed in the depths of his eyes, as if he wanted to see through Chenzong. I'll call you Qinzong and Qinshidi. Song Jingxiao spoke again. Qinshidi, how much do you know about our outer sect? Senior brother Song, what's your purpose here? Just say it, Qinzong said. He did not intend to play this kind of roundabout game with the other party. Song Jingxiao's eyes flashed with a touch of displeasure. In any case, he was considered a figure among the outer sect disciples. It was too presumptuous to speak to him like this. However, Song Jingxiao did not flare up on the spot. Our sect has more than 3,000 outer sect disciples. The most powerful 10 are called the top 10 outer sect disciples. Song Jingxiao smiled and said, I'm not talented, but I'm ranked 6th. Qinzong was a little surprised. Qinzong already had a preliminary understanding of the martial arts standard of the Longtu sect. To be able to become an outer sect disciple of a low-grade sect, one must have great talent. To be able to stand out among 3,000 outer sect disciples and become one of the top 10, it was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, he was ranked 6th. I wonder if the other party's combat strength has reached the 7-star level. I don't think so. When I came here, I asked elderly Xianxia. There was no 7-star disciple among the 3,000 outer sect disciples. After all, 7-star and 6-star were 2 different levels. Most geniuses could not reach that level. However, even if they did not have 7-star combat strength, they should have 6-star combat strength. After saying his ranking, Song Jingxiao stared into Qinzong's eyes. However, he did not find any surprise. He was even more surprised. He did not know if this person was very competent or just deliberately mystifying things. Every one of the top 10 outer sect disciples wants to be the sword son of the sect. Song Jingxiao got to the point. There was an inexplicable light in his eyes. However, there are 2 people who want to be the sword son of the sect the most. They are ranked 2nd and 1st. Their combat strength is similar. Every time they fight, they will win and lose. Therefore, they will take turns to take the 1st place. Anyone who wants to be the sword son of the sect will be seen as a target by the 2 of them and will be eliminated. Song Jingxiao smiled and said. Got it. Qinzong replied calmly. Song Jingxiao felt like he was in a mess. He had wasted so much time talking, but the other party's reaction was too dull. It felt like he had punched out and thought that he would be able to hit the center of the target, but his punch had missed. That feeling of emptiness was not a good feeling. Lin Changle's expression was not good. With a clang, the sword light flashed through the air, leaving many residual shadows. It was cold and threatening. It was aimed at Qinzong. It seemed that he wanted to teach Qinzong a lesson. You want to fight with me? Qinzong stared at Lin Changle and said calmly. Lu, put away your sword. For some reason, Song Jingxiao had a feeling that Lin Changle was not a match for the other party. Therefore, he scolded him. Lin Changle glanced at Qinzong angrily and put his sword back into the sheath. However, his eyes were still cold. Qinshidi, I believe those 2 people will come to you soon. Song Jingxiao turned and left. He had no choice. His words did not seem to have any effect. 1st and 2nd. Qinzong whispered and shook his head slightly. He was not interested in fighting with people who were not at the 7-star level. Even if they were at the early or middle stage of the 7-star level, they would not be a match for him. Qinzong did not take it to heart. He was immersed in the comprehension of the completion of strength refining. He had reached the earth abyss. However, it was more difficult to reach the heaven top. Because the heaven top was more fragile than the earth abyss. If he was not careful, his head would explode. He also found that the way to reach the heaven top was not very effective. Therefore, Qinzong had to be more careful in his cultivation. Both of his feet stepped on the ground. The connected earth abyss seemed to be continuously absorbing traces of weak and pure energy from the ground and condensing them into his inner strength. This caused his inner strength to change little by little and become increasingly pure. There was no need for Qinzong to control this. It was equivalent to training at every moment and the effect was very good. Newcomer, you have to pay 10 spirit shells every month. To keep you safe. In front of Qinzong were 3 outer disciples. One of them said in a stiff tone. With your strength, how can you keep me safe? Qinzong raised his eyelids and asked. You're doubting our strength. Very well, then I'll let you see how powerful we are. As soon as he finished speaking, sword light flashed, like lightning streaking across the sky, instantly arriving to kill. The sword was very fast in the eyes of the other two. However, in Chen Zong's eyes, it was very slow. The trajectory was clear. Chen Zong could even tell where the sword was going to stab. Such sword skills might be able to dominate the strength refining stage in the Eastern land. However, in Chen Zong's eyes, it was full of flaws. Chen Zong did not even draw his sword. He just pointed his finger casually. The sword light was peerless and broke the sky. With a clink, the long sword trembled violently. Waves of power surged through the trembling sword and passed to the opponent's arm. The opponent's qi, blood, and internal force collapsed at the same time. His hand went numb and lost feeling. He could not hold the sword anymore. When the power hit his body, his qi, blood, and internal force were shaken. He stepped back and sat on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. You can't even take one of my fingers. With such strength, how can you keep me safe? Chen Zong acted as if he had never made a move. His face was calm, but his words were as sharp as a sword. The three people's faces changed and they were terrified. The person who attacked just now was at the beginning of the 4-star level. However, he could not even take one of Chen Zong's fingers. The gap between them was too big. This person's combat strength was at least at the 5-star level, or even higher. Of course, they did not have the face to stay after being defeated by Chen Zong's finger. The two people helped the person on the ground up and picked up the long sword on the ground. They left without looking back. Things might not be peaceful from now on. Chen Zong withdrew his gaze from the three people who left in a hurry and said to himself. The three people's arrival was definitely not unintentional. Someone had arranged it deliberately. It could be said that they were testing him. He was testing his attitude and strength. Now, the probing had probably failed. Perhaps there would be people with even higher battle prowess coming to test him a second time. In Chen Zong's eyes, this kind of test was somewhat ridiculous and childish. Remember to take good care of your teeth. The dominator of 6 realms, who was still dizzy after his teeth were pulled out, had learned a painful lesson. Junior brothers and sisters, you must take good care of your teeth. There were 3 floors in the stone house. From the outside, it looked very delicate. The interior was even more luxurious and magnificent. A young man in a brocade robe sat on a golden chair inlaid with gems, looking down at them. Defeated you with only 1 finger. He sounded like he was asking a question, but his tone was playful. However, it made the 3 people below nervous. They couldn't help but be nervous because the person in front of them was ranked second among more than 3,000 outer disciples. Sometimes, he was ranked first. Not only did he have extraordinary talent and amazing combat strength, but he also had an extraordinary background. Yes. The person who was defeated by Chen Zong lowered his head and said yes. You have some strength. I guess you can reach the 6-star level. The man in the brocade robe smiled weirdly. Okay, you can leave now. Remember, don't say anything you shouldn't say. Yes, yes, yes. The 3 people nodded and bowed. Although they were all outer disciples, there was a difference in status. All of this was brought about by strength. I should let Xianxia try again. The man in the brocade robe said to himself. Xianxia was one of his trusted subordinates. Her combat strength was at the early 6-star level. Under Chen Zong's precise control, a trace of force slowly flowed to the top of the sky. It was very peaceful and didn't seem to be aggressive at all. That trace of force came into contact with the sky, but it couldn't enter the sky. It was blocked by a soft and tough force. Chen Zong gradually exerted his strength, releasing the power that he had been restraining bit by bit. He wanted to pierce through the layer of toughness of the heaven dome. Traces of pain spread out from the top of his head, and the resistance of the heaven dome became stronger. After a while, Chen Zong's head was covered with sweat and his face was pale. He looked like he was about to collapse. It was too difficult and dangerous to try to break through the sky. It was like jumping on a steel wire. There was a mountain of knives and a sea of fire below. How can I break through the sky? Chen Zong murmured to himself. It was obviously more difficult to break through the sky than the abyss. He really didn't know how those ancient warriors who had truly reached the great perfection of the Qi training realm did it. Or perhaps, most of them had not truly reached the great perfection of the Qi training realm and were only half a step into the great perfection of the Qi training realm. I wonder if there are any records about how to break through the Qi refining realm in the records of the Zongjian sect. Chen Zong thought. I'm Jing Jiewu. Jing Jiewu, who had thick eyebrows and big eyes, pulled out her broad-bladed sword. Her words were like a signal, and the broad-bladed sword slashed through the air. The blade cut through the air at high speed, forming a white stream of air. Like a crescent moon, it streaked across the sky and attacked Chen Zong, leaving a straight mark on the ground that extended towards Chen Zong. Chen Zong wasn't surprised at all. The second test came again. But it doesn't look like he's that strong. With a change of thought, Chen Zong's right hand disappeared. One could vaguely hear a melodious sword sound. A sword light was extremely fast, shattering the white sword qi and forcefully squeezing the air, forming a palm-sized moonlight. Jing Jiewu's expression changed. The sword was too fast and too fierce. He couldn't dodge it. He could only hold his sword in front of his chest. The moonlight palm slammed into the body of the sword, causing it to bend inwards, aiming for Jing Jiewu's chest. A terrifying force exploded forth, and Jing Jiewu's entire body was flung backwards. After landing on the ground, Jing Jiewu continued to retreat. Her chest was in extreme pain, as if her ribs had been shattered. Too weak. Ask the person behind you to come here personally. An indifferent voice seemed to come from the distant sky. It floated into Jing Jiewu's ears. Jing Jiewu struggled to stand. He held his sword with one hand and covered his chest with the other. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth and a shocking red stain on the ground. His opponent's sword was still in the scabbard as if it had never been unsheathed. Jing Jiewu's expression kept changing. He knew clearly that his opponent was much stronger than him. There was no way to compare. He had the combat strength of an early 6-star warrior. What level was his combat strength? Intermediate 6-star? Impossible. Even if he had the combat strength of an advanced 6-star warrior, he wouldn't be able to defeat him so easily. Could it be a peak 6-star warrior, or a peak 6-star warrior? No matter what, Jing Jiewu knew that he wasn't someone he could deal with. He could only bring the message back. Jing Jiewu left. Soon, the news spread to the outer disciple area. After all, it wasn't a secret that Jing Jiewu was looking for Chen Zong. Someone had been paying attention to it. He defeated Jing Jiewu with one sword. He must have the combat strength of an advanced 6-star warrior. No, I saw it with my own eyes. That sword was very fast. He probably didn't use his full strength. His combat strength might be at the peak 6-star level. Peak 6-star combat strength. That's enough to be in the top 30. There were more than 3,000 outer disciples in the reigning sword sect. Each of the top 30 had the combat strength of a peak 6-star warrior. They were much stronger than the Cloud Dragon dynasty. Ding Xian, who was ranked first on the Jiao Dragon list in the Cloud Dragon dynasty, only had the combat strength of a peak 6-star warrior. He wouldn't even be in the top 10 in the reigning sword sect. Jing Jiewu is that person's confidant. This is going to be interesting. If that person takes action personally, Chen Zong will be in trouble. Yeah. He won't show any mercy once he takes action. In a huge stone house, a young man with long hair was holding a huge roasted beast leg in his right hand and a jar of wine in his left hand. He smiled when he heard the news. Senior brother Yan, Xiao Jinping will probably take action himself. Beside him, a young man who was as strong as a bear said as he chewed on a piece of roasted meat. No, Jing Jiewu isn't Xiao Jinping's strongest subordinate. Xiao Jinping, who cares about face, won't take action himself so easily. The next one to take action should be Wu Zhongji. Yan Hua smiled. He seemed to understand Xiao Jinping very well. Yan Hua was the current #1 outer disciple. He took turns to compete with Xiao Jinping for the #1 position. He knew Xiao Jinping's character very well. Just as Yan Hua said, Xiao Jinping was angry, but he didn't want to take action himself because he had a stronger follower. That was Wu Zhongji, who had the combat strength of a late 6-star warrior. He was very extraordinary to be ranked in the top 50 among the 3,000 outer disciples. You defeated Jingjiawu with one strike. That means you are very powerful. Wu Zhongqi squinted his eyes. He shook his thin sword, which brought out a dazzling sword light. Immediately, countless rays of light gathered in a spiral from all directions. In the blink of an eye, they all gathered in the thin sword, making the sword light extremely dazzling. The people who were watching from afar didn't even see how Wu Zhongqi took out his sword. The hair-like sword light had already pierced through the sky and shot toward Shenzong. This sword was terrifyingly fast and extremely sharp. He used the ultimate move, Aurora Kill, right from the start. It's difficult for someone of the same level to deal with this sword. As soon as he finished speaking, Shenzong didn't move. He just unsheathed his sword and cut through the sky. Shenzong could still see the trace of such a fast sword. He caught it in an instant. The mountain-splitting sword was brought down with a torrential force. As the sword flashes pulsed, the aurora was shattered, and the attack was countered. It didn't seem fast, but it was already in front of Wu Zhongqi. Wu Zhongqi knew what Jingjiawu felt. He couldn't dodge and could only raise his thin sword to take it. The moment the two swords collided, an ear-piercing sound reverberated in all directions. The air was torn apart and the ground was shattered. The powerful and domineering force was shockingly sharp. It was as if it was going to tear Wu Zhongqi's body apart. Wu Zhongqi's expression changed drastically. He kept retreating under the terrifying force. His thin sword shook and almost flew out of his hand. He couldn't help but spit out blood and stain the ground red. One sword, another sword. Wu Zhongqi was defeated just like Xingjiawu. Wu Zhongqi was defeated too. Unbelievable. Wu Zhongqi's combat strength is at the late 6-star level. He even used the ultimate move, Aurora Kill. How could he be defeated by one sword? The limit of 6-star. He's definitely at the limit of 6-star. His combat strength can be ranked in the top 10. The people who were watching were all shocked. A combat strength that could be ranked in the top 10 was enough to cause a commotion. He has such combat strength. Song Jingxiao was surprised when he heard about it. Lin Changle's expression changed drastically. He wanted to attack Shenzong that day. Fortunately, he was stopped. Otherwise, he would have lost face. It's going to be fun. Song Jingxiao was surprised. Then, a smile appeared on his face. Looks like he's not a frog at the bottom of the well. He's quite capable. No wonder he dares to compete for the sword son of the sect. Let's go. Let's go and see the new junior brother who is qualified to compete for the sword son of the sect. Yan Hua washed his hands. With a long sword and a mahogany sheath at his waist, he strode out of the stone house, followed by a few people. Senior brother Yan is here. Is senior brother Yan going to fight? This is going to be fun. Junior brothers, you guessed wrong. I'm not here to fight. I'm here to watch the fun. Yan Hua laughed. Watch the fun? What fun? Are you here to watch senior brother Xiao Jinping fight? I guess so. Jingjiawu and Wu Zhongqi were defeated one after another and lost face. This is unacceptable for senior brother Xiao Jinping. He will definitely fight and defeat Shenzong himself. More and more people came to Shenzong's stone house. Shenzong sensed the auras coming from all directions and walked out of the stone house. In an instant, the gazes of many people were as sharp as swords, landing on him. However, Shenzong's expression didn't change at all. Compared with the gazes of transcendence, such gazes were too weak and couldn't affect him in the slightest. Senior brother Xiao Jinping is here. Where is he? He's here. There's going to be a good show. Not long after, a young man in a brocade robe and a feathered crown strode over. His face was as cold as iron and his eyes seemed to be filled with a cold light. No one dared to look into his eyes for fear of being pierced. Cold, arrogant, extraordinary, aloof. This was Shenzong's first impression of Xiao Jinping when he saw him. At the same time Shenzong saw Xiao Jinping's sharp eyes also looked over. When their gazes met, a threatening cold light shot out. It was as if formless sword chi was tearing through the sky, aiming for Shenzong. Their invisible eyes collided in the air from more than 10 meters away. Everyone seemed to hear the sound of sword chi and couldn't help but take a few steps back. This new junior fellow apprentice is a bit interesting. Xianxia touched his chin and murmured to himself. You didn't bow when you saw your senior fellow apprentice. You really don't know etiquette from a small place. Xiao Jinping opened his mouth. His words were as sharp as a sword. Those who understood immediately knew that the battle had begun. You are not as good as I am. Chen Zong's counterattack was so sharp that it left everyone dumbfounded. Even Xianxia was dumbfounded. This kind of answer was really too sharp and too shocking. It was like a sword pointed directly at Xiao Jinping's throat. Xiao Jinping's expression changed slightly. The coldness in his eyes became more intense and terrifying. You think you can be arrogant just because you are a hero in a small place. You have a bad temperament. You won't be able to achieve great things. Xiao Jinping made another counterattack. It was as if he wanted to cut Chen Zong in half with his sword. You are a frog at the bottom of the well. Don't talk nonsense about temperament. You are just in the training force realm. What are you talking about? Chen Zong's counterattack was as sharp and shocking as ever. It was as if he had knocked away Xiao Jinping's sword and put it on Xiao Jinping's neck. You are arrogant, but I am more arrogant. You are arrogant, but I am more arrogant. Xiao Jinping's face became colder and colder. He was so angry that he was like a volcano that was about to erupt. Xiao Jinping can't stand it anymore, Xianxia said softly. As Xianxia said, Xiao Jinping's expression was extremely cold, but there was anger in his eyes. He became one with his sword. The gorgeous long sword was unsheathed and rushed toward Chen Zong. The golden sword light flashed across the sky like a shooting star. In the blink of an eye, it had crossed more than 10 meters and arrived in front of Chen Zong. As the sword light flickered, it was sharp to the extreme. It was as if it could penetrate through everything and nothing could stop it. The power of the sword, which was full of anger, was pushed to the extreme. So fast. So powerful. Yanhua's eyelids twitched. The power of this sword seemed to be a bit unexpected. Even though everyone was shocked, Chen Zong's expression remained calm. He was only at the peak of 6-star. At most, he was close to 7-star. That was all. Both swords were unsheathed, and the cross-shaped sword beam split heaven and earth into 4. While shattering the golden sword beam, it also counterattacked. It was as if it wanted to split Xiao Jinping into 4 pieces. The sharpness of the attack was terrifying. Chen Zong, who didn't use the Enlightenment realm, was at the peak of the 6-star level, infinitely close to the 7-star level. He was not inferior to Xiao Jinping at all. Dual swords. Yanhua and the others were surprised again when they saw Chen Zong use dual swords. Originally, when he saw Chen Zong carrying 3 swords, he thought that it was because the swords were different and used to perform different sword skills. He didn't expect that he could control 2 swords at the same time. This was indeed a very good skill. Xiao Jinping was also surprised, but his sword became even fiercer. In the blink of an eye, both sides had attacked dozens of times. The sword chi that cut through the air left cracks on the ground. The spectators couldn't help but retreat further, afraid that they would be affected. The power of the sword chi was not weak. It could easily cause damage to a 5-star combat power. 2 middle-aged men stood in the distance. They had sharp eyes and could clearly see both sides of the battle. They even saw the moves clearly. Elder Xianxia, the new disciple you brought is really good. He can fight with Xiao Jinping to this extent. The middle-aged man in a black robe was surprised. Xiao Jinping may not be his match. Li Xianxia smiled. He was very confident in Chen Zong's ability. Li Xianxia recommended Chen Zong to be the sword son of the sect, but he didn't mention Chen Zong's combat power. He only mentioned that he was at the 6-star level. Oh, Xiao Jinping's combat power is at the top of the peak of the 6-star level. I don't believe you. The middle-aged man in a black robe refuted. If you don't believe me, why don't we make a bet? Li Xianxia smiled. He was very confident in Chen Zong anyway. I've known you for more than 10 years. I know that you never do things that you're not confident in. I won't take this bet. The middle-aged man in a black robe smiled. The middle-aged man in a black robe was also an outer elder. He had a good relationship with Xianxia. The sword chi surged, the sword light flashed, and the sword shadow circled around. Suddenly, Xiao Jinping's sword technique changed. He was like a golden pung soaring into the sky in a gust of wind, shining with golden light. Every single strike was as swift as a golden pung, traveling thousands of kilometers in an instant. The speed of the sword was astonishing, and it contained an extremely terrifying sharpness. Golden rock swordsmanship, this was Xiao Jinping's family martial art. It was a powerful peerless earth-level sword art. To put it bluntly, Xiao Jinping joined the Xinjiang sword sect with his skills. His goal was to become the sword son of the sect. Golden Rock was known to be able to soar 90,000 miles in the sky. It referred to its amazing speed. It was unimaginable to soar 90,000 miles in the sky. To break through the sky, one must have sharpness. Therefore, Golden Rock swordsmanship was a sword art that focused on speed and sharpness. It was very powerful. It was also one of the reasons why Xiao Jinping could compete with Yan Hua for the #1 outer disciple. As soon as Golden Rock swordsmanship was used, Qianzong immediately felt that the speed of his opponent's sword increased a lot. He could vaguely hear a sharp sound that tore his eardrums and shook his spiritual will. Fortunately, Qianzong's spiritual will was very strong and tough. He was not affected by the sharp sound at all. His eyes were sharp. Golden light spread out like a golden fog. The sword light seemed to have turned into golden rocks that streaked across the sky. They attacked Qianzong fiercely from all directions with their sharp claws and beaks. Yan Hua's expression was dignified. He had fought with Xiao Jinping many times and was well aware of how powerful Xiao Jinping's golden rock shatters the heavens sword art was. Even now, he was unable to completely break through it. He didn't know how this new disciple would deal with it. If he was not careful, he would be defeated by Xiao Jinping. With Xiao Jinping's temperament, if this new junior brother was defeated, he would be seriously injured. Soon, Yan Hua found that his worries were unnecessary. He saw that the new junior brother was not embarrassed at all under the attack of Golden Rock swordsmanship. He did not seem to be struggling at all. With two swords in hand, his sword art was ever-changing. He kept defusing the attacks of Golden Rock swordsmanship with ease. It was indeed so. Even if Qianzong did not use the Enlightenment realm and borrowed the power of heaven and earth, his battle strength was very high. Moreover, his body sword realm was higher than Xiao Jinping's. His attainments in sword art were much better than Xiao Jinping's. This was an advantage. Qianzong constantly changed his sword art to defuse Golden Rock swordsmanship. He also took this opportunity to understand the mystery of this sword art. That's right. Qianzong's goal had changed from defeating Xiao Jinping to comprehending the profundities of the Golden Rock heaven-breaking sword art. This was because this was indeed a very powerful sword art. It was even more profound than the nine-shine flashing dragon sword art that he cultivated. What a good sword technique! How could he not appreciate its profundities? Xiao Jinping did not know Qianzong's thoughts. Seeing that he could not defeat his opponent with Golden Rock swordsmanship and was being defused by his opponent with various sword arts, Xiao Jinping could not help but be angry. His strength surged, and every move and sword became more and more powerful. The sharp cry became louder and louder. It pierced through gold and cracked stone. Many people showed a painful expression. They could not help but cover their ears and retreat further. The golden light was extremely dazzling. Immediately after, a bird cry that reached its limit sounded as if it wanted to rip apart the clouds. As countless rays of golden sword light soared into the sky, the silhouette of a golden pung that was a few meters large emerged from the surging golden sword light. Golden Rock swordsmanship. Yan Hua's face suddenly changed. He was shocked to find that the phantom of the Golden Rock was clearer than last time, which meant that it was more powerful. Golden Rock swordsmanship was the essence of Golden Rock swordsmanship. Yan Hua had been defeated by this sword many times. It was very difficult to resist. This sword immediately brought a strong threat to Qianzong. The phantom of the Golden Rock swept through the sky like lightning. Navagraha Flash Dragon. Dragon swordsmanship. With a low shout, Qianzong struck out with both swords. Between the surging strength, the sword lights intertwined and turned into a white dragon, controlling the 9 heavens. It was majestic and domineering. This sword seemed to be even more powerful. the dragon and the golden rock collided in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the two sides launched hundreds of attacks. Then, the phantom of the golden rock exploded. The remaining dragon claw of the white dragon tore through the sky with white smoke. It seemed to come from another world, grabbing at Xiao Jinping. Unable to dodge, Xiao Jinping opened his eyes wide and roared. He forcibly mobilized his strength and rushed out. The golden sword light burst out, cutting through the void like the sharp beak of the golden rock trying to peck through the void. The dragon claw was shattered and the sword light dissipated. Xiao Jinping's blood and chi were shaken and he kept retreating. The golden long sword in his hand was trembling. In front of him, a domineering cross-shaped sword light broke through the air. Chen Zong was especially good at grasping opportunities. His two swords attacked like a storm. Xiao Jinping was so uncomfortable that he almost vomited blood. His face was cold and pale. He could only clench his teeth and continue to resist. If he kept defending, he would lose, not to mention under Chen Zong's two swords. The tyrannical power broke out and the sword light like a crescent moon flashed. Xiao Jinping's whole body flew out. He landed on the ground and took 3 steps back. Each step left a deep footprint on the ground, surrounded by cracks. The recoil made Xiao Jinping's blood and chi surge up. He couldn't help but groan and almost vomit blood. But Xiao Jinping, who cared about his reputation, forcibly swallowed the blood back into his stomach. This way of doing things would only worsen his injury. His internal organs were in severe pain as if they were cut by knives. The arm holding the sword trembled slightly. He was unable to fight anymore. But Xiao Jinping still glared fiercely, as if he wanted to defeat Chen Zong with his eyes. "I told you, you're not as good as me," Chen Zong said neither slowly nor quickly. His tone was firm as he reiterated the fact. Xiao Jinping finally couldn't bear it anymore. He groaned and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His face seemed to be even paler. His eyes flashed fiercely at Chen Zong. Xiao Jinping put his sword back into the sheath and turned to leave without looking back. His footsteps seemed to be a little staggered and tragic. Defeated, moreover, it was not the kind of back-and-forth victory and defeat between him and Yan Hua. It was a complete defeat. Everyone could see who was superior and who was inferior. The main supporting role, senior brother Xianxia, comes on stage. Throw flowers, cheer. As soon as he arrived, the situation outside suddenly changed. Yan Hua and Xiao Jinping had been competing for the number 1 outer disciple for several years. Today, this situation was finally broken. Chen Zong was the number 1 outer disciple. He deserved it, because Xiao Jinping was defeated in front of everyone, and Yan Hua also admitted that he was not as good as Chen Zong. Inside the stone house, Yan Hua sat opposite Chen Zong, holding a wine jar in one hand and a barbecue in the other. He was eating happily, not caring about his image at all. Speaking of Yan Hua and Xiao Jinping, they were simply two extremes. Yan Hua was the kind of person who did not care about his image. He could greet anyone and was not arrogant at all. Xiao Jinping, on the other hand, was proud and proud. In the past, in addition to competing for the number 1 outer disciple, these two people also despised each other's character. Chen Zong. After Xiao Jinping returned to the 3-story stone house with internal injuries, he quickly took out an elixir to treat his internal injuries and took it. As the elixir's power was dissolved, a cool aura flowed, making the pain in his internal organs slowly reduce, but the pain in Xiao Jinping's heart did not lessen at all. Defeated. Under everyone's gaze, he had already used the essence of golden rock breaking the sky sword art. Not only was it broken, but he was also defeated in the end. He lost all his face. For Xiao Jinping, who was very proud and prideful, it was like a slap on his face. He could not accept it. Temporarily suppressing the anger in his heart, Xiao Jinping used his cultivation method to dissolve the elixir's power faster and heal his internal injuries. In fact, his internal injuries were not serious at first, but because he wanted to save his face, he swallowed back that mouthful of blood, which made his injuries worse. Chen Zong's words were like a sword stabbing at him, which made Xiao Jinping angry and made his injuries worse. In the end, they became serious internal injuries. With such internal injuries, even if there were suitable medicinal pills, it would probably take a few days to fully recover. Qin Shidi, your battle strength is half a step into the 7-star battle strength, right? Yanhua asked while eating the barbecue. Something like that, Chenzong said with a smile. If you can become the sword son of the sect and receive special training, your combat strength will definitely reach the 7-star level. You might even reach the middle stage of the 7-star level. Yanhua smiled. This was also the reason why he and Xiao Jinping wanted to become the sword son of the sect. 7-star combat power. In the lands of the 3 great dynasties, it was not so easy to attain a 7-star battle prowess. However, in the Longtu region, although it was difficult to attain a 7-star battle prowess, it was still achievable, and that was the pseudo-true martial realm. As long as he condensed his inner qi again, it would undergo a qualitative change and become a fake true qi that was similar to true qi. Then his power would increase exponentially. At that time, his combat power would reach the peak of 6-star, or even the peak of 7-star. Qin Shidi, if your combat strength can reach the 7-star level, you may also become one of the 5 heavenly sons in the future, Yanhua said again. One of the 5 heavenly sons? Chenzong did not understand. However, the title of heavenly son was not something that any genius could bear. Senior brother Yan, you forgot that Qin Shidi just came from somewhere else. I'm afraid that he doesn't know enough about the geniuses of Tianjiang Prefecture yet, Song Jingxiao said with a smile. After defeating Xiao Jinping, Yanhua admitted that he was not as good as Chenzong. It meant that he had established his status as the #1 outer sect disciple. No one could compete with him for the position of sword son of the sect. It was necessary to be on good terms with him. In Tianjiang Prefecture, there are 4 inferior sects. They are the Tianshui sect, the Xinyang sect, the Zongjing sword sect, and the Aomei villa. Song Jingxiao said with assurance, among the 4 inferior sects, the Tianshui sect is the most powerful. The other 3 are on par with each other. Chenzong could understand. It was just like how there were stronger and weaker martial artists at the peak of the 9th transformation of the training state. It was the same in the sect. There are 5 people who have reached LV9 of the genuine martial realm under the age of 30 in the entire Tianjiang Prefecture. They all belong to the 4 sects, Song Jingxiao said with amazement. Chenzong was also surprised. Under the age of 30, LV9 of the genuine martial realm, any one of them was nothing, but the combination of the 2 was amazing. Ordinary martial artists reached the genuine martial realm under the age of 30. The better ones could reach the middle stage of the genuine martial realm, and the better ones could reach the late stage of the genuine martial realm. For example, LV7. It was very difficult to reach LV8. As for LV9, it was extremely difficult. Not only did one have to have amazing talent, but one also had to have a suitable inheritance and a huge amount of resources. The 5 prodigies are young master Tianshui Mu Qianhua, Biluo Li Xinran, Xianxia Gu Jiang, Cold Rain Sword Lin Yuya, and Proud Snow Cold Plum Luo Qing. Song Jingxiao said with great familiarity, among them, young master Tianshui Mu Qianhua and Biluo Li Xinran are the core disciples of the Tianshui sect. They are the first and second core disciples, respectively. Xianxia Gu Jiang is the first core disciple of the Xinyang sect. Cold Rain Sword Lin Yuya is the first core disciple of our Zongjing sword sect. He is also the first senior brother of all the disciples and the son of the sect leader. Finally, Proud Snow Cold Plum Luo Qing is the first core disciple of the Aomei matter. Chenzong's memory was amazing. He immediately remembered the names of the 5 prodigies. In comparison, the difference between the Eastern continent's 3 prodigies and these 5 was huge. After all, the martial arts inheritances in the Eastern continent were limited. The so-called 3 prodigies were already very good if they could reach the 4-star level when they were in the qi refining realm. However, the 5 prodigies here were at least 7-star when they were in the qi refining realm. The difference between 4-star and 7-star was like heaven and earth. After breaking through to the true martial realm, there would be an obvious gap in the development of one's potential, cultivation, and strength. Only then would one be qualified to be called a prodigy. The 5 prodigies represent the highest level of the younger generation in the Tianjiang Prefecture. There are more of them in the first line, about a dozen of them. All of them have reached LV8 of the true martial realm. There are even more of them in the second line, about 20 of them. All of them are at least LV7 of the true martial realm. Song Jingxiao reported a string of names, which amazed Qianzong. Since there were first and second lines, there was naturally a third line. Those who could reach LV9 of the true martial realm before the age of 30 were only the 5 prodigies. Those who could reach LV8 of the true martial realm belonged to the first line. The second line consisted of more than 20 people at LV7 of the true martial realm. As for the third line, all of them were at least LV4 of the true martial realm. They were even more powerful than many martial artists of the same level. Apart from the 5 prodigies and the first, second, and third line geniuses, there are the 10 rising stars. Song Jingxiao gave a new title. The 10 rising stars. Senior brother Song, please tell us. Qianzong drank a cup of wine and asked with interest. Challenging geniuses was one of life's joys. The 10 rising stars are all under the age of 24. They are also recognized as the most powerful geniuses who broke through to the true martial realm within this year, Song Jingxiao continued. Qianzong also memorized the names of the 10 rising stars and the sect they belonged to. Among them, the Tianshui sect had 3, the Xianyang sect, the Zongjing sword sect, and the Ao Mei villa each had 2, and the last one was very unique. He did not belong to any force, but was a rogue cultivator. A rogue cultivator who could be listed as one of the 10 rising stars was extraordinary. Of course, he must have had a fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, how could he compete with the geniuses cultivated by the sect? The geniuses mentioned by Song Jingxiao were basically at the true martial realm. As for the strength refining realm, he did not mention them. It was easy to understand. In this world of martial arts, the strength refining realm was just the foundation. No matter how outstanding one was, the foundation was still the foundation. No matter how strong one's combat strength was, it could not be compared to the true martial realm. For example, in the world of martial arts, there was a popular saying, if you don't enter the true martial realm, everything is nothing. The true martial realm was the realm where a martial artist truly entered the palace of martial arts. It was the real beginning of martial arts. 10 days ago, Xianxia, one of the 10 rising stars, had just broken through to LV2 of the true martial realm. He defeated Fierce Wind Swordsman, an expert of the older generation, with 3 strikes, said Yan Hua. The true martial realm was not like the Qi and Blood realm or the strength refining realm. It was more difficult to fight across realms. To be able to defeat a LV4 true martial realm expert with LV2 cultivation, Xianxia's talent was amazing. Of course, Xianxia was a rising star genius of the Tianshui sect. The cultivation he received was not comparable to that of ordinary martial artists. Although Fierce Wind Swordsman's cultivation was higher, he was a rogue cultivator. Of course, his various inheritances were not as good as Xianxia's. However, Fierce Wind Swordsman, who was almost 40 years old, had been at LV4 true martial realm for many years. In this realm, he had honed his skills to the extreme and could exert a strong power. Then, Song Jingxiao and Yan Hua talked about the other rising stars' achievements in this year, which amazed Qianzong. Qianzong also took the initiative to ask about the achievements of the 5 heavenly legends. Compared to the 10 rising stars, the battle records of the 5 sky prides were much more outstanding. However, the battle records of the 5 sky prides were from a year ago. In this year, they seemed to have gone into hibernation and did not make any moves. After talking with Yan Hua and Song Jingxiao for half a day, Qianzong had drunk a lot of wine and eaten a lot of barbecued meat. He had a deeper understanding of the Tianjiang prefecture and the Zongjing sword sect. At present, there were not many core disciples in the Zongjing sword sect. There were only 12 of them. Among them, the chief disciple, Lin Yuya, was one of the 5 heavenly legends. The other 11 core disciples were in the first, second, and third tier respectively. Heavenly legend, genius, rising star. Qianzong's eyes flickered. The true martial realm is the real starting point of martial arts. No matter how outstanding one is in the strength refining realm, they will never be noticed. It doesn't matter. I still have time. Qianzong thought to himself and gradually calmed his agitated heart. When I break through the zenith and reach the completion of the strength refining realm, I can start to break through to the true martial realm. The more difficult it was to break through the zenith, the greater the improvement after breaking through the zenith. The effort was often proportional to the gain. Zong also understood that in the competition between geniuses, what they fought for was not a moment, but a lifetime. It would be a big joke if they delayed a lifetime's work for a moment. Early in the morning, the 6 paths will erupt. Begging for monthly votes, begging for monthly votes, begging for monthly votes, begging for monthly votes. Fellow brothers and sisters who want to give rewards, please come. The 6 paths will accept all rewards. Time flew by. The sinking Feather River was as calm as ever, with only the gentle water flowing from the west to the east. A 2-meter-long boat made of black wood, shaped like a sword, was crossing the river at an astonishing speed. A thin old man in a black robe stood on the boat with his hands clasped behind his back. Because the boat was moving so fast, it caused the air to flow backward and formed a strong wind, causing his robe to flutter. This small boat seemed to be constantly pushed by an invisible hand, and also seemed to be dragged by an invisible fish. Its speed was extremely fast, and even lightning was not enough to describe it. In reality, this old man was using his own strength to push it, which was why it could be so fast. Compared to the black wooden boat of the Great Feather Trading Company that Zong had ridden that day, its speed was at least 2 to 3 times faster. A mere energy refining cultivator can be conferred as a grand scholar of a dynasty. He is indeed extraordinary. This thin old man in a black robe was the 3rd elder of the Unhindered Sword sect. He was ordered by sect master Lin Zhonghan to cross the river and go to the Cloud Dragon dynasty to investigate Zong's background. As an inner sect elder of a low-rank sect and a transcendent powerhouse, he naturally had his own methods. In just a few days, he had investigated Zong's basic information clearly. He was a disciple of the Marquis of Linshan, a grand scholar of the dynasty, the champion of the first genius competition in the Three Fierce City, and so on. There was nothing suspicious about his background. According to the investigation, his temperament seemed to be good, and he was a genius worth cultivating. After the investigation, the 3rd elder naturally would not stay in the 3 dynasties. He left as soon as possible to cross the river and return to the Unhindered Sword sect. Arriving at the dock of River Feather City, the 3rd elder waved his hand and immediately put the 2-meter-long black wooden boat into a small gray bag. The people around were stunned and thought they were seeing things. But when they rubbed their eyes and looked again, they found that the old man in a black robe had disappeared, as if it was an illusion. In the entire Unhindered Sword sect, the 3rd elder was the fastest besides the reclusive grand elders. Even sect master Lin Zhonghan could not compare with him in this regard. Like an aurora, he flew towards the heavenly rainbow peak where the Unhindered Sword sect was located. Once they arrived, they passed through the mountain gate and flew toward the Xianxia Sword Hall. In that case, this Zong has a clean background and a good temperament. He's worth nurturing. Lin Zhonghan nodded after listening to 3rd elder's report. If that's the case, then let's have Zong participate in the Sect Sword Sun assessment. Whether or not he can become the Sect Sword Sun will depend on his own ability, the 1st elder said. After the final decision was made, the news quickly spread. Zong, congratulations. The investigation is complete. You are qualified for the Sect Sword Sun assessment. Xianxia was overjoyed. He hoped that Zong could pass the assessment and become the Sect Sword Sun. In this way, not only would it prove that his judgment was extraordinary, he would also be rewarded by the sect. Most importantly, Zong would receive the resources of the sect and be specially trained by the sect. His future was limitless. It would not be difficult for him to surpass Xianxia in the future. When the time came, he would also be able to help Xianxia if he needed help. In the end, this was equivalent to an early investment. Of course, if Zong was an ungrateful person, Xianxia would at most be rewarded by the sect. However, Xianxia observed that Zong was not that kind of person. In the Unhindered Sword Hall, Sect Master Lin Zhonghan and 4 elders were all present. There were also 8 other people. Among the 8 people, 4 were outer sect elders, including Xianxia. The other 4 were people who were going to participate in the Sect Sword Sun assessment. Yan Hua, Xiao Jinping, Zong, and the last person who had just arrived last night had an arrogant expression. His eyes were filled with arrogance, and there was a hint of arrogance in them. He was extraordinary, and it was as if he did not take Zong and the others seriously. For elders, I'll confirm it again. Are you sure you want to use the only chance you have to recommend the four of them to participate in the Sword Sun test? Lin Zhonghan's voice was loud and clear as it reverberated through the sword hall. I'm sure, Li Qingye replied in an incomparably firm tone. I'm also sure, the second outer sect elder said. He recommended Yan Hua because he and Yan Hua were master and disciple. I'm sure. The third outer sect elder also said. He recommended Xiao Jinping because he and Xiao Jinping came from the same family and recognized Xiao Jinping's talent and potential. I'm very sure, the fourth elder said. The fourth elder also said. He had spent a lot of effort to find this young man by promising him all kinds of benefits. In my opinion, there's no need for this so-called assessment. Just hand over the identity of the sect's Sword Sun. The arrogant young man brought by the fourth outer sect elder said without any trace of politeness. In terms of arrogance, even Xiao Jinping could not compare to him. Elder Wu, you have yet to introduce this young man. The great elder's gaze swept past the young man's face and landed on the fourth outer sect elder. Reporting to sect master, for elders, this young man is called Long Zhangji. Elder Wu quickly said. There was a hint of pride in his words. Long Zhangji. Chen Zong realized that no matter if it was the sect master, the four inner sect elders, or the others, there was a flash of astonishment on their faces. It was as if this name contained a special magic power. Looking at Long Zhangji, his face was filled with arrogance, as if this was a very amazing name. At this moment, Chen Zong was even more puzzled. Chen Zong, who had just arrived at the Longtu dynasty, did not know that Long Zhangji's name was not the reason why everyone was surprised. It was because of his surname. The royal family of the Longtu dynasty had the surname Long ever since the Longtu dynasty unified the entire region and changed its name to the Longtu region. They issued an edict that those with the surname Long who did not have the royal family's bloodline in their body must change their surname or leave the Longtu region, or swear eternal loyalty to the royal family. Therefore, those with the surname Long were considered members of the royal family even if they did not have the royal family's bloodline. In addition, since the edict was issued hundreds of years ago, the people with the surname Long married and their bloodline gradually mixed. Almost everyone with the surname Long had the royal family's bloodline. Generally speaking, those with the surname Long belonged to the royal family and would not join other sects. This was because the royal family of the Longtu dynasty was a powerful sect, and it was a high-grade sect. It was many times stronger than the unhindered sword sect. The assessment of the Sword Sun was passed down by our ancestors. It's the tradition of the unhindered sword sect. How can we change it just like that? Sect Master Lin Zhonghan was surprised, but he still spoke up. He was not humble just because of the surname Long. What a joke. Even if he was facing a prince of the royal family, as long as the other party's cultivation had not reached the transcendent realm, he did not need to be humble. He only needed to treat him with respect. Moreover, this person was definitely not a prince. He was not even a direct descendant of the royal family. Young Master Long, this is indeed the rule of the unhindered sword sect. Elder Wu explained, trying to curry favor with Long Tianyu. The sect master and the four inner sect elders frowned. Rules are dead, but people are alive. If the rules are not changed, you will be eliminated sooner or later. Long Zhangji sneered as he spoke with confidence, or do you think that my 7-star combat strength is not enough to make you change? 7-star combat strength. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Long Tianyu had not been trained by the sect Sword Sun and he already had 7-star combat strength. If he was trained, he would definitely become even stronger. For a moment, it seemed to be able to move people, but in the blink of an eye, this feeling was shattered and expelled. The sect's rules had to be changed, but some rules could not be changed. Once they were changed, they would lose their purpose. The assessment will begin in the afternoon. Everyone should go back and prepare. Sect Master Lin Zhonghan said directly, not giving Long Zhangji any more explanation. There was no need. He was just a trivial force-refining cultivator. What qualifications did he have for a transcendent realm master to personally explain to him, let alone a sect master? The force-refining realm was still the force-refining realm. Potential was still potential. If one had not reached the transcendent realm, it meant that one might not be able to reach the transcendent realm. Even if one could become a transcendent realm master in the future, it would not be done in a short time. Moreover, which Transcendent Realm Master did not have a firm will? Which Transcendent Realm Master did not have a proud and unyielding character? Long Zhangji's expression changed, secretly feeling annoyed, but he did not say anything. Originally, he planned to wave his sleeves and leave, but in the end, he forced himself to hold back because this sword son of the Unhindered Sword sect was indeed useful to him. Although his surname was Long, he only had a trace of the imperial family's bloodline. It was still morning, and there were still a few hours before the afternoon assessment began. These few hours were perfect for those who would be participating in the assessment to prepare. In fact, there was nothing special to prepare. It was nothing more than adjusting one's state of mind and spirit to their peak, so they could participate in the assessment in a better state, nothing more. You three, withdraw from the assessment yourselves. Not long after leaving the Unhindered Sword Hall, Long Zhangji caught up with Chen Zong's group and blocked their way, speaking in a stiff tone. It's better if you withdraw yourself. Xiao Jinping and Yan Hua did not know how to answer, but Chen Zong spoke first. Compared to the others, Chen Zong had fewer scruples. First, Chen Zong did not know the identity of the other party, and second, even if he knew, Chen Zong would not be afraid. 7-star battle strength, so what? Good, very good, I will remember you. Long Zhangji frowned at first, then laughed out of extreme anger. After I become the Sword Son, get out of the Unhindered Sword sect. It was as if he had already passed the assessment and become the sect's Sword Son, holding great power. After saying those threatening words, Long Zhangji turned and left. Chen Zong did not care about the other party's threat, but Xiao Jinping and Yan Hua's expressions changed. Only then did Chen Zongcai realize that there was actually such a reason behind it. No matter if it was Xiao Jinping or Yan Hua, both of them were clearly apprehensive of the strength of the royal clan. After all, the royal clan was the strongest power in the Longtu region. Even 10 unhindered sword sects wouldn't be a match for the royal clan. Compared to the two of them who were deeply worried, Chen Zong did not care too much. However, he also knew that he had to obtain the sect's Sword Son. Otherwise, he would probably be suppressed in various ways, which would be extremely detrimental to his future cultivation. Updated for the sake of ranking. A new day and a new month. Begging everyone for monthly votes. Go go go. In the afternoon, the sun hung high in the sky, spilling heat everywhere. Chen Zong's group of 4 once again gathered in the horizontal sword hall. Then, under the leadership of sect master Lin Zhonghan, they walked through the hall and into the sect's interior. The Sword Son assessment is divided into 2 parts. The first to pass within the allotted time will become the sect's Sword Son, the rest will be eliminated, Lin Zhonghan said, his plain tone containing unquestionable power. Even if only a trace of the power of a transcendent realm master leaked out, it was still very strong. Even someone as arrogant as Long Zhangji did not dare to refute, otherwise, he would be directly expelled and lose the qualification to compete for the sect's Sword Son. Walking forward, passing through door after door, it was as if they were walking into an endless place. A few minutes later, Lin Zhonghan stopped and pointed to the 4 closed doors in front of them. Everyone choose a door to enter. You will know the assessment method after you enter. Go, use all your abilities. Chen Zong's group of 4 took a deep breath. Then, Long Zhangji's figure flashed, like a stream of light, rushing forward in an overbearing manner, taking the lead to choose a door to enter. Chen Zong pushed open the door and suddenly felt a fresh air fill the air. After stepping through the door automatically closed and the originally dark inner room suddenly lit up with a light as bright as day, illuminating the surroundings. After Chen Zong's eyes swept over, he stared in front of him in a daze. It was a wall, a very strange-looking wall. This kind of wall gave Chen Zong a feeling of déjà vu. The mechanism wall. That day in the Dragon Pavilion's assessment in the Cloud Dragon Dynasty's royal city, the first stage was to crack the mechanism wall. Cracking the mechanism wall was a relatively comprehensive ability, requiring memory, deduction, comprehension, insight, and so on. It just so happened that these were all necessary skills for a cultivator. Compared to the mechanism wall in the Dragon Pavilion's assessment, the mechanism wall in front of him was several times more complex and precise. It was certain that if an ordinary cultivator at the peak of the 9th Revolution realm saw such a mechanism wall, they would be confused and would even feel dizzy after looking at it a few times. Speaking of which, the wall of mechanisms was a very popular test. However, different wall of mechanisms often had different structures. Solving one wall of mechanisms did not mean that one could solve the other wall of mechanisms. There was a timer hanging on the wall on the left. The needle was moving slowly, and when it finished one round, it meant that the time was up. Chen Zong first closed his eyes and took a deep breath to get rid of all the distracting thoughts in his mind. Then, he opened his eyes. His clear eyes reflected the entire mechanism wall. Chen Zong's pupils constricted to the size of needles as he scanned the wall bit by bit. First, he memorized the overall outline of the mechanism wall, as if it was branded in his mind. From big to small, from outside to inside, every detail was memorized by Chen Zong. Since Chen Zong obtained the mysterious sword tip, his potential had been continuously developed. With the improvement of his cultivation and the breakthrough of his realm, his potential had also been developed to a greater extent. It was not difficult for him to have a photographic memory. Even so, this complicated wall of mechanisms still took Chen Zong nearly a quarter of an hour to memorize it completely. The needle on the timer had made nearly a quarter of a round. After memorizing it completely, Chen Zong looked for the operating rules. Only by grasping the rules could he proceed to the next step of deduction. Only then could he hope to solve it. Which school of mechanisms is this? Long Zhangji frowned and looked carefully. Then, a cold smile appeared on his face. It doesn't matter which school it is. The basic principles of the wall of mechanisms are similar. And I have already mastered the basics of the wall of mechanisms. This was where his advantage lay. There was a big difference between learning the basics of the wall of mechanisms and not. Two people had similar abilities in all aspects. However, if one of them had learned the basics of the wall of mechanisms and the other had not, it would be easier for the former to solve the wall of mechanisms. After all, if one had some basic knowledge, he would be able to see and deduce better. Yan Hua and Xiao Jinping had more or less learned the basics of the wall of mechanisms. It could be said that among the four of them, only Chen Zong had not learned the basics of the wall of mechanisms. Zhonghan, do you think these four people have a chance to become the sword son of the sect? An old man in a green robe with white hair and beard, but his face was as red as a baby's. His voice was like a torrential river. Elder Yuan, I can't see it. Lin Zhonghan, the sect leader, answered respectfully. There was only one person in the entire Zhonghan sect who could make Lin Zhonghan treat him with such respect and address him as Elder Yuan. He was the Elder Yuan of the sect. This Elder Yuan was also the previous sect leader. After stepping down, he became the Elder Yuan. In terms of status, he was above the sect leader. Of course, in terms of power, the sect leader had the most power. Since Xianxia and Shuashanmei, no one has passed the sect sword son examination for many years. I hope there will be one this time. The Elder Yuan sighed softly. Xianxia was referring to Lin Yuya, who had passed the examination to become the sect's sword son. Now, he was one of the 5 heavenly sons of Tianjiang Prefecture. Shuashanmei had become the sect's sword son a few years later than Lin Yuya. Now, she was ranked in the second-tier group of geniuses in Tianjiang Prefecture. She had a chance to become the first-tier group. The examination for the sect's sword son was very difficult. Under normal circumstances, external elders only had one chance to be recommended in their lifetime. If they made great contributions to the sect or used their own contributions to the sect, they would have a second or even third chance to be recommended. To put it simply, the first chance was free. The subsequent chances had to be paid. As for internal elders, they were not restricted by this. Of course, internal elders would not simply recommend because of this. There was an examination for the sect's sword son almost every year. However, since Shuashanmei, no one had passed the examination to become the new sect's sword son. No one knew if the 4 people who had passed the examination this time would all be defeated like the previous years. Or if someone would pass the examination and become the new sword son after Lin Yuya and Shuashanmei. Yan Hua and Xiao Jinping are both disciples of the sect. We know them well. The probability of them passing the examination is not high. Lin Zhonghan analyzed. Chen Zong comes from a small dynasty. His background and inheritance are not as good as Yan Hua and Xiao Jinping, but his combat ability is above them. This shows that he is indeed extraordinary. If he had become a disciple of the sect a few years earlier and received better training, the probability of him passing the examination would be higher. As for Long Changji, he has some background. He has a lot of family knowledge since he was young. If one of the four can pass the examination, Long Changji's chances will be higher. Lin Zhonghan concluded. Although Lin Zhonghan was not willing to let someone who was related to the imperial family become the sect's sword son, it did not violate the rules passed down by the sect. Moreover, if Long Changji passed the examination, it would be unreasonable to not let him become the sect's sword son. It would cause the imperial family to intervene, which would not be good. As for his arrogant personality, it was nothing. In the world of geniuses, there were all kinds of personalities. There was nothing strange. After all, temperament and personality were two different things. Lin Zhonghan hoped that Yan Hua or Xiao Jinping could pass the examination. After all, they had been in the Zhonghan sword sect for a long time. The senior elder did not speak again. The mountain wind was still blowing. Start at the middle arcana level, go to the lower arcana level, go beyond that. Long Changji used his ability and the basic knowledge of the mechanism wall to make a deduction. He muttered, "No, I made a mistake. Let's start again." Qinzong did not know anything about middle arcana level, lower arcana level, and higher arcana level because he had never studied it before. However, he had his own deduction method. Everything in the world had its own rules. As long as one observed carefully and was sharp enough, one could find the rules bit by bit and master it. However, those who were experienced and knowledgeable would find it easier to make deductions. This was because the rules of everything in the world did not exist independently. Instead, they depended on each other. They were inextricably linked and could verify each other. Gradually, the needle on the timer turned slowly. It had already gone through half a circle. Qinzong had also found the rules of the mechanism wall and continued to deduce. Yan Hua and Xiao Jinping stared at the mechanism wall and tried their best to use the basic knowledge of the mechanism wall they had learned to deduce. However, as they continued to deduce, they found that it was as if they had reached a dead end. They gradually deviated. Fortunately, they came to their senses in time and quickly got out of the state of being at a dead end. After taking a deep breath and adjusting themselves, they began to deduce from the beginning. After taking a detour, it was much smoother to deduce from the beginning. In terms of the basic knowledge of the mechanism wall, neither Yan Hua nor Xiao Jinping could compare with Long Zhangji. It could be said that Long Zhangji had truly mastered the basic knowledge of the mechanism wall, while Yan Hua and Xiao Jinping were just beginners. As for Qinzong, he was a complete layman. Upper arcana level. It's here. Break. With a low shout, Long Zhangji's eyes shone brightly. He took a step forward and casually threw out a palm. His strength was concentrated on his palm and he directly hit a part of the mechanism wall. Kacha sounds rang out. Immediately after, the entire wall of mechanisms stopped moving. After a moment of silence, the kacha sounds continued, sounding like beans being fried. The wall of mechanisms opened up from the middle, allowing one person to pass through. At the moment when Long Zhangji successfully cracked the mechanism wall, Qinzong also deduced the operation pattern and found a way to crack it. Using his finger as a substitute for a sword, the wall of mechanisms stopped operating amidst the kacha sounds. Following which, a series of kacha sounds rang out. Every single mechanism on the wall of mechanisms started to move. The connections between them were severed one after another, and a gap that could allow a person to pass through opened up. Looking at the timer on the left side of the wall, there was less than half a circle left. There was not much time left. Qinzong stepped forward and walked into the gap in the mechanism wall. This was the first test. If they went forward, it would be the second test. As Long Zhangji and Qinzong cracked the mechanism wall, Yan Hua and Xiao Jinping were still working hard. Seeing that the needle on the timer was about to complete one circle, Yan Hua and Xiao Jinping's eyes suddenly lit up. They both made their moves. The cracking sound was heard continuously. The mechanism wall was successfully cracked. Qinzong was surprised and glanced around. He was at the top of the mountain. The sun was high in the sky, and the wind was strong. Looking into the distance, he could see a sea of clouds rising in the distance. The sun shone on the clouds like dancing dragons and snakes. It was a beautiful sight. It's spectacular, isn't it? A strong and loud voice came from behind. Chen Zong quickly turned around and saw Lin Zhonghan, the leader of the Zhongjian sect. Leader. Chen Zong bowed. In the past, before I became the sect master, whenever I felt annoyed, I would come here to admire the scenery. Looking at the wind, the clouds, and the light, the annoyance in my heart would disappear without a trace, and my state of mind would open up. Lin Zhonghan put his hands behind his back and walked steadily. It was as if he was walking on the earth, ignoring all the rocks, and walking to the highest point to look down on the earth. His voice was no longer as loud. Instead, it was a little low and had a certain charm. Are you full of doubts about why I'm saying these things to you? Lin Zhonghan suddenly turned around. The sharp light in his eyes seemed to see through Chen Zong. His words also expressed the doubts in Chen Zong's heart. Yes, wasn't he participating in the assessment of the sect's sword son? Didn't he just crack the mechanism wall and pass the first stage? How did he come here? Why was the leader saying these things to him? He was confused. Ha 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 ha. His laughter was loud and powerful, and it seemed to make the sea of clouds tumble. Because, you have passed the assessment and become the new sword son of our sect. I passed the assessment. Chen Zong was surprised. Didn't they say that the assessment was divided into 2 stages? If he remembered correctly, he had only passed the first stage. In fact, there is only 1 stage. I told you that there were 2 stages just to confuse you, Lin Zhonghan said with a smile. Chen Zong suddenly realized that this method was indeed somewhat possible, but for some reason, he still had a trace of doubt in his heart. Let's go. Follow me to the sword hall of the sect. I want to announce that you've become the sword son of the sect, Lin Zhonghan said. He walked down the mountain with his hands behind his back and walked past Chen Zong. Chen Zong turned around and saw a cluster of palaces. The largest and tallest one was the Zhongjing Sword Hall. Did I really pass the test and become the sect's swordmaster? Chen Zong followed Lin Zhonghan down the mountain, thinking, isn't this a little too easy? Speaking of which, the difficulty of deciphering the mechanism wall wasn't low at all. However, Chen Zong felt that the sect's sword son was very important. In comparison, it shouldn't be as simple as deciphering a mechanism wall. However, everything that happened was so natural. Those 3 people are not simple. It doesn't make sense that they couldn't decipher the mechanism wall within the time limit, right? Chen Zong thought to himself. Sect leader, I have something to ask, Chen Zong said. What is it? Lin Zhonghan did not turn around, but his voice reached Chen Zong's ears. When was the last sect swordmaster who passed the test? How often is the sect swordmaster test held? Chen Zong asked. 4 years ago. It was held once a year, Lin Zhonghan answered without hesitation. Thank you for answering my question, sect leader, Chen Zong said and continued to think. The sect swordmaster test was held once a year. The last sect swordmaster was 4 years ago, which meant that no new swordmaster had appeared in the past 4 years. This meant that the test for the sect swordmaster was very difficult, extraordinarily difficult. Deciphering a mechanism wall shouldn't be enough to make everyone fail the test on time, right? Could it be that those who took the test in the past were all good-for-nothings? No, definitely not. The sect swordmaster test was of great importance, and they wouldn't let anyone take the test casually. Only the truly outstanding geniuses were qualified to take the test. Since that was the case, the test shouldn't be as simple as deciphering a mechanism wall. He seemed to have returned. It was as if he was walking in a circle. It shouldn't be that simple, but he was told that he had passed the test. Sect leader, what about the other 3? Chen Zong asked again. They all failed. Naturally, they were eliminated, Lin Zhonghan answered. They all failed. He muttered to himself in a low voice, the doubts in his heart growing stronger. Suddenly, a thought popped up in his mind. Could it be that the second test exists? Is this the test for the second test? The moment this thought came to his mind, Chen Zong immediately saw Lin Zhonghan walking forward in front of him. His figure was slowly fading, and the distant cluster of palaces was slowly becoming blurry. It was as if someone had poured water on an ink painting and then used a brush to smear it randomly. The beautiful and magnificent scenery around him was distorted. The sun disappeared, the sea of clouds disappeared. This is. Chen Zong calmed down and looked around. He found that he was in an empty room. He didn't know what had happened. It was like a dream, but he also felt like he was there. Immediately, there was a creaking sound, and a beam of light shone in. It was a door that opened automatically. Chen Zong didn't feel the slightest bit out of place. He strode toward the door. I've already said that the sect swordmaster is none other than me. Long Zhangji stood in the Zhonghu Sword Hall in high spirits and said loudly. He glanced at Chen Zong, Yan Hua, and Xiao Jinping with a cold smile on his face. Now, as the swordmaster of the sect, I propose that these three be expelled from the Zhonghu sword sect, Long Zhangji said again. Agreed, the fourth elder said. Agreed. Agreed. We'll follow the swordmaster's wishes. The other three elders also expressed their agreement. In that case, I hereby announce that Chen Zong, Yan Hua, and Xiao Jinping are removed from the Zhonghu sword sect. From today onwards, they are not allowed to take half a step into the Zhonghu sword sect. Violators will be treated as trespassers and will be killed without mercy, Lin Zhonghan said, making the final decision. Ha 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 ha. Long Zhangji couldn't help but laugh out loud. Especially when he saw the fear on Chen Zong and the other two's faces, he laughed even more heartily and recklessly. Sect leader, you said that I passed the test? Yan Hua's eyes widened, and his body trembled slightly. He was extremely excited. Chen Zong was stronger than him, and Long Zhangji said that he had a 7-star battle strength, which meant that he was even stronger. Although the test didn't directly test one's battle strength, the stronger one usually had an advantage. Yan Hua didn't have much hope that he would pass the test and become the sect swordmaster. He just wanted to do his best and accept it if he couldn't. He didn't expect that he would pass the test. Ecstasy and excitement filled his body. He couldn't think anymore. The same thing happened to Xiao Jinping. Unlike Yan Hua, even though he was defeated by Chen Zong, Xiao Jinping, who was proud and arrogant, regained his confidence after some adjustment. He wanted to compete for the position of the sect swordmaster with all his strength. He didn't have the desire to become the sect swordmaster, so he became even more fanatical. Now, when he learned from Lin Zhonghan that he had passed the test and become the sect swordmaster, the ecstasy completely surrounded Xiao Jinping and made him lose all ability to think. Sect leader. Chen Zong bowed to the person in front of him, and then looked at the old man beside the sect leader. He had a sage-like appearance. Chen Zong didn't know who the old man was, but he still bowed to him. Congratulations, Chen Zong. Lin Zhonghan smiled. Chen Zong knew the meaning of the old man's congratulations. He had passed 2 tests and become the sect's swordmaster. As for the other 3, they were probably still in the middle of the test. According to the rules, the first one to pass 2 tests in a set time would be the winner of the test and become the sect's swordmaster. This is the only remaining founding elder of the sect, Lin Zhonghan introduced. Disciple Chen Zong greets founding elder. Chen Zong bowed again. Haha, no need to be so polite. Founding elder smiled and looked at Chen Zong carefully. He couldn't help but nod, seeming to be satisfied. Since Chen Zong was the first to pass the test in a set time and become the sect swordmaster, the other 3 failed. Not long after, the 3 opened the door and walked out. They were still a little absent-minded. Then, they saw Chen Zong, and their expressions changed. Unfortunately, the 3 of you didn't pass the test, Lin Zhonghan said. Yan Hua smiled bitterly, but he accepted it calmly. Xiao Jinping's expression changed again, and became a little ugly. As for Long Zhangji, his expression changed dramatically. He couldn't accept it at all. Just a moment ago, he was still the sect's swordmaster. He was in high spirits and had the power to kill the sect's disciples. Now, he was told that he had failed the test. What was this? Good, good, good. You ran rampant in the sword sect and made fun of me. I'll remember this humiliation. Long Zhangji was full of resentment. He glanced at Chen Zong, and the ruthlessness in his eyes was like a tide that wanted to drown Chen Zong. Then, Long Zhangji turned and strode away. Lin Zhonghan and Founding Elder didn't make a move. First, it wasn't appropriate for them to deal with a junior. Second, this person's surname was Long, and he was related to the imperial family. If they killed him, they might provoke the imperial family. After all, the imperial family was very willing to annex the Sex forces. However, they didn't dare to do so without a suitable reason. They were afraid that the Sex forces would unite and resist, which would cause chaos in the imperial family and give foreign forces the opportunity to invade. Chen Shidi, congratulations. Yan Hua cupped his hands and smiled at Chen Zong. Since he couldn't become the swordmaster, it was a good reward to be friends with Chen Zong. As for Xiao Jinpeng, he glanced at Chen Zong and snorted coldly. He didn't say anything. Okay, you two go down the mountain and return to the outer disciple area. Cultivate well. Lin Zhonghan smiled. His eyes fell on Chen Zong's face. Chen Zong, follow me to the Sword Sex Hall of Swords. I want to announce that you've become the Sex Swordmaster. Yes. Chen Zong was quite excited in his heart. However, he was used to being indifferent, so he looked calm on the surface. The Sex Swordmaster. We are currently in 3rd place. We have to do our best to maintain this ranking and pursue to the next level. Monthly votes, monthly votes, monthly votes, monthly votes. The Sword Son of the sect was a big deal for the Unhindered Sword sect, but for the outside world, it was not a big deal. Moreover, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble and affect the growth of the Sword Son of the sect would not advertise the Sword Son of the sect. The 3rd point was still the same. Without entering the true martial realm, everything was in vain. Congratulations, Elder Qingyi. Congratulations, Elder Qingyi. Li Qingye's cave mansion was almost broken down. One by one, the elders of the outer sect, whether they were close or not, came one after another. On this day, Li Qingyi was grinning from ear to ear. Chen Zong had become the Sex Sword Son. At first, he recommended Chen Zong because he hoped that he could pass the assessment and become the Sex Sword Son. However, Li Qingyi knew that the assessment was very difficult and there were other competitors. After calculating, the probability of Chen Zong becoming the Sex Sword Son was less than 30%. Chen Zong was recommended by him. Now that he had become the Sex Sword Son, he was almost half a step into the center of power in the Unhindered Sword sect. Of course, because his cultivation was still low, he could not make any decisions that would affect the Unhindered Sword sect. However, he already had such a position. Moreover, Chen Zong's character and temperament were good. He was not an ungrateful person. For Li Qingyi, this was a great thing. In addition, he also received various rewards from the sect. First, the recommendation of the Sex Sword Son was restored. Second, he received a large number of contribution points. Third, he received the opportunity to study a low-rank Lingwu. Lingwu was a transcendent martial Dao that only transcendents could cultivate and master. He was only a pseudo-transcendent. If he could study the Lingwu, he would have a greater chance of grasping the opportunity to break through and step into the transcendent realm. There was a saying in the martial Dao world. Without entering the true martial realm, everything was in vain. Without entering the transcendent realm, everything was in vain. Only when one reached the transcendent realm could they be called a true master. Only then could they be qualified to walk the continent. This old man has taught 2 generations of sword sons of the sect. You are the 3rd. The sage-like elder Yuan Lingzi said unhurriedly. His voice rose and fell with a unique rhythm, as if it was ringing directly in one's ear, yet it also seemed to be coming from a distant place. After Chen Zong heard it, he felt as if he had been branded. Every generation of sword sons of the sect has their own characteristics and teachings. Yuan Lingzi smiled. Chen Zong, use your full power against me. I need to confirm your abilities so that I can teach you better. But don't use any secret techniques or activate the power of your pseudo-spiritual weapon. Just rely on your own strength. After becoming the swordmaster of the sect, one would receive the resources of the sect and receive the sect's key nurturing. One of the key nurturing methods was to be personally taught by the only elder in the sect. Elder Yuan was a veteran transcendent realm master. His cultivation and strength were much higher than the sect masters. He was knowledgeable and experienced. Who knew how many people longed to be taught by him? For example, Xianxia and Lin Yuye were able to become second-tier geniuses and one of the 5 great prodigies. In addition to their own extraordinary talent, it was also closely related to Elder Yuan's teachings. It was also because of Elder Yuan's teachings that they could better display their respective talents and potential and avoid detours. Now, it was Qianzong's turn. Hearing Yuan Lingzi's words, Qianzong did not hesitate at all. After saying "excuse me," he unsheathed his 2 swords. His strength surged from the earth abyss, instantly erupting with the most tyrannical power. Body and sword became one, and like a stream of light, he shot towards Yuan Lingzi. Such speed was astonishing, but in Yuan Lingzi's eyes, it was as slow as a snail. There was no other reason than the gap between their realms was too big. Without dodging or defending, Qianzong let the sharp sword light slash his body. He felt as if he had slashed a flexible wall, and the power of the 2 swords was completely absorbed. After being slashed by the 2 swords, Yuan Lingzi's body did not move at all. The 2 swords did not even touch his body, but were blocked by an invisible force. The power is not bad, almost at the level of a 7-star, Yuan Lingzi said, but I feel that this is not your full strength. Qianzong felt that it was normal for the 2 swords to be ineffective, but he was also a little shocked. Unexpectedly, he could not even move his opponent's robes. He attacked again. In an instant, the 2 swords turned into the most violent wind and the most rapid rain, aiming at the same point and launching an astonishing attack. As the countless swords stabbed at the same point, tiny ripples appeared, and then slowly spread out, like a grain of sand falling into a calm lake. Then, the ripples became more and more intense, like small stones were constantly thrown into the same point on the calm lake. But even so, Qianzong's 2 swords could not break through that layer of protective power. Yuan Lingzi did not even move. His power and speed are superior to those of the same level. His physical strength is very strong. His vitality is strong, suspected to be at the great perfection of pure yang. His strength is vigorous and surging, almost endless. He seems to be half a step into the great perfection of qi refining. His swordsmanship is superb, and he must be fast, accurate, steady, and ruthless. Thoughts flashed through Yuan Lingzi's mind, and his grasp of Qianzong's abilities became more and more unique. Then, a trace of surprise flashed through Yuan Lingzi's eyes. Body and sword as one. It actually surpassed the 1st level and reached the 2nd level. Incredible. Very few qi refining cultivators could master body and sword as one. Only the outstanding geniuses could do it, but they had all reached the 1st level, and there was a huge gap between them and the 2nd level. In the entire Zhonghu sword sect, there were no more than 10 people who had reached the 2nd level of body and sword as one. Among the disciples, as far as Yuan Lingzi knew, there was only one, and that was Cold Rain Sword Lin Yuye, one of the 5 geniuses of Tianjiang Prefecture. As for Xianxia, she was still at the 1st level. Yuan Lingzi was very surprised. The Zhonghu sword sect was a sect that practiced the sword, a sword Dao sect, and focused on the sword. The higher a disciple's attainment in body and sword as one, the higher their potential in sword Dao. Qianzong had been cultivating in a small dynasty before, but he had already reached this level. If he was nurtured by the Zhonghu sword sect, how far would he rise? I found a treasure. Yuan Lingzi was very happy. Okay. Yuan Lingzi spoke, and an invisible protective power shook, bouncing Qianzong's swords away. The power was gentle, and it did not hurt Qianzong at all. Qianzong originally planned to enter the realm of enlightenment and use the power of heaven and earth to strengthen his attacks, because that was his true strength. However, since Yuan Lingzi asked him to stop, he would stop. Sheathing his swords, Qianzong's breathing was steady, but his forehead was slightly sweaty. The series of attacks just now were very violent and shocking. Your talent is above Xianxia and Xianxia. Yuan Lingzi looked at Qianzong carefully and said, your attainment in sword Dao is also very high. You walk the path of learning from hundreds of schools. Answer me first, when you were in the qi and blood realm, did you reach the great perfection of qi and blood realm? Yes. Qianzong nodded. Good. Yuan Lingzi was full of smiles. His senses were correct. His qi and blood were strong and pure yang, which was the sign of the great perfection of qi and blood realm. It was indeed better to have the great perfection of qi and blood realm as a foundation. With your current cultivation, are you half a step into the great perfection of qi training realm? Yuan Lingzi asked again. Yes, I've already opened the earth abyss, and only the heaven peak is left. I don't understand the main points. Chen Zong not only answered, but also spoke of his current progress and difficulties, hoping to receive guidance. You've already opened the earth abyss. Hearing this, Yuan Lingzi was surprised again. However, between the earth abyss and the heaven peak, the difficulty of opening the earth abyss is lower, while the difficulty of opening the heaven peak is higher. Yuan Lingzi calmed down and continued, I don't know about other places, but in the records of our unhindered sword sect, there is often no specific way to open the heaven peak. Brute force is the most direct way, and there are some coincidences involved. Hearing this, Chen Zong couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. However, you shouldn't feel disappointed. Yuan Lingzi glanced at Chen Zong and smiled. Someone developed a kind of pill called the Apex Protection Pill. Although it can't directly open the heaven's apex, it can better protect the heaven's apex. Later, I will inform the sect master to prepare some. Thank you, Senior Yuan, Chen Zong said happily. Opening the heaven peak was very difficult. If one used brute force, it might be possible, but it would damage the heaven peak. If one had the power to protect the heaven peak, they would have a greater chance of opening it with brute force. Senior Yuan, what I know is called pills. What's the difference between them and pills? Chen Zong couldn't help but ask. Pills and pills are the same, but pills are of a higher level, Yuan Lingzi said with a smile. Yuan Lingzi smiled. Elixir pills are the weakening of elixirs. Any alchemy apprentice with some alchemy skills can make elixirs, but to make elixirs, you need a true alchemist with profound alchemy skills. In that case, the alchemists in the Eastern continent and the Cloud Dragon dynasty weren't true alchemists. Chen Zong was even more glad that he came to the Longtu dynasty. It will take some time for the top protection pill to be delivered. During this time, you will practice the sword with me, Yuan Lingzi said. The unhindered sword sect focused on the sword, so he naturally had to learn the sword. Perhaps Chen Zong was already at the same level as him in the body and sword as one realm, but it had to be known that he had reached the second level of the body and sword as one realm for more than 10 years. After more than 10 years of immersion and comprehension, he definitely had a deeper understanding than Chen Zong. In Yuan Lingzi's eyes, Chen Zong was like a piece of unpolished jade that could be carefully carved and used all his skills. This feeling hadn't appeared for a long time. Even when he was teaching with Shanmei and Lin Yuya, he didn't have this feeling. Yuan Lingzi decided to devote all his efforts to nurture Chen Zong and strive to further develop Chen Zong's potential. It wasn't impossible to cultivate the strongest sword son for the unhindered sword sect and come from the prodigy camp. Lin Yuya was already 29 years old this year, almost 30 years old. After 30 years old, it was a dividing line. No matter how powerful one was, they would automatically be removed from the prodigy camp. And that was related to the level of a sect's genius, the strength of the sect's luck, the level of their reputation, and so on. It was very important. This is the fourth update of the day, please vote. After becoming the sect's sword son, Chen Zong's status as an outer sect disciple skyrocketed and he became special. Naturally, Chen Zong did not continue to live in the outer sect disciple area. Instead, he moved to the summit of Heavenly Rainbow Peak, not far from Grand Elder Yuan Lingzi. This way, it would be more convenient for Yuan Lingzi to teach him. This was something every generation of sect sword son could enjoy. The sun rose slowly, and golden light shone, covering the sea of clouds with a layer of golden gauze. As the sea of clouds surged, the golden light also surged, as if there was a golden dragon shuttling through it. Not far away, Yuan Lingzi was sitting cross-legged on a huge rock that protruded outwards like an eagle's beak, cultivating. Chen Zong could clearly sense that wisps of aura were gathering towards Yuan Lingzi from all directions and then entering Yuan Lingzi's body. After spending some time with Yuan Lingzi, Chen Zong gradually broke away from his identity as a rookie and began to understand more about cultivation. For example, the kind of aura that existed in the air, which made the body feel comfortable and had a certain nourishing effect, was the so-called world energy. World energy existed in the air. Some places were denser, while others were thinner. The more remote the place where the martial Tao was low, the less world energy there was. On the contrary, the more prosperous the martial Tao was, the more world energy there would be, especially in some beautiful mountains and lakes, where the world energy would be much richer than ordinary places. World energy could nourish living beings, whether it was humans, monster beasts, or plants. Ordinary people living in places with rich world energy could strengthen their bodies and prolong their lives. Some children born in places with rich world energy were born extraordinary and more suitable for cultivation. Chenzong also knew that world energy was a necessity for transcendence to cultivate, and it was the foundation of their cultivation. Chenzong also knew that there was a kind of treasure called spirit source, which was the aggregation of pure world energy. It was extremely valuable and could be used as a hard currency, but it was also something that transcendence needed. As for the so-called spirit shell, it was actually the scraps of the stone that wrapped the spirit source. No wonder it felt so comfortable to touch. It was because it wrapped the spirit source. After being affected for a long time, it more or less carried a bit of the spirit source's aura. Chenzong didn't know this before. In addition to gaining more knowledge, Chenzong also made great progress in the practice of swordsmanship. Yuan Lingzi did not impart any sword techniques to Chenzong. Instead, he taught Chenzong the comprehension of becoming one with the sword. This was much more useful than directly imparting a sword technique. For example, it was better to teach people how to fish than to give them mermaids. For mermaids, they could only eat 2 or 3 meals a day, but for those who were taught how to fish, they could eat every meal. In just a few days, Chenzong felt that he had learned a lot. Some of the things that he didn't understand in the past were now clear to him. Yuan Lingzi was cultivating while Chenzong was practicing his sword not far away. Now, he was waiting for the apex protection pill to arrive before he tried to open the zenith. He didn't need to cultivate his internal strength anymore. The rest was his sword technique. Time flew. Half a month later, the apex protection pill was delivered to Yuan Lingzi. There were a total of 3 pills. It's not easy to refine the apex protection pill. There are only 3 pills. Use them well. Yuan Lingzi gave the 3 apex protection pills to Chenzong. Okay. After Chenzong took them, he began to prepare to open the zenith. Yuan Lingzi watched from the side to protect Chenzong at any time. Pills weren't omnipotent after all. After adjusting his breathing, Chenzong's essence, energy, and spirit reached their peak. He took out an apex protection pill. The apex protection pill was milky white and emitted a pill fragrance that refreshed the mind. Just by smelling it, one's mind felt clear. Chenzong opened his mouth and swallowed the apex protection pill. As the pill dissolved, a cool and refreshing aura rushed into his mind. Chenzong felt the cool and refreshing aura enter his mind and quickly move upwards, disappearing into the sky. He felt that the zenith seemed to be protected by a force. It's starting. With a thought, Chenzong immediately mobilized a part of his internal energy and compressed it into a small sword. Then, under precise control, it entered his mind. The first difficulty of opening the zenith was to let the internal energy enter the mind. The human brain was very fragile, and internal energy had a certain power. If it entered rashly, it would only cause damage to the brain. In serious cases, the brain would be destroyed and death would occur. However, after many attempts, Chenzong had overcome the first difficulty. The second difficulty was to open the zenith. In the past, Chenzong didn't dare to mobilize so much power to open the zenith by force. He was afraid of damaging the zenith and causing terrible consequences. Now that he had the power of the apex protection pill, he could try. The small internal energy sword passed through his mind and came to the zenith. Then, the sword stabbed out. This was just an attempt. It didn't explode with all its power. The tip of the sword stabbed into the zenith. Chenzong immediately felt a resistance from the zenith. It wanted to bounce the small sword away. The slight pain made Chenzong's scalp tingle. The second time, the sword was more powerful and bounced away again. The third time, the sword was even more powerful, but it was still bounced away. The fourth time, the sword was even more powerful. This time, it wasn't so easy to bounce away. The zenith also caved in a little, but it still didn't open. The fifth time, the small sword's power was fully released. It almost pierced through the zenith, but it was bounced away at the last moment. The cool aura entrenched in the zenith was completely exhausted. Chenzong stopped trying. How was it? Seeing Chenzong open his eyes, Yuan Lingzi couldn't wait to ask. I failed, Chenzong said, but he wasn't depressed at all. Rest for a while and try again, Yuan Lingzi said. After adjusting his breathing, his essence, qi, and spirit reached the peak again. Chenzong took out the second apex protection pill and used it. Once again, he mobilized his internal energy to condense it into a small sword and entered his mind. Then, he attacked again. This time, Chenzong didn't try to gradually increase the power like the first time. Instead, he exploded with the strongest power with one strike. He also used sword techniques to increase the power by 30%. When it pierced the zenith, a sharp pain immediately spread. His entire head felt like it was about to be split open. Chenzong's face was distorted. He could only forcefully endure the pain. He controlled the small internal energy sword to continuously pierce the zenith. The zenith's resistance became stronger and stronger. Then, with a bang, the small internal energy sword shattered under the extreme resistance of the zenith. Chenzong had to control the range to avoid hurting his brain. After that, he felt like he was about to collapse. In that short period of time, his powerful spiritual energy was almost exhausted. Looking at Chenzong's appearance, Yuan Lingzi knew that he had failed again, but he didn't rush him. It wasn't too difficult to reach the peak of half-step Qi training realm. As long as one had a suitable inheritance and enough talent, it was often possible to reach it. However, it was very difficult to reach the peak of Qi training realm. Abyss, zenith, one step at a time. According to what Yuan Lingzi knew, a few hundred years ago, when the Zhonghu sword sect was still a mid-rank sect, someone had reached the peak of half-step Qi training realm. Since it declined to a low-rank sect, the most people who reached it were people like Lin Yuya and Zhou Shanmei. Yuan Lingzi didn't know whether Chenzong could break through and reach the peak of Qi training realm. He wasn't confident. The Zenith protection pill wasn't omnipotent. Eating it would also create resistance. Usually, it would be 3 pills. After 3 pills, the effect wouldn't be as good. The effect would weaken, and it would be even more difficult to break through the zenith. Now, there was only 1 zenith protection pill left. This might be his last chance. Chenzong closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing, recovering his spiritual energy as soon as possible. When his spiritual energy was fully recovered, his strength was also fully recovered. His essence, energy, and spirit were once again at their peak. Let's do it again. With a thought, Chenzong took out the 3rd zenith protection pill and consumed it. The cool aura once again enveloped the zenith. However, Chenzong keenly noticed that this time, the cool aura didn't seem as strong as before. There was a slight difference. He mobilized his inner strength and turned it into a small sword. It entered his mind again and went straight to the zenith. Then, he drew his sword. This time, Chenzong suddenly had an idea. Not only did he integrate the force exertion technique of the sword technique, but he also integrated the force exertion technique of the mixed elements impact. He compressed it to the extreme and then exploded it, causing the power of this sword to reach an unprecedented peak. In an instant, Chenzong felt as if his head was being crushed. The small sword of inner strength pierced through the sky at lightning speed and pierced the zenith. A terrifying force erupted, wanting to pierce through the zenith. However, the force was too fierce and violent. The zenith felt as if it was about to be destroyed. At the critical moment, the power of the zenith protection pill came into play and stabilized the zenith so that it wouldn't be destroyed. He was in extreme pain, as if his head had exploded. Suddenly, the cool aura weakened at an alarming speed. Chenzong immediately sensed that something was wrong and quickly stopped the impact. He weakened the power of the small sword of inner strength and then dispersed it. Just as the small sword of inner strength dispersed, the power of the zenith protection pill was almost depleted. The zenith trembled slightly and stabilized again. The hole that was broken also quickly healed. Chenzong knew that he had failed. The power of that sword was too strong, and the protective power of the zenith protection pill wasn't enough. If it had continued, the zenith would have been completely shattered. It wouldn't have been opening the zenith, but shattering it. Chen Zong's head would probably have exploded on the spot and he would have died. He failed. There was an indescribable regret in his heart. You failed? Yuan Lingzi couldn't help but ask. I failed. Chen Zong's smile was a little forced. The hope was too high, and the disappointment was also too great. He didn't know when he would succeed this time. It was also possible that he would never succeed. What a pity. Yuan Lingzi couldn't help but sigh softly. It seemed that the Zhongjing sword sect didn't have the fortune. Otherwise, if Chen Zong could successfully break through to the great perfection of the qi refining realm, coupled with his cultivation that reached the great perfection of the qi refining realm, his martial arts foundation would be incomparably solid. When he reached the true martial realm, it wouldn't be difficult for him to advance by leaps and bounds. It was really a pity. Chen Zong didn't know that much, but the 3 consecutive failures were still a blow to Chen Zong. He couldn't help but feel disappointed. Your mind is unstable. Don't think too much. Go rest first. Don't cultivate today, Yuan Lingzi said. Genius 1 second remember, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Please go to the literature building to read. It's terrible that my ranking has dropped to 5th. The competition is too fierce. The setting sun shone, and the sky gradually darkened. The setting sun was like flowing fire, sprinkling on the endless sea of clouds, like flowing flames. It was magnificent. The tumbling sea of clouds seemed to be tired and wanted to rest. It gradually calmed down. Night was about to fall, symbolizing that the day was about to pass. Lying on the bed in the wooden house, Chen Zong tossed and turned, but he couldn't fall asleep. He couldn't even calm down. After going through difficulties when he was young, he obtained the mysterious sword tip. His meridians and marrow were cleansed, and his potential was gradually developed. His talent became better and better, and his path of cultivation had always been smooth. Today, he had experienced many things, but it wasn't difficult for him to resolve them with his own ability. This time, he had encountered a real setback. For a moment, Chen Zong was a little dazed. Breaking through the zenith was the true completion of the qi refining realm. Chen Zong didn't aspire to be able to do it. However, the greater the desire, the greater the disappointment. Fortunately, Chen Zong's willpower had been constantly tempered along the way, and he was able to withstand the blow of disappointment. However, it was inevitable that he would be upset. Unable to sleep, he simply got up and walked out of the house. The setting sun shone, and a touch of afterglow fell on Chen Zong's eyes. Stepping forward, he walked to the edge of the cliff that protruded like an eagle's beak. Chen Zong casually sat down in a position that made him feel comfortable. He just stared at the setting sun that was emitting the last afterglow, and the endless sea of clouds that was gradually calming down, perhaps because it was tired. Gradually, the upset in his heart dissipated. Chen Zong didn't care, but he felt more and more relaxed. The scenery in front of him was so magnificent that it made him forget to go back and forget himself. When the last afterglow went down the mountain and disappeared into the world, the sea of clouds seemed to gradually fall asleep. Chen Zong's eyelids also slowly closed, and his breathing became longer and more subtle. Yuan Lingzi stood not far from Chen Zong and watched. When he found that Chen Zong had fallen asleep, he couldn't help but smile. It could be seen that after failing to break through the zenith 3 times in a row, Chen Zong's mood was a little unstable and irritable. However, this kind of thing was best for him to figure it out and get through it, because it was also a kind of tempering, a kind of spiritual cultivation. Yuan Lingzi didn't know how long it would take Chen Zong to figure it out and get rid of this negative influence. Now it seemed that he was very short. With such talent and temperament, even if he cannot truly reach the peak of the qi training realm, his future will be extraordinary, Yuan Lingzi thought. The sky gradually darkened. It was as if a huge black curtain had spread out from the distant horizon and swept over, covering the entire sky. The mountains, rivers, and sea of clouds were plunged into an even deeper darkness. Tonight, there was no moon and no stars. It was difficult to distinguish one's 5 fingers. Chen Zong fell asleep. He slept deeply, forgetting all his worries and throwing away all distracting thoughts. The huge black curtain rolled up again, and a touch of white appeared on the eastern horizon. Immediately, the first ray of golden light shone out. A new day had arrived. When the ray of light passed through the sea of clouds and dispelled the last trace of darkness, the sea of clouds woke up and slowly rippled as if it was stretching its limbs. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. It slowly became more intense. When the ray of golden light shone on Chenzong's jade-like round face, Chenzong's eyes opened. They were crystal clear, as deep as an abyss, and extremely calm. Facing the morning sun and looking at the sea of clouds, he took a deep breath full of spirit energy. His strength surged, and his sleeping body woke up. Powerful strength filled his body. He leaped, facing the sea of clouds, and his sword broke through the clouds like a ray of light. He practiced the essence of the sword technique again and again, feeling carefree. Sheathing his sword, Chenzong exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. The turbid qi shot out like an arrow, piercing through the air and leaving an invisible trail. It seems that you have adjusted. Yuan Lingzi's voice came from behind. Disciple Chenzong greets Senior Yuan. Chenzong turned around and bowed. No need to be so courteous. Yuan Lingzi chuckled. The wind blew, and his hair and robe danced, as if they were drifting away with the wind. The first 3 crown protection pills are usually the most effective. After that, the effect will be weakened. Yuan Lingzi said. Chenzong knew this and understood the meaning of Yuan Lingzi's words. If the first 3 crown protection pills failed, the effect of the subsequent ones would be even worse, and it would be even more difficult to succeed. If he had heard this last night, Chenzong would have been even more disappointed, and his emotions would have been even more chaotic. But now, it was only a slight ripple, and he quickly calmed down. Yuan Lingzi had been paying attention to Chenzong's eyes, and couldn't help but secretly nod. But it doesn't matter. Even if you don't break through the zenith and truly reach the great completion of the qi refining realm, with your talent and temperament, you can achieve extraordinary things in the future. Yuan Lingzi smiled. A true expert never relies on one advantage, but on a combination of all aspects. Disciple understands. Chenzong bowed. He wasn't being perfunctory, but truly understood. However, if there was a chance, Chenzong still wanted to break through the zenith. Since you understand, then memorize this secret art. Study it well and prepare to break through to the true martial realm, Yuan Lingzi said and handed Chenzong an egg-sized, flat, and round cyan jade. Chenzong already knew that this thing was called a jade book. It was something used to record information. For low-level cultivators, this was a rare treasure. The surface of this jade book was as smooth as a mirror, and there were no words. How did it record information? In fact, this was the method of transcendence. They stored information in a jade book, and it couldn't be seen from the outside. Without Yuan Lingzi's guidance, Chenzong wouldn't have recognized this jade book even if it was placed in front of him. Reading the information in the jade book required a method. Ordinary cultivators couldn't master it, so even if they knew the value of the jade book, they couldn't do anything about it. However, Yuan Lingzi had taught Chenzong how to use his spiritual energy to communicate with the jade book and read the information in the jade book. Chenzong's spiritual energy was indeed stronger than cultivators of the same cultivation level. It was even comparable to some true martial realm cultivators. However, he couldn't release his spiritual energy. To read the information in the jade book, he had to stick the jade book between his eyebrows. This was also the first time Chenzong tried to read the jade book. However, his spiritual energy penetrated the jade book in an instant. Paragraphs of information suddenly poured into Chenzong's mind from the jade book. Fortunately, Chenzong's spiritual energy was stronger than most people's. This kind of information didn't bring him any bad feelings. Not long after, the information contained in the jade book was transmitted, and the cyan light on the jade book disappeared. Zongjian condensing true qi art. This secret art didn't have any grades, but it was a secret art for condensing true qi. The reason why it was difficult for ordinary cultivators to break through to the true martial realm was that they were limited by talent. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. It was because they lacked a suitable secret art. The true condensation art was a general term. It was easy to understand from its name. It was to condense true qi in preparation for officially breaking through to the true martial realm. When the first wisp of true qi was condensed, one could officially break through their cultivation and reach the true martial realm. Different forces often had different cultivation methods of the true condensation art. There were also differences in efficiency. As a low-rank sect and a middle-rank sect before, the Zhonghu sword sect's true condensation art was above average in the entire true condensation art. It could be said that as long as a disciple of the Zhonghu sword master reached the peak of the energy training realm and then cultivated the true condensation art, the probability of breaking through to the true martial realm was at least 70 to 80%. However, ordinary outer sect disciples weren't qualified to be taught the true condensation art. They could only cultivate the inferior true condensation art. The probability of breaking through to the true martial realm was about 40 to 50%. The probability wasn't low. The difference was time. Some people would spend less time to break through, while others would spend more time to break through. After receiving the true condensation art, Qianzong was about to start breaking through to the true martial realm. However, before that, he needed to comprehend the true condensation art and fully understand its mysteries. With Qianzong's comprehension and accumulation, it took him less than half a day to fully comprehend the mysteries of the true condensation art. Naturally, the next step was to cultivate. However, Qianzong hesitated again. He believed that if he cultivated the true condensation art and condensed his inner strength into false true qi, and then condensed it into true qi, it wouldn't be difficult to truly break through to the true martial realm. However, in that case, he really wouldn't be able to complete the energy training realm. Thinking it through didn't mean that Qianzong would give up. Qianzong wouldn't be satisfied if he didn't try again. How is it? Have you comprehended the true condensation art? Yuan Lingzi asked. Elder, I have comprehended the true condensation art, Qianzong said. Good. Hearing this, Yuan Lingzi's eyes flashed and he couldn't help but praise. Comprehending and comprehending were two different concepts. The true condensation art wasn't a simple art. If Yan Hua, Xiao Jinping, and the others were to comprehend it, they wouldn't be able to comprehend it without a few days. However, Qianzong only took half a day to comprehend it. This level of comprehension was indeed extraordinary. Since you have comprehended it, then start cultivating. After condensing the false true qi, your combat strength can reach the 7-star realm. At that time, you can condense the false true qi into true qi and break through to the true martial realm with the 7-star realm's combat strength, Yuan Lingzi said happily. Elder, I still want to try to break through to the heaven's peak, Qianzong said his thoughts. Break through to the heaven's peak. Yuan Lingzi was startled when he heard this. He looked deeply at Qianzong and said, Do you know that in the world of martial artists, one step ahead is another step ahead? I know, Qianzong said, but I still want to try again. If you want to try, then let's make an agreement. 1 month. If you still can't break through to the heaven's peak after 1 month, you will cultivate the true condensation art and break through to the true martial realm, Yuan Lingzi said seriously. 1 month. Qianzong thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. The last month. The last gamble. If he could succeed, his path would be wider. Although strength didn't rely on one advantage, it was naturally better to have this advantage. If he couldn't succeed, then he would completely give up and concentrate on cultivating the true condensation art. He would strive to break through to the true martial realm as soon as possible. The true martial realm was the true starting point for martial artists, and also the starting point for geniuses to compete. End of chapter. Do any of you still have a monthly ticket? Patriarch, did Sword Son Qianzong pass the heaven's peak? The second elder asked. He failed. Lin Zhonghan said regretfully. The 4 elders also looked disappointed. What a pity. The first elder sighed. It's fine if he failed. It's too difficult to pass the heaven's peak. If he could get the breakthrough pill, he would have a better chance. However, the breakthrough pill is only in the hands of the Dragon Diagram Imperial family. It's very difficult to make and it's very precious. There are very few people in the Imperial family who are qualified to take it. Lin Zhonghan sighed. He had placed his hopes on someone only to be disappointed. It was not a good feeling. The sword flashed like a dazzling light, leaving a deep cut on the hard rock. The cut was straight and smooth, like tofu being cut by a sharp knife. Ha ha ha, the fake true force is really strong. Yanhua held his sword and looked at the deep cut on the huge rock a few meters away. He suddenly laughed. After failing the Sec Sword Sun examination, Yanhua went through a period of adjustment and regained his confidence. After that, he was imparted the sword congealing true Qi technique. After a few days of comprehension, he started to cultivate, and not long after, he condensed his first thread of fake true Qi. Fake true force was the predecessor of true force. It was a transformation of inner strength and blood Qi. In fact, both inner strength and blood Qi belong to the body itself. It was the body's potential. The true force was the next step to develop the body's potential. True force was the representative power after the potential was developed. Even if it was only a small amount of fake true force, it was still very powerful. It must be known that Yanhua did not use any powerful sword technique just now. It was just a very ordinary slash, and he only used some fake true power, but it was able to cause such a crack. It was not inferior to the powerful sword technique that he had used with 50% of his strength. My battle strength has definitely reached the 7-star level, Yanhua said secretly. He was very excited. Yanhua, fight with me. A beam of golden light flew over from the distance, sticking close to the ground. The moment the voice faded, the golden light accelerated rapidly, and its sharpness reached the extreme, stabbing towards Yanhua. Let's fight. Yanhua turned around and slashed down. The powerful light of the sword cut through the sky as if it was going to split the earth. The person who came was Xiao Jinping. Xiao Jinping was proud and arrogant. He was a person who cared a lot about face, but his talent was without a doubt, and his character was also very tenacious. After experiencing failure, he quickly adjusted himself and pulled himself together. After receiving the congealing true sword technique, he comprehended and trained, and like Yanhua, he was able to condense some fake true power. After verifying the strength of the false true power, Xiao Jinping came to find Yanhua to spar. In fact, Xiao Jinping wanted to find Qinzong more, but now Qinzong was the sword son of the sect, so he couldn't meet him at will. He could only take a step back and find Yanhua, his old rival. No matter if it was Yanhua or Xiao Jinping, after condensing the false true force, their battle power had reached the early stage of 7-star. But soon, their battle power dropped rapidly, and they returned to their original peak 6-star level. After all, they had just condensed some false true force. After a fierce battle, their false true force was used up, and they could not recover it in time. After striking out a few more times, the two of them separated. We have already condensed the false true force. I wonder how Sword Sun Qinzong's progress is? Yanhua smiled. I will not lose to him. Xiao Jinping smiled coldly and said. Yanhua and Xiao Jinping did not know that Qinzong had not started to cultivate the sword condensing true force technique, but was still worried about how to break through the heaven's peak. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In this half a month, Qinzong was obsessed with breaking through the heaven's peak. He tried again and again, but failed again and again. Failure, reflection, conclusion, and try again. But it seemed to be trapped in an endless cycle. Yuan Lingzi saw Qinzong's efforts in his eyes, and hoped that Qinzong could comprehend it and break through the heaven's peak. 16th day, 17th day, 18th day, time flew, and in the blink of an eye, Qinzong and Yuan Lingzi agreed on a month's time was getting closer and closer. 30th day, today was the last day. The setting sun shone, and more than half of the day had passed. Let's try again. Qinzong took a deep breath and adjusted his breathing. After his essence, energy, and spirit reached the peak, he once again mobilized all the energy in his body and entered his mind. Then, he tried to break through the heaven's peak. Every time he tried to break through the heaven's peak, it was a new attempt. He would use his inner strength in a different way to break through. But this time, Qinzong failed again. How many times had he failed? Every day, Qinzong would try at least 20 to 30 times. In a month, he would try at least 1,000 times. If he failed 1,000 times, it could be seen how difficult it was to reach the peak of the Qi refining realm. It was no wonder that no one had reached it in hundreds of years. Only a few hundred years ago at the peak of the Qi refining realm had reached it. In the vast Longtu region, there were very few people who could reach the peak of the Qi refining realm. After adjusting his breathing, Chenzong tried again. Failure, 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 until dawn, Chenzong still failed. Is there really no way to break through? Chenzong couldn't help but ask himself. Over 1,000 consecutive failures had caused Chenzong to become incomparably vexed, and a wave of tyranny surged in his heart. He wished for nothing more than to draw his sword and destroy everything before him. Calm down. I need to calm down, Chenzong warned himself. But the more he did so, the more annoyed he was. Chenzong could not help but roar at the sky. His roar was filled with inexplicable irritation and anger. It's good to vent, Yuan Lingzi thought to himself. In the past month, Chenzong had worked hard almost without rest or sleep, but he failed again and again. If it were someone else, they might have already collapsed. But Chenzong was able to persevere until now. It was indeed not easy. After the roar, Chenzong leaped up and rushed down the other side of the mountain. His speed was getting faster and faster. He could not help but enter the enlightenment realm. He mobilized the power of heaven and earth to gather around his body, making his body lighter and lighter. His speed increased by a few times. He was as fast as lightning. That is. Yuan Lingzi, who was following behind Chenzong, was shocked. His eyes widened and he was shocked. The enlightenment realm. He definitely did not comprehend the enlightenment realm in the past month, Yuan Lingzi thought to himself. Yuan Lingzi thought to himself. He had been paying attention to Chenzong's cultivation for the past month. If it wasn't within the past month, then it meant that Chenzong had already grasped the truth realm before becoming the sex swordmaster. Enlightenment realm, this had always been the realm of true martial realm martial artists, but not all true martial realm martial artists could comprehend and master the enlightenment realm. Only a few geniuses could do it. There was a big difference between having and not having the enlightenment realm. Without the enlightenment realm, one would only be in the true martial realm. Only with the enlightenment realm could one reach the pseudo-transcendent realm. It was not that there were no enlightenment realm martial artists in the strength refining realm. According to what Yuan Lingzi knew, there were only a few in the Longtu region, but each of them had an extraordinary background and inheritance. Chenzong, who came from a small dynasty, was able to open the earth abyss. Yuan Lingzi was very surprised. He did not dare think about anything else. He did not expect such a surprise to be hidden. Grasping the enlightenment realm and the strength refining realm. It felt like it was not recently grasped. It should have been a while. Good, good, good. Yuan Lingzi was very excited. Running down the mountain, the two swords were unsheathed. The power of heaven and earth gathered and surged. The power penetrated the swords. Then, the sword light was like a storm. Sword chi surged in all directions, cutting stones and destroying trees. Wherever it passed, it was like a hurricane, destroying everything. This combat strength is at least at the late 7-star level. Yuan Lingzi was even more excited. The higher the basic combat strength, the more solid the foundation. After breaking through to the true martial realm, the development of one's potential would be more thorough and faster. At least the late 7-star combat strength. If he condensed the false true power, he could at least reach the peak of the 7-star level. Breaking through to the true martial realm with peak 7-star combat strength was unimaginable, even in the heyday of the unhindered sword sect. Thinking of this, Yuan Lingzi was even more excited. A super genius would appear in the unhindered sword sect. Reaching Lin Yuye's achievement was not an extravagant hope. There was even hope to surpass him. Because when Lin Yuye was in the strength refining realm, he did not reach Chenzong's level. Along the way, he had the attitude of killing gods and demons. Although Yuan Lingzi was very excited, he did not stop Chenzong. Instead, he let Chenzong vent. Only by venting the troubles and inexplicable anger in his heart could he regain his calm. After a while, Chenzong was exhausted. Even with Chenzong's immense strength and astonishing recovery speed, he couldn't hold on for long under this kind of venting without caring about the consumption of energy. His mental strength was almost exhausted. His internal strength was even more empty. Chenzong simply lay on the ground and stared at the blue sky. He did not think or care about anything. Yuan Lingzi stood in the distance and watched with a gentle gaze. The consumed strength automatically recovered bit by bit. After completely recovering, Chenzong stood up and did not continue to vent. Because he had already vented, the inexplicable anger and irritation had disappeared. There was no need to immerse himself in a dead end. He still had to walk the path he had to walk. Turning around, Chenzong went up the mountain. After adjusting his breath, he began to cultivate the unhindered sword condensing true power technique. Chenzong, you have hoped to break through the heaven's peak, Yuan Lingzi said, startling Chenzong. After more than a month of hard work, he could not find a clue. Then, he took 3 apex protection pills in a row but still failed. This time, he tried thousands of times in a row but still failed. Chenzong had given up. He had really given up. But now, Yuan Lingzi suddenly told him with a smile that he had hoped to break through the heaven's peak. It was like a dream. This feeling of rising and falling in an instant was enough to drive people crazy. Fortunately, after experiencing these blows, Chenzong's temperament was tenacious and calm. After his breathing became rapid, he was not too excited. After all, whether it was feasible was still unknown. If you tell me that you have mastered the enlightenment realm, you don't need the 3 apex protection pills, and you don't need to suffer this month of torture, Yuan Lingzi said. Elder Yuan, what does breaking through the heaven's peak have to do with the enlightenment realm? Chenzong could not help but ask. His heart beat faster. Of course it's related. Yuan Lingzi smiled. In the enlightenment realm, you can mobilize the power of heaven and earth. In fact, it is the so-called spiritual energy. However, your cultivation realm is low, so the spiritual energy you can mobilize is very little. But it is enough to break through the heaven's peak. At present, the 5th, the 6th, and the 7th, these 2 wretched guys are staring at the chrysanthemum. Does anyone feel itchy? Rush up and distance yourself, or you will be blown up and bleed all over the place. There was a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. Those who didn't feel it would never understand that feeling. It turned out that the realm of enlightenment could help break through the zenith. Chenzong didn't know this before, and no one had ever told him about it. At first, he was happy and excited, and then he calmed down. Let's start. Yuan Lingzi smiled, and his eyes were full of hope. In fact, Yuan Lingzi wasn't 100% sure that the realm of enlightenment could help break through the zenith. At least, he had never done it himself. He had only read some records in ancient books. Even so, Yuan Lingzi was very confident. Chenzong nodded, sat down cross-legged, and adjusted his breath. This time, the adjustment was particularly long. His essence, qi, and spirit had all reached the peak. When he opened his eyes, there seemed to be a sharp light piercing through the void. In it, there was an indomitable will and supreme hope. Let's start. His voice was low, like a whisper, but also like the roar of a giant beast, with the surging of qi and blood and the surging of internal strength. The realm of enlightenment, the spiritual qi between heaven and earth was suddenly drawn and gathered from all directions. Then, under Chenzong's precise control, it gathered in the center of the top of his head. Even if the realm of enlightenment could help break through the zenith, it couldn't be done casually. First of all, it required precise control of the spiritual qi between heaven and earth. Secondly, it couldn't be rushed. The spiritual qi between heaven and earth had to be absorbed into the zenith bit by bit, and then the zenith would be penetrated in one fell swoop. There couldn't be the slightest mistake in this process. Otherwise, it would fail, and it would cause serious injuries to oneself or even death. Even if the hope was great, Chenzong didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. Under precise control, the spiritual qi between heaven and earth fell little by little, and then came into contact with the zenith, and then seeped into the zenith bit by bit. The cool feeling was like soaking in cold water bit by bit. The refreshing feeling spread, and his thinking became clearer, and his control improved a little. When the zenith had a feeling of saturation, Chenzong knew that the spiritual qi that the zenith could accommodate had reached the limit. This process took half an hour. The next step was to mobilize his inner strength. Multitasking was difficult and impossible for most warriors, but there were always a few geniuses who could do it. Chenzong was one of the best. His inner strength entered his mind like a thread and reached the zenith. The gentle contact, coupled with the help of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth that had already permeated the sky, allowed his inner strength to seep in like a trickle under not strong resistance. This was something that could not be done in the past no matter how hard he tried. Suppressing the ecstasy in his heart, Qianzong precisely controlled the inner strength that was as thin as silk and slowly entered it. Inner force and heaven and earth spiritual qi were two completely different types of power. But in terms of level, heaven and earth spiritual qi was of a higher level. Slowly, after the inner strength entered the zenith, it continued to move upwards. Even though there was some resistance along the way, the resistance was at least 100 times weaker than before. It was like the silt in the river being washed away by the river water bit by bit. There was no pain. Qianzong looked very calm. An hour later, Qianzong's eyes were still closed. 2 hours later, Qianzong's eyes were still closed. Yuan Lingzi stood to the side, and even his breathing seemed to have stopped. He was afraid that he would disturb Qianzong and cause him to fail. He was more eager than Qianzong for Qianzong to be able to break through the zenith and achieve the great perfection of the qi refining realm. The moment 3 hours passed, Qianzong's eyes suddenly opened. There seemed to be an invisible roar. Terrifying energy surged out through his eyes. The space in front of him seemed to be shattered. Layers of invisible folds appeared, twisting and rippling like water. A whistling sound sounded around Qianzong. Countless air surged like a tide. Yuan Lingzi could clearly feel that traces of spiritual qi of heaven and earth spiritual qi had entered Qianzong's body from the zenith. It's through. It's finally through. Yuan Lingzi was so excited that his hair trembled. Yes, it was through. With the help of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth spiritual qi in the enlightenment realm, Qianzong had truly broken through the zenith. However, he was not excited at all. Because the zenith had just been broken through, a trace of extremely pure spiritual qi of heaven and earth poured in from the zenith and then spread out in his mind. A cool aura filled the air, causing his mind to feel as if it was being washed, becoming clearer and more transparent. No thoughts, no thoughts. Pure spiritual qi of heaven and earth constantly poured in from the zenith. After passing through his mind, it gradually flowed down. Everywhere it passed, Qianzong felt so comfortable that he did not know how to describe it. The clear flow did not have the slightest destructive power. Instead, it had an incredible nourishing effect on the body. It was as if it was washing from the depths of the body, crushing and dispersing the parts that were unfavorable to the body. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth soaked in the powerful and domineering origin destruction force. Then it went deep into the bones and muscles, and then soaked in the pure yang qi and blood. Finally, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth passed through the earth abyss that had been broken through and gushed out from the center of his feet with a trace of grayish red. This process lasted for a while before the spiritual qi of heaven and earth dissipated. Not a trace of it poured in from the zenith. Qianzong subconsciously tried to mobilize the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, but he found that he could only occupy the zenith at most. It could not spread down his body like before. What a pity. A trace of regret rose unconsciously. His whole body moved, and his bones made a series of crisp sounds as if they had been reborn. It was like the roar of a tiger or rolling thunder, causing the surrounding air to vibrate. After jumping up, the vibration of his bones also stopped. This feeling. Qianzong took a deep breath, and his face was intoxicated. Wonderful, it was really wonderful. It felt as if he had changed into a stronger body with more potential, and he had unparalleled control over his body. To use a more apt analogy, an ordinary person seemed to have recovered from a 40-year-old body that was plagued with minor illnesses to a 20-year-old body that was healthy and in good health. Whether it was the impurities in the body, the impurities in the inner strength, or the impurities in the qi and blood, they were all crushed and expelled. It was as if he had returned to his mother's body. Qianzong did not know that this was the innate physique that many martial artists pursued. The innate physique was different from breaking the body's limits. They were two different existences, but they were both very important and very difficult. Yuan Lingzi was excited and did not disturb Qianzong. Instead, he let Qianzong slowly experience it himself. Qianzong also seemed to have forgotten Yuan Lingzi's existence. He wholeheartedly felt the changes in his body, not letting go of any details. The more he felt, the more magical and excited Qianzong felt. Fortunately, he did not give up. Fortunately, the road had turned. Otherwise, he would not have been able to reach the peak of the Qi refining realm. He did not expect that the gap between breaking through the zenith and not breaking through was so big. It was simply two different levels. The changes in his body could be summarized into 4 points. The first point was that the pure yang qi and blood had changed. The impurities in it had been removed. Looking inside, the originally bright red pure yang qi and blood seemed to be filled with traces of gold, containing even more astonishing power. The second point was that the pure yang qi and blood were closely related to the body. The stronger the pure yang qi and blood, the stronger the body. The stronger the body, the stronger the pure yang qi and blood. The two relied on each other. Originally, Chenzong's physique had broken the limits of the human body. It had been improved by chance and had the strength of 5,000 kilograms. After the other aspects had increased proportionally, he had fallen into a bottleneck and was unable to improve at all. Now, Chenzong could feel that his physique could continue to strengthen. It was also strengthening little by little with the passage of time. He did not know how strong it would be in the end. The third point was the change in the inner strength. The chaotic heaven origin breaking energy was vigorous, domineering, and sharp. Now, it had become purer and had an additional characteristic of flexibility, making it even more powerful. The fourth point was the change in the mind. His mind power was stronger, probably about 30% stronger. This was already better than some true martial realm martial artists. The 4 changes made Chenzong seem to have been reborn. Before the breakthrough, without using the secret method or activating the power of the pseudo-spiritual weapon, my combat strength was only at the peak of the 7-star level. I wonder what level it has reached now. Chenzong suddenly thought, is it the limit of the 7-star level? It should be more than that. After breaking through the zenith, the changes are not small. Could it be the 8-star level? Thinking of this, Chenzong could not help but become more excited. The 7-star level was already a very high level of combat strength. The 8-star level had never appeared in the entire Longtu region. In fact, Chenzong did not know that his combat strength had indeed increased, but it had not really reached the 8-star level. It was only half a step away from the 8-star level. However, it was still much stronger than before. Moreover, his physique had broken through the bottleneck. It could continue to strengthen in the future. It was not the strongest combat strength yet. It was conceivable that when his physique was strengthened to the bottleneck, his combat strength would truly reach the early 8-star level. There was also the pseudo-true force that had not been condensed. If it was, his combat strength would be even stronger. Senior Yuan, this disciple has broken through the zenith. After Chenzong checked the changes in his body, he remembered something and hurriedly bowed to Yuan Lingzi to express his gratitude. Good, ha 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 ha. Yuan Lingzi laughed very happily. How do you feel? If there are any changes, tell me all about them. Yuan Lingzi knew about the true perfection of the Qi training realm, but he was not very clear about it. Chenzong told him about the 4 changes in his body, but he hid the fact that his physique had broken through the limit. Even so, the more Yuan Lingzi listened, the more surprised he became. In the end, his face was full of shock. It was no wonder that hundreds of years ago, when the Zhonghu sword sect was at its peak, the person who had broken through the zenith and truly stepped into the perfection of the Qi training realm could become a super expert in the entire region in a short period of time. Unfortunately, if that person had not left this region and traveled to other regions without any news, the Zhonghu sword sect would not have declined after such drastic changes. However, now, the Zhonghu sword sect might have a chance to rise again. Chenzong, remember, regarding the matter of you breaking through the zenith and truly stepping into the perfection of the Qi training realm, you must not let a third person know. Yuan Lingzi's face was solemn. The sect master thinks you have failed, so I will not tell them until you grow up and have enough power to protect yourself. This disciple will remember, Chenzong responded seriously. It was not that Yuan Lingzi was too careful, but that the change of truly reaching the perfection of the Qi training realm was too shocking. If more people knew, it would definitely spread. If it attracted people who secretly coveted it, Chenzong would either be taken away or destroyed. Either way, it was not a good thing for the Zhonghu sword sect. In fact, both Chen Zong and Yuan Lingzi were wrong about one thing. Chen Zong's perfection of the Qi training realm was not an ordinary perfection of the Qi training realm, but an even more powerful perfection of the Qi training realm. Whether it was the Zhonghu sword sect's perfection of the Qi training realm hundreds of years ago or the Dragon Diagram Imperial family's perfection of the Qi training realm, they were all at the normal level. Chen Zong was different. The perfection of the Qi blood realm, the enlightenment realm, and the perfection of the Qi training realm were the three factors that caused this kind of rebirth. None of them could be missing. Although the combat power only increased by a small level and not a huge leap, the more important change was the potential change. It had unimaginable benefits for future cultivation. Even the Dragon Diagram Imperial family, an upper-rank sect, had at most 2 breakthroughs. They were not like Chen Zong, who broke through 3. Little Rice Dumpling is about to break through to the genuine martial realm. Hurry up and send your monthly votes to congratulate him. Thank you for your monthly votes. Let's work hard together. The sun rose and set. Day and night. The sea of clouds was never ending. It had been almost 3 months since Chen Zong had entered the Zhongxing sword sect. In these 3 months, Chen Zong had been cultivating. In these 3 months, there were changes among the 5 great talents. Proud Snow Cold Mei Luoqing and Xingyang Zigu Jiang had agreed to fight at the Sunset Peak. After thousands of moves, Proud Snow Cold Mei Luoqing defeated Xingyang Zigu Jiang by a small margin. Then, Cold Rain Sword Lin Yuye challenged Biluo Li Xinran and also won by a small margin. Only young Master Tianshui remained unchallenged because he was recognized as the leader of the 5 great talents. The other 4 great talents were not confident that they could defeat him. It was fine if he did not make a move, but once he did, he would definitely deliver a thunderous blow. Not long after, there was another piece of news. Tang Guoshui, the first-tier genius of the Tianshui sect, had broken through and reached LV9 of the genuine martial realm. He had announced that he would challenge the 5 great talents, but he had not named any of them. Then, Wu Lai, the first-tier genius of the Xinjiang sect, had also broken through and reached LV9 of the genuine martial realm. However, he did not announce that he would challenge the 5 great talents. Some of the second-tier geniuses had also broken through and challenged the first-tier geniuses. Some of the third-tier geniuses had also broken through and challenged the second-tier geniuses. The most popular were the 10 rising stars. In these 3 months, news of the 10 rising stars could be heard almost everywhere. The world of geniuses was difficult for ordinary warriors to understand. Changes happened too quickly. There might be no news for a period of time, or there might be a sudden explosion overnight. This was unimaginable for ordinary warriors. Among the 4 great sects, the Tianshui sect took the opportunity to rise after the decline of the Zhongxing sword sect. Now, they were vaguely showing signs of becoming the leader of the 4 great sects. Overall, the Xinjiang sect was slightly stronger than the Zhongxing sword sect. Only the Proud Plum Villa and the Zhongxing sword sect were truly on par. The disciples of the Zhongxing sword sect were all working hard to improve their cultivation and strength. Every time there was news of a genius defeating someone, it was a great motivation for them. Only with competition can there be progress, and only with pressure can there be motivation. Congratulations, junior brother Wang. It looks like you'll be able to challenge the 3rd-tier genius camp soon, an inner disciple said to the person in front of him with a smile. Senior brother is right, Wang Xianyang admitted without hesitation. He was one of the 10 rising stars of Tianjiang Prefecture. Junior brother Wang is too confident. As far as I know, our sect's sword son has already begun to practice the sword condensing true energy technique. With his talent, it is estimated that he will successfully break through and step into the true martial realm in less than a month. At that time, his potential will be quickly developed, and his cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. Perhaps it won't be long before he overtakes junior brother Wang. An inner disciple who didn't like Wang Xianyang sneered. Wang Xianyang sneered, indeed, to be able to become a sect's sword son means that his talent and potential are outstanding, but he may not necessarily be stronger than me. My cultivation has now reached the limit of the 3rd level of the true martial realm, and in the next 10 days, I can break through and reach the 4th level of the true martial realm. Even if he breaks through to the true martial realm in this month, it will take at least half a year for him to reach the 3rd level, and after half a year, my cultivation will definitely reach the 5th level of the true martial realm, and he will not be able to catch up with me. Wang Xuanyang's tone was full of confidence. As one of the 10 great stars, he had cultivated his own momentum and confidence through repeated praises and victories. He would not be easily shaken by others' words. Immediately, Wang Xuanyang's face was cold. His eyes were as sharp as swords. He stared at the inner sect disciple and said, "Senior brother, you seem to have some opinions about me. Do you want to teach me a lesson? It doesn't matter. Just use your sword. I'll take it." The inner sect disciple's face suddenly changed. He smiled embarrassedly, stepped back and turned to leave. He was not stupid. He could mock Wang Xianyang, but if he really fought with Wang Xianyang, he must be tired of living. Although his cultivation was at the LV4 true martial realm, and Wang Xianyang was only at the LV3 true martial realm, Wang Xianyang was one of the 10 great stars of Tianjiang Prefecture. He could fight with those above his level. He had defeated and even killed more than one LV4 true martial realm warrior. Humph. Wang Xianyang didn't pursue the other party as he watched him leave in a hurry. Instead, he snorted disdainfully. He had always looked down on the weak, especially those who lacked confidence and courage. He despised them to the extreme. The sword son of the sect? I hope you can grow up as soon as possible. It's best if you can catch up with me and show me your strength. Wang Xianyang said to himself, however, you will improve, but I will not stay in the same place. I will only improve faster. Therefore, you have no hope of catching up with me. At the highest point of Tianhong Peak, a sea of clouds surged. Below the sea of clouds was a valley named Rainbow Fall. The Rainbow Fall Valley was very large and inhabited by many powerful demonic beasts. Ordinary warriors did not dare to enter, otherwise they would become food for the demonic beasts and then excreted as feces. Chen Zong sat cross-legged on the Eagle Beak Cliff, facing the sea of clouds. He could vaguely hear the roars of beasts coming from below the sea of clouds. He could not hear them before, but after breaking through to the completion of the force training realm, Chen Zong's 5 senses had been further enhanced. The completion of the force training realm was even more amazing when he reached the completion of the Qi and Blood realm, the Enlightenment realm, and the completion of the internal force training realm. Chen Zong stretched out his hand as if to grab the surging sea of clouds in front of him. As he clenched his fist, a shocking explosion sounded, as if he had crushed something. Pure yang qi and blood surged, and a tyrannical physical strength broke out in his palm. This was pure physical strength. He didn't use any inner strength at all. Since reaching the heaven-piercing peak, Chen Zong had not been in a hurry to cultivate the sword manipulation technique. Instead, he had improved his physical strength first. Yuan Lingzi had sent a lot of nutritious food that was beneficial to the body for Chen Zong to eat. The effects were amazing. In just 5 days, Chen Zong felt that his physical strength had been further enhanced. Now, he had reached the limit again. This kind of enhancement was not only an increase in strength, but also in speed, explosive power, balance, reaction, defense, and other aspects. In terms of strength, one arm is at least 20,000 jin, Chen Zong said to himself, accurately estimating his own strength. From 10,000 jin to 20,000 jin, this kind of improvement was undoubtedly great. Even if he only used physical strength, Chen Zong was confident that he could defeat most ninth transformation warriors of the force training realm. Now, my combat strength should not be lower than the 8-star level. The combat strength of the limit of the 7-star level can compete with a warrior of the 1st level of the true martial realm. Then, the 8-star level should be more certain. In fact, Chen Zong did not know that with his current combat strength, improved physical strength, and internal force, even if he could not defeat an ordinary warrior of the 1st level of the true martial realm, he could escape with his life under the opponent's hands. The increase in strength from the breakthrough of the star-level combat strength was more obvious in the future. Now that my physical strength has reached the bottleneck again, everything about me has reached the true peak limit. It is time to cultivate the sword manipulation technique and condense the false true power, Chen Zong thought to himself. However, he still needed to tell Yuan Lingzi about this. Okay. Yuan Lingzi immediately nodded. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Although you have not condensed the false true power, after reaching the heaven-piercing peak, your internal force has been refined by the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and become purer. In terms of power, it is not inferior to the false true power of an ordinary warrior. If you condense the false true power, I am afraid it will not be inferior to the true power of an ordinary warrior. Doesn't that mean I can fight against an ordinary warrior of the true martial realm? Chen Zong asked in surprise. If the power of the false true power is not inferior to ordinary true power, it can indeed have the strength to fight against an ordinary warrior of the early stage of the true martial realm. Yuan Lingzi's answer was affirmative, but he was very surprised. A warrior who had not reached the true martial realm could fight against a warrior of the true martial realm. Even if it was only an ordinary warrior of the early stage of the true martial realm, it was still very shocking. It must be known that the Qi and Blood realm and the Qi refining realm were only the foundation. Only when one reached the true martial realm could one develop one's own potential and step into the real world of warriors. The gap between them was huge, like a huge chasm. Since ancient times, there had never been a warrior of the Qi refining realm who could fight against an ordinary warrior of the early stage of the true martial realm in the entire Longtu region. At most, they used some trump cards to save their lives. Now, the first one was going to be born in the Zongjing sword sect. Yuan Lingzi wanted to announce it to the world, but it was just a thought. If the news really spread, it would not be long before Chen Zong was either taken away by force or killed secretly. Hearing Yuan Lingzi's words, Chen Zong also felt excited. This feeling was really wonderful. He took a deep breath and calmed his excited heart. Senior Yuan, I'm going to start. After speaking, Chen Zong sat down cross-legged and cleared his mind of distracting thoughts. In his mind, he recalled the chant of the Zongjing sword condensing true power and the mysteries he had comprehended. Then, he slowly closed his eyes. The sea of clouds disappeared before his eyes. The first strand of inner strength was mobilized by Chen Zong's powerful mind and operated according to the mysteries of the Zongjing sword condensing true power. The mysteries of the Zongjing sword condensing true power was to compress inner strength to the extreme and transform it into false true power. Then, using that strand of false true power as a primer, more inner strength was transformed into false true power. Only when all the inner strength in the body had turned into false true power would it begin to transform. The Zongjing sword condensing true power was more advanced than ordinary Zongjing sword condensing true power. The method of compressing inner strength was more special, which was to condense the inner strength into a sword and continuously compress it in the body. This kind of compression was not so stiff. In Chen Zong's body, because of the great perfection of the Qi refining realm, inner strength could be circulated to any part of his body. It was extremely fast and flew like a flying sword. Faintly, Chen Zong heard a whistling sound coming from his body. It was like the wind and clouds were surging, like a tiger leaping into the forest, or a dragon soaring into the sky. The feeling of breaking free from the shackles made Chen Zong feel so good that he wanted to fly. In the blink of an eye, that strand of inner strength, under the control of Chen Zong, circulated around his body. It was like a sword being polished and became more solid. The second round, the third round, Yuan Lingzi stood not far behind Chen Zong and had been paying attention. His huge spiritual sense shrouded Chen Zong's body. He could clearly feel the changes in Chen Zong's body and couldn't help but smile. By the way, to those who subscribed or tipped this book, please join the group at 546750207. Let's be funny and grab red packets together. His inner strength was like a sword, and his body was like heaven and earth. He was invincible, carefree and unparalleled. It was as if he was riding the wind, flying on the sword, and soaring through the 9 heavens. Chen Zong also did not know why he would give birth to such a comfortable feeling. One cycle after another, the sword formed by his inner strength kept changing and becoming more condensed. Gradually, it was as if it was sharpened, and it shone with a sharp luster. On the 9th cycle, the sword was extremely sharp. It then dispersed and condensed again, turning into a shimmering grayish-white aura. Through his mind, Chen Zong could feel the shocking power contained in the shimmering grayish-white aura. Is this the false true power? Chen Zong couldn't help but say. The power contained in the shimmering grayish-white aura gave Chen Zong a feeling that it was at least twice as strong as his previous inner strength. Twice as strong. This was undoubtedly a terrifying increase in Chen Zong's combat power. If Chen Zong's combat power was at the early 8-star level before, then now, he had definitely reached the late 8-star level, directly skipping the mid 8-star level. However, without a strong enough opponent, Chen Zong couldn't verify it. The false true power is indeed stronger than the inner strength, Chen Zong thought. In fact, he didn't know that the false true power of most martial artists wasn't necessarily twice as strong as the inner strength. At most, it was twice as strong. The false true martial realm isn't very useful to me now. Let's continue. I'll first convert all my inner strength into the false true power, then transform it into true power, and truly break through to the real martial realm. With the shimmering grayish-white aura as a catalyst, it led the other inner strength to condense into a sword, and started to move freely in his body. Yuan Lingzi felt that Chen Zong's aura had changed slightly. He knew that Chen Zong had successfully condensed a shimmering grayish-white aura. It was a good start. Not long later, the second thread of fake true power was successfully congealed. After that, the third thread of fake true power was also successfully congealed. The more false true power that was condensed, the faster the condensing speed would be. In just half an hour, Chen Zong had already transformed a small portion of his inner strength into the more powerful false true power. The transformation speed became faster and faster, and after another half an hour, the remaining half of the inner strength had completely transformed into fake true power. Chen Zong could not find any trace of inner strength in his body. What he had was the stronger fake true force. He tried to use the chaotic heaven-breaking energy to move the fake true force, but he found that it was difficult to move it. It was like a small horse pulling a big cart. Using the sword congealing true chi technique to transport it was a piece of cake. As expected, different powers required different cultivation techniques. To this day, the chaotic origin-breaking energy could not keep up with his footsteps. However, it was also because of the chaotic origin-breaking energy that he could become stronger and have the chance to break through to the great circle of the chi training realm. Without a peerless earth-level cultivation technique, his inner strength was not strong enough, and there was no hope for him to break through to the great circle of the chi training realm. Speaking of which, Marshal King Huntian once left a message saying that he left a cave residence in the sinking Feather River. I wonder where it is in the sinking Feather River. Chen Zong secretly thought. In a place like the sinking Feather River, a feather would sink when it fell. Could Marshal King Huntian really leave a cave residence there, or near the sinking Feather River? It was just a message without a detailed location. Even if Chen Zong wanted to find it, he did not know where to start. I'm thinking too far ahead. The most important thing now is to break through to the real martial realm first. Chen Zong could not help but smile and exclude the matter of Marshal King Huntian's cave residence. He got up and opened his eyes. The light seemed to be able to penetrate the sea of clouds. He exhaled a breath and shot 100 meters away like an arrow from the bow. How do you feel? Yuan Lingzi asked with a laugh. Very good. Chen Zong smiled. Martial artists pursued strength precisely because of that feeling. It was wonderful. Come, let's test your current combat power. Yuan Lingzi smiled. Chen Zong's heart moved when he heard this. He pulled out two swords and his figure flashed a dozen meters like lightning towards Yuan Lingzi. Compared to before, his speed was at least twice as fast. The two swords cut open the sky, leaving two brilliant slashes, and slashed at the same place on Yuan Lingzi's body. Chen Zong could feel that not only was his movement speed faster, but even the speed of his sword had doubled. The power contained in the sword was much stronger. Under the coverage of Yuan Lingzi's spirit sense, he could naturally feel Chen Zong's change. It was a change that was almost leaps and bounds. Is this 7-star combat power? Yuan Lingzi could not help but feel puzzled. 7-star combat power, he had once reached the mid-stage of the 7-star level. However, compared to the current Chen Zong, the gap seemed to be very big. I have also seen late-stage 7-star combat power, but it was not comparable to Chen Zong. Yuan Lingzi thought to himself, has he reached the peak of the 7-star level? Or the peak of the 7-star level? As for 8-star combat power, it was too high. Yuan Lingzi did not dare to think about it. In theory, there could be 10-star combat power, but theory was only theory. An 8-star combat power had never appeared in the entire Longtu region, let alone others. Whether it was the peak of the 7-star level or the peak of the 7-star level, in short, it was definitely beyond the late stage of the 7-star level. Yuan Lingzi's heart trembled. Chen Zong's two swords launched a storm-like attack. Even the world energy of the Enlightenment realm gathered, faster and fiercer. The two swords fell on the same point on Yuan Lingzi's defensive power, vowing to break it. However, the power of a transcendent realm master was not something that Chen Zong could shake. He was unharmed. Under Yuan Lingzi's guidance, Chen Zong's understanding of body and sword as one deepened, and his swordsmanship became more and more superb. No matter how Chen Zong attacked, Yuan Lingzi's heart was still excited. After a while, Chen Zong stopped attacking. Most of his strength had been consumed, and he was dripping with joy. The pseudo-true martial realm is just a transition for cultivators, but some cultivators do not have enough accumulation and will stay at this level for a while. Some cultivators can even stay at this level for their entire lives, unable to break through. Yuan Lingzi said seriously, however, with your talent, you don't need to stay here for long. Rest today and start to break through to the true martial realm tomorrow. I estimate that in half a month, you will be able to transform the pseudo-true force into true force and step into the true martial realm, Yuan Lingzi added. Wang Xianyang and the others estimated that Chen Zong would be a month, while Yuan Lingzi estimated that it would be half a month. The difference of half a month could not be underestimated. The shorter the time, the more amazing the potential. The difference of half a month was not just a difference of one's potential, but several times. Half a month? Chen Zong muttered to himself. His heart seemed to be on fire, and a burning sensation spread throughout his body. His blood boiled. After going through so much, was he finally going to reach this step? True martial realm, I'm here. Following Yuan Lingzi's advice, Chen Zong did not cultivate again today. Instead, he practiced with the sword. He was used to practicing with the sword. It was wonderful. Sword Son Chen Zong spent an hour transforming his internal strength into pseudo-true force, Lin Zhonghan, the sect master, said with a smile in the Zhongjian hall. An hour? The four inner sect elders were surprised. Chen Zong's transformation of internal strength into pseudo-true force was 100% in their opinion. The key was the time. 1 hour, was that too long? No, it was too short. Looking at Yan Hua and Xiao Jinpeng, it took them at least 3 days to convert all their inner strength into fake true power. How much was the difference between 1 hour and 3 days? After receiving this information, the four elders were overjoyed. The shorter the time, the greater the potential Chen Zong had. Lin Zhonghan was also full of smiles. This meant that Chen Zong's talent was above Lin Yuye's. Lin Yuye was one of the 5 prodigies. Only then could the Zhongjian sect's reputation not be surpassed by other sections. However, Lin Yuye was now 29 years old. In a year or so, he would be automatically excluded from the prodigies. If no one in the Zhongjian sect could be listed as a prodigy, it would be a blow to their reputation. The sword son, Chen Zong, gave everyone hope. Perhaps a year or so was not enough for Chen Zong to grow to the level of being listed as a prodigy. However, he had the potential. Within 3 years, there was hope. Even if the sect's reputation fell for a while, it would rise again and become even stronger. What a pity. If the sword son could break through the sky and truly reach the peak of the Qi training realm, how great would that be? The second elder sighed. Yuan Lingzi concealed the news. Even they did not know about it. Otherwise, the news would have definitely been leaked. It was not that the sect master and the 4 elders would do that, but there was no such thing as an airtight wall in the world. There must be spies from other forces in the Zhongjian sect. The fewer people who knew, the more the news could be kept secret. The moon set and the sun rose. A new day had arrived. He faced the sun and waved his swords. The 2 swords reflected the sunlight and drew a rainbow light in the air. Chen Zong could not cultivate hundreds of sword techniques one by one. Otherwise, it would take a lot of time. He probably would not be able to finish it even after sunset. It was too complicated and tedious. In fact, Chen Zong had already grasped the essence. Under Yuan Lingzi's teachings, he summarized it himself and integrated it into the basic sword techniques. However, all sword techniques had something in common. After cultivating hundreds of sword techniques and grasping the essence of all of them, Chenzong had almost grasped the foundation of all sword techniques. The sword light crisscrossed as if it could cut the sun. His attainments in sword techniques are amazing. There is probably no one at the same level who can compare to him. Yuan Lingzi thought to himself. Thinking back, when he was still in the pseudo-true martial realm, his attainments in sword techniques were far from Chenzong's. The more he looked, the more satisfied Yuan Lingzi was. Outstanding sword techniques, outstanding cultivation talent, excellent comprehension, and a tenacious heart. It was simply perfect. The Zongjian sect could obtain such a disciple. It was heaven's blessing. The two swords returned to their sheaths. There were still traces left in the air. They slowly faded and then scattered, disappearing without a trace. Next, he naturally began to condense true power and transform the pseudo-true power into true power. However, the transformation of true power was not so easy. It often required great determination and some time. After cultivating for so long, Chenzong was finally about to take this step. He sat down cross-legged and faced the sea of clouds. The sun shone brightly and swallowed thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. Pride surged in his chest. Dear brothers and sisters, this is the 5th update. Another thing, our group Sword Alliance VIP group, 546750207. This is a group that belongs to the official readers of Zongheng. The so-called official readers are those who subscribe or reward this book. After joining the group, you need to take a screenshot to prove that you are an official reader. After all, there are rules in the group, and everyone has to abide by them to be able to have fun. I heard that our sect's sword son, Chenzong, has started to condense his true power. He should have condensed his true power long ago. I wonder how long it will take for him to condense his first strand of true power. I think it will take a month. It won't be less than a month. I also think it will be a month. Back then, big senior brother Lin Yuxia used an entire month to successfully condense his first wisp of true power. No matter how outstanding sword son Chenzong is, he can't possibly surpass big senior brother Lin Yuxia. Sisters Washanmei used half a day more than Yuxia to condense her true power. Except for the news that Chenzong had broken through the heaven's peak, Lin Zhonghan paid close attention to the other movements. He would go and check from time to time, and then report to the 4 elders. Then, the news would slowly spread. Lin Zhonghan and the others didn't strictly keep the news, because there was no need for them to do so. After all, not entering the true martial arts was nothing. Other than their own sect, the other powers wouldn't pay much attention to them, because there was no threat. Chenzong, as the sword son of the sect, naturally had to let the sect's disciples know some news. This way, the disciples would be encouraged. However, Chenzong did not know about all of this. Currently, he was wholeheartedly channeling the sword congealing true qi, channeling the tyrannical false true qi in his body, condensing it into a tyrannical sword in his body, continuously condensing and condensing. The difference between true power and fake true power was the degree of condensation. High-intensity condensed fake true power would transform into true power. Chenzong acutely felt that the tyrannical true power in his body was changing bit by bit. It was constantly condensing and compressing, but the process was very slow. It would take a lot of time to compress it to the extreme and then change it. Senior Elder Lin Zhonghan came. His purpose was naturally Chenzong. Sect Leader Yuan Lingzi nodded slightly. Although he was the oldest in the unhindered sword sect, Lin Zhonghan was the sect master. Elder Yuan, how is Chenzong's cultivation progressing? Lin Zhonghan asked, but he didn't approach Chenzong for fear of disturbing him. Not bad. In half a month, I should be able to successfully condense true power. Yuan Lingzi smiled. Within half a month? Lin Zhonghan exclaimed. That's right. Chenzong's talent is unexpectedly good, Yuan Lingzi said with a smile, but he still did not mention that Chenzong had broken through the heaven's peak. Lin Zhonghan's eyes shone with passion. Sect Master, Chenzong's talent and temperament are both very good. He's not an ungrateful person. I don't think I'm wrong about that. He's worth nurturing, said Yuan Lingzi. Okay, when he breaks through to the real force realm, we will give him the best training, Lin Zhonghan nodded and said seriously. Eldest senior brother, you still have the mood to drink here? Xianxia strode over and exclaimed in surprise. When the wine enters my throat, I come naturally. Lin Yuxia was sitting on a branch of a 1,000-year-old pine tree with one leg hanging down and the other resting on the tree trunk. He was wearing a sword robe that was alternating between green and purple, and there was a fake spiritual sword in its scabbard hanging from his waist. His long black hair was tied up behind his head with a silver thread, making him look very casual. Eldest senior brother, I admire your calmness. Xianxia smiled. He leaped and landed on the pine tree. But you should know that many junior brothers are spreading something. What is it? Lin Yuya held the bronze wine gourd in his left hand and took a sip. He didn't take it seriously. Eldest senior brother, you know about our sect's new sword son, right? Xianxia asked. Now that the new sword son is breaking through to the real force realm, many junior brothers feel that the new sword son will surpass you. This will probably affect your prestige. Surpass me? Only then did Lin Yuxia turn his head and look at Xianxia. Xianxia had delicate features, but his eyes were exceedingly deep. Xianxia's lips curled up in a faint smile, appearing somewhat sinister. This is a good thing. I'd rather all the junior brothers in my sect surpass me. Only then would my sect be even stronger. I admire eldest senior brother's breadth of mind. Xianxia was startled at first, but then he smiled. Junior brother Xing, remember this. As a senior brother, you have to protect your junior brothers. When the other junior brothers are not strong enough, you have to protect them so that they can cultivate better and become stronger. This is the foundation of a senior brother. Lin Yuya straightened his back and said seriously. Then, an extremely sharp killing intent flashed in his eyes. But if someone doesn't think for the sect, doesn't unite the junior brothers, and even betrays the sect, there is no need to be soft-hearted. Kill them if you need to. After that, Lin Yuya returned to his casual appearance and drank to entertain himself. Junior brother, I will remember. Xianxia put away his smile and answered seriously. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Snakes and rats gather in a nest, but dragons don't live with snakes. Lin Yuya was the sword son 2 generations ago. If he was a narrow-minded person, he would definitely cause trouble for Chenzong. But he wasn't. On the contrary, he would think for the sect. As for Chenzong, Lin Yuya didn't know. After all, he had never met him before. But as long as Chenzong didn't harm the sect's interests, Lin Yuya wouldn't do anything to him. Shuan Mei also knew about Chenzong. Her reaction was even simpler. She only replied with a got it. Then she went back to practicing her sword. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. The false true power had been condensed to the extreme. Chenzong could feel the terrifying power contained in it. Finally, I have reached the limit. Next, it's time to transform. Turn. His mental power was fully activated. He controlled the condensed false true power and circulated it in his body at the fastest speed possible. Luckily, Chenzong's body was stronger. He had opened up all the bones and muscles in his body, allowing the power to circulate to the greatest extent. The whistling sound in his body turned into an earth-shattering roar. The air around Chenzong also started to vibrate. There were layers of invisible ripples spreading out. It became faster and faster. It was so fast that it seemed to break through the body's restraints. Threads of tyrannical power sprouted from the false true power. It was as if a seed was about to break out of the ground. After another round of extreme speed, the fake true power that was contained within the fake true power finally exploded, and in an instant, the tyrannical fake true power in his body was shaken off, and was in disarray. It was colorless, but Chenzong could feel its existence. It was very strong. It was at least a few times stronger than the false true power. True power. These 2 words flashed in Chenzong's mind. This was true power that only true martial realm martial artists could possess. Chenzong now knew why true martial realm martial artists were so powerful, to the point where all the energy training realm martial artists were not their opponents. There was such a huge gap between them. True power. This strong true power was enough to sweep away all the training realm martial artists. Chen Zong was sure that if he used this thread of true power to execute a sword move, the power would increase by at least a few times. It would be enough to easily defeat him. I have only condensed the first thread of true power. I have not truly stepped into the true martial realm. Chen Zong thought to himself. He calmed himself down and continued to practice. Only by transforming all the false true power into true power, could one truly step into the true martial realm. After transforming the first thread of true power, using that thread of true power as a primer, it would be better to transform the rest of the false true power. This time, Chen Zong spent 2 hours to transform all the false true power in his body into colorless true power. The amount of true power after transformation was only 1/5 of the false true power. The amount was less, but the power increased by many times. Furthermore, colorless true power meant that it did not have any characteristics. It did not inherit the forceful sharpness of the chaotic heaven origin-breaking energy. It was simply powerful. This was because Chen Zong had not yet cultivated a heaven-level technique suitable for the true martial realm. Trying to operate the sword condensing true power technique, Chen Zong once again felt that it was difficult. It was like a small horse pulling a large cart. Chen Zong, have you broken through? Yuan Lingzi asked impatiently when he saw Chen Zong stand up. Senior Yuan, I have condensed true power. Chen Zong bowed and answered. Good, good, good. Yuan Lingzi was excited again. Even when he was training Lin Yuya and Sui Shanmei, he had not been so excited. It could be said that he had not been so excited for many years. Thinking about it, Chen Zong had excited him more than once. Yuan Lingzi suspected that if he stayed longer with Chen Zong, he would faint from excitement one day. Then rest first, then transform all the false true power in your body into true power. Yuan Lingzi said impatiently. Senior Yuan, I have transformed all the false true power in my body into true power. Chen Zong said again. Yuan Lingzi felt that he almost could not breathe. Good, good, good. Yuan Lingzi did not know what to say. He just kept nodding and saying good. Originally, he estimated that Chen Zong would condense true power in half a month and then break through to the real martial realm. However, half a month often referred to half a month. He did not expect that in just 10 days, Chen Zong would successfully condense true power and transform all the false true power into true power, truly stepping into the real martial realm. The difference of 5 days was huge. While he was shocked, Yuan Lingzi began to think. 10 days was too shocking. For fear of attracting covetous eyes, it was better to tell the sect master and the others that it was 15 days. Although 15 days was also very shocking, compared to 10 days, it was a lot worse. He told Chen Zong his thoughts. Chen Zong did not refute and directly agreed. Come, draw your sword and test your current strength again. Yuan Lingzi smiled again. Chen Zong was waiting for this sentence. Hearing this, he immediately moved. He directly turned into a beam of sword light and instantly crossed more than 30 meters to attack Yuan Lingzi. Chen Zong was shocked by the speed he displayed. Fast, it was really too fast. Compared to before he transformed into true power, it was at least twice as fast. The ratio of increase in strength and speed was different. It was often more difficult. A twofold increase was very terrifying. Although Yuan Lingzi could clearly capture Chen Zong's trajectory, he was still surprised by Chen Zong's speed. It was indeed much faster. This kind of improvement was too shocking. With this speed, it's enough to defeat and kill ordinary LV1 true martial realm martial artists. It's not difficult to fight against ordinary LV2 true martial realm martial artists. Yuan Lingzi thought to himself, Chen Zong has only just broken through. He hasn't cultivated a heaven-level cultivation technique or sword art yet. If he cultivated a suitable heaven-level cultivation technique or sword art, how much would his strength increase? First update, seeking monthly votes, with a slash of his sword chi swept out and slashed towards the sea of clouds, as if it was going to split the sea of clouds in half. My current cultivation isn't the real true martial realm first layer, Chen Zong thought to himself. This was the 5th day after the breakthrough. In these 5 days, Chen Zong had been adapting to his true chi and finally had complete control over it. Today was also the day that Yuan Lingzi and Chen Zong discussed and decided to announce the news that he had stepped into the true martial realm. Half a month, one could imagine what kind of shock this news would cause when it was announced. Chen Zong, come, let's have a chat today, Yuan Lingzi suddenly waved his hand and said, letting Chen Zong sit not far away. Chen Zong was puzzled, but he still sat close to Yuan Lingzi, not knowing what Yuan Lingzi wanted to talk to him about. Chen Zong, do you know anything about the transcendent realm? Yuan Lingzi asked a question that stunned Chen Zong. Senior Yuan, I heard my honored master say before that the transcendent realm will master transcendent strength, Chen Zong said. You have an honored master? Senior Yuan was stunned. I became his disciple in the Cloud Dragon dynasty. Chen Zong smiled. Yuan Lingzi nodded and didn't pursue this matter. It was normal to have an honored master, as long as there was no threat to the unhindered sword sect. Transcendent strength is just a general name for the transcendent realm below the transcendent realm. It's a name used by those who don't know much about the transcendent realm, so it's not comprehensive. Yuan Lingzi smiled. Today, let's talk about the transcendent realm. Chen Zong was a little dumbfounded. He wanted to know more about the transcendent realm before, but he was told that it wouldn't benefit him if he didn't reach the transcendent realm. Instead, it would interfere with his cultivation. Now, why was Senior Yuan telling him about the transcendent realm? Seemingly seeing Chen Zong's doubts, Yuan Lingzi smiled and immediately said something that shocked Chen Zong. Most cultivators below the transcendent realm have little or no understanding of the transcendent realm. It's because it's not suitable for them to know, because if they know, it will only cause despair and interfere with their cultivation. But you're different. You've cultivated to the perfection stage of the force refining realm, or rather, you've opened the earth abyss and the heavens peak. As long as you don't die halfway, you'll definitely become a transcendent. I'll definitely become a transcendent. Hearing this, Chen Zong's eyes lit up like thunder. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart. Or bewildered? Transcendent realm, this was the lifelong pursuit of countless warriors, but how many warriors would never enter the transcendent realm? Thinking about how his honored master, Marquis Lin Shan, had always pursued the transcendent realm but had never been able to find a proper path. The entire Cloud Dragon dynasty had tens of millions of cultivators, but there were less than 10 transcendent realm masters. Just how small was this ratio? Of course, this was also related to the Cloud Dragon dynasty's martial Dao level being inferior to the Longtu dynasties. But even within the Longtu dynasty, there were not many transcendent realm masters. For example, the Unhindered Sword sect, a dignified low-rank sect, had less than 10 transcendent realm masters. The transcendent realm was still very far away from him. Chen Zong had never thought about it, but it was difficult to understand. Now, Yuan Lingzi was telling him that he would definitely become a transcendent. This was 100% certainty. Even he himself was not sure, but Yuan Lingzi dared to say such a thing. Suddenly, Chen Zong's heart skipped a beat. He thought of the earth abyss and the heavens peak that Yuan Lingzi mentioned. Could it be that breaking through to the transcendent realm was related to these two? Do you know what the earth abyss and the heavens peak are called in the martial Dao? Yuan Lingzi asked again. Before Chen Zong could answer, he knew that Chen Zong did not understand, whether it is the earth abyss or the heavens peak, they are both called aperture points. Aperture points? Chen Zong was thoughtful, but he did not understand. This martial Dao knowledge had exceeded his current realm. If Yuan Lingzi did not believe that he would become a transcendent in the future, he would not tell him this now. For a cultivator, vitality and cultivation are the foundation. It is the accumulation of the body's potential. The true martial realm is the extension of the foundation. It is the development of the body's potential. Only through the process of accumulation and development can one truly step into the martial Dao, Yuan Lingzi said seriously, telling Chen Zong in simple and easy to understand words. There are many aperture points hidden in the human body, and each aperture point contains amazing potential. Yuan Lingzi smiled. The first element to becoming a transcendent realm master is to find an aperture point and open it. Chen Zong nodded, understanding. Aperture points, this was a new field for Chen Zong. Of course, just opening an aperture point is not really stepping into the transcendent realm. You still need to master the so-called transcendent force, which is the true meaning. True meaning? Chen Zong was surprised again. What was this? Although he did not understand, it sounded very profound. Between heaven and earth, there are countless kinds of forces. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, ice, lightning, light, dark, fast, slow, and so on. When one of them is constantly comprehended to the limit, one will be able to comprehend the so-called true meaning and sublimate that force. Yuan Lingzi smiled. It's just that, with my current realm, I can't fully explain the mysteries of true meaning. I can only give you a general idea. It's good that you know it. Finding and opening an aperture point and comprehending the true meaning of that force is the hallmark of reaching the transcendent realm. Chenzong did not answer. This information did not sound like much. It was just a few short sentences, but it contained infinite mysteries. The more he thought about it, the more he did not understand. Chenzong simply stopped thinking about it. There was no need to get into a dead end. Knowing it now was enough. When he was qualified to break through to the transcendent realm, it would not be too late to consider it then. But no matter what, Yuan Lingzi had opened a door for him, allowing him to see a further path. Senior Yuan, there should also be levels in the transcendent realm, right? Chenzong asked. Of course there are. In fact, the transcendent realm is just a name for cultivators below the transcendent realm. Yuan Lingzi laughed. Transcendent refers to transcending the ordinary and being reborn. It is the sublimation of the true martial realm. Generally speaking, if a true martial realm cultivator does not fight fiercely, leaving behind hidden injuries, and pays attention to health, it is not impossible for them to live for 200 years. However, this kind of cultivator is rare, but more than half of the true martial realm cultivators can live up to 150 years old. Ordinary cultivators rarely live to 100 years old. When a Qi and blood realm cultivator reached a certain age, they would begin to decline. It was inevitable for them to reach the strength refining realm. However, the true martial realm was different. They could develop their own potential and increase their lifespan. They would not gradually weaken because of age. Do you know how old you can live after entering the transcendent realm? Yuan Lingzi asked. 300. Before Chenzong could answer, Yuan Lingzi continued. 300 years old. Chenzong was shocked. A person who lived to 300 years old and experienced 300 years of spring and autumn would have a lot of accumulation. He was simply an old monster. Chenzong had never thought that someone could live for 300 years. Seeing the surprise on Chenzong's face, Yuan Lingzi smiled proudly, as if showing off, I have lived for more than 200 years. Chenzong was even more surprised. Yuan Lingzi looked like an immortal, but Chenzong could not imagine that he was already 200 years old. He thought he was only 70 or 80 years old. Senior Yuan, could it be that the higher one's cultivation, the longer one can live, or even? Chenzong did not dare to say the last two words. I don't know if one can live forever, but the higher one's realm and the higher one's cultivation, the longer one can live. 300 years is only the minimum standard for the transcendent realm. There are still 500 years, 1,000 years, or even longer. With Yuan Lingzi's words, Chenzong felt that his worldview had been greatly impacted. The subversive impact caused an indescribable excitement to emerge from the depths of his heart. He vaguely felt that he seemed to have more pursuits on his path of martial Tao. If I can live longer and enjoy the scenery hundreds or thousands of years later, how would I feel? Chenzong could not help but think, yearning in his heart. Alright, don't think too much about it. Those are still far from what you are now. Yuan Lingzi's words made Chenzong sober up. Now, I will tell you about the division of the so-called transcendent realm. Chenzong immediately became serious and listened attentively. Extreme human, earth spirit, profound heaven, these are the so-called transcendent realm. They are also three major realms, just like blood force, refining strength, and true martial. However, compared to these three realms, it is much more advanced. Yuan Lingzi sighed. Extreme human, earth spirit, profound heaven. Chenzong repeated in a low voice. It is said that there are 81 clear apertures and 9 hidden apertures in the human body. Every 9 clear apertures opened is a realm of cultivation. Therefore, there are 9 realms in the extreme human realm. It is said that the 10th realm is to find the 9 hidden apertures and open them one by one. Yuan Lingzi said seriously, as for the earth spirit and profound heaven realms, they are even further away. There is no need to know for now. May I ask what Senior Yuan's cultivation is? Chen Zong digested Yuan Lingzi's words and asked boldly. I am only at the 4th layer of the extreme human realm. Yuan Lingzi smiled, my potential is almost exhausted. Reaching the 5th layer of the extreme human realm is my limit. Within our sword sect, Senior Yuan's cultivation is the highest, right? Chen Zong asked again. He was really curious. I am at the 4th layer of the extreme human realm. The sect leader is at the 3rd layer of the extreme human realm. However, his talent and potential are above mine. I estimate that he can reach the 6th or 7th layer of the extreme human realm in his lifetime. Yuan Lingzi said, as for the 4 elders, the Great Elder is also at the 3rd layer of the extreme human realm. The other 3 elders are at the 2nd layer of the extreme human realm. Chen Zong was even more surprised when he heard this. The Senior Yuan with the highest cultivation in the entire unhindered sword sect was only at the 4th layer of the extreme human realm. If that was the case, did the Cloud Dragon dynasty not even have a 4th layer of the extreme human realm? Senior Yuan, what is the highest cultivation in the other 3 sects? Chen Zong couldn't help but ask curiously. Speaking of which, as the sword son of the sect, he was also related to the rise and fall of the sect. Naturally, he had to be concerned and understand more. The Tianshui sect is the strongest. They have 1/5 layer of the extreme human realm and 1/4 layer of the extreme human realm. The Xinjiang sect is second, with 2/4 layer of the extreme human realm. The Aomei manor is the same as our unhindered sword sect. They both only have 1/4 layer of the extreme human realm. Yuan Lingzi said with a hint of bitterness in his eyes. These were the top battle forces of the sect. The difference was very obvious, causing the entire sect to be at a disadvantage. Senior Yuan, is the level of the sect related to the strength of the powerhouses within the sect? Chen Zong suddenly thought of this. Here's the second update of the day. Thank you all for coming to support this book. At the top of Tianhong Peak, Lin Zhonghan and the 4 great elders arrived at the same time. Their smiles were brighter than the sun. Half a month, Chen Zong really spent half a month to successfully step into the real martial realm. This was much faster than Lin Yuya, who they had high hopes for. It meant that Chen Zong's potential was also above Lin Yuya's. Elder Yuan. Greetings, Elder Yuan. Sect Master Lin Zhonghan and the 4 great elders bowed to Yuan Lingzi. Sect Master, Elders. Yuan Lingzi nodded in return. Disciple greets Sect Master and 4 great elders. Chen Zong bowed as a disciple. No need for formalities, no need for formalities. Lin Zhonghan and the 4 great elders said repeatedly. They stared at Chen Zong with blazing eyes, as if they wanted to see through Chen Zong. Chen Zong felt his scalp tingle. You 5, don't scare Chen Zong, Yuan Lingzi said with a smile. Lin Zhonghan and the others smiled embarrassedly. Their blazing eyes dimmed a lot, but they still stared at Chen Zong. Immediately, the great elder flipped his hand and a silver-gray bag appeared in his palm. The bag was half the size of a palm and was tied with a golden thread. Sword Son Chen Zong, this is a mustard seed bag. It has a space of about 10 feet inside. It can store inanimate objects and prevent you from carrying things, the great elder said as he handed it to Chen Zong. A mustard seed bag. Chen Zong's eyes suddenly shone with surprise. He had heard about this from Yuan Lingzi. Chen Zong had also fantasized that he could have one. It was more convenient to carry things, but it was said that the mustard seed bag was very valuable. Most warriors were not qualified to have one. He didn't expect that he would be able to get one today. In the future, when he went out, he could put the fierce dragon bow and arrows in the mustard seed bag. He didn't need to carry them all the time. Thank you, Sect Master. Thank you, Great Elder and the 3 elders. Chen Zong took the mustard seed bag with both hands and bowed to express his gratitude. He was sure that the mustard seed bag was not a gift from the first elder, but a gift from the sect. Hearing Chen Zong's words, Lin Zhonghan and the others secretly nodded. Their thoughts turned quickly, and they had seen through the situation. In the mustard seed bag, there are heaven-level cultivation methods, heaven-level swordsmanship, and some elixirs to assist in cultivation. You must practice them well. As for the other heaven-level martial arts, you can go to the sect's hidden technique pavilion to choose from when you have time. Sect Master Lin Zhonghan said with a face full of smiles. The 4 elders and I have 2 objectives. Firstly, to deliver the mustard seed bag and cultivation method to you first so that you can cultivate better. Secondly, to inform you of something. Please go ahead, Sect Master, Chenzong said seriously. The Sword Sun entering the True Force is a big event in the sect. In a month, the sect will hold the Sword Sun ceremony. At that time, some of the sects in Tianhong Mountain will come to congratulate you. Maybe someone will challenge the Sword Sun. Lin Zhonghan said. He knew that Chenzong was a smart person, so he didn't say too much. He believed that Chenzong could understand what he meant. I understand. Chenzong answered seriously. If someone came to congratulate or even challenge him, it was nothing more than to undermine the prestige of the Sword Sun of the Unhindered Sword sect. They wanted to defeat him before he grew up, so that they could have some capital in the future. It's good that you understand. Lin Zhonghan nodded with a smile. The more he looked at Chenzong, the more satisfied he was. People were like this. When they felt that someone or something was pleasing to the eye, they would be more satisfied and like it. Sword Sun, practice hard. In a month, the Sword Sun ceremony will be the starting point for you to enter the True Force realm. Show the prestige of our sword sect. The second elder said with a smile. Yes. Chenzong said with a smile. A sense of pride emerged in his heart. The True Force realm, if he really wanted to enter the world of the True Force realm, he would no longer be as restrained as before. In this world where martial arts flourished, he had to rely on his own ability to make a name for himself. After the sect leader and the 4 elders left, Chenzong couldn't wait to open the mustard seed bag. This mustard seed bag didn't need to recognize its owner. As long as he pulled the golden thread, he could take something out. If he was fast enough, it would be easy to change weapons. Chenzong reached into the bag and grabbed. A jade booklet and a green jade gourd appeared in his hand. The jade booklet emitted a misty white luster, and the jade gourd emitted a misty green luster. It was warm and comfortable. Using the method taught by Yuan Lingzi, Chenzong stuck the jade booklet between his eyebrows and mobilized his spiritual power to enter the jade booklet more easily. Immediately, pieces of information flowed into Chenzong's mind. The information was enormous, and it took Chenzong a long time to digest it all. He felt his head swell, as if a stone had been stuffed into it. Fortunately, after his cultivation broke through to the True Force realm, his spiritual power had improved a lot. Otherwise, although he could completely accept it with his previous spiritual power, it would be more difficult, and he would even feel a splitting headache. After about 15 minutes, the swelling feeling in his head weakened and then disappeared. Chenzong began to organize the information in his mind. This was a cultivation method and a martial art. They were both in one. 36 Horizontal Sword Codex, this was its name, and Heaven-level top grade was its grade. 36 Horizontal Sword Codex is the sword codex of the Horizontal Sword sect. Not everyone is qualified to cultivate this sword codex, Yuan Lingzi said. At present, in the sect, those who have cultivated this sword codex are me, the sect leader, and the 4 inner sect elders. In addition, there are some core disciples, such as the sword sons of the previous 2 generations, Lin Yuya and Shanmei. Hearing this, Chenzong knew even more about the preciousness of this sword codex. In fact, there was one thing that Yuan Lingzi didn't tell Chenzong. Even Lin Yuxia and Shanmei weren't taught the 36 horizontal sword scriptures at the beginning. Instead, they were taught the 36 horizontal sword scriptures a year after becoming sword sons. They made some contributions to the sword sect and passed the assessment period. For example, Chenzong also needed a 1-year assessment period at the beginning. After all, the sword codex was the sword sect's most important sword codex. If there was a mistake in the person who was taught it, it would be a huge blow to the sword sect. The reason why Chenzong was taught the sword codex now was because of what Yuan Lingzi and Lin Zhonghan had said before. After a few months of getting along, Yuan Lingzi thought highly of Chenzong and completely approved of Chenzong's character. He was certain that Chenzong would not harm the sword sect's interests. On the contrary, he would bring benefits to the sword sect. It could be said that this was a gamble for the sword sect. After all, for those who were talented enough, it would be better for them to learn the unhindered sword codex as early as possible. Soon, Qianzong finished reading the swordsmanship manual. Although it was said that there were 36 sword techniques of the unhindered, in fact, only 1/3 of them were contained in this jade booklet, which was the first 12 parts. It was just enough to cultivate to the limit of LV3 of the true martial realm. Qianzong did not have any doubts, and it was reasonable for the unhindered sword sect to do so. You should stay here and cultivate for the next month. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Back then, he had mastered all 36 parts of the Zhongheng sword scripture. Over the years, he had derived many unique insights. In the current Zhongheng sword sect, only the sect master could compare with him in terms of the depth of understanding of the Zhongheng sword scripture. Qianzong nodded, but he was still used to meditating first. The unhindered sword manual was a technique to cultivate the unhindered true power, and it was also a sword technique. The so-called 36 unhindered sword manual was the 36 levels of the technique and the 36 forms of the sword technique. Each level of the technique corresponded to a form of the sword technique. This made Qianzong very interested. In the past, the technique was the technique, and the martial arts were the martial arts. They were completely separate. Even if they were a set, they were separate. However, there was a certain connection between the two. The 36 unhindered sword manual was directly one, and the relationship was incomparably close. After reading the first 12 parts of the 36 unhindered sword manual, Qianzong began to comprehend it. It was worthy of being called a top-grade heaven-level martial art. As the Zhongheng sword sect's signature sword manual, it was at the top level among the many top-grade heaven-level martial arts. It was unknown how far away it was from peerless heaven-level martial arts. It was naturally difficult to comprehend such a profound martial art. Fortunately, Qianzong's comprehension had improved again because his cultivation had broken through to the true martial realm. In addition to his previous deep accumulation, it only took him half a day to get started. After a day, he grasped the essence of the first level. After grasping the first level, Qianzong did not rush to cultivate. Instead, he continued to comprehend the second level. As the saying went, sharpening the axe will not delay the work of cutting firewood. At least, he had to comprehend the first 4 levels of the first level of the true martial realm before he started to cultivate. On the 4th day, Qianzong succeeded in comprehending the 4th level. Immediately, he began to comprehend the swordsmanship. Qianzong was talented in cultivating techniques. However, compared with his talent in swordsmanship, there was a big gap. Moreover, Qianzong had cultivated more than 200 swordsmanship, and he had also grasped the second level of the body sword mergence. His accumulation was frighteningly profound. In just one day, Qianzong had comprehended the first 4 moves of the swordsmanship. Let's start cultivating, Qianzong thought to himself. He was quite looking forward to it. The Zhongheng sword manual was indeed a very extraordinary martial art. Each level was more exquisite than the previous one. It was the same for the swordsmanship. Each sword move was more powerful than the previous one. Vertical is up and down, horizontal is left and right, vertical is up and down, left and right. This is a martial art that focuses on power and momentum. It belongs to the category of fighting head-on. It has an amazing lethality. There were so many martial arts in the world. Different martial arts had different focuses. For example, some were good at power, some were good at speed, some were good at defense, and some were good at fighting. The Zhongheng sword manual belonged to the category of fighting head-on. It focused on the combination of power and speed. Then, it integrated the power of the Zhongheng true force into the swordsmanship and fully released it. Silently reciting the first level of the Zhongheng sword manual, Qianzong got rid of all distracting thoughts. He used his spiritual power to mobilize the non-attributed true force in his body, and followed the path of the first level of the Zhongheng sword manual. The characteristic of the cultivation of the true martial realm was to open up true meridians. There were 9 true meridians, which corresponded to the 9 levels of the true martial realm. According to the Zhongheng sword manual, Qianzong had already found the first true meridian. He mobilized his true force according to the path of the Zhongheng sword manual, His true force seemed to turn into a sword, running across the world and everywhere. It was as if nothing could stop it. Third update today. By the way, there will be a burst of 5 updates today, but from tomorrow onwards, it will basically be 2 updates. The monthly votes will increase by 100 plus 1 update, the monthly votes will increase by 200 plus 2 updates, and so on. There is no upper limit. If you dare to vote, I will dare to explode. The sky was lit up and the breeze was blowing. It was only early in the morning, but Tianhong Peak was bustling with activity. After the morning class, the disciples were decorating the place, making Tianhong Peak look like a rainbow. At the foot of Tianhong Peak, there were many people. Elephant Mountain sect leader, long time no see. A loud laughter was heard, startling the birds. Dark Valley sect leader, how have you been? The tall and mighty Elephant Mountain sect leader replied with a smile. In the heavenly Rainbow Mountain, besides the Unhindered Sword sect, which was a low-ranked sect, there were also several other unranked sects, such as the Elephant Mountain sect, the Dark Valley sect, the White Rainbow sect, the Martial sect, the Red Sword sect, and so on. These 5 sects were all unranked. The strongest in the sect was only at Extreme Level 1 or Extreme Level 2. They couldn't be compared to the Unhindered Sword sect at all. Naturally, they had to rely on the Unhindered Sword sect. The sect master of the Elephant Mountain sect had arrived with a group of core disciples, and so had the Dark Valley sect. At this moment, a group of people in white robes came from afar. Their figures were like white rainbows across the sky. White Rainbow sect's people are here too. Elephant Mountain sect leader said. If that's the case, why don't we wait at the foot of the mountain? Let's go up together when everyone is gathered. Dark Valley sect leader smiled. Normally, these 5 sects would compete with each other. After all, the heavenly Rainbow Mountain was only so big. Most of the resources were occupied by the Unhindered Sword sect, and the remaining small portion was naturally divided among the 5 sections. However, everyone wanted more resources to better develop their own sections. At this moment, they needed to gather together. At least in terms of momentum, they wouldn't be suppressed so badly by the Unhindered Sword sect. Not long after, Righteous Martial sect leader brought a group of core disciples over. Lastly, the Red Sword sect leader and a group of core disciples carried a red longsword on their back. The sect masters and core disciples of the 5 unranked sects of the Heavenly Rainbow Mountain officially gathered at the foot of the Heavenly Rainbow Peak. What do the 4 sect leaders know about the new sword son of the Unhindered Sword sect? White Rainbow sect's sect leader was a middle-aged man with a pale face. He wore a white robe and looked elegant. I'm not sure yet. The Unhindered Sword sect has kept a tight lid on the news. The sect master of the Dark Valley frowned. I do know a thing or two. The leader of the Red Sword sect said slowly. Everyone's eyes fell on him. After a moment of silence, the leader of the Red Sword sect continued, it is said that this new sword's son does not come from a high background. However, his talent is extraordinary. Red sect leader, the Unhindered. However, the other 4 sect masters were not to be underestimated. Their minds raced as they began making inferences based on sect master Red Sword's simple words. Let's go up the mountain, the sect master of the Righteous Martial sect said in a deep voice. The leaders of the 5 sects led a group of core disciples and began to climb the mountain. The tall white jade gate seemed to be blooming with a magnificent halo. It looked grand and sacred. The 5 sect leaders also noticed the expressions of the core disciples, but they didn't say anything. Their purpose in bringing them here was to broaden their horizons. Indeed, their sects couldn't be compared to Unhindered Sword sect. 6 Unhindered Sword sect's inner sect disciples stood at the foot of the magnificent white jade gate. They all wore red and blue robes. Their attire was neat and uniform. 6th realm of the true martial realm. That's not a small thing. The 5 sect leaders sighed with emotion. The 6 disciples guarding the gate were all in the 6th realm of the true martial realm. Their auras were very strong. They were even stronger than ordinary 6th realm true martial realm cultivators. The 5 sect masters reported their identities one after another and the disciples guarding the mountain gate bowed respectfully. After all, the other party was a sect master and a transcendent realm master, so it was necessary to treat them with respect. Walking up the white jade steps, the disciples of the 5 sect leaders looked around. Every 5 steps, there would be an unhindered sword sect disciple. They wore a red and blue robe with a long sword on their back. At first glance, they were so neat and orderly that it was shocking. Everyone also found that after entering the gate, the disciples on both sides of the white jade steps were all in the true martial realm. They went up in order, from low to high, until they reached the huge square in front of Unhindered Sword Sect's main hall. It was also the square where the ancient sword cauldron was placed. Unhindered Sword Sect's extravagance is really grand. A Dark Valley sect disciple said in a low voice. I heard that the robes they wear are sword robes. They only wear them during the sect's grand ceremony. A White Rainbow sect disciple said with a little pride. It was as if knowing these things was amazing. This was a kind of mentality. Their sect was not as good as Unhindered Sword Sect. They also felt that their talent couldn't be compared with Unhindered Sword Sect's disciples. Unconsciously, they felt that they were inferior. Knowing that they were superior would give them a sense of accomplishment. Although the voice was low, the 5 sect leaders heard it. They felt a little helpless in their hearts. They really felt helpless. Helpless that their sect was not as strong as Unhindered Sword Sect. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to rely on the Unhindered Sword Sect. They also wouldn't have to bring a lot of resources to Unhindered Sword Sect as a congratulatory gift. The world of martial artists was like this. The weak were prey to the strong. However, this kind of law was not so direct under the constraints of some rules. Unhindered Sword Sect's new sword son? I want to see how outstanding you are. Among the Red Sword Sect's core disciples, a disciple with a pair of long and narrow eyes said secretly. A sharp light flashed in the depths of his eyes. The Red Sword Sect wasn't the only one with the idea of challenging the Unhindered Sword Sect's sword son. The other 4 sects all had the same idea. In fact, they had all arranged it before coming here. Although every challenge ended in defeat, no one would say anything if they lost. After all, their sects were not as good as Unhindered Sword Sect. Moreover, every generation's sword son was very outstanding. It was normal. However, if they were lucky enough to win once, they didn't even need to win. A draw would suffice. Even if they were defeated, as long as they had a slight advantage in the battle, it would be the greatest encouragement for peace talks. Unknowingly, it would weaken Unhindered Sword Sect's reputation. Sect leader Lin Zhonghan knew this very well. He also understood the little scheme of the 5 sections. Therefore, he gave the cultivation technique to Chenzong first and instructed Chenzong to cultivate it well. Elephant Mountain sect leader has arrived, Dark Valley sect leader has arrived, White Rainbow sect leader has arrived, Righteous Martial sect leader has arrived, Red Sword sect leader has arrived. The loud voice swept across like a gust of wind, entering everyone's ears. 5 sect leaders have come personally. Your presence brings light to my humble dwelling. The 4th elder greeted them. After all, they were all transcendents and were sect leaders. It was reasonable for an inner sect elder to greet them. However, it was impossible for sect leader Lin Zhonghan to greet them personally, unless they were also the leader of a lower sect. The 5 sect leaders also bowed to the 4th elder. They had no choice. The 4th elder was a 2nd-layer mortal realm cultivator. He was stronger than them. 5 sect leaders and your disciples, please take a seat. The Sword Sun ceremony is about to begin. The 4th elder led the 5 sects to their seats in the guest area. The Sword Sun ceremony was held in this square because the ancient sword cauldron was here. The ancient sword cauldron was left behind by the founder of the sect. It was said to be a treasure. Although no one had found the treasure for hundreds of years, it was still a symbol of the sect. The 5 sect leaders led their core disciples to sit down and waited for the Sword Sun ceremony to begin. They didn't have to wait for long. One by one, the disciples of the Unhindered Sword Sect dressed in red and blue robes walked up the white jade steps and lined up neatly around the square. Each of them carried a long sword on their back. They stood tall and gave off an extraordinary aura. It created an invisible cohesive force. It was so shocking that it shocked the people of the 5 sections. Although I've seen it more than once, I'm still surprised every time. The sect leader of the Dark Valley said to the other sect leaders. The other sect leaders nodded in agreement. The disciples of the 5 sects were even more shocked because it was their first time in the unhindered sword sect. It was also their first time seeing such a scene. Sect leader Lin Zhonghan appeared in his robes. The 4 elders followed him. Suddenly, the atmosphere became solemn. Then, the core disciples led by Lin Yuye also appeared in their robes. One of the 5 great geniuses, Cold Rain Sword Lin Yuye. I wonder how strong he is. Among the core disciples of the 5 sects, some who knew Lin Yuye whispered. And that's one of the 10 rising stars, Wang Xianyang and Xiao Chongzi. The sword master ceremony was a big event in the sect. As long as it wasn't something very important, everyone had to be present, except for the founding elder Yuan Lingzi. As a founding elder, Yuan Lingzi was a retired figure. He naturally wouldn't appear in front of the public unless it was a life and death crisis in the sect. However, Yuan Lingzi didn't appear. He was secretly watching. Chen Zong wore a red and blue robe with a gold and silver feather crown. He carried a ceremonial sword on his back and walked toward the ancient sword cauldron. His face was solemn. His head was facing the sun, as if he was bathing in divine light. This was the first time in his life that Chen Zong was dressed so formally. At first, Chen Zong wasn't used to it. Sect leader Lin Zhonghan lit a thumb-sized black rosin incense and handed it to Chen Zong with a solemn expression. Chen Zong took it with both hands with a solemn expression. This was the incense for heaven. Holding the incense with both hands, Chen Zong stood in front of the ancient sword cauldron. Then, he gently inserted the black rosin incense into the ancient sword cauldron. It was as straight as a sword, pointing toward the sky. Throughout the process, Chen Zong's movements seemed to have been practiced thousands of times. They were extremely precise and pleasing to the eye. When Chen Zong used the incense to worship heaven, the first elder also recited a profound sacrificial text. It was high and low and had a strange rhythm. It made people unconsciously focus. The whole process wasn't long, but it gave people an unusually solemn feeling. It left a deep impression. Chen Zong, the current sword son of the reigning sword sect, had officially appeared and entered the eyes of the people. This name would be spread by the people of the 5 sects and be known by the people of Tianjiang Prefecture. In the crowd, Li Qingya was very excited to see Chen Zong insert the black rosin incense into the ancient sword cauldron. 4th update of the day, the sword sun ceremony took a total of half an hour. Ha 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 ha, sect leader Lin, your new sword sun is indeed extraordinary. The Elephant Mountain sect leader stood up and said to Lin Zhonghan with a smile. His words were full of compliments, but he immediately changed the topic. My sect is fortunate to have such an outstanding disciple. I heard that the new sword son has extraordinary talent, so I would like to consult with him. I hope sect leader Lin will allow me to do so. This was the most formal part of the sword sun ceremony. After the completion of the challenge, it would be passed down from generation to generation. There was no need to say any polite words or test the other party indirectly. I am Meng Jia, sword son, do you dare to fight with me? Before Lin Zhonghan could speak, a young man behind the Elephant Mountain sect leader stood up and shouted at Chen Zong. The young man was wearing a short gown. His strong muscles were round and smooth, as if they were made of steel. They contained an extremely terrifying power. Lin Zhonghan did not care about the other party's behavior. Defeat me, then you will be qualified to challenge the sword sun. An inner disciple of the Zhongwu sword sect walked out and said to Meng Jia. This disciple's cultivation was at the peak of the first true martial realm. This was a test, and it was also the rule in the past. No one would object. Since it is so, I will defeat you. Meng Jia shouted loudly and jumped up. As he rose up, he actually felt that his body was constantly increasing. He immediately brought a strong threat to the inner disciple of the Zhongwu sword sect. Judging from his qi, Meng Jia's cultivation was at the first true martial realm. He was almost at the late stage of the first true martial realm. Giant elephant hits the mountain. Meng Jia fell from the sky. His right arm shook in the air, like a giant elephant swinging its trunk. It caused the air to explode, making an astonishing sound. His speed seemed to be faster, and his whole body seemed to be heavier. He carried an astonishing power, as if he had transformed into a giant elephant and fiercely attacked the inner disciple of the Zhongwu sword sect. The Elephant Mountain sect took the form of an elephant, and their cultivation technique, the Elephant Mountain technique, was a heaven-level upper-grade cultivation technique. Not only could it cultivate the powerful Elephant Mountain True Power, it could also use the Elephant Mountain True Power to temper the body, allowing the limit of the body to increase and become even stronger, possessing even more powerful strength and physique. The Elephant Mountain skill complemented the Colossus Battle technique, which was also a heaven-class upper-grade martial skill. It allowed the user to use their fists, feet, and even their whole body as weapons to launch an attack. Under the activation of the Elephant Mountain skill, the power would be even more powerful. It was a brutal martial skill that focused on crushing the opponent with strength. Mangjia's Mangjia, Mangjia's Mangjia. He Mangjia's strength. In comparison, his cultivation was a little higher, but he could only be considered a very ordinary member among the inner court disciples of the Unhindered Sword sect. Since Mangjia was able to accompany him, it was obvious that he had extraordinary talent. Even so, he would not admit defeat just like that. Unsheathing his sword, he pushed his true power to the extreme, a sword as brilliant as the scorching sun in the sky. The sword light shattered, and the inner disciple was sent flying. The sword in his hand was trembling, and his arm felt numb, as if it was about to break. His chest felt heavy, and he felt as if his bones were about to fall apart. The gap was huge. "You're not my opponent." Mangjia's voice was as loud as a bell. A powerful aura emanated from his body, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes as he looked at Chenzong. "Sword Son, come and fight with me." Without a doubt, Mangjia's actions had infuriated many disciples of the Unhindered Sword sect. However, they didn't attack immediately. The sect had its own rules and manners. The sect leader, the 4 elders, and the core disciples didn't say anything. Even if Mangjia's talent was good, they didn't put him in their eyes. Every one of them was better than Mangjia, whether it was talent or cultivation. Now, it was time to see what the sect Sword Son was capable of. "As you wish." Chenzong's voice sounded. It was neither loud nor soft, but it contained some kind of rhythm. It was clear and made many people's expressions change. This indirectly showed the exquisite control of one's own strength. It wasn't something that anyone could do. Chenzong walked towards Mangjia step by step. Mangjia was stunned at first, but then his expression turned serious. Traces of battle intent and excitement could be seen in his eyes, like water being blown away by the wind. He couldn't feel it. He couldn't feel Chenzong's chi at all. He was sure that Chenzong was in the true martial realm. Only when the Sword Son reached the true martial realm would the Sword Son ceremony be held. He guessed that Chenzong was in the first true martial realm. Even if you're a super genius, your cultivation can't be that high in such a short time. Mangjia secretly thought. His thoughts weren't as simple as they seemed. Since they were here to dampen the prestige of the new Sword Son of the Zhongjian sect, of course, they had to be fully prepared. And the cultivation of the people on the stage could not be too high. Generally, they would be at the first level of the true martial realm. After all, even if the new Sword Son was exceptionally talented, he still needed time to cultivate and grow. In the past, the most they could send out was at the peak of the first true martial realm. After all, the strength of the people on the stage wasn't ordinary. They were the kind that could challenge people who were at a higher level. Moreover, the Sword Son hadn't been in the true martial realm for a long time. If the difference in cultivation was too big, the Sword sect wouldn't agree. The Elephant Mountain exercise was activated to the extreme. The Elephant Mountain True Force rushed through his body with an amazing power. It was like a giant elephant running through the wilderness. Although it wasn't fast, it contained an amazing charging force. "Giant elephant rush." Mangjia shouted in a low voice. It sounded like the cry of an elephant. Mangjia's arms shook, it looked like his tusks were protruding out of his body. He took a step forward and started running. The entire square trembled and emitted a rumbling sound. Mangjia's entire body seemed to have transformed into a gigantic elephant as he ran forward. His strength and momentum were astonishing. He was like a meteor that could shatter a mountain. The air was compressed. It was like an iron wall, fiercely crushing Chenzong. Chenzong's expression didn't change. He still walked forward step by step. The moment the amazing momentum touched his body, Chenzong pulled out the ceremonial sword. The ceremonial sword wasn't a pseudo-spiritual weapon, but its material wasn't any worse than a pseudo-spiritual weapon. The bright silver sword light rushed to the sky in an instant. It gave people a feeling that it could cross the heaven and earth and run amok in all directions. The sword rushed to the sky and then directly chopped down. It was so direct, but there wasn't the slightest bit of abruptness. The second move of the sword of traversing. A core disciple whispered. It looks very skillful. The sword son must have worked hard. Another core disciple who practiced the sword of traversing also said. The chief disciple, Xianxia, couldn't help but show a touch of admiration in his eyes. Excluding the previous generation, he was the most outstanding and had the deepest understanding of the sword of traversing in the sword sect. On the other hand, he could not find any flaws in Xianxia's sword attack. Even if he were to use it, other than being more powerful, it would not be more intricate than Xianxia's. The 36 moves of the sword of traversing didn't have a specific name. They were called the first move, the second move, the third move, and so on. Sword chop, Xianxia's momentum was cut, and then his body stopped. His whole body trembled as he retreated continuously. Xianxia retreated a total of 9 steps before he tried to stop his legs. However, his true power surged, and his arms trembled slightly. His muscles trembled uncontrollably. Strong, very strong. That sword move didn't hurt him, but it directly broke the move of the mammoth battle technique. It even pushed him back, and he couldn't fight back for a moment. The sword of traversing of the sword sect sword of traversing is indeed powerful. Xianxia took a deep breath and said. He didn't say that the sword son was powerful, but praised the sword of traversing. What he meant was that Xianxia relied on the sword of traversing's advantage. Who else? Xianxia didn't pay attention to Xianxia. This person seemed reckless, but he was actually scheming. If he had the chance, he would probably sow discord. Even if he didn't succeed, he would leave a thorn in Xianxia's heart. Xianxia's face turned ugly after being ignored by Xianxia. That's right, his goal was obvious. He wanted to provoke Xianxia. Being pushed back by Xianxia's sword meant that his strength was not as good as his opponent's. If he could provoke him and make him lose his composure, it would also be a blow. However, his little plan failed. Xianxia saw through it and ignored it. With the ceremonial sword in hand, his eyes swept across the crowd. They were astonishingly sharp. His body seemed to be filled with an aura that could traverse the 8 directions. Today, as the sword son, he had to accept the challenges from the disciples of the other 5 sections. Of course, the difference between their cultivation bases would not be too great. He had to win this challenge beautifully and show off his might, as well as the might of the sword sect. The complexion of the Elephant Mountain Patriarch was a bit ugly. Xianxia's cultivation was at the late stage of the first level of the true martial realm, but his strength was not simple. An ordinary second level of the true martial realm martial artist might not be his opponent, but he had actually been repelled by Xianxia's sword. It could be seen that Xianxia had used his full strength, but it was hard to say whether Xianxia had used his full strength or not. Moreover, in an instant, many people felt that Xianxia's cultivation was also at the late stage of the first LV of the true martial realm. Those who knew that Xianxia had stepped into the true martial realm only a month ago, and in 1 month, he had to comprehend the mysteries of the Zhongheng Sword Codex. Then, he had cultivated to the late first level of the true martial realm, which was the so-called third layer of the Zhongheng Sword Codex, which was very astonishing. It should be known that the more advanced the cultivation method, the more powerful the true force cultivated, and the more difficult it would be to cultivate. Usually, it would require more time and energy. Even with the help of the corresponding medicinal pills, it was very fast to cultivate to the late stage of the first LV of the true martial realm from a newly acquired cultivation method in 1 month. Even Xianxia in the past could not compare. Sword son, your sword skills are extraordinary, and you are very powerful. At this time, a disciple of the Red Sword sect stood up. His sharp gaze pierced through the sky and fell on Xianxia's face. However, I think that my sword skills are extraordinary, and it is difficult to find a match for me among my peers. Sword son, please give me some advice. Please. Xianxia's reply was only 1 word. He had said so much, but the opponent's reply was only 1 word. This made the disciple of the Red Sword sect a little unhappy. With a long whistle, he leaped into the air and then unsheathed his sword. His body and sword became one. The person and the sword in his hand turned into a beam of powerful and sharp light, piercing through everything. The peak of the first LV of the true martial realm, this was the cultivation of this disciple of the Red Sword sect. He was even more powerful than Xianxia. The red sword light pierced through the void like a stream of fire burning through the void. This was the most powerful red sword technique of the Red Sword sect. It took the red of fire as its meaning, and when the sword was drawn, it was like a fire rising, and when the sword fell, it was like a fire burning. It's too brutal. I didn't even look and he dropped from 7th to 9th place. He won't even be in the top 10. The blazing red sword light cut across the sky like a raging inferno, but it contained an astonishing sharpness. The air was filled with a burning smell. Heaven-grade martial arts were indeed incomparable to earth-grade martial arts. It had already surpassed the limit and reached a higher level. What a powerful sword! An inner disciple of the Unhindered Sword sect whispered. Indeed, it's enough to defeat an ordinary second-layer true martial realm. An inner disciple nodded. Although the 5 great sects weren't ranked and weren't as strong as the Unhindered Sword sect, even if they joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to compete with the Unhindered Sword sect. However, they were still sects with transcendent realm cultivators presiding over them, so they were much stronger than those forces which only had true martial realm or pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators. Under such circumstances, it wasn't surprising for a sect to have a few geniuses. Some of these geniuses could be ranked in the upper middle class even in the Unhindered Sword sect. For example, the person who just attacked was indeed extraordinary. If he entered the Unhindered Sword sect and received training, it was not impossible for him to become a core disciple in the future. Xianxia raised his head slightly, his eyes reflecting the blazing red sword light. He looked at the sword light that was enough to kill an ordinary second-layer true martial realm cultivator, but he didn't panic at all. He attacked, the first form of the Unhindered Sword style, with a thrust of his sword. The extremely sharp silver sword light seemed to be indestructible as it swept across the world. Whether it was the Unhindered True Force or the Unhindered Sword style, they both focused on the combination of strength and speed. Combined with Xianxia's extraordinary skills, any sword attack he performed was mysterious and unpredictable. He shattered the blazing red sword light with one strike. The second strike was still the first form of the Unhindered Sword style. It seemed to shatter the space in front of it, making the Red Sword sect disciple feel unstoppable. The sound of metal clashing was ear-piercing and countless sparks flew. The Red Sword sect disciple flew back at an even faster speed and landed in the Red Sword sect's seats. He barely twisted his body in the air and landed. It was a bit forced. On the other hand, Xianxia was calm and composed. He won again. It seems like he won too easily. I don't know if you noticed, but the Sword Sun's aura just now was at the peak of the first LV of the true martial realm. More and more people were surprised. First, it was the late first level of the true martial realm, which made many people surprised. Now, it was the peak first level of the true martial realm, which made people even more shocked. In just a short month, the difference of a small level in cultivation was very obvious. Even eldest senior brother Lin Yuya was stunned. The disciples from Elephant Mountain sect and Red Sword sect were defeated one after another. The disciples from the other 3 sects were about the same level. There was no need for them to step up. Xianxia's cultivation was at the peak of the first level of the true martial realm, and he had also cultivated the Zhongjing Sword sect's most precious sword techniques. Both his true force and sword techniques were extremely profound and powerful, and Xianxia himself was a super genius. With all these factors combined, it was likely that only a martial artist at the second level of the true martial realm would be able to defeat him. However, even if Xianxia won due to the difference in cultivation, there was nothing to brag about. If Xianxia lost, he would have to let Xianxia's reputation rise even further. Who would be willing to be someone else's stepping stone? The Sword Sun is indeed incomparable to ordinary martial artists. The White Rainbow sect's sect master said with a smile. The other sect masters also did the same. Lin Zhonghan and the 4 elders all smiled. Xianxia's performance had indeed surprised them. Their eyes lit up because they didn't know what level Xianxia's cultivation had reached. However, Grand Elder Yuan Lingzi had told them that there was no need to worry, which gave them greater confidence. If nothing unexpected happened, the challenges issued by the 5 sects to the new Sword Sun would come to an end. The Sword Sun ceremony was also nearing its end. At that moment, a sharp cry suddenly sounded from the distant horizon. As if it was tearing the sky apart. What's that sound? Many disciples whose cultivation hadn't reached the true martial realm frowned. This sound was too sharp, as if it was going to pierce through their heads. It was very uncomfortable. It's the sound of a monster beast. What kind of monster beast is it? One by one, they raised their heads to look in the direction of the sharp sound. The 5 senses of transcendence were stronger, and their eyes were sharper, allowing them to see farther. They vaguely saw a flying monster beast, and gradually saw 2 figures sitting on its back. Including Lin Zhonghan, the 4 great elders all frowned, while the sect masters of the 5 sects all showed strange expressions. That flying monster beast seems to be a blue-scaled heavenly wave eagle. The Red Sword Sect's sect master's eyes flashed as he said to the other 4 sect masters. Yes, it is a blue-scaled heavenly wave eagle, and there are 2 people sitting on it. The Righteous Martial Sect's sect master responded in an affirmative tone. The blue-scaled heavenly wave eagle was a flying monster beast, and a very powerful one at that. In terms of grade, it was a full 9th grade monster beast. It was a 9th grade lower rank monster beast, which corresponded to the 1st to 3rd layers of the transcendent realm. If it was only a jade-scaled heavenly wave eagle, then it was most likely an ownerless demonic beast. In other words, it was a wild demonic beast. Perhaps it was just a passerby. However, if there was someone sitting on it, it meant that it was a tamed demonic beast. In Tianjiang Prefecture, there were very few forces that had the ability to tame 9th grade monster beasts, and the 4 great sect were among them. The blue-scaled heavenly wave eagle was the exclusive monster beast of the heavenly water sect, the head of the 4 great sects. Not only did it have strong combat power, but its flying speed was also amazing, making it very suitable for traveling. Could it be a passerby? That was a possibility, but it could also be that it was here for the Unhindered Sword Sect. After all, today was the Unhindered Sword Sect's Sword Sun ceremony. Lin Zhonghan and the 4 great elders exchanged glances, and they could faintly see the seriousness in each other's eyes. It seemed that it was really here for the Unhindered Sword Sect, and it did not come with good intentions. While they were guessing, another sharp cry pierced through the air. Most of the true martial realm cultivators felt uncomfortable, not to mention the chi refining realm cultivators. Some of them even bled from their ears, their eardrums damaged. The blue-scaled heavenly wave eagle approached, and as it flapped its wings, it brought with it a gust of wind. As the gust of wind surged, it looked like green waves rippled outwards, as if the air had turned into water. This was the origin of the blue-scaled heavenly wave eagle's name. It really is here for the Unhindered Sword Sect. The White Rainbow Sect's sect master's eyelids twitched as he watched the blue-scaled heavenly wave eagle land on the square of the Unhindered Sword Sect. This eagle was very large, with a wingspan of more than 10 meters. Even when it landed and folded its wings, it still looked bigger than an elephant. The eagle's feathers were black, but under the sunlight, they seemed to shimmer with a touch of green, like fish scales. The blue-scaled heavenly wave eagle's eyes were dark green and incomparably sharp. When its gaze swept past, even the pseudo-transcendence faces would change. The true martial realm cultivators felt as if they had been pierced by a sharp sword, and they felt a stabbing pain. When the eagle's gaze fell on Chenzong's face changed slightly. The feeling of being pierced was too strong. It was as if he had become a prey, and it was difficult for him to move his body. Activating his unhindered true force, he channeled it through his body and became one with his sword. His spiritual energy was released simultaneously to resist the gaze. Immediately, a figure flashed in front of him. Lin Zhonghan's tall figure blocked his path, isolating him from the blue-scaled heavenly wave eagle's gaze. The stabbing pain immediately disappeared. Ha 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 ha, this elder happened to pass by with the sect's disciples. I heard that today is the Sword Sect's Sword Sun ceremony. This is a big event, so I came to congratulate you. Of the 2 people who came down from the jade-scaled heavenly wave eagle, one was a fat old man in a black robe. His fat face squeezed out a fake smile, while the other was a tall and straight young man with a cold expression. It's an honor for Elder Jia to come to our sect. Lin Zhonghan smiled. The fat old man's surname was Jia, and he was an inner sect elder of the Tianshui sect. He was ranked second and had a cultivation of the third level of the extreme mortal realm. He always had a fake smile on his face. He was truly a smiling tiger. He was very vicious and was quite famous in the Tianjiang prefecture. Nothing good would come out of his appearance. The so-called passing by was just an excuse. The truth was that Elder Jia had found out about the swordmaster ceremony of the Unhindered Sword sect. Coincidentally, he had taken in an extremely talented disciple, so he brought his disciple here. His goal was to use the Unhindered Sword sect's swordmaster ceremony to promote his disciple's prestige. To put it bluntly, he wanted to use the sword sect's sword son as a stepping stone. Which one is the sword son? Elder Jia's disciple's face was cold. His gaze was like cold lightning, and it seemed like there was a light in the air. Tianming, don't be rude. Elder Jia pretended to scold him, and then looked at Lin Zhonghan. I'm sorry, Master Lin. I only accepted this disciple recently. He's a bit wild, but he doesn't mean any harm. You're a guest. Since you want to challenge my sword son, I have something to say. Lin Zhonghan was too lazy to argue with Elder Jia. My sword son has just broken through to the genuine martial realm. He hasn't been cultivating for long. Don't worry, Master Lin. My disciple's cultivation is only at the early stage of LV2 genuine martial realm. He can control his cultivation to LV1 genuine martial realm. Elder Jia smiled. Chenzong, are you willing to accept the challenge? Lin Zhonghan looked at Chenzong and asked. I accept. Chenzong said. In that case, remember, don't go too far. Lin Zhonghan said. After saying that, Lin Zhonghan returned to his original position. Elder Jia also retreated to the side, leaving enough space for Chenzong and Yi Tianming. Looking at Chenzong, Yi Tianming suddenly sneered. What's your cultivation? I'll suppress my cultivation to a level lower than yours. Hearing this, Chenzong's expression did not change. However, many disciples of the Zongjian sect were furious. This was obviously a humiliation to Chenzong. Chenzong was the sword son of the Zongjian sect. This kind of behavior was equivalent to humiliating all the disciples of the Zongjian sect. Haha, my disciple speaks without thinking. Master Lin, please don't blame him. Elder Jia smiled without the slightest apology. Knowing this person's character, Lin Zhonghan did not say anything because there was no need to. Chenzong emitted the aura of the peak of LV1 genuine martial realm. Oh, the peak of LV1 genuine martial realm. In that case, I'll suppress my cultivation to the late stage of LV1 genuine martial realm. Yi Tianming smiled. Sure enough, his aura began to decrease and he controlled it to the late stage of LV1 genuine martial realm. Too arrogant. I believe in the sword son. We must teach him a lesson. What a pity. I'm already at the 9th place. Seeing that I can't keep the ranking, Dominator of 6 Paths will fight for another day. Please help me stabilize the ranking and move up. In the square of the Unhindered Sword sect, Yi Tianming enjoyed the feeling of being watched by tens of thousands of people, even if most of them were looking at him with ill intentions. He opened his arms as if he wanted to embrace the world, but also as if he wanted to keep the world out. Layers of blue ripples spread out from his body, squeezing and repelling the surrounding air, forming a vacuum. Countless airflows flowed backward, making whistling sounds. They mixed with the ripples and were repelled again. It seemed to be expanding outwards, but also pressing inwards. The 1,000 waves technique has been cultivated to the 2nd level. Lin Zhonghan and the others' eyes flashed. Each of the 4 major sects had their own martial arts codex. For example, the Unhindered Swordsmanship Codex of the Unhindered Swordsmanship Codex. Other than that, there was another upper heaven class cultivation technique. However, the Heavenly Water sect was different. Other than the Heavenly Water Martial Codex, there were 2 other ultimate heaven class cultivation techniques. The Azure Net Skill and the 1,000 Waves technique. The 4 major sects were competitors with each other, especially the Tianshui sect. To be the leader of the 4 major sects, the other sects were naturally unconvinced. They would pay more attention to the Tianshui sect, so they knew more about it. For example, young Master Xianxia, one of the 5 heavenly sons, cultivated the Xianxia martial arts codex. Li Xinran cultivated the Azure Net skill. Now, Elder Jia's disciple, Yi Tianming, cultivated the Thousand Waves technique. In terms of level, the Thousand Waves technique and the Unhindered Sword Codex were at the same level, but slightly inferior. However, the purity of the Thousand Waves technique's true power from the 2nd level of the Unhindered Sword Codex was at least comparable to the 5th level of the Unhindered True Power. The purity of the true power was closely related to its power. The higher the level, the more powerful it was. Although Yi Tianming had suppressed his cultivation to the late stage of LV1 genuine martial realm, which was slightly inferior to Chenzong's, the number of levels of his martial arts codex determined that the purity of his true power would not be affected. Elder Jia's face was full of smiles. He was very satisfied with this disciple of his. It had been less than half a year since he had taken him in as a disciple, and he had already practiced the Thousand Waves art to the 2nd layer. He was indeed very suitable to practice this skill. With the 2nd level of the Thousand Waves skill, even if his cultivation was suppressed to the late stage of the 1st level of the true martial realm, he could still defeat his opponent with the pure true power of Thousand Waves. Thus, he could step on his opponent and become famous in Tianjiang Prefecture. I have been cultivating hard for half a year since I became his disciple. I want to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat, Yi Tianming said to himself. Although the sword sect of the Unhindered Sword sect did not invite people from the other 3 sects to participate in the Sword Sun ceremony, it was no small matter. It was indeed a way to become famous. After I become famous, I will begin to challenge the 10 rising stars. Yi Tianming said to himself again. He already had a detailed plan in his mind. Everything seemed so perfect. Thinking of this, Yi Tianming's eyes seemed to ripple and fell on Chenzong. Then, he opened his 5 fingers and grasped in the air. The true power of Thousand Waves instantly gathered in his palm. The surrounding air was also driven. As he retracted and released, a 1-meter-long palm print, which seemed to be formed by countless ripples, passed through more than 10 meters and slapped toward Chenzong with amazing power. So powerful. Whether it was Mang Jia or the disciple of the Red Sword sect who was defeated by Chenzong, their faces changed when they felt the aura of the 1-meter-long transparent ripple palm print. They were very sure that they could not withstand such a palm print. The momentum was whistling and oppressing. Chenzong's expression did not change. He shook his arm and it seemed to disappear. A stunning silver sword light ran from top to bottom and cut the space in front of him. The 2nd move of the Unhindered Sword style, the Unhindered True Power, was highly condensed. As the sword slashed down, it released an amazing sharpness. In an instant, the palm print was cut from the middle. The sword light collapsed and turned into an aurora-like stab in an instant. The 3rd move of the Unhindered Sword style. Chain of Thousand Waves. Seeing that his palm was broken and his opponent was still counterattacking, Yi Tianming's expression changed slightly. He slapped his palms out instantly. There were countless ripples in his palms. That was the true power of Thousand Waves. The martial art that accompanied the Thousand Waves skill was called the Thousand Waves palm. There were a total of 9 palms. Yi Tianming had now cultivated to the 3rd palm. The chain of Thousand Waves was the 2nd palm. As Yi Tianming struck out with his palms, countless ripples appeared and spread out rapidly. Then, they gathered towards Chenzong from all directions. The powerful force squeezed Chenzong, making him feel like he was falling into water. Countless forces rushed toward him from all directions, wave after wave. Each wave of force did not seem to be strong, but the combination between each wave was very tight and just right. The continuous impact disintegrated Chenzong's resistance bit by bit. It invaded his body to cause damage. The true power of Thousand Waves cultivated by the Thousand Waves skill focused on flexibility and penetration. It did not pay attention to the direct destructive power. However, it was full of force. When it was used to activate the Thousand Waves palm, it could make the Thousand Waves palm stronger and more penetrative. It would invade the body and cause deeper damage. This kind of damage was difficult to feel at the beginning. However, it would lurk in the body and erupt at any time, causing more terrible damage. It could be said that this was a very insidious martial art. Waves of thousand waves palm force came from all directions, trying to penetrate Qinzong's body. However, Qinzong's strong body resisted part of it. Then, the true power of unhindered true power whizzed through like a sword, sweeping away everything and shattering the thousand waves palm force that invaded his body. Qinzong's sword did not stop. He slashed with his sword and the extremely bright sword light was unstoppable. The fourth move of the unhindered sword had a total of 36 moves, corresponding to the 36 levels of the unhindered skill. Each level pushed a sword and its martial arts were superimposed. In short, each of the 36 moves of the unhindered sword did not have a specific move. It only had a deep application of the unhindered true power and the understanding and mastery of the sword and sword skills. It was more like a sword theory than a move. For example, the first level of the unhindered skill was most suitable for the first move of the unhindered sword. If the second move was performed with the first level of the unhindered skill, the subtlety of the second move would not be fully displayed. On the other hand, if the first move was performed with the second level of the unhindered skill, the power of the second level of the unhindered skill would not be fully displayed. In the end, the 36 moves of the unhindered sword could only be considered as one sword. The fourth level of the unhindered skill, the second level of the body and sword is one, the application of physical strength, and all kinds of strength and sword theory were used to perform the fourth move of the unhindered sword. This sword cut across the sky and was invincible. Wherever the sword light passed, countless waves were cut open. The sword was aimed at Yi Tianming. Before the sword light arrived, Yi Tianming's expression changed. The terrifying sword pressure was about to cut him in half. How can it be so strong? Yi Tianming exclaimed inwardly. The expressions of Meng Jia and the rest also changed drastically. The power displayed by this sword was sufficient to show that Qinzong had not used his full strength in the previous battle. Thinking of this, Meng Jia and the others could not help but smile bitterly. When they came, they were still in high spirits and wanted to challenge the sword son of the unhindered sword sect. They wanted to defeat him and make a name for themselves. Even if they were surpassed by him in the future, at least they had defeated him. However, reality gave them a hard blow. Sure enough, the gap was huge. The 5 sect leaders felt bitter. They had tried again and again, but they had never succeeded. Eldest senior brother, the sword son's fourth move of the unhindered sword seems to be quite powerful. A core disciple who also practiced the unhindered sword codex murmured. What he meant was that Qinzong's fourth move of the unhindered sword was stronger than what was recorded. It's because his fourth level of the unhindered true power is purer than the normal fourth level. His swordsmanship is better. Lin Yuye's eyes flashed and he said calmly. His true power was purer than what was recorded, which meant that his original true power was purer than that of an ordinary warrior. This was determined by his foundation. If his swordsmanship was better, it meant that his talent in swordsmanship was more outstanding. At least, the fifth move of the unhindered sword is promoted by the fifth level of the unhindered sword. Lin Yuye thought to himself. The fifth level of the unhindered sword corresponded to the early stage of the LV2 true martial realm. However, that was only for ordinary warriors. Warriors with outstanding talent might be able to cultivate to the fifth or even the sixth level of the unhindered sword sect when they were at the LV1 true martial realm. However, this was rare. Since ancient times, very few people in the unhindered sword sect had been able to do so. The sword light was invincible. With a roar, stronger ripples suddenly spread out from Yi Tianming's body. Yi Tianming's aura also rose. Peak of the LV1 true martial realm. Thousand surging waves. With a roar, Yi Tianming clapped his palms. Countless ripples gathered into one, like a huge wave. It surged out with amazing power and let out an earth-shattering roar. The air was like water, the sword light was shattered. The huge wave paused for a moment. As Yi Tianming continued to clap his palms, it roared and rushed toward Qinzong again. Elder Jia's face did not look good. Yi Tianming had said that he would suppress his cultivation to a level lower than Qinzong. However, he was now forced to raise his cultivation to the same level as Qinzong. Even if he won in the end, it would not be glorious. Elder Jia knew that his disciple was very talented and arrogant. However, he did not care about it. After all, there was no such thing as a genius who was not arrogant. Now, he regretted that he should have told his disciple to restrain himself. He only hoped that he could defeat his opponent. Otherwise, it would be really embarrassing. Chenzong did not dodge. He stared at the huge wave surging toward him. The terrible pressure made it hard for him to breathe. The circulation path of the cultivation method quietly changed in an instant. It became more mysterious. Compared with the fourth level, there was a clear difference. The fifth level of the art of traversing. Elder Jia's face suddenly changed. As the second elder of the Tianshui sect, he had some understanding of the well-known cultivation methods of the other three sect. Although he could not analyze the mystery, he was quite familiar with them. It's the fifth level. His cultivation is still at the peak of LV1 genuine martial realm, but the art of traversing has reached the fifth level. Lin Zhonghan and the others laughed. They were pleasantly surprised. No wonder founding elder Yuan Lingzi told them not to worry about the challenge at the Sword Sun ceremony. With such ability, an ordinary LV2 genuine martial realm warrior was no match for Chenzong. Even an ordinary LV3 genuine martial realm warrior might be able to fight him. Author's note, the second update is for you. Begging for monthly votes again. 7788 Geo Shitty, please enter the group 546750207 when you see the news. Lin Yuya's eyes lit up. There seemed to be sword light swimming in the depths of his pupils, like a dragon or a phoenix. His cultivation was still at LV1 of the genuine martial realm, but he had reached level 5 of the art of traversing. There was one more person in the traversing sword sect besides himself, and that was Chenzong. Even the sword son of the previous generation, Xianxia, could not do it. Crossing levels to practice skills meant that one had amazing talent and potential. I wonder if the sword son has reached level 6. Lin Yuxia secretly guessed, but immediately shook his head. He felt that it was impossible. The sixth floor corresponded to the middle stage of the second level of the true martial realm, and the difficulty of cultivation was even higher. The difficulty of cross-level cultivation was more than doubled. Lin Yuya suddenly thought that Chenzong's primordial true force was purer and stronger. Then, the traversing true force cultivated by level 5 of the art of traversing was comparable to the standard level 6 of the art of traversing. Sword Son. Junior brother Chenzong. Grow up quickly. Our traversing sword sect needs geniuses like you. I also hope that I can fight with you with all my strength. Lin Yuya said secretly, his eyes full of hope and expectation. The fifth move of the traversing sword technique, the sword light shrunk into one and looked even finer. It was like the edge of a sword. Silently, the air was cut open like a thin sheet of paper, and the surging waves were also cut open. Nothing could stop it. The people of the 5 sects smiled bitterly. They felt that they had overestimated themselves. How could they challenge such a person? They could not help but feel a sense of despair. This new Sword Sun is even more terrifying than the previous Sword Sun. The Red Sword sect leader said with a bitter smile. Yes. The other 4 sect leaders sighed. The previous Sword Sun, Xianxia, held the sword in his hand tightly. His expression was cold, but his eyes were burning. Damn it. Yi Tianming's expression changed again. He did not expect that Chenzong had hidden such strong strength. This sword strike was much more powerful than the previous one. A sword pierced through the air and tore Yi Tianming's body apart. Immediately after, the water rippled and Yi Tianming's body dissipated like smoke. Yi Tianming executed the flowing of 1,000 waves to the extreme. Countless ripples spread out in all directions, appearing chaotic and disorderly. Yi Tianming's body appeared where the ripples were. Chenzong stood where he was without moving a single step. His sword pierced through the air and slashed out again and again. The speed of each sword was extremely shocking, and each sword contained an incomparably terrifying power that penetrated and destroyed everything. There was nothing that could not be broken. Everyone could only see sharp beams of light shooting out from Chenzong's hands in all directions, covering the sky and the sun. Xianxia's sword kept shaking, her chest was moving up and down rapidly. Her whole body was filled with traces of cold and sharp aura, which made the core disciples around her couldn't help but take a few steps back. Otherwise, it would be very uncomfortable. Damn it, damn it. Yi Tianming was furious. His opponent's sword was too fast and too powerful. He felt like every sword was going to hit him. Yi Tianming was sure that with his current cultivation, not only could he not defeat his opponent, he might even be defeated. The only thing he could do now was to use a stronger cultivation. Just thinking about what he had said before, Yi Tianming felt a burning pain on his cheeks and his face became gloomier. Forget it, it's better than being defeated by my opponent. Thinking of this, Yi Tianming's body trembled. With a roar, countless ripples surged in all directions, making the surrounding air as sticky as water. The early stage of LV2 genuine martial realm, without the restriction of his cultivation, Yi Tianming immediately felt that his hands and feet were free. Without any restrictions, he could use his cultivation to his heart's content. The second stage of the Thousand Waves skill also became more active. Yi Tianming's body paused. He gathered the tyrannical true force of 1,000 waves in his palms and slapped out continuously. Palm prints broke through the air and the power was much stronger. At the place where the two were fighting, countless ripples spread out. They were dense and sticky as if they were in water. Countless invisible forces pulled Qianzong's body from all directions, affecting Qianzong's strength. The second stage of the true force of a LV2 true force was indeed more mysterious. Qianzong had a deep understanding of it. For a moment, Qianzong seemed to be suppressed and Yi Tianming had the upper hand. However, Elder Jia could not laugh. Instead, he was secretly angry but helpless. Let his disciple be defeated, if he could not accept it, he would definitely be laughed at and become a laughingstock. Then he could only slap his own face. However, he had to win beautifully and defeat his opponent. Otherwise, even if he won in the end, he would be a laughingstock. Boom, 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 as Yi Tianming struck out with his palms, the water-like air rippled violently and made a roaring sound like waves. The power gradually increased. Yi Tianming also knew that he had to win beautifully. Therefore, he used all his strength and performed the first 3 moves of the Thousand Waves palm to the extreme. Suddenly, Yi Tianming's palms paused in the air. A large number of ripples emerged from the depths of his palms and then spread out. Each ripple released an amazing power. The ripples spread from his palms to his arms and then to his whole body. Then they flowed backward and rushed from his whole body to his palms. His aura skyrocketed. The fourth move. Elder Jia was stunned and then smiled. He did not expect his disciple to have comprehended the fourth move of the Thousand Waves palm. Each move of the Thousand Waves palm was stronger than the previous one. The fourth move was at least 50% stronger than the third move. His palms seemed to be merged into one and blasted forward. Countless ripples disappeared in it. Each time they disappeared, they released an amazing power that could destroy everything. The power of this move had exceeded the level of Yi Tianming's LV2 true force. Geniuses could often challenge people who were at a higher level. The power of this move was enough to defeat an ordinary LV2 true martial realm martial artist and pose a great threat to an ordinary LV3 true martial realm martial artist. Countless ripple palm imprints were reflected in Qianzong's eyes. A terrifying pressure swept out and covered his entire body. An invisible force kept tearing at him. Suddenly, there seemed to be a wind blowing between heaven and earth. With Qianzong as the center, wisps of spiritual qi of heaven and earth quickly flowed toward Qianzong. This is... Lin Zhonghan and the other 4 elders were stunned. They straightened their backs and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They couldn't help but think to themselves, Elder, you've hidden yourself too well. The Wuzhen realm. Elder Jia squinted his small eyes, but his face was pale. The current sword son of the unhindered sword sect had comprehended and mastered the Wuzhen realm. Lin Yuye and other disciples who had comprehended and mastered the Wuzhen realm were also stunned. Looking at the gathering range and speed of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, it is obvious that he has not comprehended it recently. Lin Zhonghan said to himself, could it be that he had comprehended it before the breakthrough? Since ancient times, there had been people who had comprehended it in the strength training realm, but there were very few of them. As wisps of spiritual qi of heaven and earth gathered, the ceremonial sword glowed with a halo and an inexplicable power gradually spread. The fifth move of the sword of unhindered, the sword radiance broke through the air and swept everything in its path. The disillusioned ripple palm print was shattered in an instant. The sword radiance descended in a domineering manner and attacked Yi Tianming directly. It was too fast, he could not dodge it; it was too strong, he could not resist it. Yi Tianming was sent flying for more than 10 meters. His robe was torn, revealing a pseudo-spiritual armor. The protective power of the pseudo-spiritual armor was also broken by the sword radiance. There was a sword mark on the armor, as if it was going to be cut in half. Yi Tianming's face was pale. For a moment, he even thought that he was going to be killed. Humph. Elder Jia's face was full of anger, but he did not dare to attack Qinzong. Otherwise, he might not be able to leave here safely. He opened his chubby palm and made a grabbing motion in Yi Tianming's direction. An invisible force grabbed Yi Tianming and threw him onto the back of the heavenly jade-scaled wave eagle. With a flash, his chubby body landed lightly on the back of the heavenly jade-scaled wave eagle. A sharp cry rang out as the jade-scaled heavenly wave eagle unfurled its wings. As it flapped its wings, it stirred up a gust of wind that blew many disciples off balance. With a bang, it soared into the sky. Without saying anything, Elder Jia left with his disciple, Yi Tianming. No matter how one looked at it, they were dejected. Originally, he came with his disciple and planned to make a name for himself in Tianjiang Prefecture by defeating the Zonghing swordmaster. He even boasted. He did not expect that after being slapped in the face time and time again, he would become more powerful at the last moment. However, he was still inevitably defeated. Moreover, it was a crushing defeat. If he continued to stay, he would lose all his face. Of course, he had to leave as soon as possible. As for leaving any harsh words, it was completely unnecessary. It would only be more embarrassing. On the back of the heavenly wave eagle, Elder Jia's face was gloomy. A trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. If it were not for the fact that he was in Zonghing sword sect, he would have already killed Qinzong. Elder Jia was different from other transcendents. He would not care about his status. If someone made him unhappy, he would not care about their cultivation. Yi Tianming's face was full of defeat. The blow was too big. He had trained hard for half a year to make a name for himself, but in the end, he was defeated. The news would soon spread. At that time, he would become famous, but it would be the opposite of what he wanted. Glancing at his disciple's face from the corner of his eye, Elder Jia snorted and did not speak. He was actually very satisfied with this disciple, but now he was a little dissatisfied. However, he also knew that after suffering such a setback, he had to figure it out himself. Swordmaster. Swordmaster. In the square of Zonghing sword sect, the disciples cheered excitedly. The cultivation and strength displayed by Qinzong had completely convinced the disciples. Among the crowd, Yanhua laughed. Xiao Jinping first snorted with a face full of pride, but the corners of his mouth quietly hung a smile. Both of them had broken through to the true martial realm, but they had just reached it. They had barely reached the early stage of LV1 true martial realm. Now, they were all convinced by Qinzong. Even Xiao Jinping, a proud and arrogant person, was convinced. Originally, they thought that after reaching the true martial realm, they still had a chance to surpass Qinzong. Now it was clear that there was no chance. The gap between them was even bigger. But for some reason, they felt relieved. Qinzong was the center of attention. Even the people from the 5 sects were full of admiration. I have a feeling that Zonghing sword sect will be different from before. The sect leader of Jingwu sect suddenly sighed. The other 4 sect leaders suddenly had the same feeling and nodded. Third update, we still need a lot of monthly votes. The Sword Master ceremony had ended, but this year's Sword Master ceremony was the one that left the deepest impression in people's minds. Because of Qinzong. From now on, the Black Bamboo residence will be your abode, the second elder said to Qinzong with a smile. His attitude was very good. Thank you, second elder. Qinzong smiled. In front of him was a large expanse of black bamboo growing in the wind. A fresh and refreshing aura pervaded the air, refreshing the mind. When the wind blew, the entire bamboo forest swayed along with it. The dark green leaves rustled, like a melodious and pleasant melody. This was the area for core disciples. Qinzong could live here because he was promoted to core disciple at the Sword Sun ceremony. The status of the sect's sword son was not directly related to the level of a disciple. Under normal circumstances, Qin Zhonghan was supposed to become an inner disciple first, and only after reaching LV7 of the true martial realm by the age of 30 could he become a core disciple. However, there were always exceptions. When Lin Zhonghan made the announcement, no one objected. As a result, Chenzong became the 13th core disciple of the Zhongjian sect. Of course, he was the one with the lowest cultivation, at the peak of LV1 of the genuine martial realm. The scenery in the black bamboo residence was beautiful. There was a huge open space in the depths of the dark green bamboo forest. In the middle of the open space was a bamboo building made of black bamboo. The black bamboo residence had 3 floors. However, only half of the 3rd floor was occupied. Standing on the 3rd floor, the wind carried the fragrance of the black bamboo, making one feel refreshed. Today's ceremony was the time for him to make his debut. The world of the genuine martial realm, this was a new beginning. While he was deep in thought, a figure drifted like a ghost and swept across the sky above the bamboo forest. After which, it landed on the black bamboo residence. Chen Shidi. A voice sounded at the same time. Senior brother Lin. Chen Zong looked back and saluted with his hands folded. It was the first core disciple, Lin Yuya. Want to drink? Lin Yuya threw a wine gourd to Chen Zong. Chen Zong didn't refuse. He took the bottle and took a sip. The wine was very strong, as if it was burning his throat. But after that, it was sweet and cool, and it went straight into his body. Good wine. Chen Zong could not help praising. This is good wine. Lin Yuya reached out and grabbed the wine gourd back into his hand. He took a big gulp, carefree and unrestrained. Junior brother, from what I saw in your battle today, your swordsmanship is extraordinary, but you haven't cultivated a heaven-level movement technique, so it's a bit monotonous. In addition, the secret technique you've cultivated in the past is not suitable and needs to be changed. In addition, you can also choose a second-stage pseudo-spiritual sword, Lin Yuya said. I'll go there later, Chen Zong replied. They chatted for a while, but didn't talk about anything important. After all, Chen Zong and Lin Yuya weren't close. It was taboo for 2 people who weren't familiar with each other to talk too much. The purpose of Lin Yuya's visit was to get closer to Chen Zong and learn more about Chen Zong. The sword son of the sect was not an ordinary disciple. As the first core disciple and the son of the sect leader, Lin Yuya's life was defined to be dedicated to the prosperity and stability of the Zhongjing sword sect. Anyone who was unfavorable to the Zhongjing sword sect, no matter who they were, would be wiped out. Quite carefree. Looking at Lin Yuxia's departing figure, Chen Zong secretly smiled. Soon after, he also left the black bamboo residence. As Lin Yuya said, he hadn't cultivated a heaven-level movement technique or footwork technique, so he didn't have enough combat skills. The Zhongjing sword sect scripture tower had a lot of martial arts techniques, but Chen Zong only looked at heaven-level techniques. The Zhongjing sword technique was the top technique in the Zhongjing sword sect, so he didn't need to choose anything else. In terms of swordsmanship, the Zhongjing sword technique was the most profound and powerful sword technique in the Zhongjing sword sect, so Chen Zong naturally didn't need to choose any other sword technique. Of course, Chen Zong had always learned the essence of other sword techniques, but the Zhongjing sword technique was too profound to be understood, and Chen Zong was only at the beginning. He had to completely understand the Zhongjing sword technique before considering anything else. The ink bamboo forest covered the mountains and plains. A figure seemed to be flying with the wind at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the figure passed by an ink bamboo forest. When the figure's robe gently touched an ink bamboo forest, the ink bamboo seemed to be blown by the wind and bent. The figure also flew forward for another 1,000 meters. The figure moved through the black bamboo forest at an astonishing speed. It was Chen Zong. This movement technique was a heaven-level movement technique of the highest quality. It was called sweeping in all directions. It was a movement technique that focused on speed, and focused on instantaneous explosive power to move forward in a straight line. It was useful for both running and escaping, but its weakness was that it lacked variation. However, it was true that Chen Zong had always lacked such a movement technique. The mystery of sweeping in all directions lay in the explosive power of the whole body and the ingenious borrowing of force. As long as he touched something, he could instantly borrow force to keep his body in the air and exert amazing speed. Of course, there was a limit to this kind of borrowing force. The number of times he could borrow force was closely related to his level of cultivation. In the initial stage of cultivation, Xianxia could borrow force 3 times. Each time, he could move 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye, which was 3,000 meters, which was several times more than when he was in the strength training realm. Xianxia's figure fell, but before he landed on the ground, his feet began to move in the air. The air was like water, ripples spreading out as he stepped on it. Xianxia's figure circled around a black bamboo that was more than 10 meters tall. His figure was as light as a feather, but he changed dozens of times in the blink of an eye. Every change was very subtle, so much so that countless afterimages of his movements were left in the air. This was another movement technique. Unlike sweeping in all directions, which focused on instantaneous explosive power and speed, this movement technique called flying swan focused on dexterity and subtle changes. However, its grade was only heaven-level upper grade. After all, there were not so many heaven-level martial arts techniques, and some of them were not suitable. When a warrior cultivated, the higher the grade of the martial arts technique, the better, but the more suitable it was. Only when it was suitable could the martial arts be better cultivated, and its power could be fully exerted. It was like asking a boar with great strength to cultivate a small kung fu. It would only get half the result with twice the effort. In addition to sweeping in all directions and flying swan, Xianxia also chose a secret technique that could increase his strength in a short time, but he had not officially cultivated it yet. After practicing the sweeping all directions movement technique and the floating swan movement technique, Xianxia pulled out his 2 swords and started to practice in the ink bamboo forest. The wind was blowing, and the black bamboo swayed. Sword light flashed between the black bamboo. Every sword light was so domineering and sharp that it could destroy anything. Horizontal, with my sword in hand. Horizontal across heaven and earth, sweeping in all directions. As he cultivated, Xianxia suddenly had a strange feeling. It seemed that the horizontal sword art was more suitable to be performed with 2 swords. After a pause, Xianxia put the 2 swords back into the sheaths and closed his eyes to think. Countless sword lights flashed in his mind. Every sword light was the first 5 moves of the horizontal sword art. It had only been a month since Xianxia obtained the 36 horizontal sword art. He had to comprehend the cultivation method and sword art of the horizontal sword art and practice it. Being able to cultivate to the 5th level and the 5th move in a month had already broken the record of the horizontal sword sect for hundreds of years. Even Lin Yuya, one of the 5 heavenly sons, could not do it. With his cultivation at the peak of LV1 of the genuine martial realm, Xianxia was able to cultivate to the 5th level and the 5th move of the cultivation method and sword art. However, he knew that this was not his limit. The sword lights flashed in his mind. Xianxia analyzed the mysteries of the first 5 moves of the horizontal sword art more deeply. It was as if there was a figure in his mind, performing the sword art with 2 swords in each hand. Every move of the 2 swords was the horizontal sword art. Immediately, Xianxia opened his eyes. They were as sharp as swords, looking at the horizontal sword art with disdain. An amazing sharpness rose to the sky as if it could shatter the firmament. As the wind blew, dark green bamboo leaves fell like gemstones. 2 sword lights came out of the sheaths like lightning and aurora, piercing through the sky. The falling dark green bamboo leaves paused in midair as if they were frozen. Then, they split into 4 and fell slowly. One sword cut down from top to bottom. The other sword cut across from left to right. Vertical and horizontal, as the 2 swords came out of the sheaths, Xianxia's understanding became deeper. It was like a flood that had been opened. The horizontal sword art is not static. Different people will have different understandings when practicing it. Xianxia said to himself. Now, the most suitable horizontal sword art for me is dual swords. 1 sword for vertical and 1 sword for horizontal. When the 2 swords work together, the horizontal sword art will dominate the world. Understanding gushed out like a fountain. Xianxia struck again. The 2 sword lights crossed and formed a cross, dividing the world into 4. It was extremely powerful. Wherever the sword light passed, the bamboo would be chopped into many pieces, and deep sword marks would be left on the ground. 100 meters away, a cross mark was left on the ground. It was a shocking sight. The sixth move of the horizontal sword art. In terms of power, it is much stronger than the fifth move. It is much smoother and easier to perform. Chen Zong thought to himself. He seemed to have found the right direction for himself. But I feel a little powerless when I use the fifth level of the horizontal sword art. The level of the skill corresponded with the moves of the sword art. This was the characteristic of the horizontal sword art. Next, I will try my best to practice until I reach the limit. Chen Zong thought to himself. After every martial artist broke through to the true martial realm, there would be a period of rapid improvement. It was the time to convert the potential accumulated in the qi and blood realm and the qi refining realm into true force. Martial artists with great potential would achieve a great leap in their cultivation during this period. However, martial artists with average potential would only achieve average progress during this period. This was also the reason why martial artists with good talent would try their best to stay in the qi refining realm to strengthen their foundation. They would only choose to break through to the true martial realm when they could no longer improve. One had to know that under normal circumstances, the cultivation of the true martial realm was much more difficult than that of the energy training realm. Every breakthrough required a lot of time. However, if one had accumulated enough potential during the energy training realm, they would be able to rapidly advance in the early stages. In terms of the foundation in the qi and blood realm and the qi refining realm, Chen Zong was incomparably stable. At least in the entire Longtu dynasty, it was hard to find a second person like him. It was also because of this foundation that Chen Zong was able to reach the peak of LV1 true martial realm and reach the fifth level of the horizontal sword art in just a month. 8th place. Thank you very much for your support. 6 Paths has nothing to repay you with. Keep up the good work and strive to be the best. The autumn wind was bleak, and the scenery was bleak. Tianhong Mountain had 7 peaks and 3 valleys, namely Red Rainbow Valley, Long Rainbow Valley, and Rainbow Fall Valley. These 3 valleys were quite interesting. Red Rainbow Valley was the least dangerous because it was mainly inhabited by level 1 and level 2 demonic beasts, which were equivalent to Qi Blood Realm martial artists. There were also a few level 3 demonic beasts, which were equivalent to Qi Refining Realm martial artists. Long Rainbow Valley was a bit more dangerous, mainly inhabited by level 3 to level 5 demonic beasts, and a few level 6 demonic beasts. Rainbow Fall Valley was the most dangerous, and the demonic beasts there were the weakest. There were level 6 demonic beasts, level 7 and level 8 demonic beasts, and even level 9 demonic beasts. There was no doubt that Rainbow Fall Valley was the most dangerous, but it was also a suitable training ground for true martial realm martial artists. Rainbow Fall Valley was called a valley, but it was very big, and there was no end in sight. The valley was filled with towering trees, and its vitality was amazing. It maintained a very primitive landscape. Giant trees towered into the sky, and vines as thick as waists coiled around like pythons. It was a shocking sight. A figure flashed between the vines and the huge tree at lightning speed. Soon after, a sword light flashed by and a rain of blood poured down. A huge python was cut in half in the air and fell to the ground. The giant python was as thick as a bucket, and its scales were smooth. Its pattern was black with golden lines. If someone who was familiar with demonic beasts saw it, they would be surprised, because it was a level 7 demonic beast. Even if it was only a level 7 demonic beast, it was stronger than an ordinary LV4 true martial realm martial artist. Like a gust of wind, Chen Zong landed on the branch of a 10-meter tall tree. He looked into the distance and saw a sea of trees. The wind blew, and his robe fluttered, making him look like an immortal. In the distance, he could vaguely hear some sounds. Chen Zong's figure flashed, and he used the 8 directions movement technique. In a flash, he burst out with an amazing speed, like a bolt of lightning, drawing a straight line in the air. 33 wind-splitting swords. A familiar voice rang out. It was somewhat deep and resounding. 33 extremely sharp sword lights tore through the air, tearing through the gale and charging forward. 33 sword scars tore open the ground, crisscrossing the heavens and earth. 10,000 miles of golden light. Another familiar voice rang out. It was cold and arrogant, like the clanging of metal. In an instant, golden sword light pierced through the clouds, illuminating tens of thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. Then, it slashed down, causing the ground to rumble and dust to fly everywhere. It's them. In the distance, Chenzong saw two familiar figures through the sword light. Yan Hua, Xiao Jinping. Ever since the Sword Sun ceremony, Chenzong had not seen them again. He was focused on cultivating and did not deliberately pay attention to them. Late stage of LV2 True Martial Realm. Chenzong was slightly surprised when he felt the fluctuation of their aura. However, it was normal when he thought about it. These two could be considered as rare geniuses. Their accumulation in the strength refining realm was extremely vigorous. Once they broke through to the true martial realm, they advanced by leaps and bounds. With the help of some medicinal pills, it was not impossible for them to cultivate to the late stage of the second LV of the true martial realm. At this moment, Yan Hua and Xiao Jinping, two old rivals, were fighting fiercely with a demon beast. The demon beast was shaped like a tiger or leopard, with a ferocious face and black thorns on its back. It exuded an astonishingly tyrannical aura. It was a LV7 lower class demon beast. An ordinary LV4 true martial realm warrior would not be its match. The demon beast waved its sharp claws. Blue light bloomed, extremely tyrannical. It shattered the 33 wind-splitting sword chi, but was hit by the golden sword light. It roared and flew backward. Yan Hua and Xiao Jinping cooperated with each other. One of them used his sword to offset the demon beast's attack, while the other seized the opportunity to hit the demon beast and hurt it. Even so, it was a bitter fight. The first to third LV of the true martial realm belonged to the early stage, while the fourth to sixth LV were the middle stage. The gap between the early and middle stage was relatively large. Seeing that Yan Hua and Xiao Jinping were not in danger, Chenzong did not intervene. He stood not far away and watched. Yan Hua and Xiao Jinping's cultivation methods and sword arts belonged to the upper class of the heaven level. They were quite good, and their talent in sword arts was also good. After fighting for a while, Yan Hua and Xiao Jinping were wounded one after another. The Class 7 lower rank demonic beast was bleeding profusely from the sword wounds all over its body. It was already on the verge of death. Only then did Yan Hua and Xiao Jinping let out a sigh of relief. Although this battle was tough, it also gave them a lot of experience. The moment they breathed a sigh of relief, the demon beast, which was already dead, suddenly rose. It opened its mouth and spat out a ball of blue light. It was the size of a human head and fiercely bombarded Yan Hua with incredible power. It was too sudden and too fast. The ball of light contained the last of the demon beast's strength. After spitting out the ball of blue light, the demon beast was directly killed. Watch out! Xiao Jinping glared angrily. He slashed out with his sword, and the golden sword light pierced through the sky. Cut! Yan Hua had no time to dodge. He focused his mind and slashed with his sword, trying to shatter the ball of blue light. However, the ball of blue light contained the last essence of the demon beast. It was extremely powerful, equal to the full blow of a LV4 true martial realm warrior. It was not easy to deal with. The golden sword light was shattered. Yan Hua's sword was bounced off the ball of blue light. The ball of blue light expanded and was about to explode. The aura that leaked out made Yan Hua and Xiao Jinping's faces change dramatically. If they were hit by the explosion, they would be seriously injured, if not killed. At the critical moment, a beam of silver sword light, as thick as a chopstick, pierced through the sky and the ball of blue light. Like a punctured bubble, the ball of blue light that was about to explode suddenly collapsed. Under the solemn gaze of Yan Hua and Xiao Jinping, it shrank into a point and disappeared. Chenzong. Sword Sun. Yan Hua looked back and suddenly exclaimed. Sword Sun Chenzong. Xiao Jinping was also surprised, and then his face became complicated. Was it you who launched that sword attack? In just half a year, you two have reached the late stage of LV2 true martial realm. It's really amazing. Chenzong laughed. I thought we were improving fast and wanted to compete with you. Now it seems that we are still far inferior to you. Yan Hua laughed, looking free and easy. Xiao Jinping's expression became more and more complicated. What's your cultivation now? Xiao Jinping couldn't help but ask. Although he decided not to compete with Chenzong that day, he still couldn't help but want to know when he saw Chenzong. Chenzong didn't answer. He just emitted a trace of aura, which suddenly made Yan Hua and Xiao Jinping tremble. Their faces changed greatly, and their hearts were like stormy waves. Soon, their faces were full of bitter smiles. The Sword Son's talent was much higher than theirs. It was reasonable that he could make such progress in just half a year. After the Sword Son ceremony, Chenzong stayed in the Black Bamboo residence to cultivate for 6 months. He tried his best to transform the vigorous and active potential he had accumulated into strength. After 6 months, his potential became quiet again. For ordinary cultivators, it would take at least 1 month to 3 months for them to advance by leaps and bounds. Some of the more outstanding ones would take 4 months, such as Xianxia and Chenzong, for example, would take 7 months. The longer the time, the greater the benefits. But behind it, there was more hardship and hard work. Except for the 1 month before the Sword Sun ceremony, Chenzong didn't waste any time in the following 6 months. He seized every minute and second to cultivate and improve himself as much as possible. The result of this kind of cultivation was very gratifying. Chenzong really made rapid progress. Not only did his cultivation improve by leaps and bounds, but his strength also improved by leaps and bounds. Chenzong didn't pursue the profoundness of his cultivation. Instead, he strove to improve himself to the extreme in each realm and then break through. This kind of foundation was incomparably vigorous and solid. The enormous potential accumulated in the Qi and Blood realm and the Strength training realm became active after the breakthrough. Most of it was used by Chenzong to improve the level of his cultivation method. The 8th level, when he was at the peak of the LV1 true martial realm, Chenzong didn't rush to break through to the LV2. Instead, he kept cultivating and sharpening, and cultivated to the 8th level of the art of traversing. Lin Yuya cultivated to the 5th level when he was at the peak of the LV1 true martial realm. The most prosperous record in the history of the art of traversing was that he cultivated to the 6th level when he was at the peak of the LV1 true martial realm. Chenzong cultivated to the 8th level. This was because the original internal strength derived from the Qi and Blood realm was purer than that of ordinary martial artists. The original internal strength derived from the Qi and Blood realm was purer than that of ordinary martial artists. After cultivating the art of traversing, the original internal strength derived from the Qi and Blood realm was far purer than that of ordinary martial artists. After cultivating the art of traversing, the original internal strength was unleashed as much as possible and became even more powerful. If the art of traversing of a martial artist at the peak of the LV2 true martial realm who cultivated to the 8th level was taken as the standard, then Chenzong, who cultivated to the 8th level of the art of traversing, had purer true force than that standard. It was at least equivalent to that of other martial artists who cultivated to the 10th level of the art of traversing. Pureness determined power. This meant that no matter what the cultivation was, the power of true force was comparable to that of martial artists at the middle stage of the LV3 true martial realm who cultivated the best heaven-level cultivation method. After cultivating to the extreme, one began to seek a breakthrough. The early stage of the LV2 true martial realm, the 9th level of the art of traversing, the middle stage of the LV2 true martial realm, the 10th level of the art of traversing, the late stage of the LV2 true martial realm, the 11th level of the art of traversing, the peak of the LV2 true martial realm, the 12th level of the art of traversing. Every level of the true martial realm was accurately divided into the early stage, middle stage, late stage, and peak stage. As for the so-called limit, it had nothing to do with the level of the cultivation method. The difference was that the accumulation of true force was more vigorous, and the strength would increase correspondingly. Today, Chenzong's cultivation had reached the peak of the LV3 true martial realm. He had cultivated the art of traversing to the 16th level, and the art of traversing had also been cultivated to the 16th style. In terms of the power of true force alone, it was enough to match that of martial artists at the middle stage of the LV5 true martial realm who cultivated the best heaven-level cultivation method. Coupled with his superb swordsmanship and so on, it was not a problem for him to easily kill a low-grade level 7 monster beast. Chenzong also knew that if he did not use most of his potential on cultivating the cultivation method, his cultivation could at least reach the LV5 true martial realm. However, between the two, Chenzong chose the former because it would allow him to go further. The vigorous potential once again quieted down and became stubborn. It could no longer advance by leaps and bounds like before, which meant that cultivation would begin to slow down. Chenzong ended his cultivation and entered the Rainbow Fall Valley. Fifth update, thank you again, please vote again. Rainbow Fall Valley was home to a level 9 monster beast, which belonged to the extreme transcendent realm. Even if a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator entered here, they would not dare to make too much noise, lest they attract the attention of the level 9 monster beast. But at this moment, the earth trembled and roared. Dozens of meters tall trees seemed to have been hit by an ancient giant beast, swaying and falling to the side. Kacha-kacha sounds rang out one after another. It was the sound of the trees being broken by brute force. Birds were startled and the wind and clouds shattered. A figure rushed out from the dust cloud, crossing 2,000 meters in a flash. Then, his sleeves gently swept across a branch and he once again flew forward. Suddenly, a huge black shadow also rushed out, sweeping up the broken branches in the sky. It was a black ape, 5 or 6 meters tall. Its black hair seemed to be glowing with a black gem-like halo. Its body exuded an incomparably astonishing aura, bringing with it an extremely terrifying pressure. On the ape's head was a tuft of silver hair, which jumped like flames as it ran. This was a level 8 monster beast, a level 8 lower grade silver mane black iron ape. It was born with terrifying strength and astonishing physique. It was incomparably fierce. A level 8 lower rank demon beast was equivalent to the 7th level of the true martial realm, however, it was a bit stronger than an ordinary 7th level of the true martial realm. Furthermore, the silver mane black iron ape was not an ordinary level 8 lower rank demon beast. Even an ordinary 8th level of the true martial realm martial artist may not be able to kill it. It was not that Chenzong was overestimating himself by challenging the silver mane black iron ape. After all, the gap between them was too big. It was no different from seeking death. It was just that the silver mane black iron ape had sensed Chenzong's aura while hunting and had followed him. The silver mane black iron ape excelled in strength and astonishing physique. It was not outstanding in speed, but it was a lot stronger than Chenzong. Running wildly on its 2 legs, it ignored all obstacles in front of it. Trees and boulders were smashed one after another, nothing could stop it. It was overbearing and violent. The pressure of life and death was like a formless mountain pressing down on his body, making Chenzong feel very uncomfortable. A burst of true power surged out like a torrential river, sweeping in all directions. His body movements were displayed to the extreme. Chenzong was at the peak of LV3 of the true martial realm, but in terms of the density and purity of his true force, he was far superior to ordinary martial artists at the peak of LV3 of the true martial realm. He was comparable to a martial artist at LV5 of the true martial realm. Under the state of enlightenment, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth gathered in one's body, making one's body lighter and faster. Even so, he could barely take the lead. Chenzong focused on using his body movement technique. He had fought back before, but when his 2 swords slashed at the silver mane dark iron ape, they only left 2 white scratches. They couldn't even cause a light wound, so it was better to conserve his energy. As it chased, the silver mane dark iron ape suddenly stopped in its tracks. A trace of fear appeared in its bloodthirsty eyes, as if there was something in front of it that made it feel reverence and even fear. Chenzong also sensed that the silver mane dark iron ape had stopped. He looked back and saw the fear in the silver mane dark iron ape's eyes. His heart couldn't help but thump. There was only one possibility for such a violent and powerful demonic beast like the silver mane dark iron ape to have such a reaction. Thinking of that possibility, Chenzong couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. Demonic beast, a demonic beast more powerful than the silver mane dark iron ape. It was at least a mid-tier LV8 demonic beast. It could also be a high-tier LV8 demonic beast. If it was a low-tier LV8 demonic beast, the silver mane dark iron ape wouldn't be afraid at all. If it was a LV9 demonic beast, the silver mane dark iron ape would have run as far as it could. But no matter what level it wasn't something that he could fight against now. Chenzong couldn't help but feel like he had just escaped from a tiger's den and was attacked by a pack of wolves. As expected, a trace of an extremely terrifying tyrannical aura rapidly approached from afar. Immediately, like a bolt of lightning, a completely black leopard that emitted a demonic aura appeared not far away. It wasn't big, about the same size as an ordinary leopard, but it made Chenzong not dare to move for a while. Fortunately, the leopard's golden eyes only glanced at Chenzong before falling on the silver-maned dark iron ape. Obviously, in the leopard's eyes, this human was too weak. On the contrary, the ape was a bit more threatening. Dark nether fire leopard, Chenzong said to himself. Before entering the Rainbow Fall Valley, he had read a book about demonic beasts in the Rainbow Fall Valley. He had done a lot of research on the demonic beasts that lived in the Rainbow Fall Valley. A mid-tier LV8 demonic beast that specializes in speed. Its claws are extremely sharp and it can control fire. If it fights with the silver-maned dark iron ape, it will be my chance to escape. Chenzong really hoped that the two demonic beasts would fight. Otherwise, he would be in even more danger. Fortunately, the dark nether fire leopard didn't think that he was a threat. Roar! The silver-maned dark iron ape let out a tyrannical roar at the dark nether fire leopard. The sound waves were rolling, and the airwaves were heavy. Chenzong, who was 1,000 meters away, felt like he was going to be crushed by the roar. Shwa! The dark nether fire leopard turned into a streak of black lightning, instantly tearing apart the sound waves and attacking the silver-maned dark iron ape. The silver-maned black iron ape's reaction was extremely fast as well. It raised its fist, causing its arm to swell as a berserk energy filled it. After that, it ruthlessly smashed down like a mountain. Even Chenzong, who was 1,000 miles away, could feel the extremely terrifying pressure. Go! If he didn't leave now, when would he? Using the 8 directions sweeping art to the extreme, Chenzong crossed 2,500 meters in a flash. When he was being chased just now, he had made a breakthrough under the pressure of life and death. Shwa, shwa, shwa. In the blink of an eye, Chenzong was 10,000 meters away. However, he didn't dare to relax. That kind of aura fluctuation coming from behind him was still extremely tyrannical. 10,000 meters was not safe. Even 100,000 meters was not safe. With the dark nether fire leopard's speed, it could cross the distance in a very short period of time and catch up to him. Relying on his movement technique, he still had a chance to deal with the silver-maned dark iron ape. If he met the dark nether fire leopard, unless he used the red thunder sword, he would most likely die. Gradually, the silver-maned dark iron ape's voice became softer and softer. The clashing aura became weaker and weaker until it finally disappeared. Only then did Chenzong let out a sigh of relief. Finally, he escaped. This feeling of running from the edge of life and death made Chenzong feel very excited. It was as if his blood was boiling. It was also the charm of training. Sizing up the surroundings, it was still mainly trees and vines. Coupled with the mountain rocks, there was nothing special about it. Chenzong was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he looked for a place to stop and revolved the traversing art to recover his true power. After he had completely recovered, the traversing true power seemed to have increased a little. Unsheathing his sword, the cross-shaped sword light slashed through the air. It was sharp and tyrannical, sweeping everything in its path. Traversing sword technique, 16th form, this was Chenzong's current strongest sword technique. One sword for vertical, one sword for horizontal. The combination of the two swords was invincible. The extremely tyrannical cross-shaped sword light streaked across dozens of meters and brazenly chopped down on a 10-meter-tall boulder, shattering it in an instant. How is this possible? Chenzong was astonished. Although the previous sword attack could not do anything to the silver-maned dark iron ape, it was still a level 8 monster beast known for its strength and physique. It was not something a stone could compare to. Even steel that had been tempered 100 times would be shattered by this sword strike. How could it be like now? Only the vines on top of the boulder had been cut off, but the boulder remained intact. Could it be some kind of treasure? Chenzong's eyes lit up. His figure flashed and appeared in front of the boulder like a bolt of lightning. His sword light splashed out, cutting off the vines on the boulder one after another. Looking carefully from top to bottom, no matter how he looked at it, this huge rock looked like a very ordinary rock. Chenzong couldn't help but slash at it, but it bounced back, leaving no sword mark. This feeling. Chenzong's eyes lit up, it's the protection of a transcendence power. A boulder was covered by the power of a transcendent realm master. Why, looking carefully, he found a small line of words at the bottom of the boulder. Each word was as small as a mosquito. It was obvious that this person did not want others to see it. However, if they did not want others to see it, there was no need to leave these words. Qianzong could not understand the thoughts of the transcendent realm master who left behind these words. His keen eyes saw the small line of words clearly and could not help but be stunned. The place where the rising sun battle emperor buried his treasure. Being able to find it is your opportunity. The rising sun battle emperor. Qianzong was no longer the little rookie who knew nothing about the transcendent realm. His heart was like a stormy sea, extremely shocked. There were 3 realms in the transcendent realm: extreme human, earth spirit, and profound heaven. The peak of the extreme human realm could be called a king. For example, the chaotic heaven martial king was a peak human realm master. The peak of the earth spirit realm could be called an emperor. The peak of the profound heaven realm could be called an emperor. King, emperor, and emperor were symbols of status in secular dynasties, but in the world of transcendent realm masters, they were not only symbols of status, but also symbols of strength. The rising sun battle emperor was a peak earthly spirit realm master. It was said that even in the 4 mid-rank sect, there were no emperors. Thinking of this, Qianzong could not help but become excited. This was something left behind by an emperor realm expert. If it was a treasure, then he was the so-called fated person. This boulder had been protected by the power of the rising sun battle emperor for many years. As for the so-called treasure, it was not inside the boulder, otherwise, Qianzong would not have been able to break it. Digging in the hard soil under the words, Qianzong found a black ring. This is the treasure? Qianzong shook the soil off the ring and looked at it carefully. It was black with 3 dark golden lines crisscrossing on it. It looked very simple and seemed to have a trace of mysterious aura. Could it be a pseudo-spiritual weapon? Qianzong guessed, then shook his head. For an emperor, a pseudo-spiritual weapon was not a treasure at all. Could it be a spiritual weapon? Qianzong was shocked by this guess. Until now, Qianzong had not seen a real spiritual weapon and knew very little about it. After all, even in the Zhongjing sword sect, there were very few spiritual weapons and they were very valuable. It is said that a spiritual weapon can be owned by a drop of blood. Let me try. Qianzong said to himself. He cut his finger and squeezed out a drop of blood. The blood was mixed with a trace of spiritual power and dripped onto the black ring. Under normal circumstances, the blood should have slid off the surface of the ring, but it did not. It was absorbed. Could it really be a spiritual weapon? Qianzong was even more excited. A spiritual weapon was a treasure that even extreme human realm masters would scramble for. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. As of last night, the monthly votes were 2,445. Now, it's 2,460. An increase of 15 monthly votes. Do you want to add more? Vote. There is a spiritual treasure that forms a small world of its own. It can accommodate all things. It is called Shumi. Qianzong recalled the words of Yuan Lingzi, the founding elder. There was no doubt that the black ring in his hand that had established a blood connection with him was the spiritual treasure, the void ring. Spiritual treasure was a general term. It was equivalent to a spiritual weapon, but it was often more precious than an ordinary spiritual weapon. He drove his spiritual power to connect with the black ring in his hand. Suddenly, Qianzong felt as if his consciousness had been sucked into an abyss. It experienced ups and downs like the rising and falling of the tide, but it all happened in a flash. In a dead space, there was no trace of life, only a faint light. But Qianzong instantly grasped the size of this dead space. The length, width, and height were all about 10 meters, making the whole dead space much larger than an ordinary one. It was the size of a small palace, enough to accommodate many things. It's really a spiritual treasure. Compared to it, the mustard seed bag is like a firefly compared to the bright moon. Qianzong was secretly amazed. In terms of level, the mustard seed bag was equivalent to a pseudo-spiritual weapon. Of course, the mustard seed bag's value was more than 10 times that of a pseudo-spiritual weapon. There were only a few people who could own a mustard seed bag in the whole Zhongjing sword sect. The elders, the sect leader, the inner and outer elders, and the core disciples. As for the spiritual treasure, it was a treasure that even the elders and the sect leader did not have. Now Qinzong, a core disciple, had it in advance. Not to mention other things, the void ring alone was a rare treasure. Qinzong also found that there were other things hidden in the void ring. A jade book, emitting a misty red halo. 12 seemingly simple purple wooden boxes were neatly arranged. Among them, 10 of the wooden boxes were gilded with silver edges, carved with dragons and phoenixes, and 2 of the wooden boxes were gilded with gold, also carved with dragons and phoenixes. The wooden box wasn't very big. It was about 1.5 feet in length, and 1 foot in width and height. With a thought, the lids of the 12 wooden chests were lifted at the same time. Wisps of extremely pure aura immediately filled the air. Each wooden chest was emitting a misty white halo, which looked very magnificent, making Qinzong feel intoxicated. This is... Qinzong was stunned. His heart was in turmoil. This was the first time he had seen something like this, but 2 words suddenly popped up in his mind. Spirit source, that's right, this was the legendary spirit source, a spirit source suitable for transcendent realm masters. The spiritual sources in the 12 wooden boxes were arranged neatly, like boxes of eggs. Qinzong quickly counted them. There were 100 spiritual origin stones in each box, so there were a total of 1,200 spiritual origin stones, 1,200 pills. Qinzong felt his heart trembling. According to Grand Elder Yuan Lingzi, spiritual sources were divided into 5 grades, from low to high, substandard, low grade, mid-grade, high grade, and top grade. The difference between each grade was 10 times. Even the lowest level of substandard spiritual source could be sold for 1,000 spirit shells each on the market. According to Grand Elder Yuan's description, substandard spiritual sources seem to contain gray impurities, but each of these spiritual sources doesn't seem to have any impurities, so they shouldn't be substandard spiritual sources. The halo they emit is a layer, which is a low-grade spiritual source. 1,200 low-grade spiritual sources, each with a market price of 10,000 spirit shells. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. In total, it's... Qinzong's breathing was rapid, and his eyes were wide open. If someone saw this, they would definitely be confused as to why Qinzong had such an expression, and would think that he was crazy. After conversion, it would be worth a total of 12 million spirit shells. Qinzong's understanding of the value of spiritual sources was still superficial. After all, he was still far away, and he never thought that he would get it. However, he already knew the value of spirit shells, which was why he was so shocked. Of course, very few warriors would be willing to exchange their spiritual sources for spirit shells. That was simply the practice of exchanging pearls for sand. After calming down, Qinzong observed carefully and found something different. Among the 12 wooden boxes, 2 of them were different from the other 10, and the spiritual sources inside seemed to be somewhat different as well. After careful observation, Qinzong was surprised to find that the spiritual sources emitted 2 layers of halos. A spirit source with no impurities and 1 layer of halo represented a low-grade spirit source, while a spirit source with no impurities and 2 layers of halo represented a mid-grade spirit source. 1 mid-grade spiritual source is equal to 10 low-grade spiritual sources, so 200 mid-grade spiritual sources are equal to 2,000 low-grade spiritual sources. After conversion, that's 3,000 low-grade spiritual sources, 30 million spirit shells. Qinzong felt a little dizzy. After calming down, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Indeed, with 1,000 low-grade spiritual sources and 200 mid-grade spiritual sources, his wealth was amazing. Even Yuan Lingzi, who was in the 4th layer of the Supreme Realm, couldn't compare with him. However, he shouldn't show off his wealth. After all, he was now only at the peak of the 3rd layer of the true martial realm. If he tried his best, he could defeat an ordinary 5th layer of the true martial realm and fight against an ordinary 6th layer of the true martial realm. However, compared with the Supreme Realm, it was like a firefly compared with the moon. However, there will be a day when it will come in handy. Qinzong secretly thought that having wealth was better than having no wealth. Whether it was the more than 1,000 spiritual sources or the virtual ring, they were all treasures that he couldn't let others know about, not even Yuan Lingzi. At least, he had to wait until he had enough strength to protect himself. Zong couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. When he was in the training realm, he thought about the true martial realm. Now that he was in the true martial realm, he thought about the supreme realm. Right, there's also a jade book. I wonder what's recorded in it. Zong came back to his senses. Immediately, with a thought, his consciousness returned to his body, and a jade book with a red luster appeared in his hand. After breaking through to the true martial realm, his spiritual power had greatly increased, but he still couldn't release it. He could only place the jade book between his eyebrows as before and mobilize his spiritual power to enter it. Suddenly, there seemed to be a roaring sound. The crazy impact made Zong's mind feel like a tsunami, as if it was about to be smashed into pieces. It was a good thing that Zong's mental strength was strong, and he was able to forcefully endure this kind of impact. Only after a long while did it stop. The intense dizziness caused Zong to sway, but he still stubbornly endured it. Even when he regained consciousness, his brain still felt bloated. However, Zong smiled. Golden Jade Bone Art. This name might not be anything special, but it was a body-refining art. Since Zong practiced the body-refining art and achieved the mixed Yuan body, it was difficult for him to make any progress in body refining. The first rapid improvement was because he absorbed the blood essence of a level 9 monster beast. The second rapid improvement was because he broke through the heaven's peak and attracted the world energy to cleanse his body. Every step of progress seemed so difficult. Even if Zong wanted to practice hard, he lacked the correct method and couldn't make any progress. Now, the Golden Jade Bone Art was just right. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. The Golden Jade Bone Art didn't cultivate true qi, but only body refining. It was divided into 3 stages. After practicing the first stage, one could break the limits of the human body and improve to an amazing level. Of course, if one had already broken the limits of the human body, practicing the first stage would be easier. The first stage was called the Mysterious Jade Body. When practiced to perfection, one's arm strength would be 20,000 jin. The second stage was called the Diamond Bone Art. When practiced to perfection, one's arm strength would be 50,000 jin. The third stage was called the Golden Jade Unbreakable Body. When practiced to perfection, one's arm strength would be 100,000 jin. There was also a note stating that the profound Jade Golden Bone Art was a body-tempering secret art. If combined with a body-tempering martial skill, one could display terrifying power. As long as one could cultivate to the second layer, they would be able to protect themselves from a late-stage true martial realm cultivator. If one could cultivate to the third layer and combine it with a suitable body-tempering martial skill, they would be able to contend against a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator. I mainly practice qi and sword arts, not body-refining martial arts. I don't have any body-refining martial arts to practice. Zong thought, however, if I can practice the Golden Jade Bone Art, my physique will become stronger, and I will have more powerful strength, speed, and defense. My overall strength will also be improved, and my ability to survive will be greatly enhanced. Here, Zong began to meditate. The Golden Jade Bone Art wasn't that mysterious, at least compared to the transversal art, it was much less mysterious. However, the two were different. A qi-refining secret art like the transversal art was about comprehension. After comprehending its essence, one could cultivate it with half the effort. A body-refining secret art like the Golden Jade Bone Art was also about comprehension. However, it didn't contain much mystery, so the difficulty of comprehending it was quite low. It was more about hard work. It was a body-refining secret art, and there were no shortcuts. Generally speaking, the cultivation of body refinement cultivation methods was like forging iron. It was very particular about tempering one's body and progressing slowly. This was also why body refinement cultivation lineage had gradually declined and became mainly focused on qi refinement. It took too much time. If one wanted to speed up their cultivation, they would have to use resources to support it. The cost was not something that ordinary people and forces could afford. Moreover, this cost was not only resources, but also time and energy. However, for those martial artists with extraordinary talent, if they had a great power behind them, they would often cultivate body transformation on the side. This was because it would allow them to become even more powerful and also better protect their lives. Wearing the black ring on his finger and restraining the aura of a spirit treasure, it looked like an ordinary iron ring and wouldn't attract attention. There were also some cultivators who liked to wear jewelry, so it was not surprising. "It's time to go back," Chenzong secretly said. He had come to the Rainbow Valley to sharpen himself for more than half a month, experienced many life and death battles, and survived the pursuit of a powerful and fierce demon beast like the silver-maned black iron ape. It was enough. The most important thing was that Chenzong had to return to the Black Bamboo residence to cultivate the Golden Jade Bone Art. After cultivating the Golden Jade Bone Art for a while, he had to carry out the next plan. Launching the sweeping 8 directions body technique, Chenzong's speed was very fast, and he moved forward in a flash. Borrowing power once, twice, thrice, only after borrowing power 6 times did he land on the ground. Circulating his true power, his rushing figure suddenly became ethereal, as light as a feather, and then flew up again. Now, Chenzong had cultivated the sweeping 8 directions body technique to the point where he could borrow power 6 times in one breath, and each time he could fly 2,500 meters. After a breath, he could immediately switch to the floating swan body technique to cushion and use the sweeping 8 directions body technique again. Leaving the valley, climbing the mountain. Not long after, Chenzong flew all the way to the core disciple area, and once again came to the place where the black bamboo grew and swayed. The Golden Jade Bone Art. "Let's start cultivating now." Chenzong closed his eyes and slowly sat down. End of chapter 354. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.